C-2231 Return to the Source Universe Chaotic Starry Sky, Morning Star Chaos Domain. Along with Taiyuan Universe, the news that two high-level universes in the Divine Essence universe had their universe sources extracted and were reduced to low-level universes spread out, shaking the entire Morning Star Chaos Domain. That was not an intermediate or low-level universe. It was a rare high-level universe in the Chaos Domain. One must know that in the entire Morning Star Chaos Domain, the known high-level universe, it's only 96. In the past, those that were destroyed were basically low-level universes. Even intermediate cosmoses that were robbed of their origin and demoted to low-level cosmoses rarely happened. It was rare to see such a high-level universe being reduced to a low-level universe. How many eras had it not appeared? 300,000 eras and 500,000 eras were even longer. Moreover, it was two high-level universes. This was something that had never happened in millions of great eras. Vicious it really was. Too savage. Countless Universe Lord felt a twinge of sadness in his heart. The strength of Taiyuan Universe and Divine Essence Universe was not weak. King of Taiyuan and King of Divine Source were both top-level Universe Lord. Although they were only at the lowest level of top-level Universe Lord, with the power of the Universe Source's will, they were able to fight a top or even extreme top-level Universe Lord in their respective universes. The fact that they could crush two great King of the Universe and forcefully seize the Universe Source showed how terrifying their strength was. At least, it was the limit of Universe Lord. It was highly possible that it was the god of quasi-universe who attacked them. Many high-level Universe King of the Universe even had traces of sadness on his face. The entire universe had entered a state of alert. They were not much stronger than King of Divine Source and King of Taiyuan. The mysterious man could destroy the Divine Source Universe and Taiyuan Universe, but he also had the ability to suppress them and steal their Universe Source. Even the Morning Star Alliance was shocked. A large number of Universe Lord were sent out. It was said that there were several senior elders who personally went out to search for the mysterious expert. If they forcefully robbed the Universe Source, it would be fine if there were only a limited number of intermediate and low-grade Universe sources. However, in the face of a high-grade universe, almost no one would do such a thing. Only those foreign Universe Lord could not stay in Morning Star Chaos Domain for long, fearing that his identity would be exposed. That was why he made such a move, killing the chicken to retrieve the egg, and then running away after obtaining a large sum of money as for a foreign god of quasi-universe. To the Morning Star Alliance and the entire Morning Star Chaos Domain, it was an absolute certainty he was a huge threat to the Morning Star Alliance. Apart from the top 8 universes and the top 30 advanced universes, there was no way the other universes could be a match for the quasi-universe god. Especially the intermediate and low-level universes, they couldn't put up any resistance at all. It would not even take 1,000 years for the intermediate and low-level universes to be robbed clean. Find this hidden danger must be found. Divine Light Shuttle, Master Control Room. Yang Fann sat on the Divine Throne with a solemn expression. He had no idea that he had shaken the entire Morning Star Chaos Domain unknowingly. The Morning Star Chaos Domain was in control of the Morning Star Alliance, and they had even sent a large number of Universe Lord to search for his whereabouts. Of course, even if Yang Fann knew about this, he wouldn't care too much about it. There was no wall in the world that couldn't be seen through, and he didn't put on any disguise. It was only a matter of time before the news of the Divine Source Universe being reduced to a low-level universe was leaked out of Taiyuan Universe. As for the pursuit of the Morning Star Alliance, it was just a few Universe Lord and the god of quasi-universe. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't the god of universe who attacked him, even ultimate quasi-cosmic god wouldn't be able to put him in his eyes. Give him another few tens of billions of years. When he fully digested the gains of the two universes, even if the universe god came personally, Yang Fann would have the confidence to fight him. Rumble, rumble. One power of the Universe Source after another surged into Yang Fann's body like a surging river, causing the Yang Fann's divine body's power to steadily rise. Soon, another 3 billion years passed. Yang Fann had once again refined 1.3 million cubic meters of universe sources, and the strength of divine body had doubled. With just the power of the shell alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could crush top-rank high-level universe sovereigns. It was terrifying. Just the eternal divine body alone was enough to allow Yang Fann to dominate many top-level universe lord warriors, as well as the true human-shaped chaos beast. Rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a trace of unconcealable surprise flashed across his eyes. The divine light shuttle was billions of years away. A trillion light years away, there was a chaos beast that was even more powerful than the chaos beast that Yang Fann had suppressed earlier. A terrifying giant beast that was 100 times larger was hibernating in the chaos. It looked like a hedgehog with 108 pairs of dragon wings. It had 480 terrifying dragon claws in its stomach, and its body was covered in them. It was just a glance. It was enough to send shivers down one's spine. In comparison, the chaos beast from before, it was like a newborn baby, and it was very inconspicuous. That terrifying mouth that was 1,000 times larger than the eternal great world, 10,000 times larger, opened up, and swallowed up the endless chaotic energies. A low-level universe like the Origin universe seemed like it wouldn't even need a few bites before it was completely devoured. Chaos Beast, another Chaos Beast. He didn't know whether to say Yang Fann was lucky or unlucky. As for the other Universe Lord, they might not even encounter a single Chaos Beast even after dozens or hundreds of eras. However, he had actually encountered 2 Chaos Beasts in less than 20 billion years. Those who did not know would probably think that these Chaos Beasts, they were really so sparse and ordinary that they could casually encounter them. Furthermore, the strength of this Chaos Beast was terrifying. It was far from what the Chaos Beast that he had suppressed earlier could compare with. In the world of Chaos Beast, the size of one's body was often a symbol of one's strength. This Chaos Beast was 100 times larger than the previous one, and its strength was also more than 100 times greater than the previous one. Adding the advantage of the Chaos Beast in the chaotic starry sky, even top-ranked top-level Universe Lord would find it very difficult to be a match for this Chaos Beast. Even if it was a peak top-level Universe Lord, this Chaos Beast would not lose its ability to fight. Divine Light Shuttle, Master Control Room. Yang Fann stood up, his eyes were filled with burning greed. He was just worrying about the resources in his hands. It wasn't enough for him to break through to the top-level universe. Sovereign, although he had suppressed King of Taiyuan, Taiyuan God Clan, and Divine Source Clan, he wasn't confident that he could break through to the top-level universe Sovereign. King of Taiyuan and the others were at most equal to 2 low-ranked top-level Universe Lord. Even with the Chaos Beast, they were only a few levels stronger than a middle-ranked top-level Universe Lord. One middle-ranked top-level Universe Lord was far from enough for him to break through another level. However, it was different with the Chaos Beast. With the power unleashed by the Chaos Beast, devouring and refining him wouldn't be any weaker than absorbing and refining a top-ranked top-level Universe Lord. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the peak top-level Universe Sovereign in one go. If he really needed something, he could do it. I'm going to eat this Chaos Beast for sure. In the next second, puff, Yang Fann's body moved. He tore through the chaos and appeared above the Chaos Beast. Rumble, his right arm moved, and a palm pressed down on the Chaos Beast. Yang Fann didn't hold anything back in this palm strike, and he unleashed all of his power. This was an invincible power that far surpassed ultimate quasi-cosmic gods, and even a true universe god would be surprised by it. How could a Chaos Beast whose combat strength had just stepped into the limit top-level Universe Lord be able to imagine? With just a despairing wail, the Chaos Beast was completely suppressed by Yang Fann. It had no ability to resist at all. Killing chickens and slaughtering dogs was no different from killing chickens. Very quickly, the Divine Light Shuttle continued forward. Chi-Chi with a terrifying speed, the Universe Source was madly devoured by Yang Fann, causing his strength of divine body to rapidly grow. Time flew by, another 4 billion years had passed. One side was filled with colorful lights. An oval universe of the illusory glaze appeared billions of light-years away from the Divine Light Shuttle. Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Origin Universe, I'm back. C-2232 changes Divine Light Shuttle, Master Control Room. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a hint of tenderness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Nearly 2 billion years had passed, and he had finally returned to the Source Universe. Golden Nest, Silver Nest. It was not as good as his own dog nest. These words were not wrong at all. Although the Source Universe was just a low-level universe, whether it was the environment or everything else, compared to the Divine Source Universe at its peak, Taiyuan Universe was more than 108,000 light-years away. But in Yang Fann's eyes, these two high-level universes were far from being as comfortable as the Source Universe. And after suppressing that Chaos Beast, for the next few billion years, nothing unexpected happened. Not to mention a chaos beast that was comparable to a peak top-level universe lord, he didn't even encounter an ordinary chaos beast that was comparable to a low-level universe lord. This really disappointed Yang Fann. If he had another level 1 chaos beast, he would definitely be able to break through to the peak top-level universe sovereign. He gently shook his head, trying to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Yang Fann's body moved, and with a teleportation, he returned to the Supreme Divine Palace. He had finally returned. No matter how good the chaotic starry sky was, it was still far from being as good as his own home buzz. Yang Fann's mind moved, and the will of the universe source was activated. Very quickly, in these 20 billion years, the general development of the source universe appeared in Yang Fanshihai's mind like a shadow. These 20 billion years, to be honest, the source universe was very peaceful. Nothing major had happened, and no other universe experts had invaded the source universe. That's right, how could there be so many intruders? The source universe had been born for nearly 30,000 eras, and this was the first time they encountered one. It was Divine Emperor, that traitor who took the initiative to lead the wolf into the house. Otherwise, even if another few thousand or tens of thousands of eras passed, there might not be any intruders from the outer universe. After more than 20 billion years, even though the human race's forces had grown, they had not grown much, and there had not been a qualitative leap in the end. The primary universe was just a low-level universe with limited resources. No matter how much they favored the human race, they were still able to make the human race. In a short period of time, there was a qualitative leap, which was the limit. If he wanted to increase his strength quickly, he would have to take out a large amount of resources to nurture the human race. Otherwise, he would have to rely on time to accumulate more resources bit by bit. However, the former obviously didn't have much hope. Even Yang Fann didn't give much care to the human race in his inner world, let alone the other human race. They weren't related to each other, so what right did they have? Did they really think that the resources in his hands were all from the strong winds? No, to put it bluntly, because of his identity as king of the universe, the human race had already gotten a great deal of benefits from him. If it wasn't for him, the human race wouldn't have been able to produce so many quasi-universe lord and universe sovereign in less than 200 billion years. One should know that all the quasi-universe lord in the past were old monsters who had cultivated for thousands or tens of thousands of eras. Yang Fann's inner world. As Yang Fann's cultivation continued to advance and break through, the inner world continued to expand and expand. Its current size was so vast that it had already far exceeded the scope of the eternal great world. It was almost 1 in 10,000 of the size of the source universe. Originally, it was only the inner world of 1,080 large domains, but now, it was divided into 108,000 large domains. Furthermore, the size of each domain was far greater than the previous one. Even the smallest domain was no less than the human domain, and the largest domain was no worse than the eternal great world. There was also the abundant spirit of heaven and earth in the inner world, which far surpassed the source universe. Even the most barren land was 10 times, 100 times larger than the eternal great world. As the world's center, it was also the most ancient region, the central region. It was no worse than the Divine Essence universe and the Taiyuan universe, a high-level universe. Although the human race could not be compared to the Divine Source clan and Taiyuan God clan, which were born with true gods, they were not much different. Even newborn babies had physiques that were not inferior to some sacred kings. The outstanding ones among them were comparable to semi-god heavenly sovereign. If they were placed in the eternal great world, they would be comparable to semi-god heavenly sovereign. In the eternal great world, every single one of them was a genius amongst geniuses. As long as they didn't die, there was at least a 50% chance that they could become a ruler in the future. It was the same for everyone even if Yang Fann didn't take care of them. Being able to be born in Yang Fann's inner world was already their greatest fortune. Currently, in Yang Fan's inner world, ordinary rulers were no longer powerful warriors. Only top dominator warriors could be called expert. The real expert were half-step sovereign and even universe sovereign, and this was only the ordinary powers that had nothing to do with Yang Fann. Yang Fan's direct subordinates were even more terrifying under the massive amount of resources that Yang Fann had accumulated. His cultivation base changed every day. The amount of universe sovereigns he had was comparable to the number of universe sovereigns that the entire human race had. In fact, there were almost 100,000 of them. For example, Maniu, Qinhu, and the other higher-ups were all top-level universe sovereign warriors. As for Yang Fann and the other 6 girls, needless to say, they were all top-level quasi-universe lord warriors at the very least. Advancing to universe lord was only a matter of a few 100 billion years, and it would definitely not exceed 1 trillion years. If they were to appear in the eternal great world, they would definitely pee their pants in fear. There were countless living beings in the eternal great world. Compared to them, the so-called Heaven's Pride evildoer of the various major races was nothing more than trash amongst trash. In the center of the central region, on the sky pillar peak that was like a pillar that supported the heavens. Very quickly, there were sounds of pleasant surprise. Ah, its master, the Lord has returned, the Lord has returned quickly inform the old master and madam, the Lord has returned. Looking at his parents who were quickly welcoming him, Yang Fann's eyes were slightly moist. Unknowingly, he had not accompanied his parents for more than 20 billion years. As a son, he was truly unfilial. After seeing his parents and the others, Yang Fann went to find Golden Origin Sorceress and the others. It was time to fulfill his promise and send Golden Origin Sorceress and the others back to Witch Domain. Actually, he should have sent them back to Witch Domain a long time ago. After he returned from Path of Eternity, Witch Domain was no longer a dangerous place, even if Wu God wanted to harm him. Relying on the will of Witch Domain, he could at most defeat him. It was impossible to completely suppress him. It was only because of the sudden invasion of Commander-in-Chief Brute and the others. For a moment, he had forgotten about Golden Origin Sorceress and the others. However, Golden Origin Sorceress and the others didn't stay in Witch Domain for long before returning to Yang Fann's inner world. Although familial love was important to the family, the most important thing for cultivators was their strength. If they really returned to Witch Domain, their achievements would be like this for the rest of their lives. In the future, not to mention advancing to Universe Lord, even advancing to the Quasi-Universe Lord would be extremely difficult. Furthermore, Witch Domain had been destroyed by Commander-in-Chief Brute once. Although it had been rebuilt, Golden Origin Sorceress's tribe had long been wiped out. There was no one close to them. They were all familiar with the Witch Clan. It was the bloodline of the Witch Clan. The tribe that Golden Origin Sorceress and his friends were born in was just a small tribe in the Witch Clan. The strongest among them were only a few rulers, and they were even low-level dominator warriors. Such a small tribe simply didn't have the qualifications to receive Wu God's help. On the contrary, there were too many of their connections here. How could they give up so easily? After nearly 200 billion years of development, the Witch Clan had long become an influential superpower in Yang Fann's inner world. There were trillions of people in the family, and more than 10,000 universe sovereign. Even top-level universe lord had nearly 100 of them, if Wu God wasn't included, the strength of the Witch Clan in the inner world. Both of them had surpassed the first level of the Witch Clan in the Witch Domain. Even if Golden Origin Sorceress's tribe was still there, it was more likely that they would move their tribe into Yang Fann's inner world. Compared to Yang Fann's inner world, the Witch Domain was a barren land. In the blink of an eye, 100 million years had passed. In order to make up for the dead in his heart, Yang Fann had never left the inner world for the past 100 million years. He had either stayed by Yang Yunfeng and his wife's side or had fun with the 6 girls in the inner world. His footprints were almost everywhere. The entire inner world, in countless large domains and cities, had left behind a large number of legends. Now that the great enemy of Divine Source Clan had been eliminated, Yang Fann didn't need to be in such a hurry. He wanted nothing more than to spend 2 days a day. 3. The Supreme Divine Palace, Sovereign God Palace. Wang. With a flash of light, Yang Fann appeared on the Supreme Throne. The next second, whoosh, a universe source appeared in Yang Fann's hand. After relaxing for 100 million years, Yang Fann began his secluded cultivation. Rumble, rumble, heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique. The eternal divine arts of the universe circulated to its limit, crazily devouring the universe source in its hand. The remaining 6,300,000 cubic meters of universe source were rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. 6. 2 million cubic meters, 6 million cubic meters. 5,500,000 cubic meters. 4. 8 million cubic meters. 4 million cubic meters. 3 million cubic meters. 1,500,000 cubic meters. C-2233. His combat powers skyrocketed. Eternal World, the Supreme Divine Palace, Sovereign God Palace. Rumble, rumble, endless divine light erupted from Yang Fann's body, dazzling and dazzling, making him look like a divine god that had descended from the heavens. With just a glance, he could make people prostrate on the ground, bow down to him, and worship him with sincerity. Time passed very quickly, and it was 22 billion years later. Pucci. The last universe source was devoured by Yang Fann. 10 million cubic meters of universe source seemed to be a huge barrier, and it directly caused Yang Fann's strength of divine body to flip several times over. At this moment, just the pure strength of body alone gave Yang Fann the confidence to fight quasi-top-level Universe Lord, who had just broken through to the top-level Universe Lord. He was even confident that he could win this battle. Once he used all his trump cards, even if it was the high and mighty Universe God, whoever won or lost would still need to fight. The current him might not be much in the entire chaotic starry sky. But in the morning star chaos domain, that was an indisputable peak expert. He had the strength to break through to the top 10. Thinking about Yang Fann's age, he was only over 200 billion years old. If this was spread out, it would shake the entire chaotic starry sky and scare countless expert. One must know which universe god did not cultivate for hundreds of thousands of eras in order to obtain their current strength. Not to mention universe gods, even Universe Lord did not have a person's age below 10 eras. A single era, that was 560 billion years, 200 billion years, even for an entire era. A fraction of that was far from enough. Monster, it was truly a monster. Who, after letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann's figure flashed and returned to the inner world. Although the advancement of the great ancient immortal divine body didn't allow Yang Fann's inner world to expand much, it still allowed the source of the inner world to become much stronger. The spirit of heaven and earth in the inner world had at least doubled in size. 22 billion years had passed. The universe sovereign in the inner world was like bamboo shoots after a rain, constantly soaring. Just the universe sovereign under Yang Fann's direct command had exceeded 100,000, reaching the 200,000 mark. The total number of universe sovereign in the inner world was enormous. Even if there weren't 300,000, there were still 240,000, which was a lot more than the total number of universe sovereigns in the entire source universe. Some of the disadvantages were that after 20 billion years, other than the original 73 quasi-universe lord, not a single person had successfully broken through to the quasi-universe lord. The quasi-universe lord was the first hurdle in breaking through to the quasi-universe lord. It was not an easy task to break through. If it wasn't for Yang Fann and the other three girls, it wouldn't have been so easy. With the authority given to them by Yang Fann, even if their resources were 1,000 or 10,000 times greater than the others, they still wouldn't be able to break through to the quasi-universe lord so easily. If Golden Origin Sorceress and the others wanted to break through to the quasi-universe lord, they would need at least a few hundred billion years. But even so, it was enough to make countless living beings in the source universe go crazy. They could only hate why they weren't born in Yang Fann's inner world. Even if hundreds of billions of years passed, it would only be 1 trillion years. A quasi-universe lord who wasn't even 1 trillion years old, let alone a low-grade universe like theirs, even many intermediate and high-grade universes were a miracle. They had never even heard of it before, let alone seen it. To be able to recognize Yang Fann and follow him, it must be Golden Origin Sorceress. This was the greatest fortune they had ever had in their lives. Otherwise, given their talent, even if they were to struggle in Little World, most of them would have already turned into a pile of dirt, and the grass would be countless meters long. 1,000,000 years later, Yang Fann continued his seclusion and started refining the huge amount of Divine Source clans he obtained from the Divine Source clan and Taiyuan God clan. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's body transformed into terrifying great gods, who was tens of thousands of light years tall. Every pore and cell in his body was like terrifying devouring black holes, crazily devouring the vast origin of eternities around him. Tens of millions of years passed. Apart from a small portion of the origin of eternities that were left for his subordinates to cultivate, the 9 layers of the 9 origin of eternities were all devoured by Yang Fann, causing his cultivation base to leap a small realm, reaching the middle rank top-level extreme stage universe sovereign. Buzz, 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 wang. A large expanse of light tore through the void, and a large amount of Taiyuan universes from the Taiyuan universe shot into the devouring black hole from the quasi-universe lord. As for those half-step sovereign and sovereign lords, Yang Fann didn't do anything to them. With just these half-step sovereign and sovereign lords, Even if Yang Fann devoured hundreds of millions or billions of them, it would still be very difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation base. He directly moved them into his inner world, then casually gave them a piece of land, allowing them to run their own course. It was a blessing in disguise. Although they had almost been wiped out by Yang Fann, they were lucky enough to enter Yang Fann's inner world. Their future achievements would be limitless, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to surpass the peak of the Taiyuan God clan if he was given the battle force of Universe God, which was 200 billion years old. How terrifying would it be if it was given to him? Beyond the Universe God level was an undeniable fact. Perhaps in the future, the Taiyuan God clan would also have a quasi-universe god, or even a true universe god. In the blink of an eye, 3 million years had passed. The tens of millions of Taiyuan God clans from the Taiyuan God clan. Hong Long. The strength of divine body had increased dramatically, and Yang Fann's speed of absorption had also increased by more than 10 times, or even 100 times. The only flaw was that with so many universe sovereigns and quasi-universe lord warriors, his cultivation base had only improved by a small step. Not to mention advancing to the middle rank top level, he hadn't even touched the boundary of that level. Once he truly advanced to the middle rank top level, these middle rank top levels and quasi-universe lord would be like half-step sovereign and sovereign lords, and he would be able to give up on them. And quasi-universe lords, but in the end, he couldn't even make a single progress in his cultivation. It was a complete waste of time. 100 million years passed. Over 300 universe lord from the Taiyuan God clan and dozens of universe lord from the Divine Essence universe, apart from King of Taiyuan and the peak high-level universe lord, all the universe lord had been devoured by Yang Fann. Rumble. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally broken through the critical point, and he had successfully broken through to the middle rank top level, universe lord. The energy in his body was like a tsunami, and it was growing crazily. A million years passed. Pucci. The last trace of the strength of original life had been devoured by Yang Fann, and it had completely turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stabilized at the middle rank top level universe sovereign stage. The strength of world in his body had increased by more than 10 times. Not only that, Yang Fann's overall combat strength had increased by several times. Wang. With a flash of light, King of Taiyuan appeared within the devouring black hole. Rumble. An endless amount of devouring black holes burst out, and Yang Fann crazily devoured King of Taiyuan. Another 100 million years passed. The chaos beast that Yang Fann had absorbed a portion of the strength of origin appeared in the devouring black hole. Yang Fann's prediction was right. With just King of Taiyuan and this chaos beast alone, he had absolutely no hope of advancing to the high top level universe sovereign. After absorbing all of King of Taiyuan's strength of origin, his cultivation base had only broken through a small realm, reaching the mid-stage of middle-rank top-level universe sovereign. Although this chaos beast was several times stronger than King of Taiyuan, it was the limit for him to break through to the peak of middle-rank top-level universe sovereign. Fortunately, he managed to capture another chaos beast on his way back. Otherwise, it would be virtually impossible for him to break through to the high-grade top-level universe sovereign in this origin universe. Supporting a middle-level universe lord to cultivate normally in a low-grade universe was the limit. It was impossible for a universe god like Yang Fann to cultivate normally, let alone break through. Unless Yang Fann could make up his mind and devour the source universe and all the living beings in it, he might still have a chance to live. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique could not only devour living beings, worlds, and even universes. As long as Yang Fann was willing, he would also be his prey. 800 million years later. Pucci. The chaos beast was completely destroyed. As Yang Fann had expected, his cultivation base had just entered the peak of middle-rank top-level universe sovereign. The meal is over. I hope the next meal won't disappoint me. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and a flash of light appeared. The next second, the second chaos beast appeared in the devouring black hole. It was worthy of being called the terrifying giant beast that was comparable to top-rank top-level universe lord. The strength of origin was more than 100 times stronger than low-rank top-level universe lord and king of divine source. 4. Soon, 3 billion years had passed. Yang Fann had only devoured less than a level of the strength of origin within the chaos beast, but even so, it had pushed his cultivation base to the critical point of middle-rank top-level universe sovereign. Another 10 million years passed. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura once again increased exponentially. C-2234 Southwest Universe Eternal World, the Supreme Divine Palace, Sovereign God Palace. Boundless divine light burst out from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body, illuminating the entire Sovereign God Palace. After devouring and refining King of Divine Source, he took out a chaos beast. Hong Long, Poochie Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. The terrifying pressure caused even the exquisite intermediate original treasure in the Supreme Divine Palace to be unable to withstand it. Traces of cracks could be seen on its surface. Luckily, it had the will of the universe source and the large amount of Yang Fann had brought to suppress the four-direction space. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps, the entire Eternal Great World might be destroyed because of this. Eternal Great World. It's just a low-tier universe core world. The world barrier is limited in strength, endurance. Compared to intermediate original treasures, it was much weaker. Once Yang Fann's terrifying pressure was leaked out without any reservation, it would be a piece of cake for him to destroy the entire Eternal Great World. At that time, in the entire Eternal Great World, apart from Human Sovereign, Tao Lord, and Universe Lord, not many people would be able to survive. Very quickly, another 10 million years passed. The strength of original life of the Chaos Beast was devoured by Yang Fann once again, and Yang Fann's cultivation finally stabilized at the top-level Universe Sovereign. The inner world had expanded more than 10 times, and its surface area was so vast that it was almost 1% of the size of the Source Universe. Horrifying, this was only the Eternal World. Once Yang Fann advanced to Universe Lord, he would transform into an Eternal World. The size of this world would be so vast that it would be almost guaranteed to surpass a low-grade universe like the Source Universe. It was even possible for it to be comparable to an intermediate universe. At that time, with just the strength of world alone, Yang Fann would be able to crush many middle-level universe god warriors and dominate the entire Morning Star Chaos domain. One should know that according to King of Divine Source and King of Taiyuan's memories, the current universe gods of the Morning Star Alliance, which was also the weakest low-level universe god. The middle-level universe god above them. It was a complete legend. Whether it was the truth or not was still unknown. King of Divine Source and the others' memories could only be used as a reference. Compared to the high and mighty universe god, King of Divine Source and King of Taiyuan were really far inferior. After joining the Morning Star Alliance, they had only seen the universe god a few times. Their understanding of the universe god was extremely limited, and many of them were just hearsay. To truly touch the circle of the universe god, one had to be at least the quasi-universe god who had stepped into the universe god realm. However, even if he hid something, a middle-level universe god was probably the limit of the Morning Star Alliance. In the entire chaotic starry sky, the strength of the Morning Star Alliance could only be considered ordinary. Even in the dozens of chaos domain nearby, the Morning Star Alliance could not be considered powerful. It could only be considered 1.5 hectares in the Morning Star Chaos domain. The truly powerful chaos forces would occupy several or even more chaos domain. Of course, even now, Yang Fann's strength of world was still incomparably terrifying. He didn't use any other strength. With just the strength of world alone, Yang Fann could easily crush a low-ranked top-level universe lord like King of Divine Source. It wasn't like he didn't have the strength to fight the master of the highest universe. As for his final combat strength, even Yang Fann himself wasn't confident about it. He was afraid that only by truly fighting with the universe god would he be able to test out his limits. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed the urge to fight a universe god. Yang Fann continued to devour the chaos beast. In Morning Star Chaos domain, there were only a few universe gods, and every one of them was elusive. It was not easy to find one, and a great battle was not an easy thing to do. Sooner or later, he would come into contact with the Morning Star Alliance, so there was no need to rush at the next second. Rumble, rumble, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to its limit. Endless strength of origin flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, entering the vast inner world, causing the inner world to slowly expand in all directions. There was still a 8th layer and a half strength of origin left. He didn't know if it could help him break through to the peak top-level universe sovereign smoothly. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly. The Eternal Great World, billions of a trillion light-years away, Southwest Universe. In the beginning, there were no major changes in the 196th Great Realm in Southwest Universe. It was just a few high-level dominator warriors that were born with the help of the many resources left behind by Yang Fann. However, since Yang Fann became king of the universe, the entire Southwest universe had undergone thousands of changes in a single day. In just a few tens of billions of years, the Southwest universe had undergone a complete transformation. As the place where Yang Fann was born, how could Yang Fann not take care of the Southwest universe? Before Yang Fann became king of the universe, the Southwest universe could only be considered a barren land in the Source universe. Out of the 196 Great Realm, none of them could be ranked in the top 500 of the 3000 Great Realm. Any top dominator could easily sweep across the entire Southwest universe. But now, the spirit of heaven and earth in the entire Southwest universe had increased by more than 100 times, more than 1,000 times. Although it couldn't be compared to the eternal Great World, it could be considered as one of the top 3000 Great Realm. There wasn't a single Great Realm, and it was ranked after 500. This was especially true for Yang Fann's hometown, the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand. It was enough for him to enter the top 10 of the 3000 Great Realm, or even the top 5. Furthermore, the number of spirit of heaven and earth was still increasing day by day. A billion years, a trillion years later, these 196 Great Realm might even surpass the other Great Realm. Not only that, but also all kinds of natural treasures. The divine fruit and divine medicines were like bamboo shoots after a rain. Endless those with a bit of luck were like the main characters in the novel's biographies, who could pick up treasures when they went out. Even a few universe treasures were born. Although they were all low-grade universe treasures, they were considered supreme treasures in the 3000 Great Realm. Not to mention a few, even the top 10 ranked Great Realm might not even have one. The overall strength of the entire Southwest universe had undergone a tremendous change. Tens of billions of years ago, the strongest person in the huge Southwest universe was only a high-level dominator. A middle-level dominator was the ruler of the entire Great Realm. But now, the middle-level dominator was just a mighty warrior. He couldn't even be called a top-tier expert. All top-tier experts were at the top dominator. As for Emperor Tai, who had a close relationship with Yang Fann, and his subordinates, they had all stepped into the half-step sovereign. If it wasn't for their weak foundation, it wouldn't be impossible for them to break through to the universe sovereign realm. Overall, the overall strength of the Southwest universe had already faintly surpassed the scope of the 3000 Great Realm. Even in the eternal Great World, without the help of the universe sovereign and the other higher-ups, the Southwest universe was much stronger than most of the high-rank races. One should know that most of the high-rank races only had a dozen or 20 half-step sovereign warriors. In the entire Southwest universe, even if all the half-step sovereign warriors were combined, there would be at least 200 of them. If one person obtained the Tao, his or her family would ascend to heaven. Southwest universe had truly risen to prominence. It could be said that it was the sole ruler of all the universes. If one didn't include the universe sovereign that lived in seclusion, quasi-universe lord warriors would be inferior to even the most prosperous central universe. Those who didn't know would probably think that the 196th Great Realm in the Southwest universe was the center of the 3000 Great Realm. Ganjun Great Realm. This was one of the 196 Great Realm in the Southwest universe. It was also the closest to the central universe and the few major Great Realm in the Southwest universe. The Ganjun Great Realm was one of the 10 Great Realm in the Southwest universe. Now, although it was far from being as good as the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand, apart from the Ganjun sovereign, there wasn't much difference between them. He was a top dominator who was only a first grade. It was also more than the number of hands. The other three rulers were at the third, middle, and low levels. There were thousands of them, and they were even more powerful than the ones before they submitted to Yang Fann. The entire Great Realm was more than 1,000 times stronger than before. 10,000 times, it was totally different from the past. True Great Realm, Boundary Corridor. A huge fleet consisting of millions of star fortresses was advancing towards Ganjun Great Realm at high speed. Countless terrifying devil cheese rose from the fleet, especially at the center of the fleet. Those few soaring devil cheese were 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than extreme half-step sovereigns. 3. The universe. Sovereigns were all universe sovereigns. C-2235 Danger. 100 billion years ago, one of the 8 great universe lord in the Source universe, the master of Devil Domain, Devil Emperor, was mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann and the human sovereign. In the end, he was completely devoured by Yang Fann. The painstaking cultivation of over 10,000 eras had been wasted. The Devil Clan, one of the 8 most powerful races of the eternal Great World, was now facing its end. It had become a stray dog. Countless Devil Clan had been slaughtered, and a large number of Devil Clans of the Devil Clan had been killed. However, the Devil Clan had inherited over 10,000 eras of history, and had an extraordinary foundation. Adding the fact that Yang Fann was too lazy to kill these amphioxus, a portion of them still managed to escape from the eternal Great World and ended up in the 3000 Great Realm. The Purple Ape Devil Clan was one of them. It was one of the few high-grade Devil Clan among the thousands of Devil Clan, and it was one of them in the entire Devil Clan. It had a pivotal position in the sect. The Purple Ape Devil Clan was at its peak, and was one of the 14 Devil Kings of the Devil Clan, the Devil King of the Blood Prison. It had 3 high-level Universe Sovereign Warriors, and the strongest one, Old Ancestor Purple Ape, was a peak high-level Universe Sovereign. He was a famous expert in the entire Devil domain, and was highly regarded by the Devil King of the Blood Prison. As for intermediate and low-level Universe Sovereign Warriors, they were more than enough to count with both hands. However, during the battle, the Purple Ape Devil Clan had suffered a great loss. Including the Purple Ape's old ancestor, none of the 3 high-level Universe Sovereign were left alive. All of them had become Yang Fann's prisoners, but in the human race. Under the frenzied pursuit of the other major powers, there were also a large number of experts. They had fallen completely, their ruler. Countless half-step sovereign warriors had fallen. Even the 7 middle-level Universe Sovereign Warriors and the 12 low-level Universe Sovereign Warriors had fallen. More than half of them had died. In the end, there were only 2 middle-level Universe Sovereign Warriors and 5 low-level Universe Sovereign Warriors with some of the elite warriors of the Purple Ape Devil Clan. They were lucky enough to escape the eternal Great World. Furthermore, 1 middle-level Universe Sovereign and 2 low-level Universe Sovereign had suffered an indelible Dao injury, causing their cultivation base to drop drastically. If they didn't encounter any great fortuitous encounters in the future, not to mention breaking through, it would be extremely difficult for them to recover their original cultivation base. Of course, even if that was the case, the strength of the Purple Ape Devil Clan could still be considered as the top amongst the 3000 Great Realm. It would be a piece of cake for them to sweep across the top 10 places in the Great Realm. However, in the end, the Purple Ape Devil Clan gave up on the prosperous Central Universe, although the Central Universe was the core of the 3000 Great Realm. Most of the top 100 places in the 3000 Great Realm were gathered here. It was far from what other places could compare with. If he could occupy a few of the Great Realm in the Central Universe, the resources he would get would be. Even if it wasn't enough to restore the peak strength of their Purple Ape Devil Clan, it would still be enough to stop their Purple Ape Devil Clan from continuing to weaken. The resources of the 3000 Great Realm were far inferior to the resources of the Eternal World. It was already rare for them to be able to maintain their strength. However, there were also many disadvantages to being highly regarded. The Central Universe was too close to the Eternal Great World. If they were to occupy a few regions of the Great Realm in a high-profile manner, they might attract the attention of their enemies at any time. Currently, the Purple Ape Devil Clan could no longer afford to be tossed around. Especially when they knew that the human race had risen to prominence, and that their power had increased by leaps and bounds. After surpassing the once strongest race, the Heaven race, the few Universe Sovereign of the Purple Ape Devil Clan could no longer sit still. They chose to leave the Central Universe. Even if they fell, it was still better than the complete annihilation of their race. After a few twists and turns, they finally arrived at the Southwest Universe. No matter how domineering the human race was, it would be impossible for them to chase after such a remote place. 10,000 years later, the Purple Ape fleet successfully passed through the boundary corridor. Purple Ape, this was the flagship of the Purple Ape fleet. It was also one of the Purple Ape race's clan-suppressing treasure. Once his combat strength was fully unleashed, he would become a middle-level Universe Sovereign. If he was not careful, he would suffer a huge loss under Purple Ape. Purple Ape, within the Master Control Room. 2 middle-level Universe Sovereign Warriors from the Purple Ape Devil Clan and 5 low-level Universe Sovereign Warriors were gathered together. The people of the Devil Clan were equally famous. Each of them had a similar appearance to the Ape Man. However, they were all covered in purple fur. Furthermore, each of them was over 30 meters tall, and they were far from what an ordinary ape man could compare with. However, at this moment, all 7 of the Universe Sovereign's eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Gulp gulp, this place. Was this really the remote southwest universe? We can't have returned to the central universe, right? In this true great realm, spirit of heaven and earths were abundant, far surpassing most of the great realm in the central universe. Even compared to those top grade great realm, it was not the slightest bit inferior, perhaps even surpassing them. It was completely different from the information they had obtained. After a long while, the 7 great universe sovereigns finally believed everything that was happening in front of them. One in the next second. Ha ha ha, heaven bless my purple ape clan, heaven bless my purple ape clan, ah ha ha ha. All the universe sovereigns burst into laughter. Initially, they felt that the decline of their purple ape race was inevitable. The Southwest universe was a desolate place, and even a top dominator couldn't afford it, let alone their entire race. Although the current purple ape family had lost more than half of their people due to the sudden decline in their strength, their high-end combat strength was only at the half-step sovereign level, excluding their 7 great universe sovereign. There were 53 people left, and more than 400 top dominator warriors. They had never thought that the Great Tao would play such a big joke on them. One could see the entire leopard just by looking at the rich great realms in the true great realm. Even in the Southwest universe and the other great realm. Just based on this alone, the entire true great realm would be destroyed. It was enough to provide for the daily needs of the Purple Ape clan. Rumble, rumble. Before long, terrifying strength of soul beams shot out from the 7 universe sovereigns. It swept across the area with a radius of trillions and trillions of billions. In the starry sky of the Jiao Guang New Year, a large number of true gods and domain gods' memories were forcefully read by them. There were even 3 low-level dominator among them. Hiss. This true great realm is actually one of the 10 great realm in the Southwest universe. It's not even the number 1 great realm, or even the other great realm. Compared to the true great realm, it's only slightly inferior. Bululu. This has been distributed, our Purple Ape clan has been distributed. The Great Tao has opened its eyes. The Great Tao opens its eyes. The excitement on the faces of the 7 great universe sovereigns could not be concealed. A single true great realm could ensure that their Purple Ape clan would not decline. In the entire Southwest universe, there were 196 great realm. The total amount of resources was definitely more than 100 times greater than the total amount of resources in the entire true great realm. Such a huge amount of resources was even greater than the resources controlled by their Purple Ape race at their peak. More importantly, this Southwest universe had clearly entered a unique state of evolution. All sorts of natural treasures and divine fruit and divine medicines appeared in an endless stream. Once the transformation was completed and it stabilized, the resources would likely be much more than what they had expected. At this moment, the 7 great universe sovereigns felt that restoring the former glory of their Purple Ape race was only a matter of time. It was not impossible for them to surpass the peak. As for Universe Lord of the Southwest, Yang Fann, they had long since ignored him. It was just a similar name. They would never believe that it was a great grudge between them and the Devil Clan, a terrifying existence that had killed the Emperor of the Devil Clan. One should know that this Yang Fann only had the strength of a top dominator 200 billion years ago. A mere 200 billion years? No, that's not right. To suppress the sovereign of Devil Clan, he had to do it 100 billion years earlier. In other words, in just 100 billion light years, he had broken through to the top dominator and become Universe Lord. Was there anything more absurd than this in this world? After saying this, whoever believed it would be a fool. Not to mention 100 billion years, even if it was 100 million years, a trillion years, it would still be impossible. If Universe Lord could break through so easily, there wouldn't be only a few Universe Lord in the entire universe since ancient times. It would have been Universe Lord flying in the sky a long time ago. It was already shocking enough that the Master of the Southwest, Yang Fann, could have the strength of a peak half-step sovereign. With the strength of their Purple Ape clan, that's not easy. He's just a bunch of natives from the lower realm. How could he possibly occupy such a blessed land? First, he will go to the true great world and suppress the true Lord. After that, he will use the true great realm as the center and sweep across the entire Southwest universe. Such a blessed land belongs to my race, that's right. A bunch of lowly barbarians is worthy of having such a blessed land. My Purple Ape clan is the true master of this Southwest universe, and that Yang Fann, he actually dares to have the same name as that guy. We can't do anything to that guy, so we'll just take him out first. See 2236 collapse in the true world. this was the core of the true Great Realm. With the blessing of the universe source's will, the spirit of heaven and earth expanded 100 times, 1,000 times, and the true world also expanded a lot. Compared to tens of billions of years ago, it had expanded by more than 100 times, and its surface area was vast. Although it wasn't as large as the human domain Great World, it was still about half the size. As the center of the true Great Realm, the true world gathered the 9 level and 9 expert of the true Great Realm. In the entire gone true world, there were more than 10,000 rulers, and there were also 2 half-step sovereign rulers, the Gone Lord and Venerable Bluefire, keeping watch. In addition to the blessing of the Ganjun Great World's origin will, as long as it wasn't the universe sovereign, even if it was extreme half-step sovereign, they would still have the strength to fight. In just a few tens of billions of years, their strength had increased by 1,000,000 times, 10 million times. It wasn't just that. To be honest, up until now, even the Gone Lord and the others felt that it wasn't real. Not only the Gone True Lord and the others, but also the other lords of the Great Realm in Southwest Universe felt like they were dreaming. They were all cultivating hard. They had been wandering around in front of the high-level dominator for more than 100 eras, but now, in less than 10 billion years, their cultivation base had broken through 3 major realms. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Who would dare believe it? It had been tens of billions of years. If it wasn't a few hundred eras, the difference would be more than 100,000, 1,000,000 times. It was unknown how many experts there were, but they were deeply afraid that once they woke up, they would return to their original state. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a massive fleet of tens of thousands of light years appeared outside the Ganjun universe. The terrifying Devil Chi, who knew how many tens of thousands of light years in a row, blotted out the sun. Countless devils flashed within, roaring and roaring. "Ah, what's that? Good, what a terrifying fleet." "No, not good. Enemy attack, there's an enemy, quick, activate the world protecting divine formation roar. Activate the world protecting divine formation." In an instant, the entire Ganyang world was alarmed. A crimson barrier rose from the center of the Ganyang world and enveloped the entire Ganyang world. At this moment, rumble, a monstrous devil might that caused even half-step sovereign warriors to feel despair descended from the sky. It rolled like a tidal wave, crushing everything in its path. In less than a breath's time, bang bang, the protective barrier was directly unable to withstand the violent devilish might, and it shattered into pieces. Ah, how could this be? It's broken. The world protecting divine formation is broken just like that. No, this isn't true. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In the Ganyang Great World, countless experts opened their eyes wide and let out heart-wrenching wails. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, especially the master of the Qianyang who had personally set up the divine world protection formation. His eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. No one knew better than him how powerful the divine world protection formation was. This was a great fortune of his, and with the help of the world will, even extreme half-step sovereign wouldn't be able to destroy it. Not to mention that the divine world protection formation was destroyed by the pressure alone. This was the power of the universe sovereign. Only the real universe sovereign had such terrifying power, and it wasn't even an ordinary universe sovereign. What should he do? What should he do? The Lord of Ganyang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Although he had never seen the universe sovereign before, based on the inheritance he had obtained, he clearly knew that half-step sovereign and universe sovereign were two completely different concepts. The heaven and earth, cloud and mud, not to mention, the newcomer wasn't an ordinary low-level universe sovereign. He was definitely not someone they could fight against. Buzz. The void started twisting. 2 middle-level universe sovereign Yuan Jie of the Purple Ape clan appeared out of thin air. He slowly walked towards the Qianyang Great World. His steps were slow, but every step he took contained the profound Tao of space. Every step he took was equivalent to 10,000 light years of distance. His body was also growing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a terrifying giant ape that was more than 10 million meters tall. His devilish aura was overwhelming, and it was corroding the starry sky. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A large area of space was directly corroded by the dense devil cheese into slag. From today onwards, the Ganyang world will be the territory of my Purple Ape clan. You lowly natives will all be slaves of my clan. Venerable Yuan Ji's voice was high and mighty, as if he was declaring a trivial matter. How could a group of puny intermediate half-step sovereign ants be taken seriously by a middle-level universe sovereign? What? This devil actually wants to slave my Ganyang world. What an arrogant scholar, who does he think he is? Roar. Bitch flower boy, you're going too far. The Lord of Ganyang and the others, the chief sovereigns of the Ganyang world, gritted their teeth, wanting nothing more than to eat their flesh and drink their blood. However, not a single one of them dared to make a move. That terrifying demonic might was simply far too terrifying. Even the Lord of Ganyang was far from being able to match up to it, causing them to be unable to see even the slightest bit of hope of victory. Lowly indigenous beings, you refuse to accept this. A hint of malevolence flashed across Venerable Yuan Ji's face. The next second, rumble, Venerable Yuan Ji stretched out a finger, and it swelled endlessly. It was like a pillar that could support the heavens as it descended from the sky, crushing towards the Ganyang Divine Palace where the Ganyang Master was. In the eyes of Venerable Yuan Ji, the Master of Ganyang, who was a half-step sovereign, was the chicken that had established his prestige. Ah, no. Zero. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing enveloped the Ganyang Lord's body. Under that finger, he, a half-step sovereign, was like a weak ant on the ground. He couldn't muster up any resistance and wanted to dodge. However, what made the Ganyang Lord despair was that the surrounding space had already been completely sealed. At this moment, not to mention dodging, even moving his body was extremely difficult. No, how could I die here? I haven't even broken through to the universe sovereign realm, how could I die here? He couldn't accept it. It had been so difficult for him to come across such a great era, and the path of transcendence was just around the corner. How could he just die here? Out of nowhere, a mighty figure appeared in the sea of consciousness of the Lord of Ganyang. Ah, Master, save me, Master, save me. Eternal Great World, the Supreme Divine Palace, Sovereign God Palace. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a terrifying killing intent flashed across his eyes. What a bastard from the Devil Clan, how dare you touch my men? Requesting help. It just so happens that I have to deal with your master as well. I'm just afraid that he doesn't have the guts to show himself. Yuan Ji's sky-high finger paused, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. If that little son Yang Fann really dared to come and rescue them, it would save them a lot of time to look for him. Furthermore, it could also intimidate the Southwest Universe. Many major powers had even descended from the Southwest Universe after a single battle. Although they didn't put these natives in their eyes, the combined strength of 200 to 300 half-step sovereign and thousands of top dominator warriors was not a small force. If they really fought back with all their might, it would cause some trouble for their purple ape race, and might even make them pay a price. Currently, the purple ape couldn't withstand too much of the turbulence. It would be best if they could take down the Southwest Universe with the smallest amount of strength. Right at this moment, a disdainful voice descended from the sky and swept through the starry sky. Even I have to clean up. A bunch of stray dogs. They don't have the ability, but they have a big mouth. Who is it? Venerable Yuan Ji's expression changed slightly as an uneasy feeling arose in his heart. Saying that they were homeless dogs had revealed their identities. The newcomer was definitely not a native of Southwest Universe. Perhaps, he was the enemy of the Purple Ape Clan. If that was the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. To be able to force them to flee to the edge of the universe, the strength of those enemies was not something that the Purple Ape Clan could contend with. Poochie. The void twisted, and a man took a step forward. This was a young man, who was wearing a black robe. His aura was ordinary, as if he was an ordinary man who didn't know any cultivation path. He didn't have the slightest pressure from the expert, but his eyes were looking down on all living beings, as if he didn't care about anything. It was as if the universe was so big that no one could put him in his eyes. Ah, Yang Chao, Yang Fann, you, how is this possible? No, this was not true. It's not true. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. C-2237 Destroy Southwest Universe, Gangen World. Purple Ape Devil Clan. Venerable Yuan Ji's eyes widened. He had completely collapsed. His mind had completely collapsed. Even if the person in front of him had turned into ashes, he could still recognize that he was the Devil Clan's mortal enemy. If it wasn't for him, the Devil Clan would still be one of the 8 most powerful races in the Eternal Great World. They would be high and mighty, ruling over all clans. How could their Purple Ape and Devil Clan be reduced to such a state? They had no choice but to leave the Eternal Great World like a stray dog and flee from the border of the universe. But who was that dark star? That was the high and mighty Universe Lord. He was even the indisputable #1 expert of the Eternal Great World, even the Heavenly Emperor. He was far from being a match for Dark Star. He was so supreme, how could he possibly appear? How could this borderland have anything to do with these lowly ants? He could not believe it. He could not believe it at all. It was like a lowly beggar suddenly having a relative of the richest man in the world. Even the legendary biographies could not be so bizarre. At this moment, Ganjun greets the Lord. A voice full of pleasant surprise came out from Ganjun Divine Palace, carrying a hint of joy from surviving a disaster. Although he didn't know what the cultivation base of his master, Yang Fann, was, just by looking at the unconcealable fear and panic in his master's eyes, he could tell that his master's strength was definitely above that of this devil, or even far beyond that. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to show such an expression. What, master? Yuan Ji's expression changed once again as a terrifying thought appeared in his heart. See. You guys are the same person. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? In just 100 billion years, there was already a top-level Universe Lord who had broken through to Universe Lord. He had even surpassed many of the older Universe Lord, becoming the number one person in the eternal great world. How could there be such a monster in this world? Even if it was really a son of the universe, the descent of the great Tao origin, it was impossible for it to be so heaven-defying. That was 100 billion years, not 1,000 eras, not even 10,000 eras. Venerable Yuan Ji, who had escaped from the eternal great world a long time ago, didn't know that Yang Fann had become king of the universe, nor did he know that many intermediate, high-grade, and top-level Universe Lord experts had been mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a scream of shock. It was a scream of terror right at this time. Noisy die. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. A mere middle-level Universe Sovereign warrior, Yang Fann did not have the mood to waste time with him. He did not even have the heart to devour and refine him. After breaking through to the top-level Universe Sovereign, Yang Fann had completely given up on these Universe Sovereigns. Not to mention middle-level Universe Sovereign, even a high-level Universe Sovereign warrior was like a drop of water in a vast ocean, so insignificant. Pucci, the voice of Venerable Yuan Ji, who was still screaming hysterically, suddenly stopped. The body of the purple ape, which was tens of thousands of meters tall, crumbled into ashes, as if it had never appeared. Yang Fann's true self was still in seclusion in Sovereign God Palace. How could a group of Devil Clan survivors have the qualifications to do so? It was just a thought that had emerged in his mind. However, what kind of strength did Yang Fann have now? He was a supreme existence comparable to a universe god, even if it was just a thought. His strength was far inferior to his main body's 1 in a billion, but he still had the ability to suppress low-level power of universe lords. A puny middle-level universe sovereign, an ant among ants, killing him with just a glance was more than enough. Dead, that devil died just like that. This, I'm not dreaming, am I? The Lord of Truth widened his eyes. He was utterly shocked, even though he knew that the devil was most likely not a match for his lord. However, he had never imagined that this would be the result. He took a look. A peerless devil that had crushed their entire true boundless world into ashes without even the slightest bit of resistance. Gurgle, the Lord was now. What was his current cultivation base? Even a high-level universe sovereign doesn't have this divine ability. Could it be that my lord has already broken through to the top-level universe sovereign? In the next second, the Lord of Truth shuddered. Luckily, I didn't try to fight back against the Lord. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. The improvement of their cultivation base and strength had caused their ambitions to skyrocket, especially those half-step sovereign warriors. How could they be willing to continue being Yang Fann's slaves? To be honest, the gone true lord had the same thought, it was just that he hadn't succeeded yet. As soon as his consciousness got close to Yang Fann's soul imprint, the vast aura made it impossible for him to resist, let alone get rid of the soul imprint. Yang Fann's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, and the strength of soul had increased by leaps and bounds. The soul imprint that he had left in these slaves' soul imprints was also strengthening endlessly. Not to mention these half-step sovereign warriors, even if they became Universe Lord, they could only bow their heads obediently in front of the tiny amount of soul imprints. They wouldn't be able to muster up any will to resist. It's true. He really is that dark star. Woo. How could this be? How could this be? It's over. Our Purple Ape clan is finished. At this moment, in Purple Ape, the remaining 6 Purple Ape clan's universe sovereigns finally believed this shocking fact. This so-called universe lord of the Southwest, Yang Fann, was really that terrifying existence. Venerable Yuan Zhe was the #1 person amongst them, in the history of their purple ape race. It was an extreme middle-level universe sovereign. Not even those top-level universe sovereign could do that. It was so easy to kill him with just a single gaze. With such terrifying strength, he was also called Yang Fann. His facial features were the same. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? In an instant, endless despair spread across everyone's heart. The terrifying darkness seemed to want to devour all of them. This was the main culprit behind the destruction of Devil Clan, the mighty Devil Emperor of Devil Clan. They were far from being a match for Dark Star, let alone ants like them. Woo woo woo. Spare my life. Spare me, Your Majesty. Yes, yes, Your Majesty. Die without wasting any more time. A group of Devil Clan survivors had found a secret realm and were struggling to survive in a small world. He was too lazy to bother with them. They even wanted to take advantage of his hometown. It was truly not a pity to die. Poochie. 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 A million god ships, including the purple ape, all of them turned into flying ashes. Very quickly, the news of Yang Fann's return quickly reached the ears of Emperor Tai's master, Yang Fann, and the other slaves. All of them immediately put down what they were doing and rushed towards the true great world. Of course, the most important thing was to spread the news of Yang Fann's return. There was also the news of the Purple Ape clan's destruction. Otherwise, the master of Emperor Tai and the others wouldn't have rushed over in such a hurry to meet Yang Fann. The world of cultivators was a place of utmost importance. If Yang Fann's cultivation base was still at the same level as when he left the Southwest universe, it would be considered pretty good if he didn't suffer any backlash from Yang Fann. It was simply wishful thinking to expect them to obediently come and meet him. Eternal Great World, the Supreme Divine Palace, Sovereign God Palace. Buzz. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. Forget it, everyone has their own ambitions. If they are willing to stay in Southwest Universe, then they should stay in Southwest Universe. One after summoning Emperor Tai and the others, Yang Fann gave them a choice. Should they continue to stay in Southwest Universe, or should they follow him back to the Eternal Great World? However, without any exceptions, they all chose to stay. They would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. With their strength, they were the undisputed pinnacle of Southwest Universes. In the Southwest Universe, the lords of the Great Realm. They were high and mighty, and with a single thought, they could decide the fate of billions of races. However, in the Eternal Great World, they were just ordinary experts. Compared to their experts, even if they didn't have 10 million, they still had over a million. How could they have the freedom to stay in the Southwest Universe? Furthermore, the Southwest Universe was in the midst of a rapid transformation. Whether it was the spirit of heaven and earth or the various resources, they were all increasing with each passing day. If they continued to stay in the Southwest Universe, their progress would not be much inferior to the Eternal Great World, so why would they need to be that phoenix tail? Obviously, Emperor Tai and the others didn't know what kind of opportunity they had missed. There wasn't much difference between staying in Southwest Universe and staying in the Eternal Great World. Under the care of Yang Fann, King of the Universe, Southwest Universe was very likely to become the second center of the universe. However, as Yang Fann's old friends and subordinates, how could they stay in the Eternal Great World? In the end, entering Yang Fann's inner world was a matter that was set in stone. Compared to Yang Fann's inner world, Southwest Universe was nothing. In the Southwest Universe, a top-level Universe Sovereign was the limit. Not to mention Universe Lord, even a quasi-Universe Lord was negligible. However, if they entered the inner world, relying on their relationship with Yang Fann, it would only be a matter of time before they advanced to Universe Lord. Time was also life. If they didn't seize the opportunity, they wouldn't be able to blame anyone else. If they wanted to regret it in the future, they would never have that chance again. Not everyone had the right to enter his inner world and follow him around. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the Southwest Universe, Yang Fann wouldn't have cared about their lives if something big happened in the future. Yang Fann had already forgotten about helping them once. If it was any other god of the universe, how could they care about the life and death of a few half-step sovereign slaves? Rumble. Soon, Yang Fann closed his eyes and continued to devour the chaos beast. Billions of billions in the origin universe. A light year away, a green light was approaching the source universe at a speed several times faster than the Lord of Low Order Advanced Universe. C-2238 The Lord of Void Cloud boom 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 An endless amount of strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, merging into his vast inner world, causing his cultivation base to slowly advance towards the peak top-level universe sovereign. Unknowingly, 1 billion years had passed since Yang Fann killed the Purple Ape Devil clan. After advancing to the high top-level universe sovereign, the speed at which Yang Fann devoured the Chaos Beast increased dramatically. In just 1 billion years, nearly 3 layers of the Chaos Beast's life source had been refined by Yang Fann. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that the 3 levels of the Chaos Beast's life source had only allowed him to break through 2 small realms, allowing him to reach the top-level universe sovereign late stage. There were still 5 layers of the strength of origin left, and it was almost impossible for him to break through to the peak top-level universe sovereign. Whether or not he could break through to the high top-level universe sovereign extreme stage was still unknown. Origin universe, billions of light-years away. Poochie. Like a curtain, the chaos was forcefully torn apart. A golden beam tore through the chaos in the next second. A great man walked out from the golden light. This was a young man who looked to be in his early 30s. He was wearing a golden robe. His aura was domineering, and he was comparable to Commander-in-Chief Brute. He was a lot stronger than Commander-in-Chief Brute. He looked down on all living beings, as if he was looking down on everything in the world. It was as if nothing could be taken to heart, from top to bottom. It was as if he was born superior to everyone else. In this desolate land, there is actually a low-level universe. The golden-robed used 2 eyes flashed with golden light, seeming to see through billions of light-years of land. Seeing that beautiful and spectacular universe, a hint of greed faintly flashed in the depths of his pupils. Good, this is actually my luck. Although he came from an extraordinary background, the resources in his hands were far from what an ordinary high-level universe lord could compare with. However, to Universe Lord, Hong Long, and looking at this universe, it could be considered one of the many low-level universes. High grade, even if he didn't plunder, he would still be able to bring him a few hundred cubic meters of universe source. It was enough for his cultivation to improve by a lot. Adding the universe source in his hand, it was possible for him to break through to the top-ranked high-level universe lord in one go. That's not right, there's something strange about this low-level universe. Suddenly, no, how could that be possible? What did he just see? In this low-level universe, the will of the universe source had actually completely awakened. This was actually a universe with an owner. One should know that the secret technique to break through to the high-level universe lord was a fuzzy one, a low-grade universe. It was a primitive universe that had never been recorded in the Morning Star Alliance. How could there be such a high-level secret technique? Furthermore, advancing to universe lord required a huge amount of resources. Even some high-level universe lord warriors might not be able to gather all of them. How could a mere low-level universe native have such a huge amount of resources? Or could it be that some major power had secretly occupied this part of the universe? The Alliance did not have any records of this. Obviously it was not done by the people of the Alliance, so what kind of power would do it? This was the most desolate place in Morning Star Chaos Domain. They couldn't even find an intermediate universe nearby. The resources here were extremely scarce. Under normal circumstances, they would just plunder a wave of universe source and leave. It would be a waste of effort to arrange the advancement of the altar and king of the universe. They couldn't figure it out, they really couldn't figure it out. Origin Universe, the Supreme Divine Palace, Sovereign God Palace. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright light shone in his eyes. He saw through countless spatial zones and landed on the golden-robed youth. A high-ranked high-level universe lord. Why is he here? Could it be that the coordinates of the source universe have been leaked out? The next second, Poochie. Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared without a trace. He reappeared in front of golden-robed man. Who are you? Looking at the sudden appearance of Yang Fann, a trace of fear flashed across the eyes of the golden-robed youth. To be able to appear in front of him without making a sound, his strength was definitely not any weaker than a high-ranked high-level universe lord, or perhaps even stronger. At the same time, in the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of doubt. A high-level universe lord wasn't considered weak in the entire Morning Star Chaos Domain. As for the Morning Star Chaos Domain, it was only that big. Logically speaking, he should have some impression of this level 1 expert. However, the person in front of him had no memory at all. It was as if he had suddenly jumped out from a crack in a rock. You have designs on my universe, and you still want to ask me who I am. Yang Fann looked down at the golden-robed youth from above. His eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a lowly ant. He is the king of the universe of this low-grade universe. The golden-robed youth's body trembled, and a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. The strength of the person in front of him wasn't any weaker than his. It wouldn't be difficult for him to occupy a low-grade universe in the center of the chaos domain. So, why did he want to occupy such a shishty place? However, very quickly, the doubt in the golden-robed youth's eyes was replaced by a trace of anger. With his status, even a top-level universe lord was equal to him. This fellow, a mere high-level universe lord, dares to look down on him like this. This is preposterous. Come here obediently, Yang Fann sneered. He moved his right arm and clawed at the golden-robed youth. Bitch it, how dare he! The golden-robed young man cursed in rage. His pupils contracted, and his face was filled with disbelief. This was the first time he had encountered someone who didn't plan anything. Which high-level universe lord didn't cultivate for thousands or tens of thousands of eras? How could there be such a reckless man? Wasn't he afraid that he would kick a metal plate if he made such a rash move? HMPH, I'm not someone to be trifled with. The golden-robed youth harumphed coldly, and just as he was about to retaliate, he realized that all of his strength had been sealed. Not only was he unable to resist, he was also unable to utilize even a tiny bit of his strength. No, how is this possible? With his cultivation base, even a top-level universe lord wouldn't be able to seal all of his energy without anyone noticing. Gulp gulp, the god of quasi-universe. He was the god of quasi-universe. However, as a god of quasi-universe, he was the highest-grade expert in the entire Morning Star Chaos domain. Even among the 8 great cosmoses, he was the master who ran amok. How could he be trapped in such a low-grade universe? Furthermore, it was impossible for him not to recognize the god of quasi-universe in the Morning Star Chaos domain, and it was even more impossible for him to kill him ruthlessly. Buzz. All of a sudden, a spiritual light appeared in his mind, as if he had thought of something. It's you who stole the source of God Universe 2 high-level universe Taiyuan universes from Taiyuan universe. The god of quasi-universe was not some nobody. Even in the thousands of chaos domain in the chaotic starry sky, those were first-class experts, and they just happened to appear in their Morning Star Chaos domain. Furthermore, they were unfamiliar with the god of quasi-universe. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Why, are you here to take revenge for the source of God and the Taiyuan race? A cold light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He did not deny anything. With his current strength, even if he couldn't defeat the god of the universe, he wouldn't be afraid. He could easily retreat. It was just 2 high-level universes. If it was destroyed, then so be it. There was nothing to deny. Hearing this, the golden-robed youth smiled bitterly. What kind of luck did he have? Wasn't it just a casual stroll to relieve his boredom? How could he meet such a dark star? As for avenging the divine origin and the Taiyuan family, what kind of joke was that? Putting aside the fact that he didn't have any friendly relationship with these 2 families, even if they were really close friends, he wouldn't risk his life for them. With his cultivation base, it wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth to find trouble with a god of quasi-universe. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. This junior isn't familiar with the source of God and the great abyss. Senior, please forgive this junior for the sake of my father, Lord of Void Cloud. C-2239 Clone Chaotic Starry Sky. The scariness of the quasi-universe god made the golden-robed youth despair deeply. Even if he used all of his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to shake it. Helpless, he finally brought out his backer, hoping that Yang Fann would be afraid of him and let him go. Your father is Lord of Void Cloud. Yang Fann raised his brows slightly. He thought that Lord of Void Cloud was just an ordinary high-level universe lord, but he didn't expect him to be a big fish. Yang Fann wasn't unfamiliar with Lord of Void Cloud's name. Whether it was King of Divine Source or King of Taiyuan, both of them had heard of Lord of Void Cloud's name. He was an elder of Morning Star Alliance. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary senior elder. He was one of the 8 great elemental old man elders. In Morning Star Alliance, there were different levels of senior elders. As long as one's cultivation base reached the god realm of quasi-universe, he would be able to become a senior elder of Morning Star Alliance. In the entire Morning Star Alliance, there were less than 100 senior elders. There were also dozens of them, but Great Elemental Old Man only had 8 of them. They were the upper echelons of the Morning Star Alliance, just below the Universe Gods and the true Deputy Chief. The Universe Gods were high and mighty, and basically did not manage anything. The position of the Morning Star Alliance's Alliance Master was usually taken by the Quasi-Universe Gods. Of course, not any random Quasi-Universe God was qualified to be the Alliance Master of the Morning Star Alliance. The previous Alliance Masters of the Morning Star Alliance were all the best Quasi-Universes in the Quasi-Universe. Adding the top-tier original treasures bestowed by the Universe God, even if they were to fight a true Universe God, they would be able to withstand 1 or 2 moves. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest person below the Universe God level. Although the 8 Great Elemental Old Man could not be compared with the leader of the Morning Star Alliance, he was still the top expert among the gods of Quasi-Universe. At least, he was top-ranked Quasi-Universe God. As for Lord of Void Cloud, it was said that he was ranked 3rd among the 8 Great Elemental Old Man. 8 to 9 of them were ultimate Quasi-Cosmic God. That's right, Senior. I am Lord of Void Cloud's 13th son, Amosho. Amosius hurriedly nodded his head. Vaguely, there was a trace of pride between his brows. Lord of Void Cloud had lived for millions of eras, had countless concubines, and had thousands of children. However, not everyone had the qualifications to be recognized by Lord of Void Cloud. They could openly declare that they were Lord of Void Cloud's sons. Only those Universe Lord had the right to do so. If they couldn't advance to the Universe Lord realm, the so-called heirs wouldn't be much better than ordinary people in Lord of Void Cloud's eyes. To an old monster who had lived for millions of years, familial love had long become indifferent. The 13 sons of Lord of Void Cloud, very good. A wicked smile flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth, and he stretched out his hand to grab hold of Dark Asura's neck. Pucci, he quickly tore apart the chaos. Every breath was worth billions. Light years. 1 month later, Yang Fann didn't know billions of billions when he left the Origin Universe. 1 trillion years. It should be about time. Yang Fann stood on top of a primal chaos gem while carrying Dark Asura. Bang! Like throwing trash, Yang Fann threw him onto the primal chaos gem and said coldly, "Contact Lord of Void Cloud and tell him that I will wait for him here." A mere high-level Universe Lord was just a drop in the bucket for the current Yang Fann. It was impossible for him to break through even a small realm, let alone a big realm. At most, it would only allow his cultivation base to improve slightly, which was better than nothing. However, his father, Lord of Void Cloud, was different. This was the ultimate quasi-cosmic god, if he could really suppress and devour him. At that time, not to mention a peak top-level Universe Sovereign, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the quasi-Universe Lord in one go. As for why he had come all the way here instead of asking that Dark Asura to contact Lord of Void Cloud, he was worried that the battle between the two of them would completely destroy the Source Universe. Ultimate quasi-cosmic god could be said to be the strongest expert below the Universe God realm. His divine ability and magic power were far from what top-level Universe Lord could compare with. Even the current Yang Fann didn't have full confidence that he could completely suppress him in a short period of time. After all, it was all his own speculation about his true combat strength. Whether it was true or not, it still needed further verification. As far as ultimate quasi-cosmic god was concerned, as long as he was willing, they would be able to destroy a low-tier universe with ease. Even though Yang Fann had made a lot of preparations and deployed a lot of protection forces for the Source Universe, it still wouldn't change anything. In the end, it was still a matter of foundation. After absorbing a large amount of Universe Lord, Yang Fann's cultivation in the Tao of Formations had improved tremendously. However, it was still a far cry from being able to set up a top-grade divine formation that could defend against the divine attack of Quasi-Universe. There was even less of a need to talk about Human Sovereign and the others. Not to mention defending against the gods of Quasi-Universe, even setting up a divine formation that could defend against middle-level Universe Lord was extremely difficult. Senior, a hint of hesitation flashed across his eyes. Asking him to contact his father at this moment meant that the god of Quasi-Universe was obviously after his father. It could be said that there was a trap waiting for his father. If you don't want to, then die. If you don't want to die, then die. Yang Fann's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. No, Junior will contact my father now. I will contact my father now. Amosius shuddered and said hurriedly, "It's a matter of life and death." He could see that the god of quasi-universe from the outer domain was really going to kill him. As long as he dared to say no, the only thing waiting for him was death. With his father's divine ability, even if the god of quasi-universe was plotting something, he would never be a match for his father. That was right, his father was a top-level expert below the universe god level. Even if he encountered a universe god, he would have a high chance of escaping. How could the deities of the quasi-universe be compared to him? Time passed year by year, and soon, 1,000 years had passed. Luckily, Yang Fann had created a protective barrier around him. Otherwise, Dark Asura would have been corroded by the surrounding chaos and turned into dust before Lord of Void Cloud could arrive. The Dark Asura that had been sealed by Yang Fann wasn't much stronger than some low-level universe sovereign warriors. It wasn't strong enough to withstand the corrosion of the boundless chaos. Buzz suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright golden light flashed across his eyes. It's coming. What could it be? In an instant, the spirit of the Dark Asura appeared. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. A few breaths later, rumble, a terrifying pressure that was 1,000 times stronger and 10,000 times stronger than King of Divine Source descended from the sky. Pucci, the primal chaos origin stones that Yang Fann and the others were in, along with the surrounding chaos, couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and shattered into pieces. The next second, boom boom boom, chaos trembled, as though numerous chaos beasts were trampling over it. A man stepped on chaos and arrived. He was also wearing a golden robe, and his appearance was somewhat similar to that of the Hermos Shu. He looked to be in his 40s, and his expression was extremely proud. He looked down at the chaos from above. Every cell in his body seemed to be emitting an aura of death. Every step he took would shatter the chaos into pieces. Every move he made seemed to have an instinctive fear. This is that Lord of Void Cloud. Yang Fann frowned slightly. It was not because he was intimidated by Lord of Void Cloud's terrifying pressure. On the contrary, Yang Fann felt that this Lord of Void Cloud was not worthy of his name. Although the pressure on his body was terrifying, it was only 100 times stronger than the chaos beast she had suppressed earlier. This strength was probably only that of middle-rank quasi-universe god, at most, high-rank quasi-universe god. Ultimate quasi-cosmic god could never be so weak. There's something strange about this Lord of Void Cloud. All of a sudden, Yang Fann's face fell, and his eyes began to shine brightly, as if he were trying to see through everything that was happening to Lord of Void Cloud. No, that's not right. This isn't Lord of Void Cloud's clone. This is just a clone of Lord of Void Cloud. What a good Lord of Void Cloud! According to the legends, he specializes in the Tao of illusions, and his cloning technique is unparalleled. He really does have some skills. See 2240 Recruitment. Chaotic Starry Sky. Looking at the majestic and insufferably arrogant Lord of Void Cloud, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a bright light. 3,000 great Taos were flashing in his eyes, and he had finally seen through Lord of Void Cloud's true strength. A clone. This Lord of Void Cloud was just a clone. This was a move that even Yang Fann didn't expect. Although he had heard that this Lord of Void Cloud was an expert in the Tao of Void transformation, he didn't expect that his attainments in the Tao of illusion would be so profound and unfathomable. He was actually able to create a powerful quasi-universe god stage clone, and that was low-rank quasi-universe god. The technique of clone wasn't really a big deal. Even some true gods and domain gods could split into tens of thousands of clones with a single thought. However, those clones were usually just superficial. Not to mention that they were at the same level as the main body. Even a difference of one level was extremely difficult. A true battle of the same level was practically useless. Even if Yang Fann used all his strength to create a clone, he would at most be able to step into the threshold of the quasi-universe. This Lord of Void Cloud was far weaker than him, but he was able to create a few powerful clones that could rival high-rank quasi-universe god. It must be said that he had his own unique points. Even some universe gods might not be able to match Lord of Void Cloud in terms of the Tao of clones. While Yang Fann was sizing up Lord of Void Cloud was also sizing up Yang Fann. Initially, he thought that he was just an ordinary god of quasi-universe. With his combat strength that was comparable to high-rank quasi-universe god and the secret treasure given to him by his true self, it would be a piece of cake for him to take down this god of quasi-universe. However, the more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. The feeling that black-clothed youth gave him made him feel as if he was facing the chief of the alliance. This man was terrifying. Even if he wasn't as powerful as the Alliance chief of Morning Star Alliance, he wouldn't be much weaker. As for the Morning Star Alliance's Alliance Master, he was a man of great stature. He was a supreme expert that only needed one more chance to break through to the Universe God realm. Even some Universe Gods were equal to him. Not to mention his clone, it was also his true body. He was far from being a match for the leader. This little 13 was a complete scam. Could his father afford to offend such an invincible existence beneath the Universe God realm? At the same time, he was secretly rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he had only returned with a clone. Even if he died here, it wouldn't affect his true body much. At most, he would lose a little vital energy and it would take some time for him to recover. If his true body were to return in person, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even though he was ultimate quasi-cosmic god, Lord of Void Cloud wasn't completely confident that he could escape from the first-grade Alliance Master's expert. Even if he could survive, he would have to pay a heavy price. If he wasn't careful, his origin would be damaged. It wasn't impossible for him to have no hope of advancing to the Universe God realm in this life if he looked meaningfully at Dark Asura, who was standing beside Yang Fann. He had a hint of giving up. If he couldn't do it, then he could only bear with the pain and give up on Little 13. Although Little 13 was one of the best among his millions of heirs, he even had the potential to become a god in quasi-universe. However, for the sake of this son, Little 13 did not have that much value when it came to dealing with an Alliance Lord to expert. Unlike ultimate quasi-cosmic god, who didn't even have half a level of hope to truly become a universe god, an Alliance Lord to expert was like a future universe god. As long as he didn't die midway, it was only a matter of time before he became a universe god. The Morning Star Alliance, several universe gods, were all Alliance Masters before this. Suddenly, Lord of Void Cloud's body shook, and his eyes bulged out, as if he had discovered some sort of shocking secret. No, that's not right. He's not from the outer domain. He was born in the Morning Star Chaos domain. Every universe has the origin mark of every universe. Similarly, every Chaos domain also has the mark of the Chaos domain. For this point, Dark Asura's cultivation was limited. He couldn't see it clearly, but he could see it clearly. He didn't expect that it would be such a big mistake. It really was a huge flood that washed over the Dragon King Temple. The family didn't know each other anymore. However, when did our Morning Star Chaos domain produce such an ultimate expert? It was fine if it was Universe Lord. However, it was reasonable to say that such a god from the quasi-universe was not an unknown person. Even if he had never seen him before, he should have heard of him. Just relying on regular cultivation wouldn't have much hope of advancing to the quasi-universe god realm, let alone the Alliance Lord level expert, which was only a chance away from becoming a universe god. Unknowingly, Lord of Void Cloud's worried heart was finally relieved. Regardless of the origin of this mysterious expert, they were both deities of the quasi-universe in Morning Star Chaos domain. It was impossible for this person to not give the Morning Star Alliance some face. If he really fell out with their Morning Star Alliance, even the Alliance Master expert would have a hard time in Morning Star Chaos domain. The Alliance Master level expert was strong. After all, it wasn't a universe god. The Morning Star Alliance had more than one universe god guarding it. The next second, rumble, rumble, Lord of Void Cloud's aura was quickly restrained, turning into an ordinary person. In front of an Alliance Lord level expert, he was still able to release that bit of pressure. He was simply trying to show off in front of an expert and humiliate himself. Taking a step forward, Lord of Void Cloud arrived in front of Yang Fann. Shu Yun greets this fellow Taoist. My son is reckless and has offended you. Please forgive me. Lord of Void Cloud bowed to Yang Fann and apologized. As he spoke, a ball of 10,000 cubic meters universe sources was delivered to Yang Fann. No, I didn't see wrongly, right? Father, he actually. Amosius widened his eyes in disbelief. From the moment he was born until now, he had never seen his father submit to someone like this. Gulp gulp. Could it be? Could it be that his cultivation base was still there? In next to no time, Dark Asura's entire body trembled. There was only one possibility that could make his father admit defeat. His father was ultimate quasi-cosmic god, second only to the universe god. He was even more respectful than his father. What kind of sin had he committed that would offend him? Forget it. Those who don't know are innocent. Let's just forget about this matter. Yang Fann casually put away the universe source and removed the restriction on Omosho's body. He didn't hit the smiling man with his hand, and this Lord of Void Cloud had given him enough face. 10,000 cubic meters of universe source, and many quasi-top-grade universe lords' belongings didn't even have 10,000 cubic meters of universe source. It was more than enough to redeem a high-grade high-level universe lord like Dark Asura. Of course, the most important thing was that it was only Lord of Void Cloud's clone that came. A clone like this, even if he suppressed and devoured it. Not to mention comparing him to a god of the same grade in quasi-universe, even low-rank quasi-universe god, who had just advanced, was much stronger than him. He might not even be able to match up to the chaos beast that he had devoured half of the universe source. As for a clone, it was impossible for him to have too much wealth. Having a dozen or 200,000 cubic meter universe source was almost his limit. At most, it would only increase his combat strength by a tiny bit. It was not worth it to go against the authority of the Morning Star Chaos Domain, the Morning Star Alliance, for such a small amount of resources. After all, the Morning Star Alliance was not weak. On the surface, there were already several universe gods in charge. Now, he was facing one universe god in a one-on-one fight. He was not afraid of one universe god, but if a few universe gods attacked him together, he would have to run away. If there was still a middle-level universe god, he might not be able to escape successfully. Furthermore, the source universe was located in Morning Star Chaos Domain. It was only a matter of time before the Morning Star Alliance found the source universe, since Dark Asura was able to discover the source universe. If the army of the Morning Star Alliance really came in, Yang Fann wouldn't have a good way to protect the source universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let them go so easily, which was why he had asked Dark Asura to contact Lord of Void Cloud. Phew, it's good that you accepted. Lord of Void Cloud let out a long breath. It was better not to offend an Alliance Master level expert. There was also Little 13. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to sacrifice himself just like that. After all, he was his son, and he was one of the top geniuses of the Void Cloud clan. He had the potential to become a god in the quasi-universe in the future. Unfilial son, thank you, fellow Taoist. Amaxiu shivered and finally reacted. Now was not the time to be frightened, and he hastily thanked Yang Fann. Thank you, Senior. Thank you very much, Senior. Very quickly, Yang Fann and Lord of Void Cloud exchanged some pleasantries. Lord of Void Cloud could no longer hold himself back and asked curiously, I wonder what Brother Yang plans to do in the future. An Alliance Master level expert was a force that couldn't be ignored no matter which force it was. If one could join the Morning Star Alliance, it would be enough to increase the strength of the Morning Star Alliance by a lot. Under the almost non-interference of the universe gods, the Alliance Master level expert was almost the strongest. If Yang Fann could join the Morning Star Alliance, they would definitely be able to gain a lot of advantages in the upcoming battles with the other major chaos domain. Wherever there were people, there would be the Zhonghu. The same thing happened in the chaos domain. The battles were even more intense. Brother Shu Yun, are you trying to recruit me? C-2241 Bond's chaotic starry sky. Yang Fann looked at Lord of Void Cloud with a playful expression. Without thinking too much, he knew what Lord of Void Cloud was going to say next. However, it was understandable. This god of quasi-universe who didn't have any major power backing him was a native of Morning Star Chaos Domain. He was a true friend of his. If Lord of Void Cloud didn't want to recruit him, it would be weird if Lord of Void Cloud didn't want to recruit him. An expert at the level of the quasi-universe god. No matter which power it was, they wouldn't find too many quasi-universes, not to mention that he wasn't an ordinary god in the quasi-universe. Upon hearing this, an awkward expression flashed across Lord of Void Cloud's face. Initially, he wanted to take things one step at a time, but he didn't expect Yang Fann to be so direct. Without any hesitation, he broke through that layer of window paper. However, very quickly, Lord of Void Cloud's expression returned to normal. An old monster who had lived for millions of eras, his shrewdness was far beyond ordinary people's. The next second, Lord of Void Cloud said, Brother Yang, are you willing to join the Morning Star Alliance? Yang Fann had already said what he wanted to say. If he continued to beat around the bush, it would be hypocritical. Brother Suyun, I just destroyed the source of God. They are both from the Morning Star Alliance. I'm afraid that many people in the Morning Star Alliance are against me. Yang Fann looked at Lord of Void Cloud with a mocking expression. Brother Yang, you can rest assured about this. The original intention of our Morning Star Alliance was to fight against the outer domains and the internal conflicts. Our Morning Star Alliance won't ask too much about it. Besides, the Divine Sources and Tai Yuan clans dared to provoke Brother Yang. It was their own fault. I can't blame Brother Yang. Lord of Void Cloud said indifferently. It was just two high-level universe god race. If they were destroyed, so be it. What a headache. It was still those two high-level universes. The entire Morning Star Chaos domain, the currently known advanced universe. Only 96. Losing two of them in one go was not a light loss. However, if they could successfully recruit Yang Fann, it wouldn't be a big deal. If an Alliance Master level expert was used well, the benefits it would bring to the Morning Star Alliance would definitely not be comparable to the benefits of two high-level universes. One had to know that the universe gods in the different chaos domain were restricted by each other, and they were not allowed to casually attack non-universe gods. An Alliance Lord level expert was enough to decide the outcome of a chaotic battlefield. Indeed, when people go out, the tea will cool down, and that's how reality works. Yang Fann sneered in his heart. Source of God. The two families of Tai Yuan had one top-level Universe Lord, more than 10 high-level Universe Lord, and hundreds of intermediate and low-grade Universe Lord. In the entire Morning Star Alliance, they could be considered a major power. Unfortunately, with the fall of a large number of Universe Lord, it had become a thing of the past. The reality was cruel, not to mention top-level Universe Lord and King of Taiyuan, even the gods of Quasi-Universe would be meaningless dead if they died. Of course, Yang Fann's tyrannical strength was also a major factor. If he only had the combat strength of top-level Universe Lord or an ordinary god of Quasi-Universe, Lord of Void Cloud wouldn't be so easy to deal with. What was a fight between the major powers in the domain? Anyone who really believed Lord of Void Cloud's words would be an idiot. Otherwise, how could the other high-grade universes exist for so long? Among the many gods in the quasi-universe of Morning Star Alliance, there was no lack of ruthless people. There were many who coveted those high-grade universe sources. Millions of universe sources, even if it was aimed at the universe gods, it was still a considerable amount of wealth. Brother Yang, don't worry. As long as you join our Morning Star Alliance, the Alliance will not treat you unfairly. Seeing Yang Fann's silence, it wasn't easy for him to meet such a chief expert. No matter what, he couldn't give up. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right. Brother Yang, how about this? As long as you agree to join the Morning Star Alliance, I'm willing to recommend you to become the Great Elemental Old Man of the Morning Star Alliance." Great Elemental Old Man of the Morning Star Alliance was one of the higher-ups of the Morning Star Alliance. With just a stamp of his foot, the Morning Star Alliance would shake 3 times. One had to admit that Lord of Void Cloud had put in a lot of effort. One should know that even if the other ultimate quasi-cosmic god joined the Morning Star Alliance, he wouldn't be able to join the alliance if he didn't make a huge contribution. At most, he would become the Great Elemental Old Man of the Morning Star Alliance, and he would only have more authority than any ordinary senior elder. Brother Suyun, are you sure? Yang Fann squinted his eyes and said in disbelief. If he could really become the Great Elemental Old Man of the Morning Star Alliance, he wouldn't mind joining the Morning Star Alliance. His current strength had almost reached a bottleneck. Without a huge amount of resources, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the next realm in a short period of time, let alone breaking through to the next realm. As a major power in Morning Star Chaos Domain, the Morning Star Alliance had accumulated a lot of resources over hundreds of millions of eras. If he could plunder all the resources from Morning Star Alliance, it would be enough for him to advance to Universe Lord. As for the Eternal Divine Arts, it was impossible for him to break through to the huge perfection, but he still had a high chance of breaking through to the mastery. However, with his current cultivation base, there was no hope for him to take the Morning Star Alliance by force. If he was too strong, then he could only resort to soft means. Besides, he was also a member of the Morning Star Chaos Domain. His foundation was in the Morning Star Chaos Domain, so he didn't necessarily have to make the Morning Star Alliance his enemy. Even if he did not consider himself, he had to consider the origin universe. If he really robbed the Morning Star Alliance, if any other major powers from the Chaos Domain tried to attack the Morning Star Chaos Domain in the future, the consequences would be unimaginable. They couldn't let him stay in the Morning Star Chaos Domain and oversee the origin universe all the time. With his cultivation base's progress, it would only be a matter of time before he left the Morning Star Chaos domain in the future. However, there was one thing that needed to be determined first. Whether Lord of Void Cloud's words were wrong or not, one should know that according to what he knew, since ancient times, there had only been 8 people in the Morning Star Alliance, and now, there wasn't a single vacancy in the position of the 8 great elemental old man. The addition of a new great elemental old man was not something that Lord of Void Cloud could decide. Even the Alliance Chief of Morning Star Alliance did not have the right to add another great elemental old man. This was the true core of the Morning Star Alliance, and it held the highest authority in the Morning Star Alliance. Every great elemental old man could be said to be one of the major powers in the Morning Star Alliance. Even the chief of the Morning Star Alliance couldn't casually appoint a great elemental old man. If it was just an ordinary senior elder, Yang Fann wouldn't have much interest in it. An ordinary senior elder of the Morning Star Alliance was far inferior to great elemental old man. Some of the senior elders even had less authority than some elders with real power. Brother Yang, don't worry. 10 billion years ago, Grand Elder Fengyuan had fallen in the Star Dawn battlefield. Now, the position of great elemental old man. Brother Yang, with your strength, adding my recommendation, I will seize the position of Grand Elder. It'll definitely be a sure thing, Lord of Void Cloud hurriedly explained. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an empty spot for great elemental old man, Lord of Void Cloud wouldn't dare promise Yang Fann the position of great elemental old man. If they wanted to add great elemental old man, even the universe gods would need to discuss it before they could make a decision. As for Lord of Void Cloud, he was trying his best to rope Yang Fann in, so it didn't matter even if Elder Fengyuan died. Elder Fengyuan was ranked 4th among the 8 great elemental old man. His strength was not any weaker than Lord of Void Cloud's. There were only a few experts like this in the entire Morning Star Alliance. Along with the fall of Elder Fengyuan, the situation of the Morning Star Alliance in the Xuanji battlefield had fallen into a disadvantageous position. If there wasn't a single expert to fill Elder Fengyuan's vacancy, the Xuanji battlefield might even collapse. At that time, the losses of the Morning Star Alliance would be immeasurable. So that's how it is a flash of understanding appeared in Yang Fann's mind. No wonder Lord of Void Cloud was so generous and promised the position of Grand Elder. In the end, he still had to rely on himself to fight for the position. However, Yang Fann didn't reject it. Instead, he chuckled, "All right, then I'll leave it to Brother Shu Yun. It was enough to have such an opportunity." No matter where the world of cultivators was, strength was the only thing that mattered. No matter what kind of connections one had, it was all useless. Yang Fann had absolute confidence in his own strength. He didn't believe that with his strength, he wouldn't be able to take the position of Grand Elder. When Lord of Void Cloud heard this, Yang Fann didn't have any foundation in the Morning Star Alliance, and he had also recommended him. In the eyes of the other great elemental old man, Yang Fann had already carved the mark of the Lord of the Void. He was definitely his best ally. At that time, it would be enough for him to have a greater say in the Morning Star Alliance. All right, Brother Yang, there's no time to lose. We'll return to the Morning Star Universe. Now, C2242 Opponent Morning Star Universe. This is a vast peak universe. Its size was thousands, tens of thousands of times larger than the Divine Source Universe and Taiyuan Universe. Compared to the Source Universe Yang Fann was born in, it was like a small stream flowing into a boundless ocean. It was so inconspicuous. This was the indisputable number 1 universe in Morning Star Chaos Domain. The name of Morning Star Chaos Domain was also because of this Morning Star Universe. Even among the many top universes, the Morning Star Universe could be considered one of the best. Morning Star Chaos Domain's 7 top universes, combined. It was far from being comparable to a Morning Star Universe. The huge Morning Star Universe looked like a huge crystal ball in the chaos from afar. Different from the Source Universe, there were many worlds, which were quite similar to the Divine Essence Universe, with many continents. All continents could be divided into 5 levels according to the size of the continents and the amount of resources they had. The first level was the lowest, and the 5th level was the highest. The number of grade 5 continents had never changed. There were a total of 108 of them. Each level 5 continent had a vast area, comparable to many high-level universes. There were even some that surpassed them. The firmness of space was tens of millions of times greater than high-level universe cosmic crystal walls. Even a war between universe gods would find it difficult to destroy a level 5 continent. It was also because of this that many level 5 continents had been passed down to this day. There were still 3,600 level 4 continents left, and each of them was no less than an intermediate universe. And the resources were dozens or even hundreds of times more than an intermediate universe. Even some of the higher grade universes were not much different. The number of the other first, second, and third grade continents increased by tens or hundreds of times. However, even the smallest first grade continent was no less than the eternal great world. Whether it was spirit of heaven and earths or resources, they were far from what the eternal great world could compare with. Different from the other 7 great universes, the Morning Star universe was not a universe with a main universe, and there was no king of the universe. With the power of the Morning Star universe, to become his king of the universe, even many universe gods would not be able to support it. They would have to empty most of the Morning Star Alliance's resources to truly control the Morning Star universe and become a Morning Star king of the universe. Of course, there was another reason. It was because the various universe gods of Morning Star Alliance were restricting each other. No one wanted others to become Morning Star universe gods. As the headquarters of the Morning Star Alliance, if there really was king of the universe in the Morning Star universe, how could the other universe gods dare to enter the Morning Star universe? With the power of the Morning Star universe, in the Morning Star universe, even a middle-level universe god could be mercilessly suppressed by king of the universe. With the strength of a universe god like the Morning Star Alliance, as long as he was willing, he would definitely suppress them one by one. Although they were all universe gods from the Morning Star Alliance, none of them were willing to control their own lives in the hands of others. Void Cloud Continent, one of the 108 level 5 universes in the Morning Star universe. Lord of Void Cloud was the master of the Void Cloud Continent. This was one of the basic benefits of the Morning Star Alliance's great elemental old man. No matter who it was, as long as they were the Morning Star Alliance's great elemental old man, they could immediately occupy a level 5 continent and become the master of a level 5 continent. During the period of their appointment, all the benefits of this 5th grade continent would belong to them. One must know that every 5th grade continent was a high-grade universe, and it was the top grade of the high-grade universe. The bountiful resources they had were far beyond what the Taiyuan universe and the Divine Source universe could compare with. The income of a single era was worth at least 1,000 cubic meters of universe source. Even if it was aimed at a universe god, it would still be greatly beneficial, and this was only the basic benefits. Adding in other benefits and privileges, it was enough to make any quasi-universe god go crazy. Void Cloud Continent, Void Cloud Divine City. This was a true divine city. Compared to it, Yuan Yu, the so-called divine city in the eternal universe. It was just a small castle in the countryside. There was no comparison at all. The entire divine city had been set up by Lord of Void Cloud with a peerless divine formation. Once it was activated, even an Alliance Lord level expert might suffer a great loss if it was not careful. Even a universe god would be able to defend against it. This was the true nest of the Void Cloud faction, the core. A large number of elite geniuses of the Void Cloud faction were gathered in the city. Only the real Heaven's Pride was qualified to stay in the Void Cloud Divine City. At a glance, the weakest of them were the Sovereign Lords. There were a lot of universe sovereigns in their hands, and quasi-universe lord warriors could be seen everywhere. Only Universe Lord was scarce. Quasi-universe lord, Universe Lord. The difference in a word was that it was a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Even in the Morning Star universe, Universe Lord was an indisputable backbone. Even the lowest ranked Universe Lord had the qualifications to rule a rank 5 continent and become the lord of it. With the strength of the Void Cloud bloodline, Universe Lord only had a few thousand people. Void Cloud Divine City, Void Cloud Divine Palace. Yang Fann and Lord of Void Cloud sat side by side. Of course, this was Lord of Void Cloud's real body, causing Yang Fann's eyes to heat up. If he could devour Lord of Void Cloud, as well as the Void Cloud Divine City and Universe Lord, with his current cultivation base, breaking through to the Quasi-Universe Lord was a sure thing. One should know that the Void Cloud Divine City was the nest of the Void Cloud clan. Most of the top-grade experts of the clan were gathered there. The top-level Universe Lord alone was more than enough to count with his hands. Besides Lord of Void Cloud, there were 3 other deities of the Quasi-Universe. At that time, if the middle-level Universe God didn't appear, no one amongst low-level Universe God would be a match for him. Besides the 2 of them, there were still 18 people below them. Surprisingly, that Emo Shu was among them. All of them were Lord of Void Cloud's sons, and the 18 sons that Lord of Void Cloud valued the most. The weakest of them was a middle-level Universe Lord, and the strongest among them was a top-level Universe Lord warrior. It seemed like as long as there was an opportunity, he would be able to break through to the God realm of Quasi-Universe. At this moment, all 18 young lords of the Void Cloud clan, except for Dark Asura, were curiously looking at Yang Fann. Ordinary Quasi-Universe gods didn't have the qualifications to be on the same level as their father. At least, it had to be top-rank Quasi-Universe god. But why do we not have any impression of him? Brother Yang, these are my useless sons. Come and greet your uncle. Yang, Lord of Void Cloud, looked at Yang Fann with a hint of envy. Compared to his clone, his true self could feel the terrifying power contained within Yang Fann's thin body. It even made him feel like he was facing all the universe gods. This Yang Fann was probably not far away from breaking through. He might advance to the universe god realm before the alliance leader. I wonder when I will be able to take that step. Don't look at how he is also ultimate quasi-cosmic god, he didn't even see the shadow of a universe god. Breaking through is a completely extravagant hope. Mo Du, Uncle Cheng, Tai Long, Tang Shi and Yuan Long, Chen Feng. Greetings, Uncle Yang. The 18 brothers, including Wu Mo Shu, all knelt down and saluted. No need for formalities. Yang Fann gently waved his hand and immediately used a gentle force to support the 18 brothers, lifting them up. As expected, they are on the same level as father. The 17 men of Mo Du were shocked. Their eyes were filled with respect as they looked at Yang Fann. Among the 18 brothers, there were 4 top-level Universe Lord warriors. An ordinary low-rank quasi-universe god would never be able to lift the 18 of them up so easily. Brother Yang, your entrance ceremony has been confirmed. It will be held 10,000 years later. An ordinary Universe Lord will join the Morning Star Alliance. Of course not, but the gods of Quasi-Universe are different. They are the top combat strength of the Alliance. Every time a god of Quasi-Universe joined the Morning Star Alliance, there will be a ceremony to join the Alliance. When the time comes, I will recommend you to the Alliance Master and appoint you as Great Elemental Old Man. What? Father wants to recommend him as Great Elemental Old Man. The 17 men were shocked, but they soon felt relieved. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of excitement. This man was not much weaker than their father. He was indeed qualified to challenge Great Elemental Old Man. If the challenge was successful, their clan would surely benefit a lot, and their reputation would skyrocket. Perhaps, their clan's ranking in the Morning Star Alliance would rise by 1 or 2 places. Brother Yang, with your cultivation base and strength, it's not a problem for you to appoint Great Elemental Old Man as your elder. However, there are 4 senior elders among them. Brother Yang, you still need to pay attention to them. 1 or 2. C-2243 joining the Alliance Morning Star Universe, Void Cloud Continent, Void Cloud Divine Palace. Oh, may I know which 4? Yang Fann squinted his eyes and asked, but he did not think much of it. With his cultivation base and strength, even the chief of Morning Star Alliance, Yang Fann, wouldn't put him in his eyes. He was afraid of the 4 of them. Only those universe gods that couldn't be hidden from the Morning Star Alliance were able to have ultimate quasi-cosmic gods cultivation base, which was their limit. So, what was the big deal about them? Brother Yang, these 4 are the Taishi elders. The Taiyang Elder, Mengli Elder, Grand Elder Tian Kan, Grand Elder Taishi and Grand Elder Extreme Yang. They had only just broken through to the ultimate quasi-cosmic god realm, so it wasn't a big problem. However, Mengli Elder and Grand Elder Tian Kan were both veteran Extreme Universe god, and they were fighting one-on-one. Even if I were to fight them, I wouldn't dare say that I would be able to defeat them. Especially that Mengli Elder, who was also the direct disciple of the Alliance's Universe god, the Nightmare Lord. With the Nightmare Lord as his backing, Brother Yang. At the end of his words, a solemn expression climbed onto Lord of Void Cloud's face. Universe God, Quasi-Universe God. The difference between the 2 words was the heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Even ultimate quasi-cosmic God, in front of the real Universe God, the divine ability of a Universe God. It was far beyond their imagination. If that Mengli Elder really obtained the support of the Nightmare Lord. Even if Yang Fann was an Alliance Lord expert, he still wanted to defeat him. It wouldn't be an easy task either. If he wasn't careful, he might have to pay a price. The direct disciple of the Universe God Nightmare Lord, I would like to see what methods he has. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He did not have the slightest intention of following. Instead, there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. This was a good opportunity to test out the means of the universe god. Although he thought that his combat strength wasn't any weaker than those low-level universe god, he still had some uncertainty in his heart since he had never seen the true means of the universe gods. Universe god, this was the pinnacle expert in the chaotic starry sky. Its abilities were far from what the quasi-universe gods could compare with. Brother Yang, I have already ordered people to prepare a feast to welcome you. You must be rewarded. Lord of Void Cloud chuckled and invited. He had already reminded everyone that he needed to be reminded. If he continued to remind them, it would only make it seem like he was being long-winded. In any case, with Yang Fann's strength, if he didn't have the confidence to take down Great Elemental Old Man, he would have at least 7 or 8 floors. Even if he was facing a universe god, he would still be able to fight against a chief grade expert. Even if Mengli Elder really had the support of the Nightmare Lord, after all, he was not the Nightmare Lord. It was nothing more than having 1 or 2 more trump cards that allowed him to unleash part of the Nightmare Lord's power. As for Tian Can, Extreme Yang, and Taxi's Great Elemental Old Man, they only used a little bit of Yang Fan's vital energy. As for the other elders, they were like chickens and dogs to an Alliance Lord expert. They wouldn't be able to achieve much. Alliance Master level expert, although they hadn't truly attained the Tao of a universe god, compared to them, the quasi-universe gods, they had already undergone a qualitative change. To be more precise, he was equivalent to half a universe god. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a pseudo-universe god. Very quickly, plates of precious delicacies, top-tier divine fruits, heavenly treasures, and earthly treasures were sent into the divine hall. They were all the best delicacies in the Void Cloud continent. They were all cooked from top-grade ingredients in the Morning Star universe, and even the flesh of universe lord stage dragons and phoenixes. If one could take a bite of a universe sovereign, his cultivation would improve immediately, and he might even break through to a higher level. It was not impossible, especially the divine wine. It was the top divine wine that Lord of Void Cloud had stored for tens of thousands of eras, Void God drunk. Even for Universe Lord, it would bring him great benefits. With just a cup, he would be able to save a low-level Universe Lord a few eras of hard work. The 18 brothers of Amosa had all benefited from Yang Fann. Otherwise, even if they were the direct descendants of Lord of Void Cloud, it would be very difficult for them to drink a cup of wine, let alone drink as freely as today. It was a pity that their cultivation base was limited. Even if they wanted to drink as much as they wanted, there was nothing they could do. This was especially true for those middle-level Universe Lord. A cup of Void God drunk would take them a lot of time to absorb and refine. This was the most sorrowful thing in the world. Following the sounds of immortal music, a group of peerless dancers walked into the hall and danced. Every one of them was a supreme goddess in the present world. They were beautiful and graceful, and none of them were weak. At the very least, they were all at the low-level universe sovereign. The leaders of the group even stepped into the quasi-universe lord of Universe Lord. The foundation of top families in the Morning Star universe was fully revealed at this moment. The universe sovereign was not considered weak in the entire Morning Star universe, it was the backbone of many forces. As for quasi-universe lord, he was the leader of many first-grade continents in the Morning Star universe, and he was only at the quasi-universe lord. Cheers and toasts. This feast was held for 81 years to ordinary mortals. This was completely unimaginable. However, in the world of cultivators, it was extremely common, especially for Universe Lord, the god of quasi-universe. As long as the chaos wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't be destroyed, and the longevity was boundless. What they didn't lack the most was time. Not to mention 81 years of banquet, even 8,100 years, or 81,000 years was a common occurrence. During this period of time, Lord of Void Cloud had also called over a lot of young geniuses from the Void Cloud faction to present their skills. There were even a few direct descendants of Lord of Void Cloud among them. The meaning behind this was obvious. As long as Yang Fann was willing, he would be able to make these genius princesses come and serve him, even if they were sleeping together. It was just a matter of a word from him. In order to deepen their relationship with Yang Fann, Lord of Void Cloud had put in a lot of effort. Unfortunately, Yang Fann had no interest in this. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Morning Star continent was the undisputed #1 continent in the continent of level 1085. Whether it was resources or spirit of heaven and earths, it was more than 10 times the size of the Void Cloud continent. And this was where the headquarters of the Morning Star Alliance was located. Morning Star Divine City. The #1 divine city in the Morning Star universe, the true core of the divine city. The entire divine city was so vast that it was dozens of times bigger than the Void Cloud divine city. At a glance, it looked like a low-level universe. The surroundings of the divine city were densely packed with countless divine imprints and restrictions. Once activated, even a universe god could be suppressed. Inside, there were experts as numerous as the clouds, and experts were like rain. They were the true rulers of the land. Venerables were not as good as dogs, and only Universe Lord was worthy of being called an expert. Morning Star Divine Palace, headquarters of the Morning Star Alliance. The lowest number of people coming and going was the Universe Sovereign. Waves of terrifying aura that could even make top-level Universe Lord tremble would occasionally collide and intertwine within the void, revealing the power of the Morning Star Alliance. Starlight Divine Hall, one of the 72 main palaces in the Morning Star Divine Palace. 4 low-level Universe Lords stood on both sides with a straight back and solemn expression. Horrifying, Universe Lord was the strongest person in the Source Universe. As long as there was one, his race would immediately be promoted to the strongest race. However, in this place, there was only one. He was just a gatekeeper. If the human emperor and the others had the chance, they would definitely be crushed when they arrived at the Morning Star Divine Palace. Each of them had painstakingly cultivated for thousands or tens of thousands of eras, but the results were not as good as a gatekeeper. What was the purpose of their efforts for so many eras? In the Divine Hall, there were dozens of divine thrones on both sides, and most of them were occupied by men and women. There were young and old. Each and every one of them had powerful auras. They were as deep as the ocean. The weakest one was thousands of times stronger than King of Divine Source and King of Taiyuan. The deities of Quasi-Universe were all deities of Quasi-Universe. Apart from those senior elders who were in seclusion or were in charge of the various chaotic war zones and couldn't rush back, most of the senior elders of Morning Star Alliance had rushed back. The addition of a new elder was worthy of their attention. In the center of the hall, there were 11 divine thrones that were even more luxurious. There were already 10 people sitting on them, and there was even an empty divine throne. The third person on the left side was Lord of Void Cloud, who recommended Yang Fann to join the Morning Star Alliance. The other 9 people were none other than the 3 chiefs of the Morning Star Alliance and 6 great elemental old man. Welcome, fellow Taoist Yang Fann. As Yang Fann stepped into the Starlight Divine Hall, the Alliance leader, True Lord Myriad Star, 2 deputy chief, and 7 great elemental old man all stood up and walked towards Yang Fann. Is this the elder who just joined the Alliance? Looks like he's another ruthless character. This new elder isn't someone to be trifled with. In an instant, the eyes of the surrounding senior elders were focused on Yang Fann. Many of them were conversing with each other using the spiritual sense. The world of cultivators was a place where strength spoke. Usually, when low-rank quasi-universe god joined the Alliance, it wouldn't be so grand. To be able to get 3 chiefs and 7 great elemental old man to welcome him, it must at least be high-rank quasi-universe god. As for high-rank quasi-universe god, he was ranked in the top 30 among the elders of the Morning Star Alliance. Is this the majority of the upper echelons of the Morning Star Alliance? If we can suppress and devour them all. Rumble, C2244. Choose Morning Star Continent, Morning Star Divine Palace, Starlight Divine Hall. A hint of greed flashed in the depths of Yang Fann's eyes. 3 Alliance leader-level experts, 7 great elemental old man, and 92 elders. These were the 102 quasi-universe gods. If they were all suppressed and devoured, even if they couldn't become Universe Lord in one leap, they wouldn't be too far off. There were also these senior elders and the wealth of the chief. If he couldn't gather the 1 billion cubic meters of universe source needed for the completion, he would have at least a few 100 million cubic meters. It would be enough to increase his strength by 100 times, or even 1,000 times. At that time, he might even be able to fight a middle-level universe god. However, Yang Fann only thought about it in his heart. If he really dared to take action, it would mean that he would be able to leave this Morning Star universe alive. It was a huge problem. This was the lair of Morning Star Alliance, and it was unknown how many hidden trump cards were hidden here. Even an intermediate universe god who dared to cause trouble here would have to pay a painful price. If they were not careful, they might even lose their lives. A superpower that had been passed down for hundreds of millions of eras could not be underestimated. Of course, the most important thing was their principles. Since they had agreed to join Morning Star Alliance, it would become a member of the Morning Star Alliance. As long as the Morning Star Alliance didn't do anything to offend Yang Fann, he wouldn't make the first move to deal with the Morning Star Alliance. Yang Fann wasn't a good person. He had killed countless people in his hands. He had slaughtered countless worlds and living beings, but he had his own principles. Chaotic Starry Sky, Chaos Domain had done everything in their power. There was no need for them to attack the people around them. Putting aside everything else, just the Morning Star Alliance alone had many opponents. Over the past 10,000 years, after discussing with Lord of Void Cloud from time to time, Yang Fann's understanding of the Morning Star Alliance and the surrounding Chaos Domain was no less than that of the other quasi-universe gods. Soon, it was time for the Morning Star Alliance to join the Alliance ceremony. Compared to those low-ranking Alliance members who wanted to join the Alliance, a god like Yang Fann, who was a god of quasi-universe, had to go through many tests. It was much simpler, passing the secret treasure. He wanted to test the Yang Fann's divine body and see if he was from the outer domain. Then, he would give out the identity token that represented his status as an elder, and leave behind a wisp of spiritual brand. Even if he really joined the Morning Star Alliance. Of course, this wisp of spiritual brand wasn't meant to restrict Yang Fann. It was only used to make Yang Fann's life lamp. If anything happened to Yang Fann, his body and soul would be destroyed, and the Morning Star Alliance would be able to receive the news in time. Otherwise, if there really was a restriction, no one would be willing to join the Morning Star Alliance. Not to mention the gods of quasi-universe, even Universe Lord and the Universe Sovereign would not be willing to lose their freedom unless they had no other choice. Their life and death would be restricted by others. After that, with Lord of Void Cloud's company, Yang Fann got to know the higher-ups of Morning Star Alliance one by one. This was also the main point of the Alliance ceremony. As fellow disciples of Morning Star Alliance, not to mention whether they could get along well with each other, they had to at least get familiar with each other. Otherwise, it would be awkward if the higher-ups of the two alliances did not know each other. Alliance leader, look, more than half of the elders of our alliance have arrived today. After the fall of Grand Elder Fengyuan, Great Elemental Old Man's position had been vacant for 10 billion years. Now that the situation in Zonstar Battlefield is grim, I think we should take this opportunity. Choose a new Great Elemental Old Man so that we can stabilize the situation in Zonstar Battlefield as soon as possible. After walking around with Yang Fann, Lord of Void Cloud found True Lord Myriad Stars and suggested. As soon as these words came out, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Lord of Void Cloud didn't set up any barrier to conceal his voice. Everyone present was a god of quasi-universe, so how could they not hear Lord of Void Cloud's voice? Everyone, including the other 6 Great Elemental Old Man and 2 Deputy Chief, focused their eyes on the 10,000-star True Lord. Great Elemental Old Man was one of the higher-ups of the Morning Star Alliance, second only to the Universe Gods and the 3 Chiefs. He had a very high status and was far above the ordinary elders. No matter who the higher-ups were, it would affect the entire situation of the Morning Star Alliance, and they couldn't afford to not pay attention to them. Especially Mengli Elder and the others, who had wild eyes on Great Elemental Old Man's position. They were all a bit stupid and wanted to move. However, when they thought of the condition to advance to Great Elemental Old Man, their eyes couldn't help but darken. Alliance Chief, Brother Shu Yun is right. Now that most of the elders of Morning Star Alliance are here, it's time to choose a new Great Elemental Old Man. A tall and thin old man in green clothes, who had the demeanor of a transcendent being, echoed. The Master of the Pure Void was the Master of the Pure Void Continent, one of the 108 fifth-grade continents. Like Lord of Void Cloud, he was also one of the 8 Great Elemental Old Man in the Alliance. At the same time, he was also Lord of Void Cloud's best friend. Before this, Lord of Void Cloud had already communicated with the Lord of the Pure Void. As he spoke, the Lord of Clear Void gave Yang Fann a curious look. Unlike Great Elemental Old Man's normal rotation, this sudden accident made it harder for the other elders to take turns to ascend the throne after Great Elemental Old Man's death. It was 10 times more difficult, more than 100 times more difficult. Even ultimate quasi-cosmic God himself didn't have much confidence that he would succeed the throne. However, judging from the solemn look on Old Ghost's face, could it be that Yang Fann was really so strong that he could suppress all the elders? Although Brother Shu Yun's words are reasonable, there must be a candidate who can take over your position. As soon as the voice of the master faded, one of the great elemental old man shook his head and said, "The expert of world of cultivators was the most important thing, strength was everything. The background of the other major powers were all fake, and it was even more so for the great elemental old man of the Alliance. And in this special period of time, wanting to become the new great elemental old man of the Alliance after the wine is a wine with a long history was easier said than done. In fact, it wasn't that the great elemental old man of Morning Star Alliance had never changed. Instead, it would be held once every 100,000 eras. Once the term of appointment was over, each of the great elemental old man's challenges would determine the strongest 8 elders. After that, they would fight the 8 great elemental old men in pairs, and the winner would be the new great elemental old man. This was a normal transition. It wasn't difficult. Ultimate quasi-cosmic God was confident that he would be able to stand out and become the new great elemental old man, or even become the next great elemental old man. For example, Lord of Void Cloud had defeated the senior statesman twice and become the next great elemental old man. However, it was different now. Before great elemental old man's 100,000 eons term, there was only one way to make up for the lack of a senior elder. That was to accept the challenges of all the challengers and win the battle. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had single-handedly challenged all the senior elders of Morning Star Alliance. The difficulty of the battle was totally one in the sky and the other on the ground. Even Mengli Elder, who was a direct disciple of the universe god, didn't have much confidence. He was confident that in a one-on-one battle, none of the elders present would be a match for him. Even if he had to face 2 in a row, 3 experts of the same level, with the few trump cards Master had given him, he would still be able to hold on. However, this battle was definitely not 2 rounds, 3 rounds, but a dozen or 20 rounds, or even dozens of rounds. Even if the other quasi-universe gods only had the combat strength of high-grade and top-rank quasi-universe god, it was not something he could hold on. This was also the reason why the position of Grand Elder still hung high in the sky after 10 billion years. It was probably because of the 10,000 star True Lord and the other Alliance leader experts. Only then would he have the confidence to kill his way through dozens of quasi-universe gods and successfully break through to great elemental old man. True Lord Myriad Star's eyes flashed as he looked at Lord of Void Cloud. Void Cloud, great elemental old man, since you suggested the start of great elemental old man's challenge, could it be that you have a suitable candidate? While speaking, True Lord Myriad Star glanced at the person in the corner of his eye, Yang Fann. If the other elders had the ability, they would have challenged great elemental old man long ago. As for the fact that no one had taken the position of great elemental old man in the past 10 billion years. In terms of candidates, only Yang Fann, who had just joined the Alliance, could be chosen. Furthermore, this Yang Fann was not simple. With his discerning eyes, he was actually unable to see through Yang Fann's true identity. It even gave him a vague feeling, as if he was looking at all the universe gods. Perhaps, he could really defeat all the challengers and advance to great elemental old man. That's right, Alliance Chief, I do have a suitable candidate in my heart. With his strength, he can definitely defeat all the challengers in an instant. Everyone's eyes fell upon Lord of Void Cloud. Many people also looked at Yang Fann thoughtfully. This Lord of Void Cloud had not mentioned it earlier or later, but he had brought up the challenge of great elemental old man at Yang Fann's entrance ceremony. There were not so many coincidences in the world. Great elemental old man Xu Yun, may I know who that person is? True Lord Myriad Star looked deeply at Lord of Void Cloud and asked. Lord of Void Cloud's expression didn't change as he looked straight at True Lord Myriad Star and stroked his beard. Alliance Master, this person is the new elder of the Alliance, Yang Fann C 2245 Challenge Morning Star Universe, Morning Star Continent, Morning Star Divine Palace, Starlight Divine Hall. It really is this Yang Fann. Although the elders had already noticed that the person recommended by great elemental old man, Xu Yun, was most likely Yang Fann, they still couldn't help but feel shocked when they heard the name of Yang Fann. Hiss. Looks like we have underestimated this new elder high-rank quasi-universe god. It is likely that he is far more than that. At the very least, he must be ultimate quasi-cosmic god, or perhaps even stronger. Without ultimate quasi-cosmic god's cultivation base and strength, he dared to challenge great elemental old man. That would be a complete joke. At least, in the eyes of great elemental old man, Yang Fann's combat strength was above all the elders. Otherwise, if Yang Fann was kicked off the stage right from the start of the challenge, not only would Yang Fann become a laughing stock, even Lord of Void Cloud, the recommender, would also be ridiculed by the public. Their reputation would be tarnished, and they wouldn't be able to raise their heads. In the next second, all the elders' eyes were focused on Yang Fann. In response to this, Yang Fann smiled indifferently. There was no sign of fear or solidarity on his face. He did not care about the gazes of the elders at all. They were just a bunch of aphids with the highest cultivation base of extreme quasi-universe lord. Yang Fann wouldn't put them in his eyes. Even if he only had extreme quasi-universe lord's combat strength, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to obtain the final victory. With the heaven-defying recovery ability of the eternal divine body, even many universe gods were far inferior to it. It was just a little bit of energy consumption. It could be recovered in an instant. What Yang Fann feared the most was this battle of attrition. If he wanted to use up all his energy, there was still a possibility that it would be 100 times, 1,000 times more. What a good Yang Fann, he really isn't a fierce dragon that can't be compared to a river. The eyes of all the elders flashed. Regardless of whether Yang Fann really had the strength to suppress all the challengers, just his bearing alone was enough for them to look up to him. With their knowledge and experience, they could naturally see that Yang Fann wasn't forcefully holding on. He really had the confidence to do so. Perhaps this Yang Fann can really create a miracle and complete Great Elemental Old Man's challenge, becoming the new Great Elemental Old Man of Morning Star Alliance. Alliance Chief, what do you think? Lord of Void Cloud stroked his beard and asked again. Zhen Yan, Yun Teng, and everyone else, what do you think of Great Elemental Old Man's proposal? True Lord Myriad Star didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked the other two Deputy Chief and 6 Great Elemental Old Man. The Morning Star Alliance wasn't his place. Even if they knew that the outcome was already decided, they still had to pretend. After all, it was a matter of great importance to Great Elemental Old Man. Alliance Chief, since Brother Shu Yuan has recommended Senior Yang Fann, I have no objections as long as Senior Yang Fann agrees. Dressed in a blue robe, Zhang Bai and Great Elemental Old Man were the first to speak. Alliance Chief, I have no objections. Alliance Leader, I have no objections either. The other few Great Elemental Old Man echoed. Yang Fann was already a senior elder of Morning Star Alliance. According to the rules of Morning Star Alliance, if there were any accidents that happened to the 8 Great Elemental Old Man, as long as there was a senior elder of Great Elemental Old Man or above who recommended him, he would be able to challenge Great Elemental Old Man's position. Even if they didn't agree to it, it wouldn't change anything. There was no need for them to be the bad guy anymore. If something went wrong, they might offend Shu Yun, Great Elemental Old Man, and Yang Fann. One Great Elemental Old Man, and the other one was at least ultimate quasi-cosmic god. Even they, Great Elemental Old Man, had to think twice. Zhen Yan, Yun Teng, what do you think? True Lord Myriad Stars looked at the 2 Deputy Chief. At this moment, only the 2 of them remained silent. Alliance Lord, the challenge of Grand Elder Yang Fann didn't go against the rules of the Alliance. I have no objections. I have no objections either. The war in Zon Star battlefield is in decline and we need an expert to stabilize the morale of the army. It would be best if Elder Yang Fann can pass the challenge smoothly. The Master of True Yan and the Master of Cloud Soaring agreed without much hesitation. The few Great Elemental Old Man didn't want to offend Lord of Void Cloud and Yang Fann. They were the same as well. Although they were the respected Deputy Chief of Morning Star Alliance, the Chief of the Expert, and were far stronger than Ultimate Quasi-Cosmic God, they would still have a headache if they provoked 2 Ultimate Quasi-Cosmic God at the same time. Not to mention, the feeling Yang Fann gave them was probably not as simple as Ultimate Quasi-Cosmic Gods. It was very likely that Yang Fann was the Chief of the Expert just like them. In fact, his strength might even be higher than theirs. Among the many Alliance Lord-level experts, they could only be considered ordinary, and could not be considered as the cream of the crop. It was not like their heads had been kicked by a donkey. There was no need for them to offend such an expert for no reason. Hearing this, the 10,000-star True Lord lightly nodded his head. The next second, he turned his gaze to Yang Fann and said, Elder Yang Fann, are you sure you want to challenge Great Elemental Old Man? This challenge is different from Great Elemental Old Man's normal rotation of challenges. Once you challenge Great Elemental Old Man, all the senior elders present can challenge you if they are willing. There will even be other senior elders who will challenge you. Although the possibility of the latter was not high, those old monsters were basically in seclusion to make the final breakthrough to become a universe god. They basically did not care about these mundane matters. The resources that great elemental old man distributed made many elders interested, but to those old monsters, it was not that important. What they lacked was not that bit of resources, but an opportunity, a chance to break through. If not for that, it would be at least twice as difficult for Lord of Void Cloud and the others to succeed great elemental old man. Some of those old monsters were even wary of true Lord Myriad Stars and company. However, just because the possibility wasn't high didn't mean it was impossible. No one could guarantee that some old monster would suddenly challenge them. Elder Yang Fann, you should think about it carefully. Once you fail the challenge, great elemental old man will rotate normally next time, and you will automatically lose the qualification to challenge him. This was also the biggest reason why Mengli Elder didn't dare to challenge great elemental old man so casually. Once he failed, it would take tens of thousands of eras for him to challenge great elemental old man again. Even for the deities of quasi-universe like them, 100,000 eras was still an extremely long period of time. Many universes, from birth to destruction, did not necessarily have 100,000 eras. He could not be careless and reconsider. Alliance Master, I'm sure without any hesitation, Yang Fann said confidently. His tone was calm, and it revealed an indescribable confidence. Yang Fann was extremely confident in his own strength. So what if there really was an old monster coming out to challenge him? Unless there was a universe god, there was still a possibility that he would bump into a wall. However, was this possible? Did they really think that even a dignified universe god did not care about face? Even if they won, the universe god would still become the laughing stock of the world. Even if he was unlucky and failed the challenge, he would still be defeated by the wheel of battle. He wouldn't suffer any losses. There were still close to 30,000 era of the year's warriors left until the deadline of 100,000 eras. How could Yang Fann have the time to wait for 30,000 eras? Let alone 30,000 eras. Even if it was 3,000 eras, or even 300 eras, Yang Fann was completely confident that he could surpass the many universe gods and become the legendary expert. How could he still care about a mere great elemental old man's position? Even if he gave it to Yang Fann for free, Yang Fann would not even bother to do it. Alright, the challenge stage is out. Seeing Yang Fann's determination, True Lord Myriad Star didn't say anything else. He waved his hand. Wang! A light of chaos flashed past, and a chaotic arena appeared in the center of the hall. This was a chaotic arena that covered an area of 100 acres of farmland. There were chaotic energies everywhere, and there was a universe within it. It was like a miniature chaos. It was so vast that no one could see it. It was much worse than a low-level universe. This was a challenge arena specially prepared by the Morning Star Alliance for great elemental old man. It was refined by a universe god. Layers of barriers were set up around the arena, enough to withstand a battle between two low-level universe god without being damaged in the slightest. Pucci. Yang Fann took a step forward and entered the chaotic ring, quietly waiting for his first opponent to arrive. Alright, I hereby declare that the Great Elemental Old Man Challenge competition will begin now. Any senior elder of the Morning Star Alliance can participate in the competition. Which senior elder will participate in the first battle? C-2246 Instant Kill. Morning Star Divine City, Morning Star Divine Palace, Starlight Divine Hall. The leader of the Morning Star Alliance, True Lord Myriad Star, looked around and said in a clear voice. Good, I now declare that the Great Elemental Old Man Challenge will begin. Any senior elder of the Morning Star Alliance can participate in the first match. Which senior elder will participate in the first match? Alliance Master, let me fight the first match. As soon as True Lord Myriad Star's voice faded, he saw a person step out of the arena and appear 10,000 light years away from Yang Fann. This was a tall and muscular man with a body that was more than 10 yards tall. Every strand of hair contained terrifying power. Once this power was activated, it will destroy the world, destroy the world. His face shape is very resolute. It was as if he was carved out of rock, and as his eyes opened and closed, wherever it passed, the chaos around them was instantly extinguished. It would turn into nothingness. He was like the king of the chaos, controlling the entire chaos and looking down on the world. It's Elder Chen. I didn't expect him to be the first to make a move. That's good too. Let's use Grand Elder Chen's hand to test Yang Fann's means first. All around the arena, the elders exchanged glances with one another. Even though Elder Chen was not a top-tier expert amongst the elders, he could not be compared to the popular experts of Mengli Elder and Great Elemental Old Man. However, he was still considered one of the top-tier experts among the elders. He was only a step away. He was about to step into top-rank quasi-universe God's realm and make his move. Even if he wasn't a match for Yang Fann, he would still be able to test out many of Yang Fann's trump cards. In the chaotic ring, "Brother Yang, I apologize for offending you." Elder Chen cupped his hands towards Yang Fann and bowed. In the next second, boom 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 boom, endless hurricanes shot out from the pores all over the elder's body. They were like terrifying cosmic storms that swept across the sky. The elder's body was also expanding at a terrifying speed. His divine power, defense, speed, endurance. Everything was crazily expanding in all directions. In an instant, the senior stateholder turned into a terrifying giant spirit that was almost 100,000 light-years tall. His entire body was covered in a layer of rock color, as if he was wearing a layer of rock armor. Mysterious divine imprints could be vaguely seen on the rock armor. Close to 100,000 light-years old true body. Looks like Grand Elder Chen's heavenly firm divine body is not far from breaking through. The eyes of the surrounding elders flashed. Heavenly firm divine body was a secret that was not passed down in Grand Elder Chen's line of descent. Once the divine body broke through 100,000 light-years old, even many top-rank quasi-universe god might not be a match for it. That terrifying defense, if it wasn't for the intermediate original treasure, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary top-rank quasi-universe god to break through his defense. The current Grand Elder's combat strength was probably much stronger than what they had expected. He was infinitely close to top-rank quasi-universe god. Given his current strength, he would definitely be able to test out a few of Yang Fann's trump cards. Should we end this battle quickly or play with him? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes. However, that trace of hesitation soon turned into a trace of determination. It was just a challenge and he could not kill him. There was no need to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. It was better to cut the weeds and kill them as soon as possible. It was better to take the position of Grand Elder as soon as possible the next second. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann didn't hold back any longer. He circulated the eternal divine arts with all his strength, and the strength in his body increased by 1,000, 10,000 times. Under the effect of the strength of world, Yang Fann's strength of divine body had also improved by more than a fold. With just the power of the shell alone, he was able to suppress low-rank top-level universe lord. Under the full power of the eternal divine arts, his combat strength had surpassed low-rank quasi-universe gods, and he was even able to fight some of the middle-rank quasi-universe god. Defeat buzz. The vast inner world shook slightly as Yang Fann activated 30% of the strength of world. Rumble. His right arm moved. It was a palm that pressed down on the elder. With the help of the 30% strength of world, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times. He had steadily stepped into the ranks of ultimate quasi-cosmic god, and he was also one of the best among them. Poochie, 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 Poochie. Wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed. Large. The chaos was destroyed, and the entire chaos arena seemed to tremble slightly. Ultimate quasi-cosmic god. This elder Yang Fann is indeed ultimate quasi-cosmic god. The surrounding grand elders were shocked. Ultimate quasi-cosmic god, other than those old monsters who were in seclusion and only wanted to break through to the universe god realm, the number of people in the Morning Star Alliance who could be compared to ultimate quasi-cosmic god could only be counted on 2 hands. Furthermore, Yang Fann's strength was obviously not at the newly advanced ultimate quasi-cosmic god realm. Even amongst the many ultimate quasi-cosmic god, he could be considered as an expert. If it wasn't for those old monsters, Yang Fann's strength was enough to be ranked in the top 5 amongst the ultimate quasi-cosmic god of Morning Star Alliance. No wonder he dared to challenge Great Elemental Old Man. If it was a normal rotation, Yang Fann's promotion to Great Elemental Old Man was almost guaranteed. Unfortunately, he was still a little too hasty. It was just 30,000 eras, why would he need to do that? Apart from Lord of Void Cloud, there was still no other senior elder who thought highly of Yang Fann. So what if it was ultimate quasi-cosmic god? Even if it was 2 deputy chief, the chances of them passing the challenge would not exceed the 3rd level. A ultimate quasi-cosmic god with half a level of hope had overestimated him. The outcome of Great Elemental Old Man's challenge had already been decided. Chaos Arena. Bang. The two terrifying giant spirits collided. The terrifying force seemed to want to overturn the entire arena. A huge piece of chaos was destroyed into dust. In less than a breath's time, Grug 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 Elder Chen directly transformed into a wisp of flowing light and flew backwards. His entire body was like shattered porcelain that was covered in crisscrossing terrifying cracks that were over 10,000 light years long. His aura was extremely dispirited, and he seemed to be on the verge of falling down to the gods of quasi-universe. The 100 times difference in strength had directly crushed Grand Elder Duochen. There was no suspense at all. Elder Chen, thank you for letting me win. Yang Fann slightly cupped his fist and did not continue his pursuit of victory. After all, it was not a life or death battle. It was just a sparring match. Furthermore, there was no deep grudge between him and the senior elder. Hiss. With just one move, this barbarian, Chen Dan, was defeated. Many of the surrounding elders gasped. Even though they knew that Duochen was no match for Yang Fann, it was still possible for him to hold on for a few rounds. At this moment, even Mengli Elder and the other four great ultimate quasi-cosmic gods' expressions changed slightly. Defeating Senior Elder Chen in one move, they didn't think that it was possible. In fact, out of the 7 great elemental old man, there weren't more than 3 of them who could do it. This Yang Fann wasn't simple, he really wasn't simple. Next, who's up? True King Wan Lei's voice was flat, without any surprise. Even he could sense a faint trace of danger from Yang Fann's body. It was perfectly normal for him to be defeated by a single strike. He even suspected that Yang Fann was still hiding something and had not used his full strength. Alliance Master, let me do it. Another quasi-top-grade universe god stepped out from the crowd. Grand Elder Chi Mao, this was a god from the quasi-universe that was on par with Grand Elder Fei Chen. He was even slightly stronger. He was skilled in the 5-elemental Great Tao and the 5-elemental Divine Sword formation. Even in the nearby Chaos Domain, he was extremely ferocious. Of course, even so, Grand Elder Chi Mao was still not confident that he could defeat Yang Fann. The reason why he came out was to exhaust some of Yang Fann's strength. Mengli Elder and the other 4 great ultimate quasi-cosmic god were Yang Fann's true opponents. The biggest problem for the challenger was to drag down the challenger in a battle of attrition. Kill 5-elemental Divine Sword formation Rumble. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth. The 5 elements Divine Sword was unsheathed. He had used his most powerful killing move right from the start. Grand Elder Chi Mao was very clear in his heart. He was absolutely not a match for Yang Fann. Just like Grand Elder Chen, he would probably be killed in one move. He would then use his greatest strength to exhaust Yang Fann's divine strength. Boom boom boom. The 5-star divine swords were like 5 peerless divine dragons. They intertwined and killed everything in their path. Wherever they passed, chaos would be destroyed, and all living things would fall into the returning ruins. Break for me Pucci. The heaven-sheltering big hand was like devil god destroying the world, destroying everything. Brother Yang, your cultivation base is extremely high. Chi Mao is no match for you. Next, Elder Yang Fann, let me fight you. See 2247 Sweep. Morning Star Divine City, Morning Star Divine Palace, Starlight Divine Hall, Chaos Arena. Roar. Defeat me. Bang. The heavens and the earth split apart. A terrifying 4-headed, 8-armed god clad in black divine armors, tens of thousands of light years tall, his divine body rapidly collapsing. Defeated. Grand Elder Hunline also lost one move, another insta-kill. Vicious, truly savage to the point of making one's hair stand on end. All around the arena, the senior elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Insta-kill, another instant kill. One had to know, including this elder, there were already 36 senior elders attacking. Among them, 13 were low-rank quasi-universe god, 10 were middle-rank quasi-universe god, 8 were high-rank quasi-universe god, and 5 were quasi-universe gods. However, the result was good. None of them could withstand Yang Fann's attack. All of them were instantly killed. Gulp gulp. A monster. From the beginning of the arena match until now, they had never given Yang Fann the time to rest. Deputy Chief, who was as strong as the master of True Yan, had been fighting one round after another. His condition should have deteriorated as well. In order to stop Yang Fann, none of the 36 deities of quasi-universe dared to hold anything back. Apart from the forbidden arts that forcefully increased his strength, he also used all of his killing moves. The ultimate skill had been used, but this Yang Fann, Not only did he not show any signs of weakening, he even seemed to be getting stronger and stronger as the battle progressed. This recovery ability was simply heaven-defying. At the side of the arena, Lord of Void Cloud gently stroked his beard. With a smile on his face, there was a hint of pride in his expression. How could this be? He was already frightened. He knew that this was far from Yang Fann's true strength. Even if it was the Alliance chief, if he really fought Yang Fann, it would be a draw between who would win and who would lose. Elder Yang Fann, I will fight you. A soft shout. Rumble. A single person tore through space, appearing atop the chaos arena. This was a great man who was wearing a gorgeous divine armor. His entire body was emitting a terrifying ancient aura. With just a single breath, a large portion of the chaotic energy was swallowed by him, as if the chaos beast was devouring the chaotic energy. Chi. The entire chaotic energy seemed to be trembling under his feet. It's Elder Guyu. Given Elder Guyu's strength, he should be able to withstand a second attack from Yang Fann. A glimmer of anticipation flashed across the eyes of all the elders. They were all elders of Morning Star Alliance, but when they saw a newcomer like Yang Fann instantly killing a senior elder, they too felt ashamed. Unlike Chen, Chi Mao, and other quasi-top-level universe gods, the senior elder Guyu was the true top-ranked quasi-universe god. He wasn't even considered a weakling amongst the top-level universe gods. His strength was 10 times greater than Chan's, and Grand Elder Chi Mao was not the only one. Even among the 8 great elemental old man, no one dared to clap their chests and say that they would definitely be able to suppress Grand Elder Guyu in one move right at this moment. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura rose once more. It was more than twice as strong as before, but it had increased by another portion of the strength of world. With his previous strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat Grand Elder Guyu, top-ranked quasi-universe god, but it would be difficult for him to kill him in an instant. Since he had decided to take down this great elemental old man with a swift and decisive strike, he would sweep across the entire Morning Star Alliance. In the Morning Star Alliance, strength was the only thing that mattered. The stronger the explosive strength, the more stable his position in the Morning Star Alliance would be, and the more benefits he would gain. Furthermore, with just this aphids, it was impossible for him to reveal the true strength of his trump card. Roar. Defeat me. Bang. Ah, this power. He actually still has some hidden power. Instantly, the smiles on the faces of the surrounding elders stiffened, and their eyes widened. This was the power of a League Master expert. This Yang Fann was definitely a League Master expert. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to suppress Elder Guyu with just a single strike. As expected, a ferocious dragon couldn't be compared to a river. Perhaps he could really create a miracle. He might even be able to obtain the position of Great Elemental Old Man. Through the challenge, many of the elders began to waver. Even though a sovereign expert was only comparable to a deputy chief like the Lord of True Yan and the Lord of Cloud, in addition to his abnormal recovery ability, the possibility of him passing the level was much higher than the Lord of True Yan and the others. Not even half of it was at the 4th level. Why is this Yang Fann a Alliance Lord level expert? Dressed in a black robe, Mengli Elder's eyes were filled with regret. Previously, he didn't put Yang Fann in his eyes. He thought that Yang Fann was just a clown who couldn't pass the challenge and seize the position of Great Elemental Old Man. He never thought that Yang Fann would hide his identity so deeply. It was actually a chief level expert. No, even a chief expert might not necessarily pass the test. I still have a chance and a chance. Elder Yang Fann, let me fight you. Senior Yang Fann, take my sword. Yin Yang Treasure Barrier, suppress all worlds. Bang bang. One elder after another was forcefully suppressed by Yang Fann. Very quickly, another 48 elders took action. However, without exception, no one was able to withstand a single strike from Yang Fann. They were like lowly aphids that were slapped to the ground by Yang Fann, including a few quasi-ultimate quasi-cosmic god who had just stepped into the ultimate quasi-cosmic god realm. Terrifying, this strength had already faintly surpassed the Lord of True Yan and the Lord of Cloud, Deputy Chief, and was chasing after True King Wanlei. If nothing unexpected happened, the position of Great Elemental Old Man would most likely fall into Yang Fann's hands. There were a total of 92 senior elders, and 84 of them had already lost to Yang Fann. There were only 8 senior elders left. Even though Mengli Elder and the other 3 great ultimate quasi-cosmic god hadn't made their move yet, the hope of defeating that monster Yang Fann was extremely slim. After 84 matches in arena match, Yang Fann's aura hadn't weakened at all. It was as if the 84 battles didn't even give him the chance to warm up. Bang bang, in the blink of an eye, another 4 senior elders were killed by Yang Fann, leaving only Mengli Elder and the other 4 ultimate quasi-cosmic god. Sigh, no matter what, I never thought that there would be such a hindrance. The elder felt bitter in his heart. As one of the 4 great elders, ultimate quasi-cosmic god, he had the same ambition for the position of great elemental old man. Over the past 10 billion years, he had recruited more than 10 elders. When he initiated Great Elemental Old Man's challenge, he purposely went easy on him. However, before he could put his plan into action, he encountered Yang Fann, this monster. Now, only the 4 of them were left. How could they stop this monster? Forget it, no matter what, they had to listen to the heavens will in the next second. The extreme Yang Elder's body moved, directly entering the chaotic arena. The god of extreme quasi-universe. Looks like I still have to use my trump card. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. With his current strength, he was still a bit short of suppressing an ultimate quasi-cosmic god with a single strike. Even if this ultimate quasi-cosmic god had just broken through to the next realm, it would still be the same. Buzz. His inner world trembled slightly, and the strength of world that Yang Fann used increased by 2%. Elder Extreme Yang, lose rumble. With a slap of his palm, Yang Fann's strength increased exponentially. Fuck, this Yang Fann was actually hiding something. Is there a mistake? Insta-kill. The Elder of Extreme Yang was also killed in an instant. This power. Even the Alliance Master was. Only so. In an instant, all the elders widened their eyes. Many of them even started cursing. Fuck, at this time, there was actually someone hiding. Was this still human? The dust had settled. There was no hope anymore. Mengli Elder and the others had completely lost their hope in invincible force comparable to the Alliance Master, let alone the Alliance Master they fought one after another. Even if the 3 of them attacked together, there was absolutely no chance of winning. No, how could this be? I am unwilling, Yang Fann. Yang Fann, no, I won't give up. C 2248 Madness Morning Star Divine Palace, Starlight Divine Hall. All the elders had completely changed their minds. Yang Fann's strength had far exceeded their imagination. His cultivation base was so profound that it was comparable to their alliance leader. Mengli Elder and the other 2 were the only ones left. How could they be a match for Yang Fann? The outcome had already been decided. The position of Great Elemental Old Man would belong to Yang Fann. Unknowingly, many Great Elemental Old Man looked at Lord of Void Cloud with a hint of envy. With a powerful ally like Yang Fann, Lord of Void Cloud's status in Morning Star Alliance would surely rise. Even the Void Cloud clan's ranking in the Morning Star universe would rise a little. Sigh, why don't I have such good luck? Lord of Void Cloud stroked his beard with a hint of pride on his face. It seemed like he would have to reward Little 13 properly when he returned. If it wasn't for Little 13, how could their Void Cloud faction be connected to Yang Fann? In a corner of the Divine Hall, Mengli Elder, who had merged into the shadows, was like a dark poisonous snake. Both of his eyes were flickering with a strange green light. He kept roaring in his heart, no, the position of Great Elemental Old Man is mine. It must be mine. Yang Fann, you want to compete with me for the position of Great Elemental Old Man? You are dreaming. For the sake of the position of Great Elemental Old Man, he had recruited 36 elders over the past 10 billion years, and he had used up a huge amount of resources. Now that he was about to become a perfection, how could he be willing to give up the position of Great Elemental Old Man just like that? With his cultivation base and strength, he was very confident that he would be able to stand out and become the new Great Elemental Old Man after 30,000 eras. However, that period of time was truly too long. 30,000 eras, the eyes of the other senior elders might not be much. Each and every one of them had lived for tens of millions of great eras. However, even now, he had only barely passed 50,000 eras. If not for his extraordinary talent, how could he have been chosen by the Universe Divine Dream Lotus Master and taken in as a closed-door disciple? Not everyone had the qualifications to become a direct disciple of the Universe God. Even the deities of quasi-universe were few and far between in number to be able to enter the Universe Divine Eye. 30,000 eras. If he could successfully advance to Great Elemental Old Man and occupy a 5th-grade continent, coupled with Great Elemental Old Man's many benefits, he was confident that he would be able to advance to the next level in the 30,000 eras, becoming the Alliance Master level expert. he might even have the chance to break through to the universe god level. Great Elemental Old Man was one of the absolute upper echelons of the Morning Star Alliance. His status was so high that it was even higher than his, a direct disciple of the universe god. The resources he obtained were also several times, or even more than 10 times what he currently had. If it wasn't for the enormous benefits, Mengli Elder wouldn't have just cut off his head and wanted to advance to Great Elemental Old Man. Old Man Taishi, and Old Devil Silkworm alone can't defeat this Yang Fann. It seems like this is the only way. Mengli Elder gave Yang Fann a deep look, and a resolute look flashed across his eyes. On the chaotic battle ring, Yang Fann faced Elder Taishi. This was a sage-like old man with white hair and a youthful face. This was the first strand of Zigwang in the Morning Star universe to attain the Tao. His strength was even greater than that of the Grand Elder of Extreme Yang. However, even after Yang Fann used the 5 strength of world, he still could not withstand a single strike from Yang Fann. Wang. A stream of light streaked across the void. The senior elder of Celestial Silkworm appeared in front of Yang Fann. He was an extremely young man who looked like he was less than 15 years old. His skin was white and his face looked young and tender. However, there was a silver hair on his head. In his eyes, there were traces of the vicissitudes of life. Time was like a song, and time was like water. The Heavenly Silkworm Eminent Elder was the first Heavenly Silkworm in the Morning Star universe to attain the Tao, and was the ancestor of all Heavenly Silkworms. Before Mengli Elder rose to power, he was the strongest contender for the position of Great Elemental Old Man. He had been ultimate quasi-cosmic god since 200,000 eras ago. If it wasn't for the tragic encounter with Great Elemental Old Man in the previous competition, the number 1 Great Elemental Old Man, the master of the Cloud Calming Sect, he might have already become Great Elemental Old Man. Among the other 7 Great Elemental Old Man, many of them were no match for the senior elder of the Sky Silkworm Sect in a one-on-one fight. Even Lord of Void Cloud, who was ranked 3rd, was no match for this senior elder of the Sky Silkworm Sect. It was hard to say who would win or lose against the senior elder. At most, it would be 46. The senior elder, 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 the senior elder. With the strength of old ancestor Tien Kan, he should be able to withstand one strike from Yang Fann, right? Many elders unknowingly said. Both of their hands were clenched into a ball. Old ancestor Tien Kan was almost their last safeguard. Mengli Elder's strength was on par with old ancestor Tien Kan. At most, he would only be able to win by a slight margin. If old ancestor Tien Kan couldn't withstand a single strike from Yang Fann. If it was Mengli Elder, he wouldn't be any better. If that was the case, all of them would lose face. A group of elders. Yang Fann was a newcomer to the Battle of Wheels, but he didn't even have the qualifications to make Yang Fann use the second move. If this was spread out, what would the world think of them? This would be the shame of their lives. Ancestor Silkworm, you must hold on. Ancestor Silkworm, his strength wasn't any weaker than Lord of Void Clouds. He could be considered as one of the strongest amongst all ultimate quasi-cosmic god. So, he might as well use another 2% of his strength. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. Boom! The strength of world increased by another 2 points. The aura around Yang Fann's body doubled. He still has something to hide. Fuck, was there a mistake? All the elders were on the verge of collapsing. This Yang Fann was determined to pin them all on that pillar of shame. Yang Fann, what a good Yang Fann. I have underestimated you. Looking at the old ancestor Tien Kan, who was suppressed by Yang Fann's palm, a trace of seriousness appeared in True King Wan Lei's eyes for the first time. Even he wasn't confident that he could suppress the old ancestor Tien Kan with just a single strike. Yang Fann's strength had faintly surpassed that of his alliance leader. It was likely that only by using the Morning Star Scepter, which represented the authority of the alliance leader, would he have a slight chance of suppressing Yang Fann. The Morning Star Scepter was a quasi-chaos treasure that surpassed top-grade quasi-chaos treasures. Furthermore, it was not a low-grade quasi-chaos treasure. It was one of the ultimate treasures of the Morning Star Alliance's alliance. It was a treasure that even many universe gods coveted, and it was controlled by the Morning Star Alliance for generations. With the power of the Morning Star Scepter, True King Wan Lei could even unleash battle force of universe god in a short period of time. Bitch it, how could this be? Mengli Elder's heart sank to the lowest point. He was very clear about the strength of the old ancestor. He wasn't much weaker than him, but in the end, it was difficult for him to withstand the old ancestor's attack. If it was him, he wouldn't be any better. Even if he still had some tricks up his sleeve, could he really defeat Yang Fann? No, no matter what, I have to find a way to exhaust this Yang Fann's strength as much as possible. Buzz. Mengli Elder's eyes glittered, as if he had made up his mind. Poochie. He took a step forward and appeared on the chaotic arena. Dream God Pearl, come out. A dreamy crystal orb rose from Mengli Elder's head. Within it, one could vaguely see countless living creatures and worlds. It was like a dream, but also like reality. Divine Dream Pearl, burn the source. What? He actually ignited the origin of the supreme treasure. SS's. Could it be that Mengli Elder has gone crazy? The hearts of all the elders shook violently, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The Dream God Pearl. This was a top-grade original treasure, and it was even a top-grade original treasure. Even ultimate quasi-cosmic god might not be able to obtain a top-grade treasure. Even though Mengli Elder was the direct disciple of the cosmic god Nightmare Lord, and his value was far higher than the other ultimate quasi-cosmic god, a top-grade original treasure like the Dream God Pearl could be counted on one's fingers. In order to prevent Yang Fann from reaching Great Elemental Old Man's position, losing such a top-grade original treasure was impossible as long as one's head was not kicked by a donkey. With Mengli Elder's strength, even if he burned the origin of the Dream God Pearl, he would at most have the strength to fight two deputy chief. He would never be a match for Yang Fann. It was simply a waste of such a high-grade original treasure. Furthermore, it was very likely that he would become enemies with Yang Fann, the Alliance Lord expert. It was a matter of 100 perils and no benefits at all. If this Mengli Elder wasn't crazy, what was he? The Great Nightmare Law, the Infinite Red Dust Sea 2249, the Lord of Godly Bones, Morning Star Divine City, Morning Star Divine Palace, Starlight Divine Hall. In order to prevent Yang Fann from passing the challenge and successfully advancing to Great Elemental Old Man, Mengli Elder had invested a lot. He did not hesitate to lose the high-grade original treasure, the Dream God Pearl, to burn the origin of the supreme treasure and forcefully increase the power of the supreme treasure. Great Nightmare Law, 10,000 feet red dust. A mysterious sound of great Tao descended from the sky and sounded in Yang Fann's ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Dream God Pearl glowed brightly as streams of mortal aura spread out and filled the entire primal chaos. In the next second, the scenery in front of Yang Fann changed. The vast chaos disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was a luxurious palace. Around him, at some unknown point of time, there were many beautiful women with graceful figures. All of them seemed to be completely naked. Their jade-like bodies were exposed to the world. Buzzing, numerous strands of ethereal immortal energy rose up from the surroundings of the hall, and it enveloped the bodies of those beautiful women, causing their jade bodies to be faintly discernible. However, it was precisely this sort of hazy feeling that seemed to be able to be seen, yet was unable to be seen clearly, that caused one's soul to be even more captivating. Even with Yang Fann's mental state, he still felt a trace of impetuousness at this moment. What a good heart tempering of the mortal world. Interesting. A mocking smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. If it was any other Alliance Lord level expert, it might have fallen into Mengli Elder's trap. Under the extreme eruption of the high-grade top-grade original treasure, the Dream God Orb, Mengli Elder's strength of soul had increased by more than 10 times. However, there was still a long way to go before it could confuse Yang Fann. His strength of soul was more than 100 times stronger than True King Wan Lei and the other League Chief True King Wan Lei's. It was 1,000 times stronger, and it was on a completely different level. If it was Master, the Nightmare Lord, he might still have some hope. In the next second, Poochie, with a movement of the strength of soul, it turned into a soul blade and instantly minced the surrounding demons into pieces. Buzz. Space and time distorted. Yang Fann once again returned to the chaos. Ah! Mengli Elder opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His aura was rapidly weakening. He looked at Yang Fann in a dispirited manner. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The Divine Dream Pearl was burning the strength of origin. With his full strength, his power had already surpassed many top-grade original treasures. It was going straight for the quasi-chaos treasure, and with the help of his mastery Great Nightmare Law. Even if True King Wan Lei fell into the illusion realm, he still wouldn't be able to escape from it in a short period of time. However, this Yang Fann didn't even last for a single breath. Hong Long. Such a terrifying strength of soul was not much weaker than some low-grade low-level universe god. How could this be? How is this possible? Hiss. This Yang Fann, what a terrifying strength of soul. This time, Mengli Elder had suffered a double loss. The elders all looked at Mengli Elder with pity. In this battle, not only had he lost a high-ranked original treasure, but he had also lost a high-ranked original treasure. Under the backlash of the strength of soul, his soul was severely injured. His origin had been damaged, but he was different from the other eminent elders. The most it could do after its divine body was destroyed by Yang Fann was to lose some vital energies. He would be able to recover in 10 days and a half, but once his origin was damaged. Even if he was a god of quasi-universe, he wouldn't need more than 100 eras. They wouldn't even be able to recover for a long period of time. They had really suffered a great loss. Hiss, what a good Yang Fann, such a terrifying strength of soul, even compared to the universe god, it wasn't any weaker. This Yang Fann was probably not far away from taking that step. True King Wanlei and the others, the 3 major elders, deputy chief, widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with envy. Compared to the other senior elders, they had seen much more. Don't just look at these Alliance Lord level experts. As long as there was an opportunity, they would be able to break through to the universe god realm. But no one knew when this opportunity would arrive. For example, True King Wanlei was stuck at this step. He had been stuck at this step for nearly 200,000 eras, but he still showed no signs of breaking through. On the other hand, Yang Fann had already broken through to the strength of soul first. Next, as long as time was accumulated, the final step of breaking through would be a matter of course. Unlike them, they were still like the reflection of the moon in the moon. After giving Yang Fann a deep look, True King Wanlei asked in a somewhat formal manner, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" Even an idiot could tell that all 92 elders had been defeated by Yang Fann. The position of Great Elemental Old Man was basically in Yang Fann's hands. A few breaths later, seeing that no one responded, True King Wanlei officially announced, "All right, no one continued to challenge. Then I declare that Elder Yang Fann is the 8th elder of Morning Star Alliance." At this moment, cough, cough, cough. Hold on, cough, 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 I have something to say. Cough, cough, cough. A faint cough sounded within the Starlight Divine Hall. This cough was very soft, but it sounded like a heavy hammer pounding on their soul in the ears of the elders. Other than True King Wanlei and the 3 great true deputy chief, the expressions of the rest of the people changed as they looked for the source of the sound. At some unknown time, there was an additional person in a corner of the hall. It was an old man with a sallow face, skinny bones, and a sickly look. He had a hunched back and looked less than 1.6 meters tall. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him to the ground. However, in the eyes of the elders, such a weak old man was like a prehistoric berserk beast, causing them to tremble in fear. Even True King Wanlei and the other 2 elders had a look of deep fear in their eyes. Lord of Divine Bone, this was an extremely ancient existence in the Morning Star Alliance, even the great elemental old man like Lord of Void Cloud. He's just a junior in front of him. It was said that it was a bone of a universe god that gave birth to a sagacity. 1,000,000 eras ago, he was already an Alliance Lord level expert. In these 1,000,000 eras, he had been in seclusion, hoping to take that final step and become a universe god. However, wasn't this old monster already in death seclusion? If he didn't break the oath of a universe god, why would he suddenly appear here? Soon, doubts flashed across everyone's eyes. It was impossible for this old monster to take the most crucial step and become a universe god. The bottleneck of a universe god was not so easy to break through, even if it was an Alliance Lord level expert. It was the same with the title of a future universe god. In millions of eras, or even millions of eras, there were plenty of people who could not find the contractor. Not to mention, if a new universe god was born, the entire Morning Star Chaos domain would be shaken and a phenomenon would occur. The universe god was the pinnacle expert of the Chaos domain, just like Universe Lord in the Source universe. Once he descended, the entire universe would be filled with flowers, and golden lotuses would pour down from the sky to celebrate his arrival. Could it be that this old monster is doing this for? All of a sudden, a bright light flashed within the True King Wanlei's of True King Wanlei and a few others. It was as if they had thought of something. Ordinary elders didn't know much about Lord of Divine Bone's background, but Great Elemental Old Man, who was the Alliance Master, knew very well that Lord of Divine Bone wasn't just an ancient monster of Morning Star Alliance, he was also one of the Nightmare Lord's earliest followers. As for the Nightmare Lord, that was Mengli Elder's master. What a good Mengli Elder, so this was his plan. At this moment, Mengli Elder's crazy behavior made sense. He wasn't crazy. He had never thought that he would be able to defeat Yang Fann. The reason why he ignited the source of the Supreme Treasure was to consume more of Yang Fann's energy to create an opportunity for Lord of Divine Bone. However, this Mengli Elder had overestimated him. He had wasted a high-grade top-grade original treasure for nothing, but it didn't cause much trouble for Yang Fann. Chief, cough, 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 cough. I want to challenge this Elder Yang Fann. Cough, 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 cough. C-2250 beat him up. Morning Star Divine City, Morning Star Divine Palace, Starlight Divine Hall. As expected, this old monster is here for Yang Fann. True King Wan Lei and the other elders had a look of understanding on their faces. Why would this old monster suddenly appear here for no reason? Obviously, it was invited by Mengli Elder to stop Yang Fann from advancing to the Great Elemental Old Man realm. Mengli Elder had gone through a lot of trouble to stop Yang Fann from advancing to the Great Elemental Old Man realm. Not only did he pay a high-grade original treasure, he also invited an old monster like Lord of Divine Bone. And the price he had to pay to invite this old monster, Lord of Divine Bone, was definitely not small. Although Mengli Elder was the last disciple of the Nightmare Lord, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was Lord of Divine Bone's young master, a chief-grade expert like Lord of Divine Bone was something that even the Nightmare Lord, a universe god, had to respect. It was not something that Mengli Elder could summon and do as he pleased. This time, Yang Fann was in big trouble. Lord of Divine Bone was definitely not the old ancestor Tian Can. What Mengli Elder could compare with was a million years ago. He was already an Alliance Master level expert, and a million eras had passed. With his accumulation, among all the Alliance Master level experts, even true King Wan Lei, if he did not use the Morning Star Scepter that represented the highest authority of the Alliance leader, he would have to face Lord of Divine Bone. He would probably lose more than he could win. Look, Lord of Divine Bone is on the stage. The two of them are going to fight soon. I can't wait any longer. I don't know if Yang Fann is better or Lord of Divine Bone is better. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Both of them are the best of the Alliance Lord grade experts. Lord of Divine Bone was already an Alliance Lord grade expert a million years ago. A million years have passed. I wonder how much his cultivation base has advanced. Yang Fann is also a top existence among the Alliance Master level expert. The outcome will be 50-50. The surrounding elders, including true King Wan Lei and the other two great elders, were all looking forward to the battle. Their eyes were wide open, and they didn't even blink, as they were deeply afraid that they would miss out on a tiny detail. A battle between Alliance Lord level experts like this was rare, especially the two of them, who weren't ordinary Alliance Lord level experts like the Lord of Truth. Many elders had lived for more than 200,000 eras, but they had never seen a battle like this. If they missed it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. If they could comprehend a little more from it, it would be very beneficial to them, the deities of quasi-universe. Sigh, I wonder if Yang Fann can defeat this Lord of Divine Bone. A hint of melancholy could be seen in Lord of Void Cloud's eyes. The skin of a tree. The name of a human. That was a peerless, ferocious man who had been a chief-level expert for millions of eras. It could be said that he was below the universe god realm. An invincible existence. No matter how much confidence he had in Yang Fann, Lord of Void Cloud couldn't guarantee that Yang Fann would be able to defeat an old monster like Lord of Divine Bone. Chaotic battle ring. Poochie. Chaos shattered. Lord of Divine Bone appeared in front of Yang Fann. The next second. Rumble. Rumble. Lord of Divine Bone's emaciated body was like a balloon that had been pumped with air as it rapidly swelled up. In an instant, he turned into 100,000 light-years tall terrifying great gods. A demonic god phantom that was more than 10 times bigger than him appeared in Lord of Divine Bone's mind. Its power was so terrifying that even true King Wan Lei and the other Alliance Master experts felt their hearts palpitating. That terrifying demonic god phantom was nothing else. It was the universe god that had given birth to Lord of Divine Bone. Yang Fann, take my palm. Lord of Divine Bone's voice changed completely. It was like a bronze bell that was boiling. There was no sign of a half-dead body. Rumble. With the support of the universe god phantom, the power of this strike had faintly surpassed the scope of the Alliance Lord level expert. It truly possessed a portion of the power of a universe god. Hiss. Alright, such terrifying strength, number. It can't be blocked, nor can it be blocked. True Yan's master and Cloud Prancing Master both sucked in a breath of cold air. This power was so terrifying that it was more than 10 times stronger than theirs. With their strength, they could only temporarily avoid it, they absolutely didn't dare to face it head-on. Even true King Wan Lei had a solemn expression. If he did not use the Morning Star Scepter, this punch would be enough to heavily injure him. It seems like we have underestimated Lord of Divine Bone. His strength is already above Yang Fann's. This time, Yang Fann will be in danger. Good as expected of Lord of Divine Bone, the strongest person under Master. He didn't waste my great Dao Kai Yang pill. Good Mengli Elder said in his heart. He stared at Yang Fann, who was on the chaotic battle ring. Yang Fann, your path ends here. The position of great elemental old man is mine. What a good Lord of Divine Bone. He is indeed worthy of being called an old monster from a million eras ago. As expected, those amphioxus can't be compared to him. Yang Fann squinted his eyes. Under the arena, the discussions of the elders did not escape Yang Fann's ears and ears. This Lord of Divine Bone was definitely the strongest person he had met today. He was the ancestor of the Sky Silkworm sect. He was far from being able to match up to 101 of them should I continue to suppress him with a single strike, or should I go easy on him. Even if he wanted to suppress him with a single strike, he would have to unleash all of his power. With a thought, he changed his mind. Yang Fann gave up on this crazy idea. If he really revealed his true strength, he was afraid that it would shake the entire Morning Star Alliance. At that time, those universe gods wouldn't be able to sit still. They would personally come to the Starlight Divine Hall. With his strength, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to hide from the eyes of those quasi-universe gods. However, Yang Fann wasn't completely confident that he could hide from the universe gods. If the Morning Star Alliance really hit a middle-level universe god, he would definitely be exposed. Although he tried his best to cultivate the concealment technique, Yang Fann's foundation was still a little shallow. The best concealment technique he had was still from King of Divine Source. Even though he had constantly improved it, it was still far from being comparable to those chaotic secret techniques. Once his true situation was exposed, the consequences would be hard to predict. A mere universe sovereign that was not even a quasi-universe lord actually possessed a terrifying power that could rival a universe god. Even an idiot could tell that he had a heaven-shaking fortuitous encounter with him. Yang Fann could not guarantee that these universe gods of Morning Star Alliance would have designs on him. Today, he had made a lot of noise, and it was not worth it to take such a huge risk. 2 layers of strength of world. Rumble. A vast illusory world appeared behind Yang Fann, and a large expanse of chaos was crushed into pieces. This Yang Fann is actually. He actually hit it gulp deep. Immeasurable. The senior statesmen around the arena let out cries of disbelief. There was really no one else who could hide this. They had never seen anyone so perverted before. One trump card after another, it was as if there was no end to it. He couldn't afford to offend them. Many people directly listed Yang Fann as a target they couldn't afford to offend. Even if they couldn't befriend this monster, they absolutely couldn't make him their enemy. If this monster really became their enemy, it would become a nightmare for them for the rest of their lives. Bang! 2 terrifying giant beasts collided. The terrifying power seemed to want to blow up the entire chaos ring. Rumble. The layers of barriers around the arena began to shake rapidly, and even tiny cracks began to appear on them. Terrifying one should know that this chaotic ring could withstand 2 low-level universe gods battle. Even an ordinary Alliance Lord-level expert would find it very difficult to break the surrounding barrier with just a single strike. Thump. Lord of Divine Bone quickly retreated. Every step he took would cause a huge expanse of chaos to appear. On his right arm, there were crisscrossing cracks everywhere. Balls of dark golden divine bloods with a diameter of several light years kept dripping down. They were like a vast ocean, corroding a large expanse of chaos. Even the demonic god phantoms on his back had become much dimmer. On the other hand, Yang Fann was standing on the same spot, as still as a mountain. This time, it was obvious that Lord of Divine Bone was at a disadvantage, or he was at an absolute disadvantage. With the 2 layers of strength of world, Yang Fann's strength was at least twice as strong as Lord of Divine Bone's. Where do you think you're going? After succeeding in his attack, Yang Fann did not show any mercy. He directly charged forward and his fists were like shooting stars as he crazily beat him up. True King Wanlei had already started announcing the result. This Lord of Divine Bone still dared to cross the line. Did he really think that he didn't have a temper? Bang Bang C 2251 User Morning Star Divine Palace, Starlight Divine Hall, Chaos Arena. Bang Bang Yang Fann used both his fists and kicks like a violent storm, wildly beating them up. Every punch landed on Lord of Divine Bone's body. Lord of Divine Bone was only able to parry, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Bitch it, how dare you try to hit me if I don't kill you, you old dog around the Chaos Arena. The surroundings of the Chaos Arena were surrounded by layers of barriers. The others, including Lord of Divine Bone, couldn't hear the discussions outside the ring. However, it was still not enough to hide from Yang Fann's eyes and ears. Combined with True King Wanlei's words and Mengli Elder's crazy performance just now, Yang Fann had more or less guessed Mengli Elder's plan. He wanted to advance to the top and advance to Great Elemental Old Man. This was human nature. Among the elders present, which one of them didn't want to become Great Elemental Old Man? It was just a normal challenge, and he wouldn't say anything about it. However, this Mengli Elder didn't hesitate to burn the origin of the Supreme Treasure at all costs. After that, he invited Lord of Divine Bone, who had been in secluded cultivation for millions of years, to come out. That was too much. Did he really think that he was a good person who didn't have a temper? Not only Lord of Divine Bone, even Mengli Elder and Yang Fann wouldn't let him go easily. He had to pay the price for this. He even felt a little regret in his heart. If he knew this would happen, he would have done it just now. Even if he didn't cripple this Mengli Elder immediately, he would at least make this Mengli Elder's origin suffer a great loss. It would be difficult for him to recover even after tens of thousands of eras. Others might be afraid of the King of Nightmares behind him, but not Yang Fann. Although he didn't know the exact cultivation base of the Nightmare Lord, there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that it wasn't a middle-level universe god. As long as it wasn't a middle-level universe god, Yang Fann had nothing to fear. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he was determined to leave. He was confident that no low-level universe god would be able to stop him. Bitch it, this bastard, he's really going too far. Lord of Divine Bone's eyes turned red, like an enraged beast. Ever since he achieved his Tao, he had never been tortured like this. He wanted to use the forbidden arts to forcefully improve it, but his rationality kept reminding him that he shouldn't do that. With his current condition, if he were to lose some of his origin, he would need an unknown number of eras before he could become a universe god. He was afraid that it would be even more difficult for him to become a universe god. Furthermore, if he really used the forbidden arts, True King Wanlei, who was standing below the stage, would definitely not stand idly by. Whether it was the challenger or the challenger, Great Elemental Old Man was strictly forbidden to use the forbidden arts to forcefully increase his combat strength. Anyone who violated this rule would be severely punished. Even if it was him, if he didn't die at that time, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Even his master, the King of Nightmares, would find it very difficult to protect him. To be honest, Mengli Elder burning the source of the Dream God Orb was already considered wiping the side. However, there was no clear rule in the prohibition that one could not burn the source of the Supreme Treasure. True King Wanlei had just let him go and did not make too much of a fuss about it. Forget it, there will be a long time to come. I will keep this score in mind for now. I will settle this score with him in the future. After enduring for another 10 breaths of time, Lord of Divine Bone finally chose to lower his head. He could not use the forbidden arts. Other than being passively beaten, he had no other use. Bang! He exchanged another blow with Yang Fann, and with the help of the rebounding force, Lord of Divine Bone flew out of the chaotic ring. Buzzing, that magnificent body that was more than 100,000 light years tall was shrinking at a terrifying speed. In an instant, it had become so weak that it couldn't even stand the wind. It kept coughing. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. It was like a candle flickering in the wind, as though it would extinguish the lamp of death in the next moment. However, when he looked at Yang Fann on the arena, his gaze revealed an indescribable enmity. This matter would definitely not be let off just like that. He, Lord of Divine Bone, had never been bullied like this ever since he became a senior elder of the Morning Star Alliance. Chaos Arena. Do you hate me, Lord of Divine Bone? I hope you don't seek death. Otherwise, I won't mind letting you become my nourishment for my growth. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. If it wasn't for the situation, Yang Fann would have completely suppressed Lord of Divine Bone. It was an expert that was infinitely close to the level of a universe god. The power of the strength of origin was more than 10 times stronger than ultimate quasi-cosmic god like Lord of Void Cloud. If he could devour this expert completely, he would definitely be able to break through to the quasi-universe lord. Furthermore, it wasn't as simple as just breaking through. At least, it would be middle-rank quasi-universe lord, or even the high-grade quasi-universe lord. Is there anyone else who wants to continue challenging Grand Elder Yang Fann? True King Wan Lei looked around. Wherever his gaze passed, all the elders lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Not to mention that they had already challenged Yang Fann once, they had already lost the qualification to continue challenging him. Even if they could continue challenging him, they wouldn't continue challenging him. This monster wasn't something they could fight. The universe god wouldn't appear. No one would be a match for this monster. With just that bit of strength, going up on the stage to challenge was simply asking for humiliation. In fact, there was even a strange blush on the faces of many senior statesmen. It was an embarrassment. They, low-rank quasi-universe god, were the only ones who dared to challenge this monster. If it was a life-and-death battle, all of them would have died a long time ago. Even fleeing for their lives would be an extravagant hope. I'll count to 3. If no one dares to challenge me anymore, Venerable Yang Fann will be the new great elemental old man of Morning Star Alliance. 1, 2, 3. Good congratulations to Elder Yang Fann. From now on, he will be the 8th great elemental old man of Morning Star Alliance. No one will continue to challenge Yang Fann, an old monster like Lord of Divine Bone, the entire Morning Star Alliance. There weren't many people who could be found. One of them came out. It was Mengli Elder who had paid a huge price for it. Most of it was because of Master, the Nightmare Lord. Otherwise, a mere great Dao Kai Yang pill was not enough to make Lord of Divine Bone an enemy of an Alliance Master expert. As for the other old monsters, they would not give him face, the young master of the Nightmare Realm. Elder Yang Fann, I will send the news about you, great elemental old man, to the Morning Star Alliance. Congratulations, Grand Elder Yang Fann. No, it should be great elemental old man now. Congratulations, great elemental old man. Please take good care of him in the future. Congratulations, great elemental old man. Soon, the other elders, including the Lord of True Yan and the Lord of Cloud, gathered around Yang Fann and congratulated him loudly. This monster, Yang Fann, was not only powerful to the point of making people's hair stand on end. He was far above them and could be said to be the strongest person under the universe god realm. What was even more terrifying was his scheming. One after another, his trump cards were endless. Many elders even had some doubts. Was this really Yang Fann's strongest combat strength? This kid could only be on good terms and not be an enemy. Thank you, Chief. I will definitely take on the role of great elemental old man. I won't disappoint the Alliance. Yang Fann cupped his hands and expressed his gratitude. Yang Fann wasn't casually saying this. As long as the Morning Star Alliance didn't let him down, he wouldn't let the Morning Star Alliance down. He would definitely bring the Morning Star Alliance to another peak. Just like the Seven Stars Sect, Holy G Sect, Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, and all the other holy lands he had stayed in, which one of them wasn't like a dog that had risen to the heavens, and their power had skyrocketed by billions of billions. Trillions of times. Yang Fann was a nostalgic person. He would remember every little thing about how good Yang Fann was to him. If it was anyone else, like the Seven Stars Sect and the Holy G Sect, who were just ants to the sect, they would give them some benefits. It was one thing, but why would he bring them along with him? He would also spend a huge amount of resources to improve them. For the past 200 billion years, the resources that Yang Fann had spent on these holy lands were enough to make a high-level universe lord go bankrupt. Just the Seven Stars Sect, Holy G Sect. The talent of those disciples. In the eternal great world, all of them were trash amongst trash. Only Golden Origin Sorceress and the others who were born in the Witch clan could be considered to have some talent. And if they wanted a group of trash to advance to the universe sovereign stage, the resources that they would need would be used to nurture those geniuses. 1,000 times more, 10,000 times more. Honestly speaking, no one would believe it if it was spread out. How could there be such a fool in this world? It was fine if it was family or friends, but ordinary fellow disciples were neither relatives nor relatives. Who would take care of them like Yang Fann did and spend a huge amount of resources to support them? No matter how many resources he had, it was not such a waste. It had to be said that being able to share the same sect as Yang Fann was the greatest fortuitous encounter in their lives. Right at this moment, a cold voice came from the side of the hall. Alliance Chief, since the new great elemental old man has been selected, we should put the matter of revenge on the agenda. The wine is a wine with a long history, must not die in vain. C. 2252 Revenge. Morning Star Divine Palace, Starlight Divine Hall. What? Revenge for the wine is a wine with a long history. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they looked for the source of the voice. It was Mengli Elder. In an instant, everyone felt a faint aura of conspiracy rushing towards their faces. Mengli Elder had suggested taking revenge for the wine is a wine with a long history at this moment. There was definitely a conspiracy involved, and it was definitely a conspiracy. They did not remember any secret relationship between Mengli Elder and the wine is a wine with a long history. There were even some conflicts between them. Even if they wanted to avenge the wine is a wine with a long history, Mengli Elder should not have brought it up. At that moment, Mengli Elder continued, since it's Elder Yang Fann who has taken over the wine is a wine with a long history's position, I think that Yang Fann great elemental old man is duty bound to take revenge for the wine is a wine with a long history. What a good Mengli Elder, he really doesn't have good intentions. What a good move to use someone else to kill him. I'm afraid Yang Fann will be in trouble this time. In an instant, True King Wan Lei's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood what Mengli Elder was thinking. Although he spoke in a dignified manner and said that he was duty bound, it wasn't that easy to avenge the wine is a wine with a long history. Otherwise, how could he let the murderer get away with it after 10 billion years? Even if True King Wan Lei, the Morning Star Alliance's chief, attacked, he couldn't guarantee that he could avenge the wine as a wine with a long history. If he wasn't careful, he might have to pay a price. The next second, all eyes were focused on Yang Fann, but no one said anything to remind him. It was obvious that Mengli Elder was trying to set Yang Fann up. At this moment, he jumped out and reminded Yang Fann. They had to offend Mengli Elder. Yang Fann was not someone to be trifled with. Mengli Elder was not someone to be trifled with, not to mention the Nightmare Lord standing behind him. His strength alone was enough to suppress most of the elders. Lord of Void Cloud opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He wasn't afraid of Mengli Elder. As the great elemental old man of Morning Star Alliance, it wouldn't be easy for Mengli Elder to find trouble with him. Besides, he had joined the Morning Star Alliance for hundreds of thousands of eras. His power had been deeply rooted in the Morning Star Alliance. It wasn't like there wasn't a universe god behind him. Of the 8 great elders of the Morning Star Alliance, except for Yang Fann, who was a newcomer. Which one of them didn't have a universe god backing them? Otherwise, it would be very difficult for them to completely secure great elemental old man's position. However, Mengli Elder's words seemed to make some sense on the surface. The wine is a wine with a long history was the great elemental old man of Morning Star Alliance, one of the higher-ups of Morning Star Alliance. How could he die in vain? As the successor of the wine is a wine with a long history, he had some responsibilities in taking revenge for the wine is a wine with a long history. If Yang Fann didn't want the truth to be revealed, he really had to accept this responsibility. This was an open conspiracy. Who knew what Yang Fann would choose? The enemy of old monster Wei Yuan was not that simple. Even if Yang Fann was a peak Alliance Master expert, he might still suffer a great loss. Alliance Master, what Mengli Elder said makes sense. Since I have taken over the position of the wine as a wine with a long history, his grudge. Naturally, I'll report it. Yang Fann smiled at True King Wan Lei and accepted this great karma. With his cultivation base and strength, as long as it wasn't the universe god who attacked him personally, it would be a piece of cake for him to avenge the wine as a wine with a long history. It wouldn't be too difficult. It wasn't that Yang Fann was afraid of the universe god. It was just that defeating the universe god was easy, but suppressing it was too difficult. Even a middle-level universe god couldn't guarantee that he could suppress a low-grade low-level universe god. However, the possibility of the universe god attacking him personally was infinitely close to zero. It was impossible for him to think that the universe god behind the Morning Star Alliance was just a decoration. If the universe god could casually make a move against the universe god, it would have been a mess a long time ago. Today if your universe god can make a move against my subordinates, tomorrow, my universe god will also be able to destroy your family's elder. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no other choice, no power would be the first to break the bottom line. The wine is a wine with a long history's enemies were at most Alliance Lord level experts. However, out of the corner of Yang Fann's eyes, he still took a deep look at Mengli Elder. A cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. How dare he plot against him again and again? What audacity! He would remember this debt. Sooner or later, he would let this old dog Mengli pay with her life. Mengli Elder didn't show any signs of fear when he saw Yang Fann's cold gaze. Instead, he smiled coldly at Yang Fann. With the Nightmare Lord as his backing, Mengli Elder wouldn't take Yang Fann's threat to heart. Could it be that this Yang Fann still dared to kill him? As long as Yang Fann did not become a universe god, there was nothing to be afraid of. His master, the Nightmare Lord, was not an ordinary universe god. He was already a high-level low-level universe god a million years ago, and was a chief-level expert. In his hands, he was just a slightly stronger ant. It was precisely because of the Nightmare Lord's support that Mengli Elder would plot against Yang Fann in such an undisguised manner. If it was someone like Ancestor Tien Kan, even if he really hated Yang Fann, he would not dare to plot against Yang Fann in such a blatant manner. Alright, since that's the case, I'll leave the wine as a wine with a long history's matter to you, Yang Fann and great elemental old man. True King Wan Lei's eyes sparkled, but he didn't say anything. He didn't have a very good relationship with Yang Fann. He had offended Mengli Elder for his sake. He wasn't that great. No matter who won or lost, it wouldn't have much of an impact on him. Very quickly, the elders dispersed one after another. Yang Fann's name spread towards the Morning Star Divine City, Morning Star Continent, and the Morning Star Universe. An Alliance Leader level expert, and a Peak Alliance Leader level expert, was enough to affect the entire situation of the Morning Star Universe. Countless factions listed Yang Fann as a target they could not provoke. A Alliance Leader level expert was not something they could afford to offend. Void Cloud Continent, Void Cloud Divine City, Void Cloud Divine Palace. Yang Fann and Lord of Void Cloud were sitting on the Divine Throne. Below them were the 18 sons of Dark Cloud and the others. At this moment, all of them had excited expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with respect and worship as they looked at Yang Fann. His Excellency Yang Fann was really too strong. Even an old monster like Lord of Divine Bone was no match for them. With such a powerful ally, their ranking in the Morning Star Universe could rise by at least 3 or 4. With this chance, the forces of the Void Cloud bloodline would be able to expand by quite a bit. Brother Yang, the matter of Li Yuan is not simple, you must be careful. Lord of Void Cloud said with a solemn expression. The wine is a wine with a long history was not a weakling. He was ranked 5th among the 8 great elemental old man. Compared to the other Lord of Void Cloud, he was only slightly weaker. Even if he faced a few Alliance Lord level experts, although he was not a match for them, he would still be able to retreat with ease. As a result, his dead soul died in Zonstar battlefield. It was imaginable how powerful the person who attacked him was. Brother Suyun, I wonder who killed this. The wine is a wine with a long history. Yang Fann squinted his eyes and asked. There was a trace of heat in the depths of his eyes. To be able to kill the wine is a wine with a long history, he must at least be a chief expert. If it was a peak chief expert like Lord of Divine Bone, it would be the best. After devouring him, he would at least be a middle-rank quasi-universe lord. At that time, his combat strength would increase by 100 times, more than 1,000 times. He wouldn't dare to say that he was a middle-level universe god, but amongst low-level universe god, not many would be a match for him. Brother Yang, this isn't a secret. The one who killed the wine is a wine with a long history was Master of Destruction from the Merrick Star Alliance. Merrick Star Alliance's Master of Destruction. Brother Yang, don't underestimate this Master of Destruction. This was a newly risen chief-level expert from the Merrick Star Alliance. It was an expert that specialized in the Great Tao of Destruction. Although he has just stepped into the ranks of the sect chief expert, his combat strength is still very powerful. He wouldn't be much weaker than Lord of Divine Bone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the wine as a wine with a long history with just a single horse. Zonstar battlefield, under the constant pressure of Master of Destruction. The war situation has deteriorated, and we have lost 9 lines of defense. C-2253 Xing Yin Morning Star Universe, far away from the continent. This was one of the 108 level 5 continents in the Morning Star universe. Amongst the 108 rank 5 continents, it was considered above average, and could be ranked in the top 50. Whether it was Spirit of Heaven and Earth's or many resources, they were not much inferior to the Void Cloud continent controlled by Lord of Void Cloud. It was previously controlled by the Wine is a Wine with a long history. However, following the fall of the Wine is a Wine with a long history, the entire continent became an ownerless continent. Most of the mineral veins and resources had been forcefully sealed, and mining was prohibited. They were all waiting for the arrival of the new master of the continent. In the Morning Star universe, the Morning Star Alliance was the true ruler. The other 4th grade continents were fine, but the 108 5th grade continents were all under the control of the Morning Star Alliance. Great Elemental Old Man, who was like Lord of Void Cloud, was the master of the Void Cloud continent, but in fact, he was only temporarily in control of one of the continents. In the entire Morning Star Alliance, other than the high and mighty universe god, the rest of the people, including the Alliance Master and Deputy Chief, only had one continent temporarily. Once they resigned or died, the forces they belonged to would lose control of the continent. They would even be expelled from the continent, like the Shishi clan that the Wine is a Wine with a long history belonged to. After the fall of the Far Continent, they had no choice but to leave the continent and return to the ancestral land of their Shishi clan, a 4th grade continent, the Shishi continent. The distant continent, the Li Yuan Divine City. Originally, it was the core of the Far Distance continent, and it was the most prosperous place in the Far Distance continent. The expert was like a cloud, and the experts were like rain. It was not inferior to the Void Cloud continent in the slightest. It ruled the land, and sovereigns were inferior to dogs. But now, the entire Divine City was deserted. It was a completely empty city, and there was no one there. A dark golden barrier covered the entire Divine City, completely sealing it. Even the ultimate quasi-cosmic god like Lord of Void Cloud wouldn't be able to enter it. Poochie. Suddenly, the void twisted, and a man appeared in the sky above the Divine City. This was a black-clothed youth who looked to be in his 20s. He was very young, and his chi was ordinary, as if he didn't know any cultivation path. It was just a wisp of chi that erupted out of his body. It was extremely terrifying, and it was enough to terrify countless universe lord. This black-clothed youth was none other than Yang Fann. After taking over the position of the Wine is a Wine with a long history and great elemental old man, Yang Fann had also inherited this faraway continent. Of course, it should be called Spiritual Martial Arts Continent now. Every great elemental old man had the right to name the continent. 300,000 eras ago, the name of the continent wasn't like this. It was only because the Wine is a Wine with a long history controlled this continent that he had the name of the continent. Yang Fann and the Wine is a Wine with a long history had never met each other before, so they naturally had no intention of using the name of the continent. As for the name of Spiritual Martial Arts Continent, it was to commemorate Yang Fann's true hometown, Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts. That was his true root, the place where he was born. The next second, a dark golden light flashed, and a dark golden token the size of a palm shot up into the sky. The continent token was the true control center of the Spiritual Martial Arts Continent. By controlling the continent token, one would be able to control the entire Spiritual Martial Arts Continent. Buzz ripples appeared on the dark golden barrier, and it gradually dimmed down before disappearing without a trace. He really left thoroughly. Yang Fann frowned slightly. The entire Divine City was empty. There was no need to talk about anyone else. There was not even a shadow of a ghost. The next moment, rumble. Yang Fann waved his hand, and a large group of people appeared in front of him. They were Yang Fann's men. Compared to the other major powers under Great Elemental Old Man, Yang Fann's subordinates were really pathetic. Even if Yang Fann spared no effort to nurture them, the time he spent cultivating them was still too short. He didn't even have Universe Lord, and the strongest were only a few extreme quasi-Universe Lord. With just this bit of strength, there was no need to talk about the 5th grade continent. Even in the lower grade, 4th grade continents, there were a lot of experts that could be compared to them. Luckily, Yang Fann was the master of Spiritual Martial Arts Continent, and he controlled the will of Spiritual Martial Arts Continent. As long as his subordinates didn't leave Spiritual Martial Arts Continent, with the help of the will of Spiritual Martial Arts Continent, they would be able to defeat or even suppress top-level Universe Lord. He wasn't afraid of any major changes that might occur if he controlled Spiritual Martial Arts Continent for him. In the center of the city, in the treasure vault of the divine palace. Pucci. The space was torn apart, and Yang Fann took a step forward. I wonder how many resources and treasures there are in this treasure vault. Yang Fann squinted his eyes. A hint of expectation flashed across his eyes, because the wine is a wine with a long history did not rotate normally. He had died in an accident in Seven Star battlefield, and he didn't have the time to take out all the treasures in this treasure vault. And the method to open this treasure vault was only known to the wine as a wine with a long history, the lord of the continent. His descendants and clansmen wanted to leave this place before they left. There was nothing they could do about it. In the end, it was Yang Fann who benefited from it. Open it for me, Rumble. The continental medallion in his hand glowed with a brilliant golden light as the door to the treasury slowly opened. Rumble, rumble, endless treasure lights erupted from within, dazzling to the extreme. Gulp gulp, looking at everything in the treasure vault, Yang Fann swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. Although he had guessed that the wine is a wine with a long history's family wouldn't be few, he never expected it to be so huge. He had struck it rich this time. He had truly struck it rich. Just the universe source alone had exceeded 30 million cubic meters, nearly 35 million cubic meters. There were also many other divine fruit and divine medicines, precious treasures, and treasures. Yang Fann had even found 5 top-grade Yang Fanns, and the best one was an original treasure. Its grade was so high that it wasn't much different from Mengli Elder's Dream God Pearl. If all the treasures were combined together, they would be worth at least 20 to 30 million cubic meters of universe source. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. The wine is a wine with a long history was one of the 8 great elemental old man in the Morning Star Alliance, and just like Lord of Void Cloud, he had been elected twice in a row. He had accumulated hundreds of thousands of eras, and it was understandable that he had such a huge amount of wealth. It could only be said that his divine ability was no match for the heavens. This wasn't the first time the wine is a wine with a long history was in charge of a war zone. Although the battles were intense, the ones who died were usually those below Universe Lord. Even top-level Universe Lord rarely died, let alone ultimate quasi-cosmic god who was like her. Usually, in hundreds of thousands of eras, not a single ultimate quasi-cosmic god would die. Otherwise, the wine is a wine with a long history wouldn't have let these treasures stay in the treasure vault. He would have given them to his descendants, so that Yang Fann, an outsider, wouldn't be able to benefit from them. Of course, if the wine is a wine with a long history really had the ability, he wouldn't have gone to the Seven Star battlefield to die for nothing. Good with such a huge amount of resources, my great cosmic eternal divine arts can be improved again, not bad. Yang Fann said. At this moment, it seemed like the 1 billion cubic meter universe source required for the great cosmic eternal divine arts to be completed wasn't that difficult. For someone like the wine is a wine with a long history, he could easily suppress a dozen or 20 cubic meters of universe source and obtain 1 billion cubic meters of universe source. I still need to find Lord of Void Cloud and ask him to help me deal with these natural treasures. These divine fruit and divine medicines and many treasures were of little value to Yang Fann. The universe source formula was what he truly needed. Morning Star Divine Palace, Secret Technique Hall. This was the place where countless secret techniques and collections of the Morning Star Alliance were kept. There were a total of 9 levels, and each level was higher than the last. However, even the lowest level secret technique was enough to make countless sovereign lords fight to the death. The highest level, the 9th level, was a supreme secret technique that even universe gods would be tempted by. Secret Techniques Palace, 8th level. Yang Fann quickly looked through a secret technique and collected most of the wine as a wine with a long history's belongings. After asking Lord of Void Cloud for help, Yang Fann went straight to the secret technique hall. He was going to choose a secret technique to conceal himself. The arcane art in his hand was a little too rough. If he really saw those universe gods, Yang Fann really didn't have much confidence that he could hide it from their eyes. And with his cultivation level and strength, it definitely wouldn't be too far away for him to come into contact with universe gods. Unfortunately, he couldn't go to the top. Yang Fann raised his head to look at the 9th floor of the secret technique hall, a hint of regret flashing across his eyes. With his identity as Great Elemental Old Man of the Morning Star Alliance, he could read and practice any secret technique below the 8th layer in this secret palace. In the first era of the Morning Star Alliance, he could receive 5 secret techniques for free. After that, he could choose a secret technique from each era. However, if he wanted to cultivate the 9th floor's supreme secret technique, he would have to consume a huge amount of Alliance contribution point. And now, he only had the basic benefits of Great Elemental Old Man, 100 million Alliance contribution points in an era to those Universe Lord. This 100 million Alliance's contribution was a huge amount of wealth. One should know that there were many low-level Universe Lord. Even if he worked hard for an entire era, he might not be able to obtain 100 square meter contribution points. Even if he wanted to exchange for universe sources, he could still exchange for 100 square meter universe sources. However, those supreme secret techniques were not worth trillions, or even 10 trillion Alliance contribution points. 100 million Alliance contribution points was not even a fraction of it. Even if he wanted to borrow it from Lord of Void Cloud, Yang Fann could not open his mouth. That was a trillion Alliance contribution points, or even tens of billions of Alliance Lord of Void Clouds. It was not a small number. Lord of Void Cloud's accumulation of tens of thousands of eras was just like that. Although he had some friendship with Lord of Void Cloud, it was far from that. As for using universe sources to exchange for Alliance contribution points, that was something only a fool would do. 100 million Alliance contribution points could only be exchanged for 100 cubic meter universe sources. However, if one wanted to use universe sources to exchange for Alliance contribution point, then 200 cubic meter universe sources could be exchanged for 100 million Alliance contribution point. By exchanging all of Yang Fann's universe sources into Alliance contribution points, one could roughly exchange them for a secret technique of the 9th level. Yang Fann was not crazy. Why would he waste universe sources so extravagantly? He would just use the 8th layer secret technique to make up the numbers. This 8th layer secret technique was also a quasi-chaos grade secret technique. It might be a little problematic to hide it from a middle-level universe god, but it wouldn't be a big problem to hide it from low-level universe god. Soon, 2 hours passed. That's it. Star Secret Technique. C-2254 set off Morning Star Divine Palace, Secret Technique Palace, 8th layer. Star Secret Technique. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. After 2 hours, he had seen tens of millions of secret techniques. This Star Secret Technique was definitely one of the best. The entire star concealing technique, there was a total of 5 stages. Every time he broke through a level, he would be able to hide from the prying eyes of a higher level expert. Currently, Yang Fann had yet to fight the universe god, so he couldn't really estimate his true combat strength. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. He shouldn't be any weaker than an intermediate low-level universe god. One should know that with all of true King Wan Lei's trump cards, the combat strength that he could unleash in a short period of time was definitely not much weaker than a low-ranked universe god. However, Yang Fann didn't sense any dangerous chi from true King Wan Lei. In other words, true King Wan Lei's combat strength wasn't any weaker than an intermediate low-level universe god's. This true King Wan Lei couldn't do anything to her, and only low-ranked universe god couldn't do anything to him. Then, with the characteristics of the star concealing technique, as long as he could break through to the 4th order, he wouldn't be unlucky enough to run into a middle-level universe god. He didn't need to worry about any universe gods discovering the secrets in his body. And, if he wanted to run into a middle-level universe god, in the Morning Star Chaos Domain, and even the nearby Chaos Domain, the chances of him meeting a middle-level universe god were infinitely close to 0. He had become the great elemental old man of Morning Star Alliance. The huge Morning Star Alliance didn't have many secrets to speak of to him. In the entire Morning Star Alliance, the strongest ones were only 1 or 2 quasi-middle-level universe god warriors, and the few nearby Chaos Domain were the same. Otherwise, if a middle-level universe god really appeared, the balance between these major powers would have been broken long ago. A middle-level universe god, a quasi-middle-level universe god. The difference in a word was the heaven and earth, cloud and mud. With the foundation of the Morning Star Alliance, even with the help of the geographical advantage, they might not be able to fight a middle-level universe god. The higher the cultivation base, the greater the gap between each realm. In Chaotic Starry Sky, Yang Fann was the only one. He was a top-level universe sovereign, and he could even fight a few levels higher than him. He had never even heard of a few dozen levels of challenges, let alone seen one. Universe Lord, Universe God, not to mention one major level, he could even surpass 1 or 2 minor levels. That was the most powerful monster in Chaos Domain, top-level Heaven's Pride monster after all, to be able to advance to Universe Lord, Universe God. Which one of them wasn't the best monster in the universe? Very quickly, Yang Fann recorded down this star-concealing technique and then chose a forbidden technique. Yang Fann quickly left the secret technique hall. As for the other secret techniques, Yang Fann was not too interested. The 8th level of the secret technique was only useful to the Alliance Lord level expert, but it was useless to a true universe god. To be able to increase one's strength by half a level was the limit. In order to greatly increase the strength of a universe god, one had to go to the 9th level of the secret technique hall. Unfortunately, he was currently short of money. Spiritual Martial Arts Continent, Lingwu Divine City, Spiritual Martial Palace. Yang Fann did not immediately head to the Zon Star battlefield to find Master of Destruction from the Merrick Star Alliance to avenge the wine as a wine with a long history. It had already been 10 billion years, so there was no need to wait for millions of years. It was better to wait for him to cultivate this star-concealing technique first so that he wouldn't run into the Merrick Star Alliance's universe god and expose his background. Furthermore, Lord of Void Cloud needed some time to take out all the resources in his hands. Resources worth 20 to 30 million universe sources, wanting to smoothly take action was not that simple. Luckily, Lord of Void Cloud had helped him. If it were him, who knew how many years it would take? Rumble. Streams of obscure starlight rose from within Yang Fann's body. 10,000 years later, Yang Fann's secret technique, beginning, successfully advanced to the first step. The most important thing in cultivating the star-concealing technique was still the strength of soul. An ordinary low-rank quasi-universe god would not have enough strength of soul. The first stage of cultivation was already his limit. Furthermore, that required a long period of time. It was still in the trillions, 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 and trillions of years. Even a chief-level expert like True King Wan Lei would at most be at the 4th level of the star secret technique. The 5th level of the star-concealing technique was not the strength of soul. It was impossible to reach the universe god stage, but all of this, to Yang Fann, it wasn't a problem at all. The power of the strength of soul was comparable to many universe gods. It was even more powerful. The so-called bottleneck of the star-concealing technique did not exist at all. One just had to cultivate it step by step. 100,000 years passed. Yang Fann's star-concealing technique had successfully broken through the 2nd stage and entered the 3rd stage. 10 million years later, Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes and slowly stood up. After tens of millions of years, he had finally mastered the 4th-order star secret technique, which was enough to hide from the eyes of quasi-middle-level universe god. However, if he wanted to master the last step of the 5th-order star secret technique, even if his strength of soul had already reached the universe god stage, he would have to use it. That would take a billion years, 10 billion years. However, this time was a bit too long. If he focused on cultivating the great universe's eternal divine arts, it would be enough for him to devour tens of millions of cubic meters of universe source. In any case, the Tier 4 secret technique was more than enough for him to cultivate in the nearby chaos domain. The 5th stage of the star secret technique was better to wait for his cultivation base to make another breakthrough. After the strength of soul had greatly increased, it would be better for him to continue cultivating. Now, he had to go to the Zon Star battlefield first and get rid of Master of Destruction from the Merrick Star Alliance. For the past tens of millions of years, the Morning Star Alliance's situation in the Zon Star battlefield had not been good. Another line of defense had been destroyed. Without the chief expert, Master of Destruction, the chief expert could do whatever he wanted. The Morning Star Alliance could only rely on the defensive line to hold on. During this period of time, Lord of Void Cloud had also successfully sold all the resources in Yang Fann's hands. He had brought a total of 2 million cubic meters of Yang Fanns for Yang Fann. This was also the reason why Yang Fann was in a hurry to sell them. If this continued, it would increase by another 2 to 3 million cubic meters of universe sources. Even so, it somewhat exceeded Yang Fann's expectations. His original bottom line was at 20 million cubic meter universe sources. After all, he was in a hurry to sell it. Selling it at a low price was unavoidable. Adding the nearly 35 million square cubic universe sources in his hands, that was 58 million square cubic universe sources. If he could absorb and refine all of them, it would be enough for his great universe's eternal immortal divine body to experience a qualitative leap, and his strength would be several times greater than before. At that time, Just the pure strength of body alone would be enough to fight him, and perhaps even suppress middle-rank top-level Universe Lord. Yang Fann would remember Lord of Void Cloud's kindness, and he would definitely repay him in the future. Yang Fann moved his spiritual sense and found a few of his subordinates, Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord, and asked them about the situation in the spiritual martial arts continent over the past tens of millions of years. There were still many major powers left in spiritual martial arts continent after the Shishi clan had withdrawn. These were the indigenous residents of spiritual martial arts continent. There were also some major powers with Universe Lord in charge, and some of them were the best of the best. There were even top-level Universe Lord experts in charge, but all of these were insignificant in the face of the will of the continent. Spiritual martial arts continent. Although it could not be compared to the Morning Star continent, the strength of the will of the continent was even greater than many top-rank high-level universe sources' wills. It was far from being comparable to the divine source universe and the original will of the Taiyuan universe. Even if it was only a portion of the power, it still allowed Yang Fann's quasi-universe lord subordinates to have the ability to fight against top-grade power of universe lords. On the other hand, under the suppression of the will of the continent, those native powers' strength fell drastically, and even low-rank top-level universe lord couldn't use it. However, those who resisted were all slaughtered and suppressed by the will of the continent in just a few tens of millions of years. The entire spiritual martial arts continent was completely under Yang Fann's control. After that, Yang Fann contacted Lord of Void Cloud and asked him to take care of the spiritual martial arts continent. The other elders wouldn't risk offending him in trying to attack the spiritual martial arts continent. However, that wasn't necessarily the case for Mengli Elder. Although both parties didn't completely fall out with each other, it wasn't much different. It was possible that Mengli Elder would take advantage of his absence to plot against the spiritual martial arts continent. 100 years later, rumble. A stream of light shot into the sky, quickly tearing apart the Morning Star Universe cosmic crystal wall and disappearing into the boundless chaos. Morning Star Universe's level 4 continent, Mengli continent, finally set off. Very good, that Zon Star battlefield will be your burial ground. C-2255 arrived Morning Star Chaos Domain, boundless chaos. Rumble. A stream of light tore through the chaos at an incredible speed. It was so fast that not even a peak top-level Universe Lord could match it. This was a space fortress with an area of 10,000 miles. Countless mysterious runes were flickering around it. The Starlight Battle Fortress was a top combat fortress of Morning Star Alliance. It was also one of the basic configurations of the 8th Great Elemental Old Man. It had to be said that the benefits of the Morning Star Alliance's Great Elemental Old Man were really frightening. A 5th grade continent was directly under the jurisdiction of a territory. Let's not talk about it. Just this Starlight Battle Fortress alone was enough to make countless powers envious and jealous. Don't just look at the Starlight Battle Fortress. It was only 10,000 square kilometers in size. In fact, it was just a small size. The true size. It was no less than a rank 4 continent in the Morning Star universe, because it was itself. It was formed from the collection of a rank 4 continent by a few Alliance leader-level Morning Star alliances from the Morning Star Alliance, as well as a large amount of top-grade natural treasures. There were layers upon layers of formation barriers on it, which were the Alliance master-level experts. It would take a lot of effort to break through the attack of the Starlight Battle Fortress. Also, its attack was also extraordinary. It was enough to endanger ultimate quasi-cosmic god's safety. As for its speed, although it wasn't as fast as the expert, it was still much faster than ultimate quasi-cosmic god. He had won quite a number of times. It could be said that a Starlight Battle Fortress was equivalent to a ultimate quasi-cosmic god, and it was one of the more powerful ones. It was no wonder that someone with a big background like Mengli Elder would try his best to seize the position of Great Elemental Old Man. Unfortunately, he had calculated everything and managed to kill Yang Fann in the middle of the battle. Such a golden opportunity had made all of his efforts go down the drain. Without Yang Fann, Mengli Elder would have at most 20 to 30 billion years. He was at least confident that he could take the position of 8th layer. Over the past 10 billion years, more than 30 senior elders had been bribed by him. In the entire Morning Star Alliance, there were only about 100 senior elders. Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. Rumble. The pores all over Yang Fann's body expanded to the limit, turning into a terrifying square black hole, crazily devouring the universe source in his hand. The terrifying pressure caused the four-direction space to become extremely distorted. Fortunately, it was in the Starlight Battle Fortress. If it was the Aurora shuttle, Yang Fann wouldn't even need to think about cultivating it. Just the pressure that erupted by chance was enough to destroy the Aurora shuttle. This was also one of the major drawbacks of cultivating too quickly. There were many treasures that could be used by Universe Lord for tens of thousands of eras, but could fall into Yang Fann's hands. He wouldn't use them for 100 billion years. Sigh the worries of happiness. The Star Selection War Zone was located at the border between the Tianquan's Chaos Domain and the Morning Star Chaos Domain. It was unknown how many billions and billions of billions there were in the Morning Star universe. Even with the speed of the Starlight Battle Fortress, it would take close to 10 million years to reach the Zon Star battlefield. Legend had it that in some powerful Chaos Domain, there were chaos transportation arrays that could easily travel through the chaotic starry sky. Even if they were separated by dozens of Chaos Domain, it wouldn't take much time. Unfortunately, to the Morning Star Alliance, this was a complete legend. The Morning Star Alliance was the leader of countless major powers in the Morning Star Chaos Domain. They were the people they looked up to. However, if it was placed in the thousands of Chaos Domain, it would be a small power that couldn't be any more ordinary. It wouldn't even have a middle-level universe god. It simply didn't have the qualifications to come into contact with the chaotic transportation array, a high-grade item like this. As for the universe transportation arrays, to teleport from the Morning Star universe to the Zon Star battlefield, not only would it require a huge amount of resources, but it would also require hundreds of millions of years. Even if the Morning Star Alliance controlled the highest-level universe transportation array, it was far from being comparable to the low-level universe transportation array that Divine Emperor had set up. It was better to use Starlight Battle Fortress honestly. Of course, if Yang Fann was willing to travel in person, it would be another matter. He would be able to reach Zon Star battlefield in less than 10,000 years. Yang Fann's speed was not something the Starlight Battle Fortress could compare with. It was more than 100 times, more than 1,000 times faster than the Starlight Battle Fortress. However, there was no need for that. Although the situation in Zon Star battlefield wasn't favorable for their Morning Star Alliance, they were only at a disadvantage. If they really wanted to collapse, it would take them 100 billion years, or even trillions of years. That was something that they couldn't even dream about. If they really thought that the Morning Star Alliance had hundreds of thousands of businesses, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Even if Merrick Star Alliance did not have a bottom line and sent out the universe gods, it would still take them hundreds of millions of years to completely occupy Zon Star battlefield. Rumble, rumble, an endless amount of power of the universe sources flowed into Yang Fann's body, nourishing every single cell in his body, causing his strength to steadily rise. Pucci, along with a huge breakthrough in his cultivation base and the rapid progress of the great universe's eternal immortal divine body, the speed at which Yang Fann refined the universe source increased by tenfold, over 100 times. In less than 10 years, Yang Fann had already devoured a cubic meter of universe source. In other words, after tens of millions of years, Yang Fann was able to refine over 1 million cubic meters of universe source. Ferocious. If this were to spread, it would definitely shake the entire chaotic starry sky. Even those top-level universe god warriors couldn't guarantee that they would be able to refine 1 million cubic meters of universe source in just a few tens of millions of years. As for low-level universe god, not to mention 10 million years, even if he gave them 100 billion years or even 1 trillion years, those who could refine 1 million cubic meters of universe source were extremely rare. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. Time passed year by year. Very quickly, 9 million years passed. The Starlight Battle Fortress gradually approached the chaotic corridor. It was like a space-time corridor. The chaotic corridor was the boundary between the two chaos domain. It completely separated the two chaos domain. Compared to the other major chaos domain, the chaotic energy in the chaotic corridor was in the Morning Star chaos domain. As long as one reached the Universe Lord stage, they would be able to stay in the primal chaos. They could move freely, even if they were at the top-level Universe Sovereign. He would be able to stay in the chaotic energy for a short period of time. But in this chaotic corridor, even if it was a low-level Universe Lord, without the protection of the original treasure, it would be very difficult to hold on for more than 10,000 years. He would be corroded into slag by the violent chaotic energy. Below Universe Lord, the only thing he could do was live in a square war fortress. As long as the original treasure dared to take a step beyond the lightning pool, it would instantly turn into nothingness under the chaotic energy. Even if it was extreme quasi-universe lord, he would usually be able to last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. That was his limit. As for the Seven Star battlefield, it was located in this chaotic corridor. This was a vast battlefield. Its area was as vast as the Morning Star universe, and it was even bigger. In the entire Seven Star battlefield, the Morning Star Alliance had set up a total of 108 defensive lines. Each line of defense was composed of a large number of battle continents and battle fortresses, with a huge continent that was even greater than many rank 4 continents as the center. Billions, trillions, 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 trillions of light years. Defense was a line of defense that was stronger than a line of defense, especially the last 10 lines of defense. Even universe gods would have to spend a lot of time to break through them, and they might even have to pay a price. Of course, there were only 99 defense lines left in the 108 defense lines. Even the 98 defense lines had many battle fortresses and war continents destroyed and occupied. The Star Wars continent, this was the last defensive line of the Morning Star Alliance, the core continent. It was also the strongest continent in the entire Seven Star battlefield. It was so vast that it was not even a bit inferior to the many rank 5 universes in the Morning Star universe. There were also various resources, spirit of heaven and earths, and so on. Rumble, rumble. The entire continent was surrounded by layers upon layers of restrictions. Large patches of chaos in all directions were extracted, turning into a massive amount of spirit of heaven and earths that surged into the Warring Star continent, causing the war potential of the Warring Star continent to slowly grow. For the sake of the Morning Star Chaos Domain's gateway, the Morning Star Alliance had put in a lot of effort. Star Battling Divine City, Star Battling Divine Palace. This was the core of the Star Battling continent, the command center of Seven Star battlefield. Groups of divine generals dressed in golden divine armors patrolled the 4 corners of Divine Palace from time to time. The weakest among them was the Quasi-Universe Lord, and the leader was none other than the real Universe Lord. Look, that's you. Starlight Battle Fortress. It's the Starlight Battle Fortress. Great Elemental Old Man. Great Elemental Old Man is here. Quick, go and inform the elders that His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man is here. His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man is here. What? Great Elemental Old Man has arrived. He was about to land on Square No. 1. Good, everyone follow me to welcome Great Elemental Old Man. C-2256 Spy Seven Star Battlefield. First line of defense, Star Battling Continent, Star Battling Divine Palace. Soon, the entire Star Battling Divine Palace was boiling with excitement. Countless experts' eyes were glowing with delight. His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man, His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man has finally arrived. The chance for them to take revenge has finally arrived. Ever since the wine is a wine with a long history fell, all of them had been suppressing the anger in their hearts. From the time they opened up the war zone and the 108 war zone defense lines, there had been a victor and loser between them and the Merrick Star Alliance. Sometimes, even one of them would collapse. 2 lines of defense, but now, in just 10 billion years, he had lost 9 lines of defense. That was something that had never happened in hundreds of thousands of eras. Shame. This was the shame of countless Alliance Seven Star battlefields in Seven Star battlefield. Now, His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man had arrived. There was hope for their revenge. They had some understanding of Great Elemental Old Man's background. He was a peerless expert that could sweep away nearly 100 senior elders with his strength alone. Even Lord of Divine Bone, who was a chief expert a million years ago, was defeated by him. The scariness of his strength far exceeded their imagination. If the universe god didn't appear, they were afraid that not many of them would be a match for His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man. Although Master of Destruction from the Merrick Star Alliance was powerful, he could be considered one of the best amongst all the Alliance Masters experts. However, thinking about it, it was impossible for him to defeat His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man. The true reliance of the Merrick Star Alliance in Seven Star battlefield was Master of Destruction. As long as His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man could defeat Master of Destruction, it was only a matter of time before they could seize the 9 great defensive lines. Quickly follow me to the first square and meet His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man. Star Wars Divine Palace, Square Number 1. This was a large square with a diameter of over 100 light years. Rumble, The Starlight Battle Fortress stopped. The next second, Yang Fann stepped down from the Starlight Battle Fortress. After nearly 10 million years, he finally arrived at the Star Fighters' Divine Palace. Greetings, Great Elemental Old Man. Greetings, Your Excellency. Great Elemental Old Man. Greetings, Your Excellency. Great Elemental Old Man. In an instant, a large number of Yang Fanns were kneeling down in front of Yang Fann. At the very least, it was Universe Lord. There were only 5 of them standing there. They were the senior elders of the Morning Star Alliance who were in charge of the Zon Star battlefield. Although these senior elders weren't as powerful as Great Elemental Old Man, they were still part of the upper echelons of the Morning Star Alliance. So, bowing was enough for them. At this moment, the 5 elders of the Morning Star Alliance were looking at Yang Fann curiously. They were very curious about Yang Fann, the new Great Elemental Old Man of the Morning Star Alliance. The Morning Star Alliance had been established for tens of thousands of eras, and many of them had fallen during that period. There were also quite a number of people who had taken up positions during that period of time. However, that was the result of a long period of communication, bribery, and intentionally letting him go. They had never seen someone as ferocious as Yang Fann, who had swept away nearly 100 elders and even defeated an old monster. Unfortunately, they had to stay in Zon Star battlefield, so they had no chance to meet him. It had to be said that this was a great regret in their lives. After passing this village, it would be impossible to see them again in the future. No need for formalities. As he spoke, a gentle force supported the group of Universe Lord and lifted them up. Thank you, Your Excellency. Great Elemental Old Man. 2 hours later, Star Battling Divine Palace, Warlord Palace. Yang Fann sat high above the divine throne, looking majestic and insufferably arrogant. His eyes sparkled as he looked down at the world. It was just a glance. He had already seen most of the details of everyone in the Divine Hall. They were on his left and right. On both sides, there were 4 deities of quasi-universe. In the entire Zon Star battlefield, except for Great Elemental Old Man, there was only one other god. There were also 8 senior elders of quasi-universe as support. However, there were 3 senior elders in charge of the front line. However, after the arrival of Yang Fann, the new Great Elemental Old Man, the 3 senior elders also rushed back to pay their respects to Yang Fann. These 8 senior elders were all quite strong. The weakest one was middle-rank quasi-universe god, the strongest one was top-rank quasi-universe god. Compared to Lord of Void Cloud and the other senior elders, he was only a grade lower. Behind Great Elemental Old Man were dozens of Universe Lord. All of them were top-level Universe Lord, and the weakest one was no weaker than King of Divine Source and King of Taiyuan. As for the other high, middle, and low-grade Universe Lord, they were not qualified to participate in this meeting. One had to admit that the Chaos Domain controlled the major powers. Their strength was far greater than those major powers in the universe. They were on a completely different level. If he could take care of these top-level Universe Lord warriors, he would be able to take care of them. There were still 8 elders left. It should be enough for him to break through to the quasi-universe lord. It might even be possible for him to break through to the middle-rank quasi-universe lord realm. Of course, Yang Fann was just thinking in his heart. He, Yang Chao, had no bottom line when it came to attacking his fellow disciples for no reason. Very quickly, under the report of the elders, Yang Fann had a detailed understanding of the situation in Zon Star battlefield. In the huge Zon Star battlefield, apart from the 8 elders present, there were 66 top-level Universe Lord elders. There were also 28 top-level Universe Lord guarding the front line. There were more than 1,000 high-level Universe Lord, nearly 10,000 middle-level Universe Lord, and more than 100,000 low-grade Universe Lord. Terrifying. If Human Sovereign Realm and Tao Lord were to come to Zon Star battlefield, they would only be ordinary commanders. Apart from these Universe Lord experts, Morning Star Alliance also had 8 main armies in Zon Star battlefield. Each of them had around 10 billion people. The weakest among them was at the low-level Universe Sovereign, and the last were the defending armies of the various defensive lines, the War Continent, and the strongholds. This was a huge number. There were tens of thousands of people at the minimum, and hundreds of millions at the most. When combined, there were nearly 100 trillion of them, and the weakest was a low-level Dominator warrior. Of course, there were also many creatures from various clans on top of the various defensive lines, and they numbered in the hundreds of millions. The various armies needed to take turns. They had been in a state of war, and even the Universe Sovereign and Universe Lord couldn't stand it. All the defensive lines were bustling with activity. Compared to the different universes in Chaos Domain, they were pretty much nowhere close to it. And this was also the source of the soldiers of the various armies. Finally, Yang Fann focused his gaze on the 98th line of defense. The 98 lines of defense at their peak were centered around the rank 4 war continent, Muzang continent. According to the Morning Star Universe's rank, many war continents in Zon Star Battlefield were also divided into 5 levels. Among them, the Star Wars continent was the only rank 5 continent. Around the Muzang continent were 81 rank 3 war continents, 1,800 rank 2 war continents, and 49,000 rank 1 war continents. This was the foundation of the 98 defense lines. With the various levels of war continents as the base, a large number of war fortresses were distributed around the area, forming this line of defense that was billions of millions of years long. The large-scale defensive line of the Zhao Guang year. However, after nearly 20 million years, a large number of war fortresses were destroyed and destroyed. Even the war continents were destroyed, 2,618 of them. There was even a level 3 war continent that caused a slight crack to appear on the 98 defensive lines. Under the continuous attacks of the Merrick Star Alliance, this crack was still slowly expanding. If nothing unexpected happened, the 98th line of defense would completely collapse in a span of 3 to 4 billion years at most. But now that he was here, it was a different story. Yang Fann naturally wouldn't let this situation continue to worsen. Not only the 98th line of defense, but also the other 9 lines of defense. He wanted to take them back in one fell swoop, and even attack the Merrick Star Alliance's line of defense. Every line of defense was a line of defense that the Merrick Star Alliance had spent a huge amount of resources and time to build. Those were all resources. If he could take down the entire defensive zone of the Merrick Star Alliance and exchange the resources for universe sources, he would need 1 billion cubic meters of universe sources to complete his eternal immortal divine body. Even if he couldn't gather all of them in one go, he was afraid that he wouldn't need much more. Right at this moment, enemy attack line 98 requests support. Line 98, requests support. Sharp alarms sounded one after another, sweeping across the entire divine palace. What? Enemy attack at this moment. Bitch it, the news of us returning to the city must have leaked out. The faces of the 3 elders on the right side of Yang Fann changed. They were the ones in charge of the front line. Without the 3 of them, the defense line of the 98th defense line would be lowered by more than a level. Furthermore, it was a secret that they had left the defense line. There were very few people who knew about it. But now, it had been leaked out. It was obvious that there was a spy beside them, and that person's status wasn't low either. Without realizing it, a few figures appeared in their sea of consciousness. If they took the opportunity, they would be able to find out about it. Then the consequences would be, hiss. Great Elemental Old Man, please assist the 98th line of defense as soon as possible. C-2257 defeat Combat Star Continent, Combat Star Divine Palace, Warlord Palace. The 3 Great Elemental Old Man's faces were full of anxiety. They looked at Yang Fann. If they really allowed Yang Fann to succeed, the 98th line of defense would be in danger. Even if it didn't completely collapse, they would still suffer heavy losses. Elders, relax. Nothing will happen, Yang Fann chuckled. There was no trace of worry on his face. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were useless. And he, Yang Fann, controlled absolute power. Putting aside the danger of the 98th defense line, even if the 98th defense line collapsed, so what? As long as he was willing, he could seize it back at any time. Everyone, follow me to the 98th defense line and ask the legions to prepare themselves. This time, not only do I have to drive these bastards from the Merrick Star Alliance out of the 98th defense line, I also want to take back the 9 defense lines in one go. Yang Fann's voice was flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, when it landed on the ground, the 8 Grand Elders and the top-level Universe Lord felt as if they were being punished by the Great Tao, causing their hearts to tremble. Even the words of the 3rd Great Elemental Old Man, who wanted to continue persuading them, were scared back to his mouth. All of them stared at Yang Fann with their eyes wide open, as if they were fish eyes, looking at him in disbelief. Gulp gulp, did they hear it wrong? Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man just said that not only would they take back the 98th line of defense, they would also take back the 9 lines of defense in one fell swoop. Hiss. Was this possible? Although the 9 great defensive lines had suffered heavy injuries in the past, over the past 10 billion years, under the constant repair of the Merrick Star Alliance, several layers of power had been restored. Even if His Holiness Yang Fann could defeat Master of Destruction and recapture the 9 great defensive lines, that's not something you can do in a short time. Unless His Holiness Yang Fann could kill Master of Destruction, there was no hope at all. Master of Destruction was not extreme quasi-universe lord. He was a genuine chief-grade expert. Even a universe god would not dare to guarantee that he would be able to kill Master of Destruction, let alone Yang Fann, who was also a chief-grade expert. As a Alliance Lord-level expert, if a person wanted to leave, that person would definitely not be stopped by any other Alliance Lord-level expert. Yang Fann ignored the incredulous faces of the 8 Grand Elders and many top-level Universe Lord warriors. They slowly walked down from the Divine Throne and headed towards the exit of Warlord's Palace. Forget it, there was no need to think so much. All he had to do was carry out the orders of His Excellency Yang Fann. He was the person in charge of the war zone. It was hard to say if His Excellency Yang Fann could really create a miracle. Just like how he had completed Great Elemental Old Man's challenge. Before this, who would have thought that he would be able to accomplish such an unprecedented feat? With his own strength, he had swept away all the elders and seized Great Elemental Old Man's position. Very quickly, the entire Star Wars continent was mobilized. Troops quickly assembled and were ready to depart. Line 98. The Riley War continent was one of the remaining 83rd grade continents in the 98th line of defense, and it was also one of the entrances to the 98th line of defense. Once the Lee War continent collapsed, the entire defensive line would be opened, and the Merrick Star Alliance army would be able to directly wipe out the entire war continent. The Lord of the Riley War continent was the Lord of the Lee War continent. He was a high-level universe lord, and the name of the Lee War continent came from him. The entire Lee War continent was guarded by the Lord of Lee and his army of Riley. In the huge army of Rayleigh, apart from the Lord of Lance, there were 12 middle-level Universe Lord and 93 low-level Universe Lord. At this moment, the Lord of Riley and his 12 middle-level Universe Lord warriors had gathered in the command room. They looked at the huge crystal screen and commanded their armies to resist the attack of the Merrick Star Alliance army. Dory, I'll leave the Kalur continent to you and your 8th Legion. No matter what, you have to defend the Kalur continent for me. The Lord of Riley looked at a high-ranked middle-level Universe Lord and said in a serious tone. The 2nd grade Kalur continent was the eastern gateway of the Kalur continent, and he couldn't afford to lose it. Commander, don't worry, Kalur is here, End is here, Kalur is dead, and End is dead, General Doyley promised solemnly. At this moment, the door of the command room slowly opened and a person walked in from outside the hall. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was dressed in golden divine armors, and his entire body was glowing with a radiant light. His steps were very slow, but with every step he took, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the command room increased by a large amount. At this moment, if anyone under Universe Lord dared to step half a step into the command room, they would immediately be crushed into pieces. Even some low-level Universe Lord could only bow his head and tremble under the terrifying pressure. Riley greets Lord Taylor. Lord Riley hurriedly bowed. This Lord Taylor was the trusted subordinate of Elder Hayden. Furthermore, he was also a top-ranked top-level Universe Lord. His strength was a million times stronger. It wasn't just him. It was far from something a high-level Universe Lord like him could afford. However, in the depths of the Lord of Rayleigh's eyes, there was a flash of doubt. A high-ranking official like Lord Taylor should be in charge of the Muzang continent right now. How could he suddenly come to their continent without any news? Paying respects to Lord Taylor. Paying respects to Lord Taylor. The 12 commander-in-chief from the Riley Legion all knelt down on one knee, not daring to show any disrespect. Lord Taylor, even their commander couldn't afford to offend him, let alone a middle-level Universe Lord like them. Riley, Elder Hayden has ordered us to shut down the defense system of Douglas. Taylor looked down at the Lord of Rayleigh from above and ordered. What? Turn off the Douglas defense system? How is this possible? The Lord of Rayleigh's eyes widened in disbelief. The Douglas defense system was their defensive line. It was their main defense system, and it was the only thing they could rely on to resist the attack of the Merrick Star Alliance's army. Once they shut down the Douglas defense system, they would not be able to fight against the Merrick Star Alliance's army. They would be like fat meat on a chopping board, allowing the Merrick Star Alliance's army to do whatever they wanted. More importantly, The Douglas defense system was an important part of the 98th Defense Line. If they shut down the Douglas defense system, it would cause a huge hole in the surrounding defense line, or even cause it to collapse. As long as Elder Hayden's head was not squeezed by the door, he would never give such a ridiculous order. Or was this Taylor? Combined with his previous doubts, the Lord of Riley seemed to have thought of something. Lord Taylor, close down the Douglas defense system. There must be a decree from the Grand Elder. Please show the Grand Elder's decree. How dare you, Riley, violate the senior statute of Hayden, the Oracle? You are not to be punished. Taylor's eyes flashed with killing intent. He attacked without holding anything back. It was his most powerful killing move. Ah no, although the Lord of Rayleigh was prepared, he never would have thought that Taylor would be so decisive and ruthless. The hurriedly gathered strength of origin of the Riley continent could not do much, and was directly cut into pieces by Taylor's sword. Ah, Commander, not good. This Taylor betrayed the Alliance. Run, everyone run! Roar 9 Netherworld's blood escape. The 12 Commander-in-Chief soldiers of the Riley Legion had ugly expressions on their faces. One by one, their minds collapsed. At this time, if they still did not know that Taylor had betrayed the Star Alliance, each and every one of them would have lived in vain for so many eras. One by one, they unleashed the forbidden arts and fled in all directions. With the 12 of them working together, they couldn't even defeat their commander, let alone a top-level universe lord like Taylor. Betraying the Alliance? I am a member of the Star Alliance, how can I betray them? Taylor's lips curved into a mocking smile. What? All right, just die obediently. On number. Taylor, you're a virgin, you're going to die a horrible death. Roar. A virgin? The Alliance won't let you go. This is the control center of the Douglas defense system. Destroy. Grug grug grug. With the Riley continent as the center, it covered an area of billions of miles. The light-year golden barrier instantly collapsed, turning into bits and pieces. Ah, how could this be? No, what exactly is going on? Douglas's defense system has collapsed. Taylor has succeeded. Charge, charge for this lord. Ha 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 ha. Kill all these bastards from the Morning Star Alliance. Kill. C-2258 Traps on Star Battlefield, Morning Star Alliance, Line 98. Ah no, how could this be, how could this be? Woo woo woo. No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save me, woo 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 woo. Wails of despair erupted from the numerous war fortresses and war continents at the front lines. They collapsed and the front line defenses completely collapsed. With a single move, his entire body was affected. There were 81 Rank 3 war continents and 81 Rank 3 defense systems. Each one of them is the most important base point of Defense Line 98. Last time, when the Level 3 war continent, the Lucky War continent, was destroyed, it had left a huge gap in the front line of defense. Now, the collapse of the Riley War continent had completely destroyed the front line of defense. The other 7 Level 3 war continents, the 7 Level 3 defense systems, had been shut down by the Douglas defense system. The defense system fell by more than a level. It was simply impossible to defend against the Merrick Star Alliance's army that was as fierce as tigers and tigers. In less than a quarter of an hour, the other 7 third-grade defensive systems had been destroyed one after another. The legions of the Heavenly Star Alliance were like rolling waves, surging over. Ha 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 ha. Kill today, I'm going to kill to my heart's content. Kekekeka. Scum of the Morning Star Alliance, come and die for me. Ha ha ha. This son of a bitch is mine. Don't fight with me for any of them. Kill. Ah, I'm going to fight you all to the death. Brothers, let's fight to the death with this bunch of scumbags. If we kill one, we'll be able to earn enough. If we kill two, we'll earn one. Right, let's fight to the death with these beauties. Roar, scumbags, die for your father. Blood ignition. The soldiers of Morning Star Alliance kept roaring, not hesitating to use the forbidden arts. Burning the bloodline soul, resisting with all their might. However, it was just an egg hitting a rock. They were just a garrison army, and were generally only sovereigns or sovereigns. Compared to the elite army of the Merrick Star Alliance, they were much, much weaker. As for Universe Lord, he didn't have many top-notch Universe Lords. He was the strongest of them all. He was at the high-level Universe Lord. On the other hand, the Merrick Star Alliance. They were able to withstand the attack of the Merrick Star Alliance. It's just borrowing the power of many defense systems. In the end, even if a large number of Morning Star Alliance's soldiers chose to self-detonate, it would still be difficult for them to change anything. Carnage. It was a one-sided massacre. Ah no, Please spare my life, my lord. Please spare my life. I surrender. I surrender. Mu Kang Continent, Mu Kang Divine City, Command Hall. The few top-level universe lord guarding the hall were staring at the crystal screen in the center of the hall with bloodshot eyes. They were like the completely enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. Roared Taylor, "You bitch, I was going to kill you, I was going to kill you, roar. If I don't kill this virgin, I swear I'm not a human, die Taylor, this dogfish, must die. Alright, everyone, we will take revenge for Taylor sooner or later. But now, it's better to think of a way to stabilize the situation." The one who spoke was a mighty middle-aged man dressed in dark golden divine armors, the Lord of Shen. This was a peak top-level universe lord expert, and he was only one more chance to break through to become a quasi-universe god. He was the strongest of the 8 top-level universe lord present, and after 3 great elemental old man left line 98, he temporarily took charge of line 98. Originally, with the defense of the 98th line of defense and the 9 top-level universe lord warriors guarding it, even if it was Master of Destruction himself, they would still be able to hold on for a long period of time. This time, the Merrick Star Alliance's attack would at most allow them to hold their line of defense for a long period of time. Never would they have thought that. This was a traitor amongst the 9 top-level universe lord warriors. The expert was second only to him, and it was definitely one of the higher-ups in the 98th line of defense. The 98th line of defense didn't have much of a secret to him. Not only did he easily shut down the Douglas defense system on the Riley continent, but he also used his fastest speed. Before they could react, he destroyed a large number of critical nodes. The coalition forces of the Merrick Star Alliance could not possibly break through 8 third-grade war continents so easily. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter, as if they were going to march into the Mu Kang continent. We can't defend the front line anymore. The only thing we can do now is to retreat as soon as possible and return to the Mu Kang continent to preserve our strength as much as possible. The master of the highest universe pondered for a moment and said, "That's the only thing we can do now." The top-level universe lord's eyes darkened. Once they retreated on a large scale, it would be difficult for them to take back the front line in the future. However, there was nothing they could do about it. All of them had collapsed. With the strength of the various legions at the front lines, if he continued to stay at the front lines and fight the Merrick Star Alliance army to the death, it would be no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They had no chance of winning at all. They had just sacrificed themselves for nothing. As for the 8 top-level universe lord warriors attacking them, the moment this idea popped up in their minds, it was instantly killed by them. Not to mention the top-level universe lord warriors in the Merrick Star Alliance's army, the number of them was far greater than theirs. More importantly, there was also the quasi-universe's divine god in charge. If they really wanted to help them, they would really fall into their trap. If they wanted to come back alive, they might be infinitely close to zero. However, if they lost them, the 98 defense lines would become a group of dragons without a leader. It might really be possible for the entire line to collapse. "Everyone, look, there's a situation." Suddenly, an exclamation attracted their attention. Grug 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 on the crystal screen, the expert of the Merrick Star Alliance was madly slaughtering the soldiers of the various legions. Large patches of divine bodies shattered and turned into flying ashes. The army of the Merrick Star Alliance, which looked like locusts passing through, was rapidly reducing in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is going on? Among the Merrick Star Alliances that had destroyed the Merrick Star Alliance, there was no lack of universe lord. Even a top-level universe lord like them didn't have the slightest confidence that he could kill so many of them in an instant. That seems to be the expert of the Merrick Star Alliance. It seems to be Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man. It really is His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man. We can be saved. All the armies at the front line can be saved. Good. It was time for Great Elemental Old Man to be crowned. Soon, the spirits of the Master of Shen and the other 8 top-level universe lord warriors shook, and a hint of surprise flashed across their eyes. They had all heard about the power of this new Great Elemental Old Man, and His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man. With him here, even if Master of Destruction from the Merrick Star Alliance were to personally deal with him, he wouldn't be able to get any benefits from him. The front line had finally been defended. The 8 top-level universe lord heaved a long sigh of relief. Their hearts, which they had been holding tightly, were finally at ease. The front line void. Yang Fann stood in the air. After receiving the news that the front line of Line 88 had collapsed, he knew that the situation was critical. It was not the time for him to continue delaying. He immediately left the group of elders, top-level Universe Lord, behind and rushed over. Right at this moment, rumble, a destructive chi that was more than 10 times stronger than Lord of Void Cloud and Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord descended from the sky and rushed towards Yang Fann. Bang bang, large patches of voids were completely destroyed, separating them. The 8 top-level Universe Lords seemed to be able to sense the destructive aura that caused them to tremble in fear in a place that was a trillion light-years away. It's Master of Destruction. Master of Destruction is here. In an instant, the 8 top-level Universe Lords' pupils shrunk, and a trace of fear that couldn't be concealed flashed across their eyes. Master of Destruction was their nightmare. For the past 10 billion years, countless soldiers had been destroyed by him. However, when they saw the black-clothed youth in the void, their panicked hearts were immediately set in stone. HMPH, Master of Destruction, we didn't have the expert to fight you before, so we could only let you run and retreat. But now, things are different. With Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man here, I will definitely teach you a lesson today. At that moment, rumble, another terrifying aura erupted from the 3 paths, covering the heavens and covering the earth as it swept through the 98 defensive lines. Grug. Countless spatial zones and numerous battle fortresses were crushed into pieces. The aura was so terrifying that it was not much weaker than Master of Destructions. There was even a pressure that was slightly stronger than Master of Destructions. All of the Alliance Lord level experts were Alliance Lord level experts. Not good. Great Elemental Old Man is in danger. A trap. This is a trap. C-2259 threatening Zon Star Battlefield, Morning Star Alliance, Line 98. Mu Zhang Continent, Mu Zhang Divine City, Command Hall. The smiles on the faces of Feng Shu and the other 8 top-level Universe Lord vanished in an instant. All of them opened their eyes wide and let out heart-wrenching cries, as if they had lost their parents. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. A trap. Today's attack, and even the betrayal of that old thief Taylor, was all a trap set by the Merrick Star Alliance to plot against Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man had obtained so many League Chief experts the moment he appeared. Alliance Lord level experts. That was the strongest below the Universe God level. The true core strength of the Merrick Star Alliance, the pillar of support. There weren't many Alliance leader level Merrick Star Alliances in the entire Merrick Star Alliance. A chaotic war zone like the Zon Star Battlefield. Generally speaking, having a chief level expert was the limit. At most, there wouldn't be more than 2 of them. There was more than one border between the Chaos Domain of Tianxuan and the Morning Star Chaos Domain. There were more than 3 chaotic war zones like the Xuanji Star Battlefield, not to mention that the Chaos Domain of Tianxuan was not only on the border of the Morning Star Chaos Domain. There were also chaotic war zones in other places, and Alliance Lord level experts were needed to guard them. Just the Zon Star Battlefield alone had 4 chief experts overseeing it extravagantly. The 3 chaotic war zones of the Morning Star Alliance had probably collapsed a long time ago. They had withdrawn from the chaotic corridor and returned to the Morning Star Chaos Domain to fight on their own. Now that so many League Master level experts had gathered here, even an idiot would know why. Could it be that Taylor's flower had leaked the secret again? Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man had arrived at Zon Star Battlefield in less than an hour and a half. Besides the Divine Palace, only top-level Universe Lord like them knew about it. Bitch you, why didn't I see through this dog's true colors before this? Yang Fann, Great Elemental Old Man, please don't let anything happen to you, otherwise, we will. Unknowingly, the hearts of Feng Shu and the other 8 top-level Universe Lord experts were in their throats. Once Yang Fann, the Great Elemental Old Man, was defeated once again, or even killed, it would be a devastating blow to the entire defense zone, especially the 98th defense line. The defense line had been opened wide, and under the attack of the 4 chief expert, it wouldn't be impossible for it to collapse. Chief level expert, it wasn't something Universe Lord could imagine, let alone the combined attack of the 4 chief level experts. Its power was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If a Universe God did not appear, no one would be a match for them. In the void, it seems like someone in the Alliance leaked my news to the Merrick Star Alliance. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and seemed to be lost in thought. The moment he arrived, the expert of the 4 great Alliance Masters appeared. It was obvious that the other 3 Alliance Masters had been hiding in the Zon Star Battlefield for a long time. It was hard to say whether someone had informed Merrick Star Alliance the moment he left the Morning Star universe. Who could it be? An old dog, Mangly, Lord of Divine Bone. In the entire Morning Star Alliance, there were only these two people who had a real grudge with him, but that was not necessarily the case. The Merrick Star Alliance and the Morning Star Alliance had been fighting for millions of eras. No one knew how many Aconite had been left in the Morning Star Chaos domain, and he had succeeded the position of the wine as a wine with a long history and was about to head to the Zon Star battlefield. It wasn't a secret in the Morning Star Alliance. It wasn't impossible for the Aconite to find out about it and send it back to the Merrick Star Alliance, causing them to take the opportunity to get rid of him. With the power he had unleashed in the Starlight Divine Hall, he was almost invincible under the Universe God realm. It was enough to determine the outcome of a war. In this universe, the Universe Gods were restricting each other. In this era where no one was allowed to attack at random, he was an invincible being below the level of Universe God. The danger he posed to the Merrick Star Alliance was no less than true King Wanlei, the leader of the Morning Star Alliance. Right at this moment, rumble, the large void suddenly turned dark. It transformed into a world of darkness, and a terrifying and ferocious god walked out from within. He wore the destruction divine armor, and his aura was domineering. The laws of destruction around him were brilliant like pillars that pierced through the heavens and the earth. He was like the incarnation of destruction, and it seemed as if a single thought of his could annihilate the entire universal world. Dong dong dong. Almost at the same time, the sound of voids trampling could be heard from the eastern void. It was as if countless giant beasts were galloping past. A man stepped into the air and arrived. He was a mighty giant that was over 1,000 feet tall. He was wearing a set of boulder divine armors, his head was like a mountain, and his mouth was like a sea of blood. Every cell in his body seemed to contain an unimaginable power. Every step he took left a huge dent in the void, and every single movement he made gave him an instinctive feeling of unity. Rumble. A terrifying divine fire descended from the sky. It was like the source of all flames, the boundless aura of civilization. It spread out from within and filled the sky. The next second, a peerless demon walked out from within. He was wearing a fiery red phoenix robe, and his face was devastatingly beautiful. Yang Fann had seen countless beauties, but he couldn't find anyone who could be compared to him. Even the Phoenix Emperor, who was known as the #1 beauty in the Source universe, was far inferior to him. It wasn't because of the difference in appearance. It was the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. There was no comparison at all. In less than a breath's time, boom, another dazzling ball of light descended from the sky. It was as if the first ray of light in the world had lit up the entire world. Great Man, who was wearing a white divine armor of light, stepped out slowly. He was holy and unparalleled, illuminating the earth. Countless illusory worlds appeared around him. Hundreds of millions of trillions of living beings worshipped and prayed in that square world. He was like the supreme god king who controlled all living beings in the world. He was so high and mighty that he dominated everything. Master of Destruction, the Lord of Rock, the Phoenix Master of Origin, Light God Lord, your Merrick Star Alliance thinks highly of me. A playful smile flashed across Yang Fann's face. Currently, he knew nothing about the Merrick Star Alliance. At least, he knew about most of the top-grade Merrick Star Alliances in the Merrick Star Alliance. Master of Destruction, the Rock Lord, the Primal Phoenix Lord, and Light God Lord were among them. These four people were not only the chief-grade experts, but also the outstanding ones among the chief-grade experts. They were much stronger than Deputy Chief and the others, especially Light God Lord, who was only slightly weaker than an old monster like Lord of Divine Bone. If the four great experts joined forces, Lord of Divine Bone would be defeated by them. Furthermore, Yang Fann could feel that the surrounding space had already been completely sealed by them. Under the Universe God realm, even the Alliance Lord grade experts would find it very difficult to break through the seal. They were determined to take his life. Unfortunately, all of you have miscalculated my true strength. I am not just a Alliance Lord level combatant. The four Alliance Masters expert. I have come at the right time. I am in need of energy to break through to the Quasi-Universe Lord. If I can suppress and devour all four of them, at that time, the benefits I will get will definitely be much greater than the benefits I will get from devouring a Lord of Divine Bone. It's not impossible for me to break through to the top-level Quasi-Universe Lord in one fell swoop. Also, the resources in their hands were worth 58 million cubic meters worth of universe sources from the wine as a wine with a long history. Master of Destruction and the other three men were at least 10 times stronger than the wine is a wine with a long history, and their net worth wouldn't be much lower. Even if they weren't 10 times stronger than the wine is a wine with a long history, there was still a high possibility that they were several times more powerful than him. One person was worth more than 100 million cubic meters of universe source. If the four of them combined, even if they did not have 1 billion cubic meters of universe source, they would have at least 500 to 600 million cubic meters. Unknowingly, a hint of greed and excitement flashed in the depths of Yang Fann's eyes. Yang Fann seemed to have already seen that the greater success stage Great Cosmos's eternal immortal divine body was waving at him. Boom! The divine light around Light God Lord's body expanded. He took a step forward and looked down at Yang Fann from above. He then said, Yang Fann, with the four of us here, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. If you know what's good for you, surrender quickly and sign the Chaos Divine Contract. Join our Merrick Star Alliance and you will be spared from death. C 2260 Illusion Zon Star Battlefield, Morning Star Alliance, Line 98. Light God Lord, the chief of the Merrick Star Alliance, looked down at Yang Fann. However, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he threatened Yang Fann to sign the Chaos Divine Contract and join the Merrick Star Alliance. The Chaos Divine Contract was a contract that belonged to the chaotic starry sky. Once it was signed, even the high and mighty universe gods wouldn't be able to break it. An Alliance Master level expert, a peak existence amongst the Alliance Master level expert, would be of great help to the Merrick Star Alliance. Furthermore, persuading an Alliance Lord level expert to surrender was much more meritorious than directly killing an Alliance Lord level expert. Of course, the most important reason was that an Alliance Lord level expert wasn't so easy to kill. Even if they were fully prepared, Yang Fann would still make them pay a painful price by fighting with all his might. If something went wrong, it wouldn't be impossible to drag one of them down with him. None of the four of them wanted to become that unlucky bastard. After all, Yang Fann's strength was extraordinary. He wasn't someone an ordinary Alliance Lord expert could compare with. In a one-on-one fight, including Light God Lord, no one wanted to become that unlucky bastard. No one was a match for Yang Fann. In the sky, a mocking expression appeared on Yang Fann's face. Surrender to your Merrick Star Alliance and sign the Chaos Divine Contract. Light God Lord, do you really think you can defeat me? Yang Fann, those who know the situation are wise men. Don't tell me you can't bear to see your cultivation of millions of eras go down the drain. As he spoke, rumble, rumble, a dazzling golden barrier rose up in their surroundings, completely sealing off the area of billions of light years. Mu Kang Continent, Command Hall. Chi-Chi in the center of the hall, a certain area in the middle of the enormous crystal screen had directly turned golden, and everything within it could no longer be seen clearly. Bitch that space has been completely sealed. We can't see what's going on inside. The 8 top-level universe lords' hearts tightened. Your Excellency Yang Fann, please don't let anything happen to you. Yang Fann, the four of us have already set up the heavenly cycle golden light formation around you. This is the top-level trap formation of our Merrick Star Alliance. Unless you break through to the universe god realm, there is no way you can escape. Light God Lord continued to speak with confidence. Surrender now. You have just joined the Morning Star Alliance. Why do you have to work for them? This was also one of the main reasons why they persuaded Yang Fann to surrender. Unlike the other League Masters, Yang Fann, who had joined the Morning Star Alliance for less than 20 million years, had no feelings for the Morning Star Alliance. It's just a heavenly cycle golden light divine formation, it's not enough. Yang Fann smiled playfully. What does Yang Fann mean by this? Confusion flashed across the eyes of Light God Lord and the other three. Could it be that Yang Fann had the confidence to break through the seal of the heavenly cycle golden light divine formation? But was this possible? How could a universe god be broken through so easily? Furthermore, there was no new universe god in Morning Star Chaos Domain. At this moment, rumble, a golden light burst out from Yang Fann's body. It was also a sealing barrier that sealed Yang Fann's body. Light God Lord and the other three men were also trapped within it. Yang Fann, another sealing barrier. What is this Yang Fann trying to sell? Light God Lord and the other three were even more confused. They couldn't understand what Yang Fann was trying to do. The surrounding space had already been sealed by their heavenly cycle golden light divine formation. This Yang Fann didn't want to break the formation, but instead, he unleashed a sealing divine talisman. It was totally useless. He wanted to use the sealing divine talisman to temporarily seal them so that he could buy some time to break the formation, but obviously, he couldn't seal himself in the divine talisman's space. Alright, it's about time. Yang Fann smiled with satisfaction. A single heavenly cycle golden light divine formation was not enough to guarantee their safety. As the ones who set up the formation, it wouldn't take them much time to leave this formation. The Alliance Lord level expert had a pretty good chance of escaping from the hands of a universe god. If they attacked directly, even if they unleashed all their combat strength, Yang Fann wasn't confident that they could suppress Light God Lord and the other three. It was very likely that they could suppress one or two of them. This wasn't something Yang Fann was willing to do. Killing all of them in one fell swoop was what he wanted. In the future, as long as the result of today's battle was leaked out, those Alliance Master level Tianxuans of the Tianxuan Alliance would immediately choose to flee when they ran into him. However, with the addition of this sealing barrier, things would be different. This was a top-grade sealing divine talisman that Yang Fann had exchanged for using the remaining 3 chances of choosing from the secret palace. To Yang Fann, a 8th layer secret technique was of little value, but to the other elders, it was different. Even someone like old ancestor Tiankan would be moved by it. Originally, this sealing divine talisman was prepared for Master of Destruction. After all, it was an Alliance chief expert. If it couldn't seal the surrounding space, Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that he would be able to suppress Master of Destruction. He didn't expect that there would be 3 big fishes. Although the 4 great experts had joined hands, the divine talisman that could seal the Alliance chief expert for half an incense stick of time was greatly reduced. Perhaps it could seal them for a few breaths of time. To the other Alliance chief level expert, a few breaths of time was nothing. Even low-rank universe god wouldn't dare to say that he could suppress all of them within a few breaths of time. But to Yang Fann, a few breaths of time was more than enough. At this moment, Yang Fann didn't try to hide his thoughts. He looked at Light God Lord and the other 3 with burning greed, as if the hunter had just seen the fattest prey. Bitch, what's going on? When they saw Yang Fann's burning eyes, Light God Lord and the other 3 men felt a shiver in their hearts. For some reason, an ominous feeling welled up in their hearts. It was unusual. This Yang Fann was really too abnormal. This kind of gaze was clearly theirs. They were the prey, and he, Yang Fann, was their prey. Alright, your lives are mine. Yang Fann's voice was calm, as if he was stating a fact. Bitch, is this Yang Fann crazy? If he wasn't crazy, how could he say such crazy words? Even a fool could tell that they were the ones who had the absolute upper hand. It was them. All of you should be proud to be able to witness my true strength, Yang Fann sneered. He wasn't trying to conceal his strength anymore. The eternal divine body of the great universe and the vast strength of world. Without holding anything back, he unleashed his full strength. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, Yang Fann's aura became crazy, rising steadily, and surpassing Light God Lord by more than 100 times. His body had grown infinitely, and he had transformed into a terrifying giant that was several light years tall. It blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, and he was the sole ruler of the world. Pucci in all directions, countless spaces shattered into pieces. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? Yang Fann, you. Light God Lord let out a heart-wrenching wail. Master of Destruction and the other 2 weren't any better either. Each of their eyes were wide open, like fish eyes that were about to burst out from their sockets. That terrifying pressure was more than 10 times, 100 times stronger than theirs. This wasn't a power that could be possessed by a chief expert. It was even stronger than some of the lower-grade low-level universe god from the Merrick Star Alliance. A chief-level expert, although its combat strength far surpassed that of many quasi-universe gods, in terms of cultivation base, it still belonged to the category of quasi-universe gods. A quasi-universe god actually had a power that was even more terrifying than a true universe god. How could there be such a monster in this world? They had lived for hundreds of thousands of eras, but they had never heard of a god of quasi-universe who possessed the true power to defy the universe god. This was different from true King Wan Lei and the other alliance leaders. Yang Fann didn't use a single treasure when he borrowed the power of a supreme treasure. That was his true power. Furthermore, true King Wan Lei and the other alliance leaders had just stepped into the threshold of the universe god realm. Their combat strength could only be considered the weakest, low-rank universe god. What was even more terrifying was that Yang Fann's pressure was still increasing infinitely, as if it was far from his limit. Ah, this pressure. Middle-rank universe god. This is the pressure of a middle-rank universe god. No. The four of them were completely devastated. It was unprecedented for someone as strong as low-rank universe god to be called an intermediate low-level universe god. Even amongst the many universe gods, he was worthy of being called an expert. How could such an invincible power appear in the body of a quasi-universe god? No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Illusion, this must be an illusion. Yes, an illusion. What a good Yang Fann, what a great Tao of illusion, even I almost lied to you. I never thought that your true specialty would be the great Tao of illusion. If you were just pretending to be low-rank universe god, perhaps we would really be fooled by you. Unfortunately, you just have to add more details to the story. C 2261 All Destroyed Morning Star Alliance, Defense Line 98, inside the Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation. Master of Destruction and the other two, whose minds had collapsed, were reminded by Light God Lord. It was like a ray of hope had risen from the bottom of their hearts. It expanded endlessly and dispersed the endless darkness in their hearts. That's right, illusion. This must be an illusion without the help of any precious treasure. The quasi-universe god had the battle force of universe god. That was already shocking enough. He didn't know if there was such a monster in the entire chaotic starry sky. However, there had never been such a monster in the chaos domain of Xianxia, or even the dozens of chaos domain nearby. They had lived for so many eras, but they had never even heard of such a monster, let alone seen or heard of it. Not to mention that it possessed the strength of an intermediate low-level universe god. Such a monster was simply impossible. The next second, rumble, rumble, the raging flames of fury were like the eruption of billions of volcanoes, wreaking havoc in their hearts. Each and every one of them flew into a rage out of humiliation, their eyes flashing with killing intent. In so many eras, they had never been so humiliated before. Motherfucker, they were almost fooled by this bastard. Bitch it, if they were to flee with their tails between their legs and face, then they would surely become the laughingstock of those old fellows, and they would become the humiliation of their entire lives. You actually think that it's my illusion? Each and every one of you are truly someone who won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Yang Fann sneered. The great Tao of illusion. Although he had dabbled in it, it was only the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique. After devouring other experts, he naturally obtained them. It could only be considered not bad, far from being good at it. Under the confusion, low-rank quasi-universe god was still alright. He wanted to use an illusion technique to deal with these alliance leader experts. However, the difference was too great. Rumble, with a twist of his right arm, he pressed down on Light God Lord, who was standing right in front of him. A terrifying force that was even stronger than many intermediate low-level universe god exploded out, suppressing everything. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing swept across Light God Lord's soul. A deep sense of helplessness and despair enveloped his entire body, but not only did Light God Lord not panic at all. Instead, he revealed a mocking expression. Yang Fann, I have to say, your attainments in the great Tao of illusions are the only one I have ever seen in my life. Unfortunately, I have already seen through everything. This move of yours will no longer have any effect on me. Great light divine sword, break it for me. Rumble. A brilliant sword light that looked like a pillar that could support the heavens rose from Light God Lord's body. It was as if Devil God had created the world and cut through the chaos. He slashed at the heaven-sheltering big hand. Bang! In less than an instant, the bright divine sword exploded into pieces like glass. Oh no, how is this possible? How is this possible? The sneer on Light God Lord's face disappeared without a trace, and his eyes bulged. He looked like he was about to burst out of his eyes, and his face was filled with disbelief. The great light divine sword was his ultimate skill. It was because of Yang Fann's strength that he was slightly stronger than him. It was impossible for him to defeat his great light divine sword so easily. Even low-rank universe god couldn't be as casual as Yang Fann. Could it be that it really was? Suddenly, a terrifying thought rose in his heart, crazily devouring his soul. It happened in a flash. Poochie. The heaven-sheltering big hand grabbed Light God Lord in its hand. Boundless divine energy erupted and suppressed Light God Lord to death. Oh no, really, it's not an illusion. It's not an illusion at all. You really have the power to fight a middle-rank universe god. You really have the power to fight a middle-rank universe god. Light God Lord let out a heart-wrenching cry, as if he had lost his parents. At this moment, He finally broke the last glimmer of hope in his heart, and completely believed in this cruel reality. What? Really, this monster, he really has the power to fight a middle-rank universe god warrior. Ah, no, how could this be? How could this be? Master of Destruction and the other two were dumbstruck. The endless fury in their hearts was instantly extinguished, replaced by endless panic and despair. They were well aware of Light God Lord's strength. In a one-on-one fight, the odds of them winning would never exceed the third level. Even some of the low-rank universe god could fight him. Light God Lord was able to defeat Light God Lord with just a single strike and suppress him completely. This was a power that only middle-rank universe god warriors could possess. What should they do? What should we do? Each and every one of them was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, in a constant state of anxiety. Middle-rank universe god. Low-rank universe god's grade was 1. The gap between the two of them was more than 10 times. It was 100 times, 1,000 times, stronger than their alliance leader expert. It was not something they could fight against. Light God Lord was the best example. Right at this moment. Next. It's you. A cruel smile flashed across Yang Fann's face. His palm pressed down on Master of Destruction. "Ah no," roared Yang Fann, "I'm going to fight you to the death." At the moment of life and death, the ferocity in Master of Destruction's heart was completely ignited. The divine power in his body was burning crazily. The chi around his body was rising rapidly. His body of the great Tao of Destruction had evolved to its peak. This was the most powerful strike he had ever used in his life. "Break for me, Blade of Destruction, rumble." The terrifying light of destruction tore through the heavens. The terrifying power chased after low-rank universe god. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. If he could make up for the gap of one level and several levels, the value of the universe god would be too low. In less than a breath's time, Pucci, the light of destruction that swept across several light years of land, shattered into pieces. No, amidst the despairing and unwilling wails, Master of Destruction was completely suppressed by Yang Fann. Ah, the heart of the Phoenix Lord of the Primal Chaos, the Rock Lord, was filled with the sorrow of the death of a rabbit. It collapsed, and its mind completely collapsed. Within the expert of the 4 great alliance masters, the 2 of them were the weakest. But now, Master of Destruction and Light God Lord, who were much stronger than them, were suppressed just like that. They were the only ones left. Resistance was simply a joke. Let alone the door. There wasn't even a sheet of paper on the window. Run, flee immediately. Baldur's return to heaven. Break for me, Phoenix's rebirth, primal flame. Without any hesitation, the Phoenix Master of Origin and the Rock Lord used their strongest forbidden arts. They didn't hesitate to completely cut off their path of advancement, forcefully increase their strength, and crazily attack the sealed realm in front of them. This was their only chance of survival. Rumble, Devil God roared, and the fire phoenix broke through the sky. This combined attack that he had used at all costs. Its power was terrifying, and it wasn't any weaker than some of low-rank universe gods' full-powered attacks. Chi. The golden ceiling realm was extremely twisted and cracked. Terrifying cracks spread in all directions. However, if he wanted to completely shatter it, he would need at least a few more strikes. However, Yang Fann obviously wouldn't give them this chance. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. Rumble. With a ferocious laugh, the heaven-sheltering big hand shattered the sky and came crashing down. Ah no, shield of the god of firm, block it for me. Primal Phoenix world, protect. Ah no, Yang Fann, let me go. I am the son of the first son of the universe god of rock. If you dare to hurt me, Godfather will not let you go. His Excellency Yang Fann, please spare my life. As long as you spare my life, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Pucci, the heaven-sheltering big hand didn't stop at all, and it completely suppressed the Rock Lord and Phoenix Lord. Rockcliffe Universe God was one of the major powers of the Merrick Star Alliance. A powerful middle-rank universe god, but so what? He, Yang Chao, wasn't scared. Even if it was him now, he had a pretty good chance of winning against Rock Universe God. After he devoured Light God Lord and the other 3, he would digest what he had gained from this battle. It was fine if Rockcliffe Universe God didn't come, otherwise he would definitely have to bear the consequences. As for the Origin Phoenix Master's SE bait, it was even more of a joke to Yang Fann. He wasn't someone who cherished flowers. Along the way, had Yang Fann not done a lot of cruel things to destroy flowers? How could a woman be more important than strength? Besides, if he really wanted a woman, with his cultivation base and strength, what kind of woman couldn't he get? Yang Fann, you bitch, you're going to die a horrible death. Godfather will avenge me, he will avenge me. Mu Kang Continent, Mu Kang Divine City, Command Hall. Master Feng Shu and the other 8 top-level universe lords stared at the golden hologram in the crystal screen. They didn't even dare to blink their eyes. Their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Your Excellency Yang Fann, please don't let anything happen to you. C-2262 Counterattack Zon Star Battlefield, Morning Star Alliance, Line 98. Mu Zhang Continent, Mu Zhang Divine City, Command Hall. At this moment, the number of people in the hall had increased by several times. Not only that, unknowingly, 15 minutes had passed. Out of the 8 Grand Elders and 60-plus top-level Universe Lord, apart from 1 Grand Elder and 8 top-level Universe Lord, the rest of the 7 Great Elemental Old Man and 56 top-level Universe Lord had all arrived in the main hall. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the only invisible golden zone within the crystal screen in the center of the hall. They didn't even blink, afraid that they would miss out on something. Each and every one of them held their breaths and focused their minds to the peak. This battle could be said to be related to the war situation in the Zon Star battlefield. Once Great Elemental Old Man, Yang Fann, died, or was suppressed by emotionlessness. They would even lose many of their defensive lines, including the 4 chief-level experts. And they were all peak Alliance Lord-level experts. This lineup was simply too terrifying, and the destructive power it created was comparable to that of a universe god. The defensive forces of the 72 defensive lines would not be able to last long in their hands. The true foundation of the 108 lines was the first 36 lines. Even if the universe god were to personally take action, he would not be able to easily break through the defense lines. The 72 lines at the back, especially the last 36 lines. Overall, the defense was only average. Just Master of Destruction alone was nothing. The 2 Alliance Lord-level experts were still able to hold on. However, the 4 Alliance Master-level experts had exceeded their limits. Now, it all depended on Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man. If Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man could hold Master of Destruction and the other 3, it would be fine. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although they had already sent reinforcements to the Alliance after learning that the 4 major Alliance Masters had come personally, it would take them at least 2 to 3 million years to arrive at Zon Star battlefield. Unless the Alliance Universe God personally acted, that was simply impossible. Between the Universe Gods, there were restrictions. The Merrick Star Alliance did not send out Universe Gods, so the Alliance Universe God could not break the rules first. As long as the Merrick Star Alliance army did not arrive at the last line of defense, the Alliance Universe God could not act. However, with Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man's strength alone, it was too difficult to fight against 4 expert of the same level. The possibility would not exceed 1 level. In the end, it was still because they were too weak and could not provide any help to Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man. Only Ultimate Quasi-Cosmic God had the right to interfere in the battle of the Alliance Master-level expert. The other gods of Quasi-Universe, including top-rank Quasi-Universe God and the Alliance Master-level expert, could injure them with a single strike. As for the 7 Great Elemental Old Man present, the strongest one was top-rank Quasi-Universe God. Even if they joined forces, they were still far from being a match for the Alliance Lord expert. Rumble. Suddenly, the golden barrier began to shake violently. In the end, it began to distort and crack. Terrifying cracks that were several light years long began to spread in all directions. In an instant, the hearts of the 7 Great Elemental Old Man and the other top-level Universe Lord warriors tightened. The Heavenly Cycle Golden Divine Formation was finally going to break. The outcome of the battle was about to be revealed. Yang Fann, Great Elemental Old Man, you must survive this. Within the Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation. Phew, this Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation has finally reached its limit. Yang Fann let out a long breath. He had to admit that what Light God Lord said wasn't exaggerated at all. The Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation was sturdier than he had imagined. It was like a turtle shell. If he really only had the combat strength of a chief, he might really die today. With his combat strength comparable to a middle-rank Universe God, it took him a quarter of an hour to break the Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation. If it was low-rank Universe God, he wouldn't be able to break the formation without a few days' time. As for the Alliance Master-level expert, that would take 1,000 years, 10,000 years. At that time, even though he wouldn't be in danger of dying by relying on his powerful body's defense, he would still be suppressed and sealed. To Yang Fann, there wasn't much difference between suppressing and destroying one's body and soul. In fact, it was even worse than death. At the same time, Yang Fann felt a little fortunate that he had struck out the divine talisman in time. Otherwise, if Light God Lord and the others unleashed the Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation, with the Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation blocking them, it would be impossible for him to chase after them even if he wanted to. In just a quarter of an hour, Master of Destruction and the others had already escaped to an unknown place. Break it for me, Rumble. A punch was thrown out, and the invincible strength of a middle-rank universe god swept across the surroundings. Bang! The heavens and the earth split apart. The Heavenly Cycle Golden Divine Formation, which had reached its limit, finally couldn't withstand Yang Fann's power. It exploded with a loud bang and exploded into countless pieces. It's broken. The Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation is broken. It's His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man. His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man is still alive. Good, that's great, that's great. In an instant, the group of elders, the top-level Universe Lord, was overjoyed and erupted into cheers. The worst outcome had yet to happen. As long as Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man were still alive, they would have their backbone and reliance. Strange, where are Master of Destruction and the others? That's right, why aren't Master of Destruction and the others here? Gulp. Could it be? Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man? Many elders and top-level Universe Lords swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. An absurd thought emerged in their minds. But was this possible? That was the expert of the 4 Great Alliance Masters, and it wasn't even an ordinary Alliance Master expert. Even if their Alliance leader True King Wan Lei used the Morning Star Scepter, he couldn't guarantee that he would definitely be able to defeat them. At this moment, a dignified voice resounded in their ears. Everyone, listen up, gather the army and hunt down the remnants of Merrick Star Alliance. This is Great Elemental Old Man's voice. Could it be that Great Elemental Old Man? He really won. All the elders and top-level Universe Lord were staring with their eyes wide open. If it wasn't for the fact that they had defeated Master of Destruction, Great Elemental Old Man wouldn't have given the order to chase after them, but this was just too scary. Could it be that Great Elemental Old Man's strength had already surpassed the Alliance Chief? It wasn't until Yang Fann urged them that they were finally convinced. He won. Great Elemental Old Man really won. Great Elemental Old Man was invincible. Great Elemental Old Man's divine might. Great Elemental Old Man's invincibility. Great Elemental Old Man's divine might was invincible. Soon, the entire divine city was in an uproar. Countless people broke out into cheers. Strong. His Excellency Great Elemental Old Man was really too strong. That was the combined power of the 4 Great Alliance leader-level experts. They were actually no match for Great Elemental Old Man. This strength was within the Alliance Chief-level experts. Even the Alliance Lord was much weaker than him. However, no one thought that Yang Fann could suppress Master of Destruction and the other 3. Defeating and suppressing were 2 completely different concepts. The difference in difficulty was more than 100 times, 1,000 times. Even a true universe god wouldn't dare to say that he could suppress Master of Destruction and the other 3. As for not finding out what Master of Destruction and the other 3 thought, it was perfectly normal. As a dignified Alliance Master, he wanted to hide from their eyes and ears. That was a simple matter. Perhaps, Master of Destruction and the others were hiding somewhere, secretly spying on them. Pass on Great Elemental Old Man's order. All troops, attack, kill brothers. It's time to take revenge, boys. Follow me, kill all of these beauties from the Merrick Star Alliance flowers. You will also have this day. Retribution, this is retribution, ha ha ha. Rumble. Under the leadership of Universe Lord, the armies were like a tidal wave, charging towards the hundreds of millions of Merrick Star Alliance soldiers. Ha 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 ha, bastard of the Merrick Star Alliance, die now. Not good, Lord Annihilation and the others have lost. Retreat quickly, retreat. C 2263. Recover Zon Star Battlefield, Morning Star Alliance, line 98. Wind and water took turns. The roles of hunters and prey changed so quickly, catching people unprepared. Ha 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 ha, bastard of the Merrick Star Alliance, where are you going to run to? Kekaki, didn't you guys chase after me just now? Now, it's Lousy's turn. Bo Chow, eldest brother, this little brother has avenged you. Hua Sheng of Merrick Star Alliance, come and die for me. Poochie Poochie Poochie. Large patches of Merrick Star Alliance experts were mercilessly slaughtered. It was a one-sided slaughter after the 6 deities of quasi-universe and 48 top-level universe lord were suppressed by Yang Fann. The armies of Merrick Star Alliance were unable to organize any effective resistance. They were all Alliance masters. The expert might still be able to live in Yang Fann's hands. These senior elders of the Merrick Star Alliance, whose cultivation base was lower than top-rank quasi-universe gods, had no chance of surviving Yang Fann's attack. Even if Yang Fann didn't use his full strength and only managed to unleash the strength of low-rank universe god, it would still be the same. Seeing that the others only thought that he had only defeated Master of Destruction in the other 3, instead of suppressing them, Yang Fann was delighted. Once again, he hid his true strength and used his full strength to fight against low-rank universe god, which was more than enough for the Zonstar battlefield. He might be able to summon another wave of big fish. If he really revealed all of his strength, he would be able to return to Zonstar battlefield in the future. Perhaps, he would be the universe god. It wasn't that Yang Fann was afraid of these universe gods. With his current strength, as long as he wasn't a middle-level universe god, he was confident that he could even defeat a quasi-middle-level universe god. If he escaped from their hands, it wouldn't do him any good. So what if he won? With his current strength, even the weakest low-rank universe god wouldn't be able to suppress him. He was still inferior to those quasi-universe gods and Alliance Lord-level experts. No matter how big the fish was, it couldn't reach his mouth. It would be best if they could eat it. Furthermore, the Alliance Lord expert wasn't considered a small fish. One could bring him at least 100 million cubic meters of universe source, and another 2 or 3 cubic meters. The completion of his great cosmic eternal divine arts was just around the corner. Also, they were also great tonics. It was enough for him to break through several realms. After suppressing the 6 divine eminent elders of the Merrick Star Alliance, as well as the 48 elders of the Peak King of the Universe, Yang Fann didn't attack anymore. The top-level Universe Lord was still useful to him. As for the other Universe Lord, Yang Fann was not interested in them. Even if he was a high-level Universe Lord warrior, he still had all his belongings. A few hundred cubic meters of universe source was his limit. As for the current him, it was just a drop in the bucket, and there was still a high-level universe lord. The same went for the strength of origin. Even if he devoured 1,000 and 10,000 venerable, it would still be hard for him to make any progress in his cultivation. Without the help of the quasi-universe's divine god and top-level universe lord, how could those high-level universe lord Amphioxus be a match for the formidable army of Morning Star Alliance? Any random divine elder of quasi-universe would be able to suppress them. Ah no, spare me, spare me, spare me, let me go. Surrender, I beg you, spare me, spare me. Woo woo woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save us, woo woo woo. Lord Annihilation, Lord Radiant, where are you? Please, come out, save us, save us. Countless warriors of the Merrick Star Alliance wailed in grief, begging Master of Destruction and the others to show up and save their lives. Just like the elders of the Morning Star Alliance, they also didn't believe that Yang Fann had completely suppressed Master of Destruction and the other 3 men. The 4 of them should only be temporarily defeated by Great Elemental Old Man of the Morning Star Alliance. It was easy to defeat an Alliance Master-level expert, but it was too difficult to kill it. How long had it been since the battle between the 5 of them ended? It had only been a quarter of an hour. How could Master of Destruction and the others be suppressed in such a short period of time? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, no matter how they cried and begged, they just didn't see Master of Destruction and the others. Woo woo woo, Master Extermination, have they really abandoned us? No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Woo 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 woo, how could this be, how could this be? Lord Destruction, come out, ha ha ha. Truly satisfying, you bastards of the Merrick Star Alliance, today is also your day. Countless soldiers of the Morning Star Alliance were madly chasing after them, venting out all the grievances they had suffered over the past 10 billion years. 3 days later, apart from a small number of Merrick Star Alliance soldiers who managed to escape, most of the Merrick Star Alliance soldiers were either mercilessly slaughtered or imprisoned. What awaited them would be the fate of the lowliest slaves. These were the elite army of the Merrick Star Alliance. They were not comparable to the garrison troops. The lowest grade was low-level Universe Sovereign, and each of them was an excellent slave. Universe Lord's slaves, in particular, were selling very well. Even the lowest grade, the lowest grade, Universe Lord, was worth nearly 1 cubic meter of Universe Source. No matter what kind of power Universe Lord was in, he would always have a high combat strength. No power would complain about having too little. Morning Star Alliance. The Merrick Star Alliance had opened up the chaotic battlefield. If one wanted to enter the chaos domain and annex the enemy, plundering resources was one aspect, and this large number of expert slaves was another major factor. Of course, if the Morning Star Alliance was defeated today, they would be the unlucky ones. The tragedy of the chaotic battlefield was even worse than the war between the races. Leaving behind a senior elder to clean up the mess, Yang Fann led the other 5 senior elders, dozens of top-level Universe Lord and 8 elite armies towards the Merrick Star Alliance's defense zone. Countless battle fortresses. The war continent had broken through the chaos and blotted out the sky and the earth. The destruction of the Merrick Star Alliance's elite army was just the beginning. It was impolite not to reciprocate, and not to fight back. This was not the personality of Yang Chao. The Merrick Star Alliance was a power controlled by the Tianxuan's chaos domain. Its power wasn't any weaker than the Morning Star Alliance's. In the Zon Star battlefield, the Merrick Star Alliance had constructed 110 defensive lines. Their defense was stronger than the 108 defensive lines of the Morning Star Alliance. After the 9 defensive lines of the Morning Star Alliance, the number of defensive lines controlled by the Merrick Star Alliance was as high as 119. But now, the original 99 defensive lines of the Morning Star Alliance, the current 119th defensive line of the Merrick Star Alliance, countless Merrick Star Alliance combat weapons, countless war fortresses, and the war continent were retreating at a rapid speed. Waves of extreme panic spread across the bodies of countless experts of the Merrick Star Alliance. Woo, they had lost. The Merrick Star Alliance had lost just like that the 4 great Alliance leader-level experts. Not only had they disappeared without a trace, but even the 6 Grand Elders, many Elders, and several elite armies had been completely wiped out. More than half of the expert and elites had been lost. This blow was too great, too great. Not only the 119th line of defense, but also the other 8 lines of defense of the Morning Star Alliance. All the soldiers of the Merrick Star Alliance were retreating frantically, as if they were fleeing for their lives. These 9 lines of defense, even after 10 billion years of management and construction. That's about 4 or 5 levels of power, especially the last few. There were even remnants of the Morning Star Alliance who were constantly fighting against them. If the elite army of the Merrick Star Alliance was still here, and there were also some senior elders guarding the place, they still had the confidence to fight the ferocious army of the Morning Star Alliance, but there were only 2 or 3 of them. If they dared to stay in these 9 lines of defense, it would be like throwing an egg at a rock. They had no chance of winning at all. Other than giving up his life for nothing, there would be no other outcome. 1 month later, the Morning Star Alliance easily took back the 9 defensive lines in the Lost Land. There weren't many twists and turns. These 9 great defensive lines were the territory of the Morning Star Alliance. Even after 10 billion years, countless of indigenous residents still had a deep sense of belonging to the Morning Star Alliance. To ordinary mortals, 10 billion years was a long period of time. From birth to destruction, many worlds might not even last 10 billion years. However, in the Chaos War Zone, this amount of time was like 10 days and a half in the mortal world. It was truly not worth mentioning. A senior elder, several top-level Universe Lord and a portion of the elite army stayed behind to guard the 9 great defensive lines and sort out the situation of the 9 great defensive lines. Yang Fann continued to lead the 8 elite armies towards the Merrick Star Alliance's defensive zone. This time, he didn't bite off a piece of meat from the Merrick Star Alliance. Yang Fann swore that he wouldn't let this matter rest. C-2264 Sweep Zon Star Battlefield, Merrick Star Alliance, 110th line of defense. Billions of billions. The huge line of defense, the strongholds, and the continent were all enveloped by a terrifying pressure. The melancholy and uneasiness that could not be concealed between the brows of countless Merrick Star Alliance soldiers could not be concealed. Their eyes were filled with endless fear. Along with the retreat of a large number of troops at the front line, Master of Destruction's 4 expert were defeated by Great Elemental Old Man of the Morning Star Alliance. There were no traces of him. The news of the 6 gods' eminent elders, 48 top-level Universe Lord elders, and 6 elite armies of the quasi-universe had spread to the 110th line of defense. It continued to spread to the entire defense zone at a terrifying speed. This was a devastating blow to the entire Xuanji defense zone. One should know that there were only 9 divine eminent elders and over 100 top-level universe lord experts in the defense zone. 6 of them were divine eminent elders of the quasi-universe, and there were 48 top-level universe lord experts in the defense zone. This was more than half of the high-end combat strength of the defense zone. There were also only 8 elite armies in the mysterious Star Defense District. 6 of them were lost in an instant. The strength of the Zhanxing defense area had dropped to its lowest point. In the face of the soaring and fierce army of Morning Star Alliance, could they really withstand the strength of their 110 lines of defense? Including the commander of the 110 lines of defense, the master of Mo Wei, none of them had much confidence. Although the first 9 defensive lines had withdrawn a large number of soldiers, there were still billions of them. However, there weren't many real experts. There were only 6 top-level Universe Lord warriors. The other 300 to 500 people, Universe Lord, had less than 500 of them. With such a small number of experts, how much help could they provide to their line of defense? Warning, warning, enemy attack, ah! It's the Morning Star Alliance army. They're here, quick everyone, get ready for battle. Roar, activate Wilman's defense system. Suddenly, the entire 110th line of defense sounded its alarm. Hundreds of millions of light-years away from the line of defense, numerous terrifying war fortresses appeared. It was unknown how many hundreds of millions of light-years had passed, as if it was endless and spanned across the entire chaos. The next second, rumble, rumble, with the 4th grade war continent at the core of Line 110, Wilmand, as the center, a dazzling golden light rose from one continent after another, transforming into a golden barrier that covered the entire Line 110. Wilmand's defense system. This was the 4th grade war continent, the Wilmand continent, as the core. The defensive system that was meticulously built was very strong. It was not much weaker than the 98 defensive lines of the Morning Star Alliance at its peak. It was enough to withstand the attack of an alliance leader expert. It was also the only thing that the soldiers of the number 110 defense line could rely on. Whether or not they could defend against the attack of the Morning Star Alliance depended on Wilman's defense system. In less than 10 breaths, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand that covered 1 trillion light-years descended from the sky, smashing towards Wilman's barrier. Its power was terrifying. It was more than 10 times stronger than Master of Destruction and the other Peak Alliance Lord experts. It was almost comparable to low-rank Universe God's full-power attack. It was Yang Fann without any hesitation. Yang Fann attacked with full force. Otherwise, with the strength of his army, it would take at least 1,000,000 years for them to break through Wilman's barrier. The Merrick Star Alliance had used tens of thousands of years to successfully destroy a 3-class war continent and tear a hole in the 98 defensive lines. Yang Fann did not have that much time. He waited for his men to slowly open the gap. Moreover, if he really waited for millions of years, even if he could break through the defense of Wilman, their footsteps would probably stop here. Although Merrick Star Alliance had suffered heavy losses in this battle, Zhan Star Battlefield had been seriously injured, and their defensive strength had fallen to the lowest point. However, if it was placed above the Merrick Star Alliance, such a small loss was nothing. Not to mention that it would cause serious damage to the Merrick Star Alliance, it was still unknown whether it would be able to harm 30% of the Merrick Star Alliance's vital energy. As long as the Merrick Star Alliance was willing, they could send a large number of Merrick Star Alliances to assist the Zhan Star Battlefield at any time. What he needed to do now was to break through the defensive line as much as possible before the reinforcements of the Merrick Star Alliance arrived, and expand his battle results. Whether or not he could gather the 1 billion cubic meters of universe sources required for the completion of the eternal divine body in the great cosmos could be depended on this. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand crushed the chaos like the collision of the universe, slamming onto Wilman's barrier. In less than a breath's time, grug, terrifying cracks that stretched for thousands of light-years rapidly spread out in all directions around the barrier at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Wilman's barrier was strong, it was still far from being able to defend against Yang Fann's terrifying power that was close to the power of a universe god. Oh no, what should I do? What should we do? On Wilman's war continent, the top-level universe lord warriors were as anxious as the troubles on a hot pan. Their hearts were burning with anxiety. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Wilman's defense system would completely collapse. Once they lost the protection of Wilman's barrier, how could they, these amphioxus, fight against the Morning Star Alliance's army. HMPH, let's see how long you can last. The Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. One heaven-sheltering big hand after another descended from the sky, bombarding Wilman's barrier crazily. In less than half an incense stick of time, the entire Wilman's barrier was already covered in cracks. At a glance, it seemed as if any random person could easily break the entire Wilman's barrier with just a finger. Break for me, bang. Heaven collapse, earth crack. The entire Wilman barrier finally reached its limit. It exploded with a loud bang, turning into countless rays of golden light that dissipated without a trace. Ah no, it's broken, woo 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 woo. Wilman's barrier is broken. It's over, we're finished, woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save us, save us. Despair and endless despair enveloped the entire defensive line and devoured the souls of countless living beings. Spread my command, attack. As he spoke, Yang Fann did not stay idle. The terrifying spiritual sense that was comparable to a universe god moved and instantly killed the 7 top-level universe lord commanders in the main hall. With Yang Fann's current strength of soul, even if he did not use any mental energy secret techniques, Hong Long. Attack, great elemental old man ordered. Attack, kill boys, follow this general and charge, kill all of these scumbags, Merrick Star Alliance bastards, your death has come. The 6th Legion, attack. Countless soldiers of the Morning Star Alliance roared. Their eyes were filled with bloodthirst. They were like a group of vicious sharks that had smelled the scent of blood. They controlled numerous war fortresses. The war continent crazily charged toward the 110th line of defense. Boys, it's time to be loyal to the Star Alliance. Hold on, you must hold on. Even if I have to die, I will bite off a piece of meat from these flowers. Right, killing one doesn't make a loss. Killing 2 to earn 1 is just death. Fight to the death with this bunch of trash. Countless Merrick Star Alliance soldiers fought with all their might, but unfortunately, the results were minimal, and they did not cause much resistance to the Morning Star Alliance's army. The command center was destroyed by Yang Fann. The soldiers of the Merrick Star Alliance, who had no leader, were like a pile of loose sand. They could not organize any effective defense. 3 days later, the battle gradually came to an end. Countless soldiers of the Merrick Star Alliance were slaughtered. Of course, most of them chose to surrender. The world was big, and he had the biggest life. It was better to die a horrible death than live a rotten life. Not everyone was willing to die for the Merrick Star Alliance. Another day passed. A group of men was left behind to guard the 110 defense lines. At the same time, it was also to get close to the reinforcements of the Morning Star Alliance. Yang Fann and his 8 elite armies were the sharpest swords. They should keep advancing and expanding. That was what they should do. It was better to leave the matters of defense to those city protection armies. These second-rate armies formed by sovereigns were not lacking in the Morning Star Warzone. They could easily pull out tens of thousands of them. Very quickly, Yang Fann and his subordinates attacked once more. Half a month later, Merrick Star Alliance, 109th line of defense. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire defense line. Warning alert. Enemy attack alert, warning, enemy attack alert, warning, enemy attack. C-2265 retreat Zonstar battlefield. After sweeping through the 110th defense line of Merrick Star Alliance, Yang Fann left some men behind to defend the town. He immediately led his troops to the 109th defense line. The 110th defense line was just an appetizer. Yang Fann's appetite was more than that. If possible, Yang Fann wanted to swallow the entire defense line of the Tianquan. Soon, half of the time it took for an incense stick to burn past. Bang! The green barrier covering the 109th defense line exploded like glass. Although the 109th line of defense was slightly stronger than the 110th line of defense, it wasn't much stronger. It only lasted for a dozen breaths longer than Wildman's defensive barrier before it was destroyed by Yang Fann. The next second, kill soldiers, follow this general to kill Kekekeka boys, it's time to make a name for yourself. Charge brothers of the 8th Legion, kill them all, kill all of these scumbags. Under the lead of top-level Universe Lord warriors, the 8 elite armies, like ferocious tigers that had descended from the mountain, charged towards the 100th line of defense, countless strongholds, and continents. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust and greed. Every line of defense had gathered a large amount of resources. Although most of the resources would be handed over to the Alliance, even if there was only one level left, it would still make them feel bloated, and their value would increase exponentially. At this moment, the various strongholds and continents on line 109 were all resources in their eyes. With Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man around, they didn't need to worry about any danger. Some top-level Universe Lord warriors had already been suppressed by wuxia. All the legions on the 109th defense line were like fat meat on a chopping board, and they were free to be slaughtered by them. There was no way they could cause any trouble. Kill as long as they could kill as much as they wanted. Ah no, don't kill me. I surrender, I surrender. Woo woo woo. Let me go, my lord, let me go, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Woo woo woo. His Majesty Destruction, His Majesty Light, His Majesty Boulder, His Majesty Phoenix Master, just where are you, and where are you? Woo woo woo. Roar. Hua Sheng, you will all die a horrible death, you will all receive your retribution, you will definitely receive your retribution. Ah, Star Alliance will take revenge for us. They will definitely take revenge for us. Half a month later, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand that was hundreds of millions of light years long descended from the sky, crushing down towards the dark golden defensive barrier. In less than 5 days, Line 108 followed in the footsteps of the first 2 lines of defense. Countless experts were slaughtered, and hundreds of millions of universe sovereigns were suppressed by Relentless. They were reduced to lowly slaves. What awaited them was the crazy bidding of the various auction houses. Line 107, Line 106, Line 105. Line 100, Line 99, Line 98, Line 93, Line 92, Line 91, Line 87, 86th Defense Line, 85th Defense Line. 10 years. In such a short period of time. To cultivators, it was nothing. Not to mention the high and mighty god of quasi-universe, Universe Lord, even those saint kings and saints would not put a short 10 years in their eyes. Even if they took a short rest, it would take more than 10 years. However, in this short period of 10 years, Yang Fann had led the 8 elite armies of Morning Star Alliance and swept across the 32 defensive lines of Merrick Star Alliance with irresistible force. Horrifying. This was a loss that the Merrick Star Alliance had never suffered since the establishment of the Zon Star battlefield. Under Yang Fann's terrifying power that was comparable to low-rank universe gods, the defense of the last few dozen defensive lines couldn't be considered powerful. The strongest 79 defensive lines only lasted for less than a day in Yang Fann's hands. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Fann was restricted by the speed of the army, it wouldn't even take him 10 years to take down these 32 defense lines. 5 years would be redundant. At this moment, in the numerous war fortresses in the continent, the elites of the 8 legions could not hide the excitement on their faces. This battle felt good, it was really awesome, breaking the 32nd defense line of the Merrick Star Alliance, plundering countless resources, and obtaining combat weapons had increased their value by at least 10 times. However, their own casualties were pitifully small. Out of the 8 legions, nearly 80 billion elites were left. Up until now, there were only 75 billion of them left. Among them, a large number of elite combat weapons were left at the various defense lines, guarding the line and stabilizing the situation. The number of fallen soldiers was less than 100 million, and it could be said to be a complete victory. To be able to send Yang Fann, Great Elemental Old Man, to take charge of Zon Star battlefield, this was definitely the most correct decision of the Alliance. If it was any other Great Elemental Old Man, not to mention leading them to break through the 32 lines of defense in just 10 years, it would be considered their ability to defend the remaining 98 lines of defense. Not to mention, looking at Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man's stance, the 32nd line of defense. It was not their limit. No one knew how many lines of defense they could take down in the end. 40 lines, 50 lines, or even more. It was exciting just thinking about it. These were all resources. The profound cloud continent was the true core of the Zon Star battlefield's Merrick Star Alliance, just like the Morning Star Alliance's Star of War continent. Zon Yun Divine Palace, Zon Yun Divine Hall. The 3 god-eminent elders of the Merrick Star Alliance furrowed their brows. The entire Divine Hall was filled with an indescribable pressure. In just 10 years' time, the situation had become so bad. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. 10 years ago, the Merrick Star Alliance was still the one who had the upper hand. How could they have lost more than half of their elite warriors in the blink of an eye? They had even lost 32 lines of defense. No, it should be 33 lines now. 2 hours ago, number 78 had completely collapsed. Now, The three divine eminent elders of quasi-universe felt as if they had fallen into a dream. Yang Fann, everything was because of this Yang Fann. Why did such a monster suddenly appear in Morning Star Alliance? The god of quasi-universe, battle force of universe god. Such a monster was rare even in the entire chaotic starry sky. Why did he appear in such a barren land and was recruited by the Morning Star Alliance? The small pond couldn't produce a true dragon. The dozens of chaos domain near them could only be considered ordinary in the entire chaotic starry sky. There was a shortage of resources. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a monster to appear. The divine god of quasi-universe, battle force of universe god, these were the top-level universe gods that could only appear in the large-sized chaos domain, which had top-level universe god guarding it. Grand Elder Feng Hong, are you still unable to contact His Majesty and the others? A tall and thin middle-aged man dressed in a green robe with a sage-like air glanced at a beautiful young lady and asked. Grand Elder Feng Hong, a Grand Elder of the first Phoenix clan that the Phoenix Master Shi Yuan was in. One of the three of them, Great Elemental Old Man. There was still a chance of contacting the four of them, Grand Elder Feng Hong. Grand Elder Feng Hong let out a long sigh and shook his head. She couldn't use any of her methods. She didn't even hesitate to use up her source to use the arcane art inheritance of their first Phoenix clan. In the current situation, the only way to turn the situation around was to find Master of Destruction in the other three. If no one could stop that monster, Yang Fann, then all her other methods would be useless. With the combined strength of the four Peak Alliance Masters, although the four of them were still no match for that monster, Yang Fann, they still had a lot of confidence in stalling him. Through all these years of observation, although this Yang Fann was strong, his combat strength was only barely at the universe god threshold. He could be said to be the weakest universe god. Unfortunately, everything was like mud falling into the sea. There was no news at all. If that's the case, we can only give up on the front line and let the boys retreat to the number 36 defense line. Well, that's the only thing we can do. Give the order. Let the boys retreat. See 2266 rewards. Profound Cloud Continent, Profound Cloud Divine Palace, Profound Cloud Divine Hall. The three great elemental old man who stayed behind finally made up his mind. He wanted to give up on the many defensive lines at the front line and give the order to retreat. He ordered the various defensive lines in the army's combat weapons to retreat to the number 36 defensive line. Although he would lose a lot of resources, and even if he could take back the defense lines in the future, he would have to spend a lot of resources to rebuild them. This was not a small number. After all, every defensive line had invested a lot of resources. Compared to many of top-ranked quasi-universe gods' belongings, they were even better. However, there was nothing he could do now. If he could successfully contact Master of Destruction, he would be able to contact the four of them. With them keeping Yang Fann busy, they would be able to rely on their respective defensive lines and systems to fight against the 8 armies of Morning Star Alliance. However, in the past 10 years, Master of Destruction and the other 3 seemed to have completely disappeared. No matter what methods they used, it was as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, and not a single wave of wind could be created. No one was able to hold Yang Fann back. It was too difficult to defend against the attack of that monster with just the defense of the front line alone. 36 was a dividing line. The front and back were 2 totally different concepts, even if it was the 37 defense line. Its defense was far inferior to the 36th defense line. This was the true foundation of their defense zone, and it had the power to resist the power of the universe gods. The other defense lines, including the number 37 defense line, could not stop a single universe god. It was just to hold on for another 8 to 10 years. To them, such a short period of time was like closing their eyes. It was not worth it to sacrifice the lives of the guards for nothing. The guards' army, Zan Long, House of Prestige, House of Prestige, House of Prestige, House of Prestige, House of Prestige. Although it was only a second-tier unit, it was fundamentally different from a first-tier combat legion. However, the combined strength of tens of thousands of guard legion was quite impressive. Furthermore, they were in the middle of the line of defense. "Let's go," Universe Lord said with a smile. No matter how big the Merrick Star Alliance was, it wouldn't be such a waste. As for the reinforcements from the Merrick Star Alliance, the 3 great elemental old man didn't have much hope. It would take at least 200,000 years to get to Zan Star battlefield from the headquarters. By the time they arrived, Even the vegetables would have gone cold. Line 77. Pass on the orders of the three elders, all troops retreat to line 36. Along with the orders to retreat, countless soldiers within the line of defense let out a long breath. The elders finally let out a sigh of relief. If they did not give the order, they would collapse. The 78th defense line had been broken. There was at most a month before the enemy troops would arrive at the 77th defense line. If it were not for the strict military law of Merrick Star Alliance and the master of the 77th line of defense, the Master of Oz, sending a large number of law enforcement unit troops to investigate. If any deserters found one, they would kill one without mercy. The entire defense line 77, with trillions of combat weapons, would have been routed a long time ago. Even though they knew that they would die if they stayed behind, they still chose to stay behind and fight to the death. They were idiots. Pass on my order. All legions, gather all the resources. We will retreat in 3 days. Very quickly, 28 days passed. Rumble, rumble, a string of billions. A terrifying fleet of light years appeared billions of light years away from the 77th defense line. Starlight Battle Fortress that had returned to its original size, master control room. He escaped really quickly. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes. Under his terrifying spiritual consciousness that was comparable to a universe god, he could clearly see everything within the 77th line of defense. The entire 77th line of defense was practically non-existent. Apart from the natives of the continent and the open defensive barriers, there was not a single organized army. Obviously, the defending troops of the 77th defense line had long retreated. However, Yang Fann was not too surprised. It was normal for the defending troops to choose to retreat. It was somewhat out of his expectations that they would choose to retreat now. They knew that staying behind would only result in certain death, but they would not cause any harm to the enemy. Staying behind was the same. Fighting to the death was not courage, but stupidity. In any case, the strongest of them was only 1 or 2 top-level Universe Lord, which had limited effect on him. If he ran away, he would just run away. Very quickly, the mighty army entered the 77th line of defense. Without the support of the many guards, with the support of Universe Lord and the defense system artifact spirit, the power of the defense line was reduced by more than a grade. They were not able to last a day under Yang Fann's hands before they were destroyed by him. Line 75, Line 74, Line 73, Line 74, Line 73, Line 74, Line 74, Line 73, Line 74, Line 74, Line 73, Line 74, Line 74, Line 74, Line 74, Line 65, Line 64, Line 63. Line 53, Line 52, Line 51, Line 42, Line 51, Line 41, Line 40. 100 years later, Yang Fann led the 8 elite legions and broke through the 41st line of defense, arriving at the 36th line of defense. The closer they were to the front, the stronger the defense of this line of defense, especially the last 10 lines of defense. Even though they had lost the Merrick Star Alliances of the Merrick Star Alliance, as well as the guards of the army, the defense system had fallen drastically. However, every barrier had taken Yang Fann nearly a year, or even several years, to break through. Nearly half of these 100 years had been spent on the last 10 defensive lines. Rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and smashed into the violet light barrier. It only caused ripples to appear on the violet light barrier. Forget about cracking and shattering, there was not even a trace of distortion. Clearly, it was far from reaching the limit of the defensive barrier. In an instant, countless combat weapons and experts within the 36th line of defense heaved a long sigh of relief. Although they knew that the 36th defense line was fundamentally different from the 74th defense line, which was strong enough to withstand the attack of a universe god for a long period of time, it was only a rumor, and there was no actual verification. Since the 36th defense line was established, this was the first time it had been attacked by the Morning Star Alliance. Each and every one of them more or less had a trace of worry in their hearts, and they were not afraid at 10,000. They were afraid at 10,000. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint them. With the huge amount of energy stored in the number 36 defense line, even if Yang Fann kept exploding crazily, he would not be able to break through the defense line of the number 36 defense line without 2 to 3 million years. At that time, their Star Alliance's expert would have almost reached the defense area. Even without the protection of the barrier, they would still have the strength to fight against it. Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. As expected, the 36th line of defense is a qualitative change. Yang Fann sighed with emotion, and a hint of hesitation flashed across his eyes. Should he use his true strength? As long as he was willing to use the strength of a middle-rank universe god, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through this barrier. At most, it would take him a few decades. Was it really worth it just for this little amount of resources? Currently, he had already swept away more than half of the Merrick Star Alliance's forces in Zon Star battlefield, especially those with high combat strength. Most of them were gone, and they were extremely weak. Even if he continued to sweep across the entire Zon Star battlefield, he wouldn't be able to obtain too many benefits. However, in this way, he would definitely become a thorn in the Merrick Star Alliance's side, a thorn in their flesh. The quasi-universe god had barely unleashed the battle force of universe god, and it had already made the upper echelons of the Merrick Star Alliance restless. If the intermediate battle force of universe god were to be unleashed, even those in the large-sized chaos domain wouldn't be able to find a single person with this kind of monster. Once he advanced to the universe god realm, even if he was a quasi-middle level universe god, he wouldn't be much weaker. In the Morning Star Chaos Domain, in the Tianxuan's Chaos Domain, a quasi-middle level universe god was enough to break the balance between both sides. Perhaps, the next one to return would be a quasi-middle level universe god from the Merrick Star Alliance. It was still too early for him to fight a quasi-middle level universe god. At most, he would only have 5 or 6 levels to protect his life. If 2 quasi-middle level universe god fought together, his chances of survival would be reduced by more than half. The Merrick Star Alliance was able to fight the Morning Star Alliance for so many eras. There were also 2 quasi-middle level universe god guarding the place. A gentleman should never stand under a dangerous wall, and the world of cultivators must be even more cautious in order to walk further. Besides, he had gained a lot this time, and it was enough for his strength to increase by a large amount. There was no need for him to take such a risk. He was the one who truly ate meat at the 74th line of defense. Even if there was a portion of the resources that needed to be handed over to the Alliance, Yang Fann had at least plundered 5 layers. Although the resources of each line of defense couldn't be compared to the wealth of great elemental old man like Lord of Void Cloud, they were still better than many top-ranked quasi-universe god, especially the last 10 lines. They weren't much weaker than ultimate quasi-cosmic god, who was like old ancestor Tiancan. On average, the resources that Yang Fann had plundered from each line of defense were worth at least 1 million square cubic meters worth of universe sources. If the 74 lines of defense were to succeed, there would be at least 100 million square cubic meters worth of universe sources. Moreover, Light God Lord and the other 3 great heads were the real big shots. Each of them had nearly 90 million square cubic meters worth of universe source at the very least. Light God Lord, who had the most, had nearly 120 million square cubic meters of universe source. When the 4 great heads combined, the total amount of universe source they obtained had exceeded 400 million square cubic meters. Was definitely not a difficult task. Adding on the 80 million cubic meters of Yang Fann's that Yang Fann already had, the goal of 1 billion cubic meters of universe sources was quietly completed just like that. At this moment, the great universe's eternal divine arts had finally been completed. A mastery seemed to be right in front of him. C-2267 Seclusion Zon Star Battlefield, Merrick Star Alliance, Line 36. Yang Fann thought for a long time, but he still suppressed the urge to use his full strength and forcefully break line number 36. The risk of this was too great. A single mistake would cause the Merrick Star Alliance to chase after them with all their might, and if it was too much, it would be too much of a waste. The Merrick Star Alliance could still tolerate the combat strength of the gods of quasi-universe and low-rank universe god, but the quasi-domain god of intermediate battle force of universe god was simply challenging the bottom line of the Merrick Star Alliance. The most important thing was that the reward was too low, which was totally not proportional to the risk. If the reward could help him obtain the eternal great perfection of the body of the god of the great universe, no matter how great the risk was, Yang Fann would definitely give it his all. As long as he could obtain the eternal great perfection of the body of the god of the great universe, he would be able to suppress most of the universe gods with just the eternal divine body of the great universe. It was totally worth the risk. Although quasi-middle level universe god was strong, he was confident that he could escape from them if he wanted to. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy for the eternal immortal divine body to reach the huge perfection. Not to mention a mere Zon Star battlefield, Yang Fann wasn't even sure if he could rob the entire Merrick Star Alliance. He was confident that he could successfully refine the eternal divine body cultivator to the great perfection stage. With the inextinguishable nature of the eternal divine arts, the universe source needed by a huge perfection was probably 1,000,000 times more than a mastery. Just thinking about it was a number that made people despair. Even if the great universe's eternal immortal divine body only needed 1,000,000,000 cubic meters of universe source, it would still require 1,000 trillion cubic meters of universe source. Even if he sold all the Merrick Star Alliances in the Merrick Star Alliance, he might not even be able to gather a fraction. A peak Alliance Lord level expert like Light God Lord, the treasures he had on him were less than 300 million cubic meters of universe sources. Even if he counted the many treasures he had left behind in the Merrick Star Alliance. With all his belongings, 6 billion cubic meters of universe sources was his limit. For an ordinary universe god to have 10 times the wealth of Light God Lord, that was already considered pretty good. The huge Merrick Star Alliance only had a few universe gods. If they combined all of them together, it would be unknown whether or not they would be able to gather 10 trillion universe sources. Sigh. I wonder when I will be able to obtain the great universe's eternal undying great perfection of the body of the god. It could be said that they had no choice but to plunder the entire large-sized chaos domain, only then would they be able to gather all the great perfection of the body of the gods needed for the great universe's eternal undying great perfection of the body of the god. According to the legends, the resources of the large-sized chaos domain were 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than the small-sized chaos regions they were in. Forget it. The eternal immortal great perfection of the body of the god of the universe wasn't in a hurry. Now, it was better to let the eternal immortal divine arts of the universe reach major completion first. If the great cosmic eternal divine body is fully mastered, my pure strength of body shouldn't be much weaker than some of the gods of quasi-universe. If I can unleash the great cosmic eternal divine body, I should be able to crush many intermediate and low-grade low-level universe god. Once I use all my trump cards, I won't lose my chance even if I fight a middle-level universe god. A hint of longing flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Unknowingly, he had touched upon the position of the number one person in the chaos domain. Now that he thought about it carefully, he felt like he was dreaming. For example, the two strongest universe gods of Morning Star Alliance, universe god Xianxia and Xingwei universe gods, had cultivated to their current level. It had taken them more than 1,000,000 eras. As for him, it had not even been 300 billion years, not even a fraction of an entire era. I really don't know if I saved the entire primal chaos in my previous life, or did I do something that gave me such a great fortuitous encounter. Even now, Yang Fann still didn't know where his fortuitous encounter came from, nor did he find any clues about it. It was horrifying. Currently, his strength was no weaker than an intermediate low-level universe god. He could see through the essence of the 3,000 great Taos and the myriad of laws with just a single glance. Perhaps, he really had to wait until he reached the universe god level, or even surpass the universe god level, before he could completely understand the essence of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great law. Shaking his head slightly, Yang Fann did not think too much about it. There were some things that no matter how much he thought about it now, it would only add to his worries. When had his strength reached? Everything is naturally not a secret. Without a certain level of strength, you will never have the qualifications to come into contact with that circle. Just like those universe sovereigns in the source universe. In their eyes, Universe Lord was the strongest person in the world, totally unaware of the vastness of chaos. Universe Lord was just a small figure. Also, the Divine Source clan of that year was a huge power in their universe. It was so huge that they couldn't even breathe under the pressure. It had almost turned their universe upside down. However, in Yang Fann's eyes, they were just a bunch of lowly aphids. Strength determined one's horizons. These words were not false at all. Looks like I still have to find time to return to the Morning Star universe. If he wanted to cultivate the cosmic eternal divine arts to the mastery, the universe source in his hands was still lacking. Only by using all the resources in his hands could it be possible. However, it was obviously impossible for him to digest all the resources in Zon Star battlefield. Not to mention dealing with all of them, even Yang Fann wasn't very confident in dealing with even 1% of them. The strongest one was top-rank quasi-universe god, so how many universe sources could he take out? It would be unprecedented for him to have 10 million universe sources. However, this matter was not urgent. He had nearly 500 million cubic meters of universe sources in his hands, which was enough for him to digest for a long period of time. Furthermore, it was also very inappropriate for him to rashly leave now. They had just taken down the 74th defensive line of Merrick Star Alliance, and this was the moment where their footing was unstable. Once he left at this time, it wouldn't be long before these defensive lines were taken back by the Merrick Star Alliance. It wasn't because Yang Fann underestimated them, but because he had the strongest subordinates under his command. One should know that these 74th line of defense were only occupied by them for the first time. Many of their defensive systems had collapsed, and they were in deep trouble. They wouldn't be able to provide much help to them, and in the Merrick Star Alliance's defensive zone, there was an ultimate quasi-cosmic god. He was the person in charge of the Zon Star battlefield. Master of Destruction wasn't the real person in charge of the Zon Star battlefield. He had only arrived in the Zon Star battlefield 10 billion years ago and replaced ultimate quasi-cosmic god, becoming the new person in charge of the Zon Star battlefield. Otherwise, Morning Star Alliance wouldn't just send the wine as a wine with a long history to take charge of Zon Star battlefield. The Alliance Master level expert. It wasn't something ultimate quasi-cosmic god could fight against. It was just that in the next 10 billion years, it was the position of the Grand Elder that affected the hearts of all the Grand Elders. For a moment, it wasn't good for the Morning Star Alliance to appoint a sect master expert to take charge of the Zon Star battlefield. The wine is a wine with a long history had fallen in the Zon Star battlefield. To a certain extent, anyone who followed the wine is a wine with a long history to guard the Zon Star battlefield did not have the slightest intention of calling him Great Elemental Old Man. Even true King Wan Lei didn't have the qualifications to appoint a Great Elemental Old Man without any special reason. Of course, the most important thing was that he had confidence in the defenses of the various defensive lines. Although Master of Destruction was strong, it was far from enough for him to overturn the Xuanji battlefield by himself. It was just the disease of the fungus. It was not urgent to settle the matter of Zon Star battlefield after Great Elemental Old Man's position was truly decided. Qingling Continent. This was a fourth-grade war continent. It was the core continent of Merrick Star Alliance's 37th line of defense. After the 37th defense line was broken, the Qingling Continent naturally became the territory of the Morning Star Alliance. After deciding not to reveal his true strength for the time being, Yang Fann brought his 8 elite armies back to the 37th line of defense. Yang Fann himself was in charge of the ethereal continent, guarding against the Merrick Star Alliance's counterattack. Qingling Continent, Qingling Divine City, Qingling Divine Hall. After instructing the 6 elders about some trivial matters, Yang Fann began his secluded cultivation. What power, subordinates, everything was fake. One's own strength was the true strength. Yang Fann had never wavered on this point. Merrick Star Alliance, the Morning Star Alliance's influence was huge. It covered the entire chaos domain and had countless experts. However, for a high-level universe god, as long as they were willing, it wouldn't take long for them to uproot the 2 major powers. Even if it was a middle-level universe god, if they were willing to pay some price, it wouldn't be difficult for them to take care of the 2 major powers. Buzz. With a flash of light, a universe source appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Rumble, rumble, heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique. The eternal divine arts of the universe circulated to its maximum potential. All the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body turned into countless black holes, crazily devouring the power of the universe source. C-2268 Reincarnated Reinforcements Qingling Continent, Qingling Divine City, Qingling Divine Hall. Yang Fann transformed into a giant, 10,000 feet tall giant. The pores all over his body were like terrifying devouring black holes, crazily devouring the power of the universe sources, causing Yang Fann's strength of divine body to rise at a steady rate. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years, 50 years, 100 years, unknowingly, 1,000 years had passed. Line 36, Level 4 Continent, Ko-Yun Continent. The 3 great elemental old man from the Merrick Star Alliance and the rest of the top-level universe lord felt slightly relieved. 1,000 years had passed. Yang Fann had never attacked the defense line a second time. It seemed like he had really given up on attacking the defense line. Although they had full confidence in the violet light after the short battle 1,000 years ago, even if Yang Fann's combat strength was heaven-defying and was comparable to low-rank universe gods, it was likely that they would need tens of millions of years to break through the violet light barrier. However, this did not mean that they would have nothing to fear. They weren't afraid of 10,000. They were just afraid of 1 in 10,000. What if the violet light barrier couldn't hold on for that long? Yang Fann wouldn't be able to continue his attack. That would be for the best. Besides, maintaining the violet light barrier required a huge amount of energy. The energy consumed by that strike 1,000 years ago was almost equivalent to all the wealth of a quasi-universe lord. If this continued, a few dozen to a million years. Just the thought of the resources made their scalps tingle. At least, it would consume 1 or even 2 layers of their savings. 1 year passed by and soon, it was a million years later. Ethereal Divine City, Ethereal Spiritual God Palace, Ethereal Divine Hall. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's aura had improved once again. In the eyes of other low-level universe god, a million years was nothing. It was already considered not bad to be able to refine half a cubic universe source, but Yang Fann, this monster, had refined nearly 200,000 cubic meters of universe source. At this moment, if anyone dared to take a step into the Ethereal Divine Hall, even Lord of Void Cloud and the other great elemental old man from the Morning Star Alliance would be crushed to the ground in an instant. There was no exception. In the past million years, Yang Fann and his men had never been idle. Under the leadership of 6 great elemental old man, a large number of formation grandmasters from the Morning Star Alliance had arrived at the 37th line of defense. They repaired the broken divine formations crazily. At the same time, divine formations rose from the 37th stronghold and the war continent. Not only the 37th defense line, but the other 73 defense lines were also busy. Like the 37th defense line, the 73 defense lines were just as busy. Many of the divine formations needed to be repaired, and many strongholds needed to be set up in the war continent. Of course, the 37th line of defense had always been the top priority. Even an idiot could tell that the Morning Star Alliance wouldn't allow them to occupy the 74th line of defense in peace. A great battle was unavoidable between the two sides. Besides, this world wouldn't last for long. As long as the reinforcements from the Morning Star Alliance arrived, perhaps it would be the time for them to start another war. Once the war started, the 37th line of defense, it would be the first line of defense, and it would become the gateway for them to defend against the Morning Star Alliance. A million years had passed. Under the full repair of a huge number of formation masters, the 37th line of defense had already been repaired by 3 to 4 layers. In another 2 to 3 million years, it would be restored to its original state, and there was even a high possibility that it could be improved to a higher level. The main reason for this was that Yang Fann showed mercy and did not completely destroy the 37th defense line. Otherwise, not to mention a million years, even if it was 10 times or 100 times longer, it might not be able to repair 3 or 4 layers. For example, the Morning Star Alliance had only managed to repair the last few layers of the Morning Star Alliance's defensive line after occupying 9 of their defensive lines. The rest of the defensive lines had already been repaired for hundreds of millions of years, and there were still some holes in them. Of course, it wasn't just the 37th line. The 38th and 77th lines were the same. Yang Fann had some control over them after the Morning Star Alliance had retreated in advance. Without the support of the Morning Star Alliances from the Morning Star Alliance, he could only rely on the control of the defense system artifact spirits. He didn't need to break the entire defense system like the previous 33rd line of defense. Another million years passed. Yang Fann had once again refined nearly 200,000 cubic meters of universe sources, causing his strength of divine body to improve once more. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. He seemed to have sensed something. Is it coming? Line No. 36. Ko-Lan Continent, Ko-Lan Divine City. Rumble, rumble. 5 incomparably terrifying auras rose up from within the Ko-Lan Divine Palace. They roiled and seethed, engulfing the entire 36th line of defense. Moreover, they continued to radiate and expand towards the surrounding chaos. Grug grug grug. The vast expanse of chaos was unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, and it shattered into pieces, forming countless chaotic turbulences. The weakest of the 5 was no weaker than Master of Destruction, who was suppressed by Yang Fann. The strongest one was even stronger than Light God Lord. He was definitely not weaker than Lord of Divine Bone, this old monster. 2 million years had passed, and the reinforcements from the Merrick Star Alliance had finally arrived. The 5 chief-level experts had no intention of concealing their auras. In fact, they even intended to expand. The continuous defeat had even caused them to lose more than half of their defensive line. The number 36 defensive line, and even the entire Zon Star battlefield was enveloped by an indescribable pressure. The various legions and the countless combat weapons were all dejected, and none of them showed any signs of fighting spirit. This time, they had lost too miserably. This pressure, what a terrifying pressure! It's just a comparison of destruction. Even if His Majesty and the others came, they wouldn't be too far off. 5 of the Destruction Emperor's first grade to expert. Woo. The reinforcements from the Star Alliance have finally arrived. Good. With the presence of the 5 emperors, we will definitely be able to defeat that Yang Fann. The countless combat weapons instantly became alert. The dark feeling in their hearts was swept away in an instant. The Yang Fann of the Morning Star Alliance was really strong. However, the 5 emperors who came to help weren't weak either. They were fighting one-on-one. They might not be a match for Yang Fann, but if the 5 of them joined forces, they would definitely defeat him. They even had some confidence that they could completely suppress Yang Fann. Otherwise, the Star Alliance would not have sent the 5 of them to rescue them. If they did not even have the confidence to defeat Yang Fann, then rescue. Wasn't it just a joke? Hua Sheng of Morning Star Alliance, your death has come, Brother Luo, watch carefully from the heavens. Eldest brother will avenge you very soon. Soon, the eyes of countless soldiers were filled with hatred. 2 million years ago, countless soldiers of the Tianxuan Alliance were slaughtered, many armies were severely wounded, and some of them were even their friends and family. They would remember every single one of these blood debts. Line 37, Qingling Divine Hall. Wang. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. It's actually 5 Peak Alliance leader-level experts. This Merrick Star Alliance really thinks highly of me. Alliance Lord-level experts were peerless experts second only to universe gods. Whether it was the Morning Star Alliance or the Merrick Star Alliance, it was extremely rare. Furthermore, it was the Peak Alliance Lord-level experts. The amount was even rarer. In the entire Merrick Star Alliance, there wouldn't be more than 20 level 1 level experts. Besides Master of Destruction and the other 3, who were suppressed by him, there were also other war zones. Apart from the Peak Alliance leader-level experts that couldn't be moved lightly, these 5 Peak Alliance leader-level experts, even if they weren't all the Peak Alliance leader-level Merrick Star Alliances that the Merrick Star Alliance could transfer out, they shouldn't be much different. In the next second, a greedy look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Before this, he wasn't confident that he could cultivate the eternal divine arts to the mastery. The amount of resources needed to cultivate the eternal divine arts to the small completion had exceeded his expectations, and it wasn't impossible for him to do so this time. 1 billion universe sources might not be enough. However, with these 5 chief expert, things would be different. Not only did the number of people increase by 1, but their strength also increased by a notch, suppressing them. Even if it wasn't twice as much as Master of Destructions and the others, the harvest would still be. With such a huge amount of resources, it was certain that they would be able to reach the greater success stage of the eternal divine arts. At that time, not only would he have the eternal divine body, but his cultivation base would also improve tremendously. Universe Lord wasn't very confident that the 9 Peak Alliance Lord-level Universe Lords would devour them. But it was still possible for him to advance to Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord. I think they won't be able to hold it in any longer. Are they going to attack me? C-2269A Show of Strength. Qingling Continent, Qingling Divine Hall. Yang Fann's eyes were filled with greed and burning desire. The 5 Great Alliance leader-level experts. This was a big piece of fat meat. If he could devour all of them and all their resources, he would be able to suppress them. It would be enough for his strength to increase by 1,000, 10,000 times. Not only that. At that time, even a slightly weaker middle-level universe god wouldn't be a match for him. However, Yang Fann didn't attack immediately. The defensive barrier at the 36th line of defense, even though he had been in secluded cultivation for 2 million years and had absorbed nearly 400,000 cubic meters of universe source, and his strength had improved a little, Yang Fann still wasn't confident that he could break the defensive barrier in a short period of time. 2 million years was still a little short. If he was given 20 million years to absorb 3 to 4 million cubic meters of universe source, his divine power would skyrocket. It might even be possible. Right now, it would take at least a dozen to 20 years. In such a long period of time, the 5 Peak Alliance Lord grade experts had already fled to an unknown place. Yang Fann wasn't naive enough to think that after the 5 of them witnessed his full strength, they would still foolishly stay in the defense line, waiting for him to fight to the death. Even if the 5 of them had the resources of the Merrick Star Alliance, they could at most fight a low-grade low-level universe god. It was impossible for them to be an intermediate low-level universe god. The gap of one major grade and several major grades was not something that could be easily covered by the control of a small-sized chaos region like the Merrick Star Alliance. The Morning Star Scepter of the Morning Star Alliance was the symbol of the Alliance leader, one of the most precious treasures of the Alliance. However, it only allowed true King Wan Lei to have low-rank universe gods' combat strength in a short period of time, and it was still the weaker one among low-rank universe god. This was the trump card of the 5 Peak Alliance leader-level experts. It would not be much better, perhaps even weaker. It was better to pretend that he did not know anything and just quietly stay in this agile continent, waiting for the rabbit to fall. The 5 great experts had come with such great momentum. Naturally, they couldn't just want to stabilize the defensive line. Otherwise, why would the Merrick Star Alliance need to draw out so many top-grade experts? With the last 36 defensive lines, as long as there was a Peak Alliance Master Expert, the situation would be stabilized. Even without the reinforcement of the expert, as long as he didn't unleash his true strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through these 36 lines of defense, let alone the 35 lines of defense at the back. These 5 great experts would definitely make a move, and Yang Fann believed that it wouldn't be too long before that happened. 2 million years had passed, and more than half of the defense line of the 37th defense line had been restored. Once it was fully repaired, it would be very difficult for them to take back the defense line. The 37th defense line was the strongest defense line besides the 36 defense lines. Adding the fact that he, low-rank universe god and even low-rank universe god, were guarding the defense line, even the real low-rank universe god would not be able to break through the defense line of the 37th defense line. Time passed very quickly. 1,000 years had passed. They should be unable to hold it in any longer. A divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. It seemed like he had seen through the endless chaos. He passed through the 36th line of defense and landed on the divine palace. 1,000 years had passed. Although the 5 great experts had yet to make any big moves, Yang Fann had a feeling that the storm was calming down. These 5 great experts shouldn't be far away from attacking. At that time, it would be his chance. Because of this, even if he completely exposed his strength, he would not hesitate. At most, he would just hide in the Morning Star universe and convert all the resources in his hands into strength. He would just not come out. It was unlikely that the Merrick Star Alliance would behave atrociously in the Morning Star universe. Even if it were 2 quasi-middle-level universe god from the Merrick Star Alliance, there was only one possibility for them to barge into the Morning Star universe and be mercilessly suppressed. The Morning Star Alliance had managed the Morning Star universe for millions of eras, and had long built an impregnable fortress in the Morning Star universe. Even a true middle-level universe god could suffer a great loss in the Morning Star universe. The next second, Yang Fann closed his eyes and continued cultivating, focusing on refining the universe source in his hand. At this moment, with every increase in strength, the chances of the 5 experts escaping decreased by a tiny bit. Yang Fann did not want someone to escape from his hands at that time. These 5 fat sheep, he was definitely going to eat them. Another 100 years passed. Not good, bitch it, this bunch of bastards. Suddenly, Yang Fann's expression changed. He stood up and started cursing. A few breaths later, rumble, rumble, one terrifying aura after another descended from the sky and appeared above the Qingling continent. The aura was so terrifying that not a single one of them was below Master of Destructions. Peak Alliance Lord-level experts, all of them were Peak Alliance Lord-level experts. There were 5 of them in total. It was just that they weren't from the Merrick Star Alliance, but from the Morning Star Alliance. One of them was a familiar face of Yang Fann. He was Lord of Divine Bone, who had tried to stop Yang Fann from reaching the top of Great Elemental Old Man's throne. When Master of Destruction and the other 3 men appeared, Yang Fann's senior elders had sent an emergency request to the Alliance. Regarding this, true King Wan Lei didn't dare to be careless. Those were the 4 Peak Chiefs expert, which had far exceeded the limit of the Zon Star battlefield. He immediately asked a few top chiefs of the Morning Star Alliance, who were in secluded cultivation, to form a rescue team to support the Zonstar battlefield. Although Yang Fann had successfully defeated Master of Destruction and the other 3 men and resolved the crisis of the war zone, the Morning Star Alliance didn't withdraw their rescue team. They even sent a Peak Alliance Master expert. Yang Fann had broken through the 74th line of defense of the Merrick Star Alliance in a row. How could the Merrick Star Alliance let this matter go so easily? It was very difficult for Yang Fann alone to resist the Merrick Star Alliance's counterattack. The inheritance of the Merrick Star Alliance had been passed down for millions of eras, and its foundation was extraordinary. They must have some means to deal with Yang Fann, and it wasn't easy for them to do so. Only then did they make a breakthrough and take down the 74th line of defense of the Merrick Star Alliance. They had occupied more than half of the Xuanji Star battlefield, so how could they casually spit out the fat in their mouths? Motherfucker, this bunch of bastards, they must be fraudulent at this moment. Yang Fann really wanted to beat up Lord of Divine Bone and the other 3 men. His plan had been completely ruined by these bastards. Can't you keep a low profile and sneak over here? And you're still so high profile. Are you afraid that the other party won't know that you're here? Or is it because you're afraid that they won't know that you're here? Now that things have changed, those guys are still not determined to be cowards. He alone was enough for them to drink a pot of water. In addition to the 5 Peak Alliance leader experts, he had no chance of winning at all. It was not like he had been kicked in the head by a donkey. That was why he had come looking for trouble. If they were not careful, they might even lose their lives. These old monsters were all smart people. How could they do such a stupid thing? I hope that Merrick Star Alliance still has more Peak Alliance leader level experts. Without any external help, it was impossible for the 5 great experts to help. However, Yang Fann honestly didn't have much confidence in this matter. It would be a waste for 1 or 2 Peak Alliance leader level experts to come here. There were at least 4 or 5 of them, but could the Merrick Star Alliance still draw out so many experts? The Alliance leader level experts were not like cabbages on the roadside. They could get as many as they wanted, not to mention the outstanding ones among the Alliance leader level experts. In the Light Spiritual God Palace, in a luxurious Divine Palace, Lord of Divine Bone, as well as the other 4 Peak Alliance chief level experts, sat on top of the Divine Throne. Below them were the 6 senior elders. At this moment, the 6 senior elders were all lowering their heads, revealing a trace of nervousness. The atmosphere in the Divine Hall was extremely oppressive, as if a black cloud was pressing down on the city. Bang! Lord of Divine Bone smashed the space with his fist and shouted coldly, "What a good Yang Fann, what an arrogant man!" Although the other 4 experts didn't say anything, the displeasure on their faces was obvious. They had come all the way here to help you. Yet, this Yang Fann had actually closed his door and refused to see them. What was this? Was he trying to show them off? Even if you, Yang Fann, have heaven-defying combat strength and are on par with a universe god, you shouldn't look down on people like this, right? No matter what, they were all Peak Alliance Lord-level experts. Beneath a universe god, even if a peak-level expert was defeated by a true universe god, they still had a high chance of surviving. Yang Fann had really gone too far this time. As for what the few elders said, Yang Fann was currently in seclusion, so it was not convenient for him to be disturbed. They did not believe it at all. It was not an important moment for him to break through. Even if he was in seclusion, he could still come out at any time. It would not affect him at all. He simply didn't want to see them. I'll remember this place. Yang Fann, sooner or later, I will get back this place. The eyes of the 4 experts flickered with a dangerous light. They would never let this matter go just like that. C-2270 returned Qingling Continent, Qingling Spiritual God Palace, Qingling Divine Hall. Yang Fann continued his seclusion and devoured the universe source. He had no intention of coming out to meet Lord of Divine Bone and the others. He understood that if he didn't give Lord of Divine Bone and the others face, he might make them unhappy, and might even hate him. But so what? These bastards had ruined his plan and made him lose the chance to reach the sky. In a single bound. Sigh. He had no idea if this small amount of resources could help the eternal divine arts of the great universe break through to the mastery. As for his own cultivation base, not to mention advancing to the mastery, he wasn't even sure if he could advance to the top-level quasi-universe lord. It was already their lucky day that they didn't teach them a good lesson. How could they expect him to welcome them with a smile? What kind of joke was this? He, Yang Chao, wasn't that good-tempered gentleman. As for whether they held a grudge against him or not, Yang Fann didn't take it to heart at all. They were just a bunch of aphids that were not even universe gods. So what if they bore a grudge against him? If they really dared to act recklessly, Yang Fann did not mind letting them become nourishment for his growth. The Alliance's ban couldn't restrict him, Yang Fann. The weak followed the rules, and the expert set the rules. As for the others, even if true King Wan Lei was the Alliance master, they would still be severely punished if they dared to kill an elder. But if it was those universe gods, it would be different. This was especially true for universe god Xianxia, the founders of the two Morning Star Alliance. As long as they were willing, not to mention the elders, even if they wanted to kill 8 great elemental old man, they would kill them. No one would dare to say no. As long as they could digest all the resources in their hands, they would be comparable to middle-level universe god warriors. Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that, but compared to universe god Xianxia and Xing Wei, who were quasi-middle-level universe god warriors, they shouldn't be much weaker. For the sake of a few puny Alliance masters, he had pushed a quasi-middle-level universe god expert to the opposite side. It wasn't like they had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Why would they do such a stupid thing? 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. Very quickly, 5 million years passed. For 5 million years, the entire continent was covered in an indescribable pressure. Regarding this, the 6 elders naturally understood the reason. It was just that the matter of those big shots wasn't something that they, ultimate quasi-cosmic gods aphids, could interfere with. As for forcefully knocking on the door and inviting Yang Fann out for Lord of Divine Bone and the others, they didn't even dare to think about it. Lord of Divine Bone and the others weren't to be trifled with, but Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man were even more to be trifled with. Between the two of them, if they had to offend one side, they would only choose Lord of Divine Bone and the others. This was a monster with combat strength comparable to a universe god, a peak Alliance master level expert like Lord of Divine Bone. Offending them would at most cause them some suffering. If he suffered a bit of flesh and blood, his life wouldn't be in danger. After all, they were elders of the Alliance and were part of the upper echelons of the Alliance. As for Lord of Divine Bone and the others, although they were powerful, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than them. But in terms of status, they were only the same as them. He was an elder of the Alliance. Otherwise, Lord of Divine Bone wouldn't have been able to stop Yang Fann from ascending the throne of Great Elemental Old Man. As a senior elder, killing another senior elder was a capital offense. Even if they were the Alliance master expert, they wouldn't be able to escape death. However, Yang Fann was different. As the Great Elemental Old Man of the Alliance, his status was higher than theirs, and he was the person in charge of Seven Star Battlefield. Most importantly, he had a terrifying power comparable to a universe god. Even if they were killed, the Alliance wouldn't punish Yang Fann for them. At most, it would be a small punishment. The quasi-universe god had the power to fight against the universe god. In the history of the Morning Star Alliance, there was no one who could compare with such a monster, the monster. Their future achievements were beyond their imagination. Even surpassing universe god Xianxia and Xing Wei, the universe god, was highly possible. It could be said to be the hope and future of the Morning Star Alliance. As long as Yang Fann did not betray the Alliance. For other matters, the Alliance would basically turn a blind eye to it. A true genius monster would be given preferential treatment no matter where he went. The Morning Star Alliance was no exception. The Light Spiritual God Palace, the Light Divine Hall. Pucci. Another cubic universe source was swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. The divine light was bright, and it destroyed everything. At this moment, if anyone stood in front of Yang Fann, even a peak chief level expert like Lord of Divine Bone would be pierced through in an instant, severely injuring the soul. 5 million years had passed, and Yang Fann had once again refined nearly 1,000,000 cubic meters of universe source. His strength had once again improved by leaps and bounds. Looks like that Merrick Star Alliance is determined to be that cowardly tortoise. Yang Fann sighed helplessly. 5 million years had passed, but not a single Alliance Lord expert had arrived. There were at least 8 to 9 of them. The Merrick Star Alliance was not going to provide any more reinforcements to the Seven Star battlefield. At least, it would be impossible for them to do so in a short period of time. Another 4 or 5 Alliance Lord experts were transferred to the Seven Star battlefield. No matter how big the Merrick Star Alliance was, it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The chaotic battlefield created by the Merrick Star Alliance wasn't just one or two of them. There were 3 places that were connected to the Morning Star Chaos Domain, including the other Chaos Domain. According to the information he knew, there were 9 chaotic battlefields. Among them, the Zon Star battlefield could be said to be the smallest chaotic battlefield. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been an ultimate quasi-cosmic god like the Wine is a Wine with a long history in the past. For example, the other 2 major war zones of Morning Star Alliance and Merrick Star Alliance were guarded by Alliance Master-level experts. Moreover, there was more than one expert. Forget it, I want to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Looks like there isn't much hope left. Now that Lord of Divine Bone and the rest are guarding the defensive line. Furthermore, the defense line had been fully repaired, the entire defense line could be said to be impregnable. It's time. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled, and he had the thought of returning. The resources in his hands should be taken care of as soon as possible. Last time, he only had 20 million cubic meters of universe sources, but it had taken him millions of years. Now, it was a huge amount of resources worth 400 to 500 million universe sources, without tens of millions of years. In fact, it would be very difficult to get rid of all of them within 100 million years. In fact, Lord of Divine Bone and the other 3 were a very easy target. With their net worth, they might be able to devour most of the resources in his hands. Unfortunately, although both parties didn't completely fall out with each other, it wasn't a good thing either. Yang Fann wouldn't be able to put down his pride and ask them to take out the resources in his hands. Very quickly, Yang Fann gathered the 6 elders under his command. 1 year later, boom, the Starlight Battle Fortress turned into a beam of light that shot up into the sky. The Light Spiritual God Palace, the Bone Divine Hall. Rumble, Lord of Divine Bone's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a fierce light flashed across his eyes. Little son Yang Fann actually dared to leave the defense line alone. Good, this is you seeking death the next second. A flash of green light tore through space and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Kolan Continent, Kolan Divine City, Kolan Divine Hall. 5 mighty figures, high above the throne, each and every one of them had a terrifying aura, as if they were high and mighty, as if the Supreme God was looking down on all living beings. These 5 mighty existences were none other than the 5 Peak Alliance Master-level experts that had come to reinforce them. Rumble, 5 terrifying spiritual scents collided and exchanged blows within the Great Hall. It seems like the Morning Star Alliance isn't as united as Iron. They actually sent us a message. Interesting. But this is our chance. That's right, that Yang Fann is in the Qingling continent. We can't do anything to him. If he leaves the defensive line now, he will be courting death. Everyone, is that news reliable? Is there a trap? There shouldn't be a trap. That person is not on good terms with Yang Fann. Back then, Yang Fann even made him lose face. And even if there is a trick, it doesn't matter. With the strength of the 5 of us, even if we can't defeat him, we can still retreat with ease. That's right, with the 5 of us joining forces and the Star Alliance's foundation, even if Yang Fann and the others join forces, our lives will not be in danger. This is the only chance to get rid of Yang Fann. It's worth us taking the risk. Yang Fann, this monster, must die. Otherwise, he will definitely become a huge threat to the Star Alliance. Alright then, it's decided, there's no time to lose, let's set off immediately. C-2271 Kill Zon Star Battlefield was a vast and chaotic place. Swoosh, with a terrifying speed that surpassed ultimate quasi-cosmic gods, the Starlight Battle Fortress quickly tore through the spatial zone and headed towards the Morning Star Chaos Domain. Yang Fann did not use his own strength and returned to the Morning Star universe in the shortest amount of time. He still had nearly 500 million cubic meters of universe source in his hands, waiting for him to devour and refine it. Even with his terrifying speed, he would need to devour it for nearly 3 billion years in order to completely devour this 500 million cubic meters of universe source. Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. Rumble. Countless power of the universe sources flowed into Yang Fann's body through the countless Yang Fanns, nourishing every single cell in his body, causing his strength of divine body to slowly increase. For the next 10 million years, Yang Fann didn't want to waste his time like this. It was enough for him to refine another 2 million cubic meter universe source, causing his strength of divine body to increase by a large amount. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 100 years had passed. Rumble. All of a sudden, Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes. An indescribable surprise flashed across his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Good, I have already given up. I did not expect that they would actually deliver themselves to my doorstep. A few breaths later, rumble, rumble, waves of energy were 10 times stronger than ultimate quasi-cosmic gods. A terrifying pressure that was more than 100 times stronger than ultimate quasi-cosmic gods descended from the sky. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it pressed down on the Starlight Battle Fortress. Rumble. The Starlight Battle Fortress's defensive barrier violently shook, and countless tiny cracks appeared. It was as if it had already reached the limit of what he could endure. The next second, swoosh swoosh swoosh, chaos was like a curtain that was forcibly torn apart. 5 mighty figures appeared around the Starlight Battle Fortress, surrounding it in a circle. Their auras were extremely terrifying. Each and every one of them had an expression on their faces. They were incomparably proud, high and mighty. It was as if everything in the universal world, the world, was under their control. The incomer was none other than the 5 great alliance chief Merrick Star Alliances of the Merrick Star Alliance. After 100 years of hard searching, they had finally caught up to Yang Fann. Buzz. With a thought, Yang Fann kept the Starlight Battle Fortress. Although the Starlight Battle Fortress was powerful and its combat strength was comparable to ultimate quasi-cosmic gods, it was useless in the upcoming battle. With his attack power, he couldn't even break through the defense of these 5 great experts. As for these 5 great experts, a casual strike from them could severely injure or even completely destroy the Starlight Battle Fortress. Yang Fann didn't want to spend the rest of his time relying on his 2 legs to travel through the endless chaos. Yang Fann, with the body of the god of quasi-universe. Using the power of the universe god, I have to say, your talent is the only one we have ever seen in our lives. Throughout our 2 great chaos domain, no one can surpass you. If you continue to grow, you will surpass all the ancestors of the Alliance. Becoming the first middle-level universe god in the history of the nearby chaos domain wasn't impossible. It's a pity that your life has come to an end. The one who spoke was a stalwart middle-aged man wearing a golden robe. His face was gentle and his hands were empty. However, his every action exuded a soul-stirring magical charm. It was as if anyone had to bow down in front of him. His voice was very calm, as if he was narrating a fact. If Yang Fann died today, Yang Fann would die today. Master of Bones was an extremely ancient existence in the Merrick Star Alliance. He was so old that he was even older than Lord of Divine Bone. He was also the number 1 person among the 5 great expert. He could be said to be one of the top 3 amongst all the chief Merrick Star Alliances in the Merrick Star Alliance. He was slightly stronger than Lord of Divine Bone. Surrender now. I might be able to give you a quick death. Ha ha ha. You bunch of aphids are trying to take my life. Yang Fann felt like he had just heard a huge joke. He laughed out loud, an aphid that wasn't even a universe god. He actually wanted him to surrender and even said that he wanted to give him a quick death. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? Yang Fann, it seems like you won't shed tears until you see your coffin. Today, I will let you witness our abilities. Don't think that you can run amok just because you have defeated Master of Destruction and the other 3. A fierce light flashed in Master of Bones' eyes. You are still far from that. Set up the formation. The 5 elemental chaotic formation was set up as he spoke. Rumble. A golden light flashed in Master of Bones' hand, and an ancient flag with a golden body and an endless amount of chaotic golden energy appeared in his hand. Roar. The 5 elemental chaotic formation is unleashed. Buzz. 4 beams of divine light of various colors flashed across the hands of the other 4 experts, revealing ancient 5 elemental formation flags. The Chaos 5 Elemental Formation was the trump card of Master of Bones' 5 great expert, one of the inner secrets of Merrick Star Alliance. They were the key to killing Yang Fann. Chi. With a wave of the 5 Elemental Formation flags, beams of 5 elemental light surged out like peerless divine dragons, sweeping across the chaotic starry sky. In an instant, the chaos in the surrounding billions of trillion of square miles turned into a 5 elements world. The Chaos 5 Elemental Formation, which was the killing formation, was also a terrifying trap formation. Roar. Let's use the chaotic 5 elements. Devil God. Rumble. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth. The light of the 5 elements shot into the sky, intertwining and fusing together, finally transforming into a chaos devil god of the 5 elements, who was tens of thousands of light years tall. He pointed his finger at the sky and stepped on the ground. He ruled the world and was invincible. His aura was terrifying. It was more than 10 times stronger than Master of Bones' aura, and it was more than 100 times stronger. He had already stepped into the middle-rank universe god with just a single step. Ordinary quasi-universe gods could only tremble in fear in front of him. They couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. Yang Fann, your death has arrived. The chaotic five elements devil god looked down at Yang Fann from above. Its voice was low and muffled, as if it had completely controlled Yang Fann's life and death. The chaotic five elements devil god could trap a middle-rank universe god for a period of time, but its combat strength was also on par with a middle-rank universe god. Although Yang Fann's combat strength was heaven-defying, he had only just stepped into the threshold of low-rank universe god. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the weakest universe god. It was impossible for him to be a match for the chaotic five elements devil god. This is what all of you are relying on. If it was any other ordinary low-rank universe god, it's possible that you guys have fallen into your trap. It's a pity that you guys have encountered me. Yang Fann sneered. Although the chaotic five elements devil god was powerful, it wasn't something he cared about. Even 7 million years ago, Yang Fann had full confidence in it. He would be able to destroy this chaotic five elements devil god, let alone the current him. What does this Yang Fann mean? Could it be that he can still do it? Master of Bones' 5 experts' hearts trembled, and a trace of uneasiness appeared in their hearts. No, it's impossible. How could he still be hiding? The god of quasi-universe, low-rank universe god's combat strength, had never been seen since ancient times. If he was still hiding, is he still human? Pretending to be mysterious. Today, Yang Fann, you will die for sure. I am deliberately mystifying. Yang Fann sneered and didn't explain much. Facts spoke louder than words. At this time, no matter how much he said, it was all false. Rumble, rumble. He no longer suppressed his own strength. The aura around Yang Fann's body rose steadily and crazily. His body also grew infinitely at a terrifying speed. It was a light year. 10 light years. 100 light years. 1,000 light years. 10,000 light years. 10,000 light years. 1 million light years. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fann's aura had surpassed the chaotic five elements devil god. It was several times stronger than the chaotic five elements devil god, and it was still rising rapidly. After 7 million years of hard work and refining more than 2 million cubic meters of universe source, Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by several levels. Even amongst the middle-rank universe god warriors, he could be considered as one of them. It was an expert. Ah no, this pressure. Middle-rank universe god. This was the pressure of a middle-rank universe god. Woo woo woo. We've all been deceived. Middle-rank universe god. He's a middle-rank universe god number. How can he be so strong? C-2272 breaking the formation Zon Star battlefield, within the 5 elemental chaotic grand formation. Yang Fann finally didn't hold back anymore. He unleashed all of his strength. 7 million years was nothing to the other universe gods. Not to mention 7 million years, even if it was 700 eras, their strength might not be able to make any progress. As the pinnacle expert of the chaos domain, most of the universe gods would advance by thousands or tens of thousands of eras each time. But when placed on Yang Fann, this monster, 7 million years was enough for him to have a huge breakthrough in his strength. At this moment, Yang Fann's chi was terrifying. Compared to the chaotic 5 elements devil god, it was more than a few times stronger. He could be considered one of the best amongst all the middle-rank universe god warriors. Pucci under Yang Fann's terrifying pressure, the entire 5 elements space seemed to be filled with tiny fissured traces. Terrifying. One should know that the chaos 5 elemental divine formation, even an ordinary middle-rank universe god would have to spend some effort in order to break it. Chaotic 5 elements world, surrounding. Master of Bones and the other 5 expert who were hiding in the dark suddenly let out heart-wrenching screams, as if they had lost their parents. They had been deceived. They had all been deceived. Woo woo woo. Middle-rank universe god. This monster is actually a middle-rank universe god. Woo woo woo. He's only a divine god in quasi-universe. How can there be such a monster in this world? Collapse. Each and every one of them had a mental breakdown. Although the chaos 5 elemental divine formation was strong, it could only barely resist a quasi-middle-rank universe god. After all, they were only gods of quasi-universe, and their energy was limited. The chaotic five elements devil god could only be supported by their strength. In a short period of time, they could still fight a quasi-middle rank universe god, but as time went on, they would be the only ones who would be defeated. Not to mention a true middle rank universe god, they had no chance of winning at all. Lord of Divine Bone, you bastard, you tricked us. Their hearts were filled with regret. How could they so easily believe Lord of Divine Bone's words? They wouldn't investigate properly and see if this was a trap. What was going on now? If something went wrong, all of them would have to die here. Lord of Divine Bone, so it turns out that this old thing betrayed me. Good, truly very good. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. There were very few people who knew about his departure from the Qingling continent, and Lord of Divine Bone was one of them. Furthermore, with his relationship with Lord of Divine Bone, it was very likely that Lord of Divine Bone would betray him. It could be said that the news of him being surrounded and killed by Master of Destruction was leaked by this old dog. Old dog, how dare you plot against me? The chaos in the heavens and earth is so great that no one can protect you. Although it was Yang Fann who benefited from every scheme, it didn't mean that Yang Fann would let Lord of Divine Bone plot against him for nothing. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to plot against him would die. Not to mention the middle-rank universe god Nightmare Lord behind Lord of Divine Bone, even the founder of Morning Star Alliance, universe god Xianxia, and the Star Way universe god couldn't protect him. Right at this moment, Master of Bones' expression changed. What? Could it be that they? Could it be? For the past 7 million years, they had never given up on their relationship with Master of Destruction and the others. However, without exception, all the information was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no response, but they had never thought that it would be Yang Fann who suppressed Master of Destruction and the other three. Although low-rank universe god was powerful, he wanted to suppress Master of Destruction and the other three. There's no way at all. He was lucky enough to suppress one of them. In their point of view, Master of Destruction and the other three were only severely injured. They were in a hurry to enter secluded cultivation to heal their injuries, thus temporarily cutting off their connection with the outside world. But now, it seemed like this wasn't the case at all. It would be difficult for a low-rank universe god to keep Master of Destruction and the others here, but if it was a middle-rank universe god, everything would be the same. That's right, just like what you think, Master of Destruction. Master of Destruction said. Yang Fann frankly admitted that Master of Bones and the other three were like turtles in a jar. There was nothing to hide from him. It's true. Master of Destruction and the others were really given to them by him. Although he had already guessed this fact, he really thought that everything had been confirmed. Master of Bones and the other three couldn't accept it. Master of Destruction and the other three weren't much weaker than them. Especially Light God Lord, among them, only Master of Bones was able to suppress him. The rest of them were weaker than him. Yang Fann was able to suppress him. Master of Destruction and the other three. What about them? In an instant, the hearts of the 5 men were filled with sorrow. Don't worry, very soon, I will send you to accompany them. Yang Fann continued, to tell the truth, I have already given up on you guys. I never thought that. You insisted on challenging the gates to hell. Looks like all of you are destined to become nourishment for my growth. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and his voice was filled with excitement. With these 5 people, the great universe's eternal immortal divine body had reached the great perfection stage. Extreme quasi-universe lord, this was the perfect time, speaking of which, he still had to thank that old dog Lord of Divine Bone. Without his information, Master of Bones' 5 great expert wouldn't have come knocking on his door so eagerly. At that time, he would just give this old dog a quick death. Yang Fann, we admit defeat. As long as you let us leave, we are willing to compensate you. Master of Bones gritted his teeth and said, if they were to fight with their lives on the line, they would be the ones to lose in the end. Compensate me, then use your lives to compensate me. Yang Fann, if you really want to be this ruthless, aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? We aren't people to be trifled with. Master of Bones' voice carried a trace of madness, like a beast licking its wounds. Fighting to the death, with just you? Yang Fann sneered. With the help of the formation, a group of aphids with the strength of a quasi-intermediate battle force of Universe God was trying to fight to the death with him. What a joke! Did they really think that his eternal divine body was cultivated for nothing? Even a true middle-rank Universe God wouldn't be able to break through his defense if he didn't have the upper grade or the exquisite quasi-chaos treasure, let alone Injure him severely. Yang Fann, you. It's done. Be obedient and become my nourishment. Before Master of Bones could finish his words, he was coldly interrupted by Yang Fann. Die rumble. His body moved. He threw a punch at the chaotic five elements devil god. Roar Yang Fann, don't push us too far. We aren't easy to mess with either. Break for me bang. Two terrifying great gods, who were more than a million light years tall, collided with each other. The terrifying energy seemed like it was going to blow up the entire chaotic five elements world. Poochie poochie, a large number of world crystal walls began to distort and crack, and spatial cracks began to spread out in all directions. Tap tap tap, the chaotic five elements devil god was forced back again and again. In this one exchange, it was clear that it was at a disadvantage, but it was still at an absolute disadvantage. The gap of a single grade was enough to crush it. Kekekeka. Let's see how long you can last. Yang Fann had succeeded in his attack. He didn't show any mercy when he had the upper hand. He took a step forward and passed through billions of light years before throwing out another punch. Bitched bastard, don't you go too far. The chaotic five elements devil god kept roaring, crazily blocking Yang Fann's attack. Bang bang, Yang Fann kept beating the crap out of him. Each of his strikes was at the full strength of a middle-rank universe god. Each of his punches had pushed his strength to the limit, beating the chaotic five elements devil god to death. Jehia G G G G G Jehia G, I'll kill you bang bang. The chaotic five elements devil god tried its best to resist, but how could it be so easy to make up for the gap of a large rank? Most importantly, it wasn't a true quasi-middle rank universe god. Its recovery ability was 100 times, or even 1,000 times worse than a true quasi-middle rank universe god. Master of Bones and the other three men's magic power had been consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. An hour later, Master of Bones and the others only had less than 3 levels left. The power of the chaotic five elements devil god immediately dropped by a level, comparable to the limit of low-rank universe god. On the other hand, Yang Fann was getting more and more courageous as he fought, and his fighting spirit was soaring. It had been a long time since he last encountered a battle with his full strength like this. Ha 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 ha, how satisfying, truly satisfying again. Another 15 minutes passed. Master of Bones and the other three men were almost out of energy. All of their energy was almost depleted. The power of the chaotic five elements devil god fell once again, almost dropping to low-rank universe god's realm. It's done, everything ends here. Die for me. C 2273. The team was wiped out. Zon Star Battlefield, chaotic five elements world. Rumble. The heavens collapsed, the earth split apart. The chaos five elements devil god's millions of light years tall devil god's body rapidly swelled up like an inflated balloon. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang, exploding into countless strands of five elements chi. Poochie 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 s in all directions shattered, collapsed, and were destroyed. Boundless chaotic streams of air were collapsing, flowing in reverse, and rampaging. It formed countless chaotic vortices that devoured everything. Under Yang Fann's crazy bombardment for nearly 2 hours, the Chaos 5 Elemental Divine Formation finally reached its limit and shattered. Wah wah puff. Master of Bones's 5 experts spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their auras were extremely weak, as if they were candles in the wind. It was as if they were going to extinguish the lamp in the next second as the Master of the 5 Elemental Divine Formation, Master of Bones's 5 expert were the eye of the formation. The foundation of the formation was broken by the 5 Elemental Divine Formation. The 5 of them were severely injured, and that was the damage to their origin Tao. At this moment, even if Yang Fann showed mercy, he still wouldn't let it go. Without the nourishment of hundreds or thousands of eras, they wouldn't be able to recover to their peak condition. Even their hopes of becoming a universe god fell again and again. If it was before, they had 2 or 3 levels of confidence that they would be able to become a universe god in the future. But now, it might drop below level 1, or even lower. This time, Master of Bones and the other 5 expert were at a huge disadvantage. Of course, they didn't have the mood to think about this anymore. Was it possible for Yang Fann to show mercy and let them go? Unless Yang Fann's head was kicked by a donkey, he wouldn't let go of this fat piece of meat. Run. Roar. The origin soul appears, the soul of the heavens appears. Origin light arcane art, where the light comes, where I am. Without any hesitation, the Master of Bones and the other 5 great experts all used their forbidden arts to forcefully increase their speed. At their peak, even when they formed the chaotic 5 Elemental Divine Formation, they were still destroyed, let alone them, who were almost at the end of their lives, with less than a tenth of their combat strength remaining. As for using the forbidden arts to forcefully injure them, it would even shake their origin root, cutting off their path of advancement to the universe god realm. They couldn't care less about that. First, they had to protect their own lives. Everything else would have to wait until they survived this day. No matter what the side effects were, only by surviving would they have a chance to solve it. Otherwise, everything would just be empty words. You want to escape, is that possible? Yang Fann sneered. A trace of ridicule appeared in his eyes. He didn't chase after Master of Bones' 5 great expert immediately. In order to keep them here, how could Yang Fann not be prepared? Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation, activate buzz. A bright golden light rose from billions of trillion light years away. In just a fraction of a second, it had completely sealed off all the surrounding space. The Heavenly Cycle Golden Divine Formation was the life-prolonging talisman that Yang Fann had prepared for Master of Bones' 5 great expert. Yang Fann had a deep understanding of the power of the Heavenly Cycle Golden Divine Formation. Even the current him wanted to break the Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation. Hong Long. Although the Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation he had set up was just a simple divine formation that he had found in Light God Lord's collection, its power was far from comparable to the Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation set up by Light God Lord's 4 great expert. It could only display a layer of power. Even so, it would take a lot of effort for an ordinary low-rank universe god to break the golden barrier. Even at the peak of Master of Bones' 5 great expert, if he didn't set up the Chaos 5 elemental divine formation and attack together, it would take him a day's time to break out of the formation. Now, he couldn't even shake the Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation. Oh no, it's the Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation. Bitch it, how could this Yang Fann know the Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation? Woo woo woo, we are finished, woo woo woo. In an instant, Master of Bones' 5 great expert let out a wail of despair. The Heavenly Cycle Golden Divine Formation was the top grade god sealing formation of the Merrick Star Alliance. How could these big shots of the Merrick Star Alliance not know about it? Even if they knew about the Heavenly Cycle Golden Divine Formation, with their current condition, they still wanted to break out of the formation. It wouldn't even take 2 hours. 4 hours was more than enough time. As for that monster Yang Fann, would he give them that time? Given their current situation, as long as Yang Fann was willing, he would be able to kill all of them in less than a breath's time. Yang Fann, we are the elders of Merrick Star Alliance. If you dare to kill us, we will definitely not divorce you. Yang Fann, my ancestor is the true universe god. If you dare to touch me, my family's old ancestor will not let you go. Yang Fann, it's better to get rid of enemies than to get rid of them. In the end, we don't have any grudges between us. As long as you let us go, we are willing to hand over all the treasures in our hands. Master of Bones' 5 great experts. Each and every one of them had a fierce expression on their faces, but they were cowardly inside. They threatened and enticed others with all kinds of methods. At this moment, the only thing they could do was to hope that their Merrick Star Alliance's reputation and the old ancestors behind them could make Yang Fann feel some fear and let them go. Are you done? Then come here obediently. Yang Fann sneered and remained unmoved. He was still willing to hand over all the treasures. This made it seem like those treasures were still theirs. As for the Merrick Star Alliance, Yang Fann wouldn't take it to heart. Both sides had already fallen out with each other. Even if he let them go, would the Merrick Star Alliance let him go? Did they think he was an idiot? If the news of him possessing a middle-rank universe god was really spread, the Merrick Star Alliance would surely want to punish him as soon as possible. Perhaps, the next person who would look for him would be the 2 quasi-middle-level universe god from the Merrick Star Alliance. Rumble. His right arm moved. Yang Fann's palm pressed down on Master of Bones' 5 expert. Ah no, Yang Fann, are you really going to be so ruthless? Ah, 9 Heavens Divine Dragon Barrier, come out. Roar. Heavenly Astral Divine Fiend Formation, rise. Myriad God Diagram, block it for me. Master of Bones' 5 great experts let out hysterical wails. All kinds of trump cards that could save his life were unleashed. Buzzing divine formations, precious treasures, and barriers soared into the sky, protecting their surroundings. Layers upon layers, no less than 100 layers. Unfortunately, under Yang Fann's terrifying power that was comparable to a middle-rank universe god, everything was just a struggle for survival. In less than a breath's time, Poochie poochie poochie. The layers of barriers and divine formations were like paper as they were forcefully crushed. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter as they smashed into the ground. Yang Fann, stop, stop number. Hua Sheng, the Star Alliance will not let you go. The old ancestor will avenge me. Yang Fann, you Hua Sheng, you're going to die a horrible death, I curse you, I curse you. Woo woo woo. No, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Spare my life, Your Highness. As long as Your Highness spare my dog life, I will be Your Highness's dog from now on. If you want me to go west, I will never dare to go east. If you want me to catch chickens, I will never chase dogs away. Your Highness, please show mercy and spare my dog life. Poochie Master of Bones' 5 great experts' voice trailed off. If you want to be my dog, you are not worthy of being aphids. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for having too high of a cultivation base. If it was those high-level and top-level universe lord, perhaps Yang Fann would have spared their lives. Up until now, none of his subordinates had a universe lord. To be honest, it was somewhat embarrassing for him. If it was any other great elemental old man, for example, Lord of Void Cloud had 2 subordinates in quasi-universe, not to mention universe lord. If Master of Bones knew what Yang Fann was thinking, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. It was a bad thing that he was strong. Since ancient times, which superior didn't want their subordinates to be stronger? Buzz. Very quickly, a divine light flashed and the Starlight Battle Fortress appeared in the chaos once again. Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. 5 Peak Alliance Lord level experts, I don't think they will disappoint me, right? C-2273. The team was wiped out. Zon Star Battlefield, chaotic 5 elements world. Rumble. The heavens collapsed, the earth split apart. The Chaos 5 Elements Devil Gods. Millions of light years tall Devil God's body rapidly swelled up like an inflated balloon. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang, exploding into countless strands of 5 elements chi. Poochie 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 in all directions shattered, collapsed, and were destroyed. Boundless chaotic streams of air were collapsing, flowing in reverse, and rampaging. It formed countless chaotic vortices that devoured everything. Under Yang Fann's crazy bombardment for nearly 2 hours, the Chaos 5 Elemental Divine Formation finally reached its limit and shattered. Wah wah puff. Master of Bones' 5 experts spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their auras were extremely weak, as if they were candles in the wind. It was as if they were going to extinguish the lamp in the next second as the Master of the 5 Elemental Divine Formation, Master of Bones' 5 expert were the eye of the formation. The foundation of the formation was broken by the 5 Elemental Divine Formation. The 5 of them were severely injured, and that was the damage to their origin Tao. At this moment, even if Yang Fann showed mercy, he still wouldn't let it go. Without the nourishment of hundreds or thousands of eras, they wouldn't be able to recover to their peak condition. Even their hopes of becoming a universe god fell again and again. If it was before, they had 2 or 3 levels of confidence that they would be able to become a universe god in the future. But now, it might drop below level 1, or even lower. This time, Master of Bones and the other 5 expert were at a huge disadvantage. Of course, they didn't have the mood to think about this anymore. Was it possible for Yang Fann to show mercy and let them go? Unless Yang Fann's head was kicked by a donkey, he wouldn't let go of this fat piece of meat. Run. Roar. The origin soul appears, the soul of the heavens appears. Origin light arcane art, where the light comes, where I am. Without any hesitation, the Master of Bones and the other 5 great experts all used their forbidden arts to forcefully increase their speed. At their peak, even when they formed the chaotic 5 elemental divine formation, they were still destroyed, let alone them, who were almost at the end of their lives, with less than 1/10 of their combat strength remaining. As for using the forbidden arts to forcefully injure them, it would even shake their origin root, cutting off their path of advancement to the universe god realm. They couldn't care less about that. First, they had to protect their own lives. Everything else would have to wait until they survived this day. No matter what the side effects were, only by surviving would they have a chance to solve it. Otherwise, everything would just be empty words. You want to escape, is that possible? Yang Fann sneered. A trace of ridicule appeared in his eyes. He didn't chase after Master of Bones' 5 great expert immediately. In order to keep them here, how could Yang Fann not be prepared? Heavenly Cycle Golden Light Divine Formation, activate Buzz. A bright golden light rose from billions of trillion light years away. In just a fraction of a second, it had completely sealed off all the surrounding space. The heavenly cycle golden divine formation was the life-prolonging talisman that Yang Fann had prepared for Master of Bones' 5 great expert. Yang Fann had a deep understanding of the power of the heavenly cycle golden divine formation. Even the current him wanted to break the heavenly cycle golden light divine formation. Hong Long. Although the heavenly cycle golden light divine formation he had set up was just a simple divine formation that he had found in Light God Lord's collection, its power was far from comparable to the heavenly cycle golden light divine formation set up by Light God Lord's 4 great expert. It could only display a layer of power. Even so, it would take a lot of effort for an ordinary low-rank universe god to break the golden barrier. Even at the peak of Master of Bones' 5 great expert, if he didn't set up the Chaos 5 elemental divine formation and attack together, it would take him a day's time to break out of the formation. Now, he couldn't even shake the heavenly cycle golden light divine formation. Ah no, it's the heavenly cycle golden light divine formation. Bitch it, how could this Yang Fann know the heavenly cycle golden light divine formation? Woo woo woo, we are finished. Woo woo woo. In an instant, Master of Bones' 5 great expert let out a wail of despair. The heavenly cycle golden divine formation was the top-grade god-sealing formation of the Merrick Star Alliance. How could these big shots of the Merrick Star Alliance not know about it? Even if they knew about the heavenly cycle golden divine formation, with their current condition, they still wanted to break out of the formation. It wouldn't even take 2 hours. 4 hours was more than enough time. As for that monster Yang Fann, would he give them that time? Given their current situation, as long as Yang Fann was willing, he would be able to kill all of them in less than a breath's time. Yang Fann, we are the elders of Merrick Star Alliance. If you dare to kill us, we will definitely not divorce you. Yang Fann, my ancestor is the true universe god. If you dare to touch me, my family's old ancestor will not let you go. Yang Fann, it's better to get rid of enemies than to get rid of them. In the end, we don't have any grudges between us. As long as you let us go, we are willing to hand over all the treasures in our hands. Master of Bones' 5 great experts. Each and every one of them had a fierce expression on their faces, but they were cowardly inside. They threatened and enticed others with all kinds of methods. At this moment, the only thing they could do was to hope that their Merrick Star Alliance's reputation and the old ancestors behind them could make Yang Fann feel some fear and let them go. Are you done? Then come here obediently. Yang Fann sneered and remained unmoved. He was still willing to hand over all the treasures. This made it seem like those treasures were still theirs. As for the Merrick Star Alliance, Yang Fann wouldn't take it to heart. Both sides had already fallen out with each other. Even if he let them go, would the Merrick Star Alliance let him go? Did they think he was an idiot? If the news of him possessing a middle-rank universe god was really spread, the Merrick Star Alliance would surely want to punish him as soon as possible. Perhaps, the next person who would look for him would be the 2 quasi-middle-level universe god from the Merrick Star Alliance. Rumble. His right arm moved. Yang Fann's palm pressed down on Master of Bones' 5 expert. Ah no. Yang Fann, are you really going to be so ruthless? Ah. 9 Heavens Divine Dragon Barrier, come out. Roar. Heavenly Astral Divine Fiend Formation, rise. Myriad God Diagram, block it for me. Master of Bones' 5 great experts let out hysterical wails. All kinds of trump cards that could save his life were unleashed. Buzzing divine formations, precious treasures, and barriers soared into the sky, protecting their surroundings. Layers upon layers, no less than 100 layers. Unfortunately, under Yang Fann's terrifying power that was comparable to a middle-rank universe god, everything was just a struggle for survival. In less than a breath's time, poochie, the layers of barriers and divine formations were like paper as they were forcefully crushed. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter as they smashed into the ground. Ah Yang Fann, stop. Number. Hua Sheng, the Star Alliance will not let you go. The old ancestor will avenge me. Yang Fann, you Hua Sheng, you're going to die a horrible death. I curse you. Woo woo woo. No, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Spare my life, Your Highness. As long as Your Highness spare my dog life, I will be Your Highness's dog from now on. If you want me to go west, I will never dare to go east. If you want me to catch chickens, I will never chase dogs away. Your Highness, please show mercy and spare my dog life. Poochie. Master of Bones' 5 great experts' voice trailed off. If you want to be my dog, you are not worthy of being aphids. If you want to blame someone, Blame yourselves for having too high of a cultivation base. If it was those high-level and top-level universe lord, perhaps Yang Fann would have spared their lives. Up until now, none of his subordinates had a universe lord. To be honest, it was somewhat embarrassing for him. If it was any other great elemental old man, for example, Lord of Void Cloud had 2 subordinates in quasi-universe, not to mention universe lord. If Master of Bones knew what Yang Fann was thinking, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. It was a bad thing that he was strong. Since ancient times, which superior didn't want their subordinates to be stronger? Buzz. Very quickly, a divine light flashed and the Starlight Battle Fortress appeared in the chaos once again. Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. 5 Peak Alliance Lord level experts, I don't think they will disappoint me, right? C-2274 Star Wars Zon Star Battlefield, Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Yang Fann's eyes. Just like God Lord, Master of Destruction and the other 2 had brought him a family worth nearly 1 billion cubic meters of universe source. It seemed like Master of Bones' 5 great experts would not disappoint him. Without 1.5 billion cubic meters of universe source, he would at least have 1.2 billion or 1.3 billion. At that time, his value would be comparable to low-rank universe gods. In the next second, rumble, the terrifying soul power, which was comparable to a middle-rank universe god, shot out from Yang Fan's body and turned into a heaven-splitting divine axe. It looked like the chaotic devil god had created the world. It violently shattered Master of Bones' body. The world crystal wall of the 5 great expert worlds began to count the treasures of the 5 great experts in detail. 1 year, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years. Very quickly, a 60-year cycle passed. Wang. Yang Fan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and an indescribable surprise flashed across his eyes. Master of Bones' 5 great experts were truly worthy of being called Peak Alliance Lord level experts, and they were second only to the Universe God level experts. The value of these Yang Fans was much greater than what Yang Fann had expected, and they had all been used up. Yang Fann only finished counting after a 60-year cycle. When all the treasures were combined together, the total value was more than 2 billion cubic meters of universe sources. Of course, the chaotic 5 elemental flag, which was the foundation of the Merrick Star Alliance, took up the majority of it. Each and every one of the chaotic 5 elemental flags was an intermediate quasi-chaos treasure. When combined together, it even surpassed a high-grade quasi-chaos treasure, and was comparable to an exquisite quasi-chaos treasure. Even if it suffered a serious injury, its grade would still drop. It was still a top-quality low-grade quasi-chaos treasure. And a single quasi-chaos treasure, even the lowest grade of a low-grade quasi-chaos treasure, was worth nearly 100 million cubic meters of universe sources. One had to know that quasi-chaos treasure was a treasure of low-level universe god. Among the dozen or 20 Alliance Master-level experts, there might not even be one person who possessed a quasi-chaos treasure. Master of Bones' 5 great experts were the best among the Alliance Master-level experts. However, other than the 5 elemental chaotic flag that was lent to them by the Star Alliance to suppress Yang Fann, there was no other quasi-chaos treasure. In fact, the resources and treasures that belonged to Master of Bones' 5 great experts were worth about 1.3 to 1.4 billion universe sources. Among them, there were close to 600 million cubic meters of universe sources. Master of Bones alone had provided Yang Fann with nearly 200 million cubic meters of Yang Fans. Including the 500 million cubic meters of universe sources Yang Fann had, the number of universe sources in Yang Fan's hand had already exceeded 170 million cubic meters, nearly 180 million cubic meters. Even without the many treasures in his hand, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to successfully cultivate the great cosmic eternal divine arts to the mastery. Although many of these resources were tempting and crazy to Lord of Void Cloud and ultimate quasi-cosmic god, to Yang Fann, other than the few supreme treasures such as the 5 elemental flag of chaos, the other treasures were of little value. If he didn't trade them for the universe source, it would just be a bunch of pretty decorations. When we return to the Morning Star universe, it seems like Lord of Void Cloud will be busy again. Yang Fann smiled. He did not bother the two of them with one thing. This time, Yang Fann was going to ask Lord of Void Cloud to do the resources he needed. Adding the 4 to 500 million cubic meter worth of resources and treasures he had, it was more than 2 billion. Even with Lord of Void Cloud's connections in the Morning Star Alliance, it would be difficult for him to get rid of all these resources without 200 to 300 million years or even longer. Of course, Yang Fann wouldn't let Lord of Void Cloud work for nothing. He had already prepared the gift for Lord of Void Cloud. The Origin God Pearl was a top-secret treasure. It had 3 layers of certainty that it would allow a ultimate quasi-cosmic god to transform and advance to the Alliance Lord level. It was enough to make many ultimate quasi-cosmic god go crazy for it. This time, Lord of Void Cloud had earned a fortune. He had only been working for Yang Fann for a few 100 million years, yet he was able to obtain a supreme treasure like the Origin God Bead. It was like a pie falling from the sky. If it was any other ultimate quasi-cosmic god, not to mention a few 100 million years, even if it was a few eras, they would still be willing to endure it. He took a deep breath and suppressed the joy in his heart. Rumble, rumble, the heaven-devouring earth-devouring grand magic. Yang Fann circulated the eternal divine arts of the universe to its limit, once again devouring the power of the universe source. Streams of power of the universe sources flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, pouring into the billions of trillion cells in his body, strengthening every single cell in Yang Fann's body. 10,000 years later, the Starlight Battle Fortress left Zon Star Battlefield. During this period of time, Yang Fann had also passed by the various defensive lines of Morning Star Alliance. However, Yang Fann left quickly without any intention of stopping. Soon, 9 million years had passed. The Starlight Battle Fortress gradually approached. At the heart of Morning Star Chaos Domain, there was at most 600,000 years left before the Starlight Battle Fortress reached the Morning Star universe. Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. Yang Fann's aura increased once again. In 9 million years, Yang Fann had refined nearly 1.7 million cubic meters of universe sources. His strength had increased by more than a level. At this moment, even an ordinary Alliance Lord-level expert like Tru Yan would be mercilessly crushed to the ground upon entering the Master Control Room, and wouldn't be able to move at all. Terrifying, truly terrifying to the extreme. 9 million years had passed, but there hadn't been much change in the Zon Star battlefield. Up until now, none of the expert from the Merrick Star Alliance knew that the 5 great Master of Bones had relied on had been suppressed by Yang Fann. A casual cultivation of an Alliance Master-level expert like Master of Bones would cost 1 billion years, or even 10 billion years. A mere 9 million years was nothing. It wasn't even enough for them to take a nap. Very quickly, another 100,000 years passed. Rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, flashing with a strange light. This is a Star Wars. In the Starlight Battle Fortress, there were billions and billions of them. 3 trillion light-years away, the two forces were crazily fighting. One of the forces was centered around a war continent that was half the size of the Source universe. Around the war continent, there were tens of thousands of war fortresses. These war fortresses could be divided into 3 levels: the smaller Source universe, human domain. The medium-sized war fortress was the size of half of the Eternal Great World. And the largest battle fort was the Eternal Great World of the Origin universe. It was even bigger. The combat strength of each fortress was no less than that of a quasi-universe lord. Especially the hundreds of war fortresses that were even bigger than the Eternal Great World, they were even bigger than many middle-level universe lord warriors. They were all much stronger, chasing after high-level universe lord warriors. As for the core of the war continent, it gave Yang Fann the feeling that their overall combat strength was much stronger than low-ranked top-level universe lords. It wasn't any weaker than some middle-ranked top-level universe lord. Among them, there was also a large amount of expert chi that soared into the sky. Universe Lord alone had more than 300 expert chi. The strongest of them was no weaker than the Master of the highest universe. The strength of this force was much greater than the Divine Source clan at its peak. Compared to his opponent was much weaker. Whether it was the number or quality of the war forts, they were all much weaker. The strongest war fortress could barely match up to a high-ranked middle-level universe lord. The only war continent was only comparable to a quasi-top-grade universe lord. Also, universe lords' number was also much smaller. There were less than 200 of them, and the strongest of them all was not much stronger than King of Divine Source, who was suppressed by Yang Fann. He barely managed to step into the middle-ranked top-level, universe lord. At this moment, they were completely at a disadvantage. They even seemed to be surrounded by their opponents. If nothing unexpected happened, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. I didn't expect that I would actually encounter two great universe forces in a star battle. This luck of mine. Yang Fann gently shook his head. He didn't know if he should say that he was lucky or unlucky. The chaos was boundless and he wanted to be in the boundless chaos. The probability of encountering a living being was extremely close to zero, let alone a star battle between two great universe powers. Many of the quasi-universe gods and Alliance Lord-level experts had lived for tens of millions of eras, but they might not even meet once. I hope these guys have some discerning eyes and don't seek your own death. See 2274 Star Wars Zonstar Battlefield, Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Yang Fann's eyes. Just like God Lord, Master of Destruction and the other two had brought him a family worth nearly 1 billion cubic meters of universe source. It seemed like Master of Bones' 5 great experts would not disappoint him. Without 1.5 billion cubic meters of universe source, he would at least have 1.2 billion or 1.3 billion. At that time, his value would be comparable to low-rank universe gods. In the next second, rumble, the terrifying soul power, which was comparable to a middle-rank universe god, shot out from Yang Fan's body and turned into a heaven-splitting divine axe. It looked like the chaotic devil god had created the world. It violently shattered Master of Bones' body. The world crystal wall of the 5 great expert worlds began to count the treasures of the 5 great experts in detail. 1 year, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years. Very quickly, a 60-year cycle passed. Wang, Yang Fan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and an indescribable surprise flashed across his eyes. Master of Bones' 5 great experts were truly worthy of being called peak Alliance Lord-level experts, and they were second only to the Universe God-level experts. The value of these Yang Fans was much greater than what Yang Fann had expected, and they had all been used up. Yang Fann only finished counting after a 60-year cycle. When all the treasures were combined together, the total value was more than 2 billion cubic meters of universe sources. Of course, the chaotic 5 elemental flag, which was the foundation of the Merrick Star Alliance, took up the majority of it. Each and every one of the chaotic 5 elemental flags was an intermediate quasi-chaos treasure. When combined together, it even surpassed a high-grade quasi-chaos treasure, and was comparable to an exquisite quasi-chaos treasure. Even if it suffered a serious injury, its grade would still drop. It was still a top-quality low-grade quasi-chaos treasure. And a single quasi-chaos treasure, even the lowest grade of a low-grade quasi-chaos treasure, was worth nearly 100 million cubic meters of universe sources. One had to know that quasi-chaos treasure was a treasure of low-level universe god. Among the dozen or 20 Alliance Master-level experts, there might not even be one person who possessed a quasi-chaos treasure. Master of Bones' 5 great experts were the best among the Alliance Master-level experts. However, other than the 5 elemental chaotic flag that was lent to them by the Star Alliance to suppress Yang Fann, there was no other quasi-chaos treasure. In fact, the resources and treasures that belonged to Master of Bones' 5 great experts were worth about 1.3 to 1.4 billion universe sources. Among them, there were close to 600 million cubic meters of universe sources. Master of Bones alone had provided Yang Fann with nearly 200 million cubic meters of Yang Fans. Including the 500 million cubic meters of universe sources Yang Fann had, the number of universe sources in Yang Fan's hand had already exceeded 170 million cubic meters, nearly 180 million cubic meters. Even without the many treasures in his hand, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to successfully cultivate the great cosmic eternal divine arts to the mastery. Although many of these resources were tempting and crazy to Lord of Void Cloud and ultimate quasi-cosmic god, to Yang Fann, other than the few supreme treasures such as the 5 elemental flag of chaos, the other treasures were of little value. If he didn't trade them for the universe source, it would just be a bunch of pretty decorations. When we return to the Morning Star universe, it seems like Lord of Void Cloud will be busy again. Yang Fann smiled. He did not bother the two of them with one thing. This time, Yang Fann was going to ask Lord of Void Cloud to do the resources he needed. Adding the 4 to 500 million cubic meter worth of resources and treasures he had, it was more than 2 billion. Even with Lord of Void Cloud's connections in the Morning Star Alliance, it would be difficult for him to get rid of all these resources without 2 to 300 million years or even longer. Of course, Yang Fann wouldn't let Lord of Void Cloud work for nothing. He had already prepared the gift for Lord of Void Cloud. The Origin God Pearl was a top-secret treasure. It had 3 layers of certainty that it would allow a ultimate quasi-cosmic god to transform and advance to the Alliance Lord level. It was enough to make many ultimate quasi-cosmic god go crazy for it. This time, Lord of Void Cloud had earned a fortune. He had only been working for Yang Fann for a few 100 million years, yet he was able to obtain a supreme treasure like the Origin God Bead. It was like a pie falling from the sky. If it was any other ultimate quasi-cosmic god, not to mention a few 100 million years, even if it was a few eras, they would still be willing to endure it. He took a deep breath and suppressed the joy in his heart. Rumble, rumble, the heaven-devouring earth-devouring grand magic. Yang Fann circulated the eternal divine arts of the universe to its limit, once again devouring the power of the universe source. Streams of power of the universe sources flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, pouring into the billions of trillion cells in his body, strengthening every single cell in Yang Fann's body. 10,000 years later, the Starlight Battle Fortress left Zon Star Battlefield. During this period of time, Yang Fann had also passed by the various defensive lines of Morning Star Alliance. However, Yang Fann left quickly without any intention of stopping. Soon, 9 million years had passed. The Starlight Battle Fortress gradually approached. At the heart of Morning Star Chaos Domain, there was at most 600,000 years left before the Starlight Battle Fortress reached the Morning Star universe. Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. Yang Fann's aura increased once again. In 9 million years, Yang Fann had refined nearly 1.7 million cubic meters of universe sources. His strength had increased by more than a level. At this moment, even an ordinary Alliance Lord level expert like Tru Yan would be mercilessly crushed to the ground upon entering the Master Control Room, and wouldn't be able to move at all. Terrifying, truly terrifying to the extreme. 9 million years had passed, but there hadn't been much change in the Zon Star battlefield. Up until now, none of the expert from the Merrick Star Alliance knew that the 5 great Master of Bones had relied on had been suppressed by Yang Fann. A casual cultivation of an Alliance Master level expert like Master of Bones would cost 1 billion years, or even 10 billion years. A mere 9 million years was nothing. It wasn't even enough for them to take a nap. Very quickly, another 100,000 years passed. Rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, flashing with a strange light. This is a Star Wars. In the Starlight Battle Fortress, there were billions and billions of them. 3 trillion light years away, the two forces were crazily fighting and fighting. One of the forces was centered around a war continent that was half the size of the source universe. Around the war continent, there were tens of thousands of war fortresses. These war fortresses could be divided into 3 levels: the smaller source universe, human domain. The medium-sized war fortress was the size of half of the Eternal Great World. And the largest battle fort was the Eternal Great World of the Origin universe. It was even bigger. The combat strength of each fortress was no less than that of a quasi-universe lord. Especially the hundreds of war fortresses that were even bigger than the Eternal Great World, they were even bigger than many middle-level universe lord warriors. They were all much stronger, chasing after high-level universe lord warriors. As for the core of the war continent, it gave Yang Fann the feeling that their overall combat strength was much stronger than low-ranked top-level universe lords. It wasn't any weaker than some middle-ranked top-level universe lord. Among them, there was also a large amount of expert chi that soared into the sky. Universe Lord alone had more than 300 expert chi. The strongest of them was no weaker than the master of the highest universe. The strength of this force was much greater than the Divine Source clan at its peak. Compared to his opponent was much weaker. Whether it was the number or quality of the war forts, they were all much weaker. The strongest war fortress could barely match up to a high-ranked middle-level universe lord. The only war continent was only comparable to a quasi-top-grade universe lord. Also, universe lords' number was also much smaller. There were less than 200 of them, and the strongest of them all was not much stronger than King of Divine Source, who was suppressed by Yang Fann. He barely managed to step into the middle-ranked top-level, universe lord. At this moment, they were completely at a disadvantage. They even seemed to be surrounded by their opponents. If nothing unexpected happened, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. I didn't expect that I would actually encounter 2 great universe forces in a star battle. This luck of mine. Yang Fann gently shook his head. He didn't know if he should say that he was lucky or unlucky. The chaos was boundless and he wanted to be in the boundless chaos. The probability of encountering a living being was extremely close to zero, let alone a star battle between two great universe powers. Many of the quasi-universe gods and Alliance Lord-level experts had lived for tens of millions of eras, but they might not even meet once. I hope these guys have some discerning eyes and don't seek your own death. C 2275 Make a detour. Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann closed his eyes once more, continuing to refine the universe source in his hand. The war between these two universe powers had nothing to do with him. Even if both of these powers were to suffer heavy losses, so what if they were completely wiped out? Yang Fann wouldn't even frown. There were countless worlds in chaotic starry sky. No one knew how many worlds were destroyed and how many people died. They weren't the only ones who died. As long as they didn't seek death to provoke him, Yang Fann wouldn't bother with them. Swoosh! The Starlight Battle Fortress quickly tore through the chaos, its direction unchanging. Even if there was no such thing as the chaotic battlefield, what right did a group of aphids, who weren't even gods of quasi-universe, have to let him take a detour? Just because they were fighting? What kind of joke was this? Have you ever heard of tigers taking a detour for ants? Furthermore, compared to these ants that were no higher than the master of the highest universe, Yang Fann was not just a tiger. He was a prehistoric berserk beast. The Starlight Battle Fortress was billions of billions of billions. A trillion light years away, in the chaotic battlefield. Bang bang! The two major powers, tens of thousands of battle fortresses, were engaged in a frenzied battle. The sky was filled with cannon fire, and terrifying energy tides seemed to want to overturn the entire chaotic world. From time to time, battle fortresses would be seriously damaged or even blown up. Countless combat weapons would burst into cries of unwillingness before they died, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. The Nose War Continent was the Noah clan's most powerful war weapon, and it was also the Noah clan's only war continent. In the huge Morning Star Chaos domain, apart from the Morning Star Alliance, only those major powers with top-level Universe Lord cultivation bases could control the chaotic weapon of war. Of course, there weren't many of them. The center of the Nose War Continent, Nose Divine City. The supreme ruler of the Noah clan, the master of the Noah, furrowed his brows tightly. The melancholy and worry on his face couldn't be concealed. In this battle, the Noah clan had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. Up until now, more than half of the 10,003 to 3 grade Norwind forts had been destroyed. 468 of the 1,200 grade 2 northeastern wind fortresses had been destroyed. Another 123 had been seriously wounded and had lost the ability to fight for the time being. The 163 rank 1 battle forts, which were the core forces of the Noah clan, had also suffered heavy losses. 16 of them had been destroyed, and 16 of them had lost their ability to fight. This was the accumulation of a million eras of the Noah. The loss of so many wind forts had completely shaken the foundation of the Noah clan. On the other hand, the old enemy of the Noah clan, Divine Master Hayden, had less than 1/10 of their casualties. Of the 118 first-grade deep-sea battle forts, only 6 of them had been lost. They were only severely injured and temporarily lost the ability to fight. None of them had been completely destroyed. If this continued, the Hayden clan wouldn't suffer too many casualties even if they used up all of their resources. Bitch it, how did this happen? How did the Hayden clan become so strong? The master of the Noah gritted his teeth, his voice was filled with deep confusion. As the sworn enemy of the Noah clan, he was very clear about the strength of the Hayden clan. Previously, the Hayden clan was on par with the Noah clan. At most, they were slightly stronger than them. Otherwise, the Noah clan wouldn't have been able to last for nearly a million eras under the Hayden clan, and not be completely wiped out in the time-long river. However, it had only been a short period of time, and there were only less than 100 eras. Whether it was in terms of cultivation base or strength, the number of Hayden clans, or the technique of the battle fort, the Hayden clan had completely surpassed the Noah clan. Especially Lord Hayden, who was only slightly stronger than him, who had broken through 2 grades in a row and became the master of the highest universe. Even if it was cheating, it wouldn't be like this. Top-level universe lord, which grade of breakthrough wasn't tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of eras? The center of the Hayden War Continent, Hayden Divine City. It was no different from a human. Lord Hayden, whose skin was crystal blue, sat on the divine throne and looked down at the crystal divine halls in the center of the divine hall. He looked at the destroyed Northwind fortress. A proud smile gradually climbed onto his face. The Noah clan, this mortal enemy, will become history from today onwards. It seems like I will be the last one to smile. My Hayden clan is the only master of the universe. No, from now on, there will be no more Hayden universe, only the Hayden universe. Ha ha ha. The encirclement was about to be completed. At that time, the Noah clan would be the turtle in the jar, and they would be able to do whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, there is still that person. Half of the resources of my Hayden universe will be dedicated to him. Otherwise, everything would be perfect. Right at this moment, His Majesty, there's a situation. A high-level universe lord from the Hayden clan who wore blue high-level universe lords spoke. Hai Lan was the leader of the 18 generals under Lord Hayden. He was only one more step away from breaking through to the next realm, quasi-top-level universe lord. He was also Lord Hayden's most trusted confidant. As soon as he finished speaking, buzz within the crystal hologram, an area rapidly expanded. It was a miniature battle fort that was no more than 100,000 meters in size. Within the vast chaos, it could be completely ignored. Hiss. What a fast speed. Even the 6th generation of the Tianai Divine Court is far from being able to match it. Lord Hayden's expression turned serious. He sucked in a breath of cold air. The 6th generation of the Heavenly Sea, that was the fastest god ship in the Hayden clan, and it was extremely fast. Even if it was compared to him, the master of the highest universe, it wouldn't be much different. It was even faster than many middle-rank top-level universe lord. His direction is the Nose War continent. Could this be the trump card of the Nose Master? In an instant, Lord Hayden's facial expression changed. When other people saw such a large-scale battle, they wouldn't be able to avoid it in time. How could they bump into him like this? If there was any misunderstanding because of this, it wouldn't end well for them. And this miniature war fortress was not one of them. The result was self-evident. It was obvious that it was here to help the Noah. The next second, a resolute look flashed across Lord Hayden's eyes. No, we can't let him get close to the Nose War continent. The speed of this miniature war fortress was so fast that even he, the master of the highest universe, was far inferior to it. If he was allowed to enter the Nose War continent, that would be terrible. At that time, the master of the Noah would be in an invincible position. With this miniature war fortress, with his terrifying speed, it would be very difficult for him to suppress the master of the Noah. No matter how strong he was, it would be useless if he couldn't defeat the master of the Noah. As long as the master of the Noah didn't die, even if they won this battle and the Hayden clan occupied the entire Hanuo universe, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. If a top-level universe lord was determined to take revenge on the Hayden clan, apart from Lord Hayden, who else could escape the attack of the master of the Noah? Looks like we can't wait any longer. Let's start the Adolf Water Boundary Rumble. With the Hayden War continent as the center. One after another, deep-sea battle fortresses rose into the air as a gigantic water world rose up, enveloping the Noah War continent and most of the Northwind battle fortresses. This was the true trump card he had prepared for the master of the Noah. Once he successfully surrounded the Nose War continent and all the Northwind battle forts, he would activate the barrier of Adolas. At that time, the master of the Noah and the Noah clan would be like turtles in a jar, unable to escape even if they had wings. My strength is still a little weak. If I can cover the entire chaotic battlefield with a single strike, I don't mind letting that miniature war fortress enter the Nose War continent. A hint of regret flashed across Lord Hayden's eyes. Although his cultivation base had skyrocketed in the past 100 eras, breaking through 2 grades in a row and successfully advancing to the master of the highest universe, it was just a pipe dream for him to cover the entire chaotic battlefield with a single strike. Not to mention the entire chaotic battlefield, even 100th of it was extremely difficult. The coverage of the entire battlefield was so wide that it wasn't much different from one of the high-grade universes. Fortunately, they had successfully surrounded more than 9 levels. Only a small part of the Norfeng fortress was outside of the Adola water boundary. Even if they managed to escape with their lives, they would not be able to stir up any trouble. Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bright divine light shone out. A barrier has been raised. Is he trying to force me to take a detour? C-2276 Green Wings Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a strange light flashed across his eyes. This group of aphids had actually formed a barrier in front of him, covering the entire chaotic battlefield. What were they trying to do? Forcing him to take a detour. The next second, a cold smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. A bunch of ignorant aphids were trying to turn the sky upside down, although it was merely a billion. A light year's worth of land, with the speed of the Starlight Battle Fortress. In just a few breaths of time, it could be bypassed. However, it was clearly impossible for Yang Fann to do so. Otherwise, the face of a universe divine level to the level of an expert would be ruined. The dignity of an expert was sacred and inviolable. Facing a group of aphids whose cultivation base was lower than the master of the highest universes, if he had to take a detour, he, Yang Fann, would become the laughing stock of the world. How would he have the face to establish a foothold in the Morning Star Alliance in the future? How would he be able to lead all the expert? Regardless of whether Lord Hayden had any intention or not, at this moment, it was no longer important. This matter was related to the face of the expert. Even if Yang Fann wanted to let them off, he would not be able to do so. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame Lord Hayden for not having good eyesight. He couldn't even recognize the famous great elemental old man of the Morning Star Alliance, who was riding the Starlight Battle Fortress. Although the Morning Star Alliance was controlled by the Morning Star Chaos Domain, there were still many powers in the universe that hadn't joined the Morning Star Alliance. The Hayden clan and the god race of Hai Nuo, where the Noah clan was located, were one of them. As for the many powers in the Morning Star Chaos Domain, the Morning Star Alliance could be considered to be friendly with them. At least on the surface, they would not join the alliance. They would not force them to join the Morning Star Alliance. They were not like some of the major powers in the Chaos Domain, except for those small powers that could not even leave the native universe. The other major powers that could freely enter and exit their own universe had to join them. Otherwise, what awaited them was only destruction. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He didn't attack directly. A group of aphids that weren't even gods of quasi-universe wanted him to attack them personally. Wasn't this overestimating them? The Starlight Battle Fortress he sat on wasn't just for decoration. He packed it up. Such an aphid with the highest cultivation base but the master of the highest universes, it was a matter of minutes. Rumble. A beam of pitch-black energy, no more than 10 feet long, burst out from the Starlight Battle Fortress and shattered the chaos. It then exploded towards the Adel as Water Realm. Above the Starlight Battle Fortress, there were a total of 108 main cannons. Each of the main cannons had the power of a single cannon, which was chasing after top-rank quasi-universe gods' full-power attack. 100 of the main cannons of Lin 8 gates shot out at the same time, forcing ultimate quasi-cosmic god to temporarily dodge. Although the power of the 1,800 secondary cannons was not as powerful as the main cannons, it was still terrifying. It was comparable to middle-rank quasi-universe gods' full-power attack. Finally, there were 36,000 smaller cannons. This black beam of light was the opening fire of a small cannon. A group of aphids with the highest cultivation base not higher than the master of the highest universe used their main cannons and secondary cannons to cover their faces. One should know that, even if it was the weakest cannon, the power of the cannon was comparable to many extreme top-level universe lord ultimate skills. It was even more terrifying. It had the power to threaten low-rank quasi-universe god, and it was more than enough to deal with them. Hiss! What a terrifying power! Lord Hayden's pupils shrunk as he sucked in a breath of cold air. In less than a breath's time, Poochie, the Adela water boundary that Lord Hayden had relied on was like a piece of paper. It shattered and completely collapsed, turning into dots of blue light that fell onto the chaotic starry sky. Hayden War Continent, Hayden Divine City. Lord Hayden stood up and let out a heart-wrenching wail. His eyes were wide open like fish eyes that were about to burst out of his eyes. Ah, no, this isn't true. It's not real. How could the Adela's water realm be possible? How could it be possible? He couldn't believe it. He really couldn't believe the scene before him. Although he had already expected this strike to be incomparably powerful, far exceeding his peak attack, Lord Hayden had never thought that he would be able to destroy the Adela's water boundary in such a short period of time. One should know that the Adolf water boundary was centered around the Hayden War Continent. The 13-point deep-sea battle fortress consisted of tens of thousands of rank 2 and 3 dark blue battle fortresses as the base of the formation. The defensive power of the formation was terrifying. It was that top-rank top-level universe lord who wanted to break through the Adolf water boundary. It would take a lot of effort, not to mention breaking through the Adolf water boundary with a single strike. This power was equivalent to many extreme top-level Universe Lord warriors. Not necessarily. How could a mere reinforcement from the Noah possess such a terrifying power? This was just a fantasy. If the Noah clan really had such a terrifying power, they wouldn't have been suppressed by the Hayden clan for hundreds of thousands of eras. They would have destroyed the Hayden clan long ago and unified the entire Hai Nuo universe. Puchi Puchi, Puchi. The speed of the light of destruction did not decrease. Wherever it passed, the dark blue battle forts, regardless of whether they were first-grade dark blue battle forts that could rival high-level Universe Lord warriors or the third-grade dark blue battle forts that only had quasi-battle power of Universe Lord, were all destroyed. Countless Hayden clans of the Hayden clan, including Universe Lord, were completely turned into flying ashes before they could even scream. Under the terrifying force that was chasing after low-rank quasi-Universe God, these middle-level Universe Lords of the Hayden clan, which were only at the middle-level Universe Lord, were no different from lowly ants. They couldn't fight back at all. Ah no, really, all of this is true. Lord Hayden's body trembled. He finally believed in this cruel reality. His reliance on the Adolf water boundary had really been destroyed in a single blow. Suddenly, a light flashed in Lord Hayden's mind. No, it was wrong. I was wrong. This was a mistake. From the beginning to the end, the opponent had never shown any intention of saving Noah clan. Everything was just his imagination. How could the Noah clan have any connections with such a big shot? In an instant, endless regret engulfed Lord Hayden's soul like a surging tide. Woo. What the hell was wrong with him? That lord was just passing by. Just obediently let him go. Why was his hand so cheap? He had to stop him. Now, it was very likely that they would lose the lives of the entire Hayden clan. If there was a medicine for regret in this world, even if they had to spend all their wealth, they would still buy one. In an instant, Lord Hayden's expression changed, and he no longer cared about regret. Not good, that rooster actually. After destroying over 100 deep-sea battle forts, the light of destruction directly charged towards the Hayden War continent. Currently, it was only a billion light-years away from the Hayden War continent. Roar, the Hayden God realm will set out Om. An azure barrier of the ocean rose up from the center of the Hayden War continent, transforming into a barrier that connected to billions and billions of millions. A huge light-year light barrier covered the entire Hayden War continent. This was the most powerful defensive technique of the Hayden War continent. However, Lord Hayden had no confidence in blocking that destructive attack. Although the Hayden God world was powerful, it was still a grade lower than the Adolf water world. It couldn't be whispered in the same day, even if the power of the divine light of destruction was weakened. It was not something the Hayden God realm could defend against. Moreover, this was merely an attack from the other party. Even if the Hayden God realm was lucky enough to withstand this attack, so what? The crisis of the Hayden clan had yet to be resolved. With their strength, could they possibly withstand a second attack? Looks like this is the only way. Wang. A hint of determination flashed across Lord Hayden's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Ah, Master, save me. As he shouted, an ancient divine talisman that was engraved with endless divine talismans, filled with the aura of the vicissitudes of time, was crushed by him. Rumble. A terrifying aura that was chasing after low-rank Universe God rose from the Hayden War continent and rushed towards the chaotic starry sky. Finally, it turned into a majestic middle-aged man who was more than 10,000 light-years tall and wore a blue divine robe. He pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground. His aura dominated the world, and he was the only one who could rule the world. It's actually Blue Wing Elder. He's the one behind this bunch of aphids. C-2277 Ruthless Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. A golden light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes as he recognized the identity of the green-robed middle-aged man. Blue Wing Elder. To be precise, he was a clone of Blue Wing Elder. He was a senior elder of Morning Star Alliance. Among all the senior elders, he was considered one of the best. He had the cultivation base of top-rank quasi-universe god, and Blue Wing Elder was the one who stopped Yang Fann from advancing to the great elemental old man realm. Looking at Blue Wing Elder, Yang Fann seemed to be lost in thought. With his current strength of soul, it would be extremely easy for him to search the souls of those intermediate and high-level Universe Lord warriors. In fact, he could even do it silently without alerting them. Obviously, This blue-wing elder had his eyes set on the Haynes universe. Yang Fann and the other great elemental old man didn't really care about a high-grade universe. Even if they tried to plunder it, they would only have a few 100 million square cubic meters of universe source. However, to an ordinary senior elder like Blue-Wing Elder, it was a huge piece of meat that was hard to come by. Furthermore, the Hanno universe wasn't an ordinary high-grade universe. In the hundreds of high-grade universes known to Morning Star Alliance, it was enough to rank in the top 60. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce two high-grade universe divine races, Hayden and Nuyun. In an ordinary high-grade universe, being able to give birth to a top-level universe lord was the limit. For example, the divine source universe that was destroyed and turned into a low-grade universe by Yang Fann, Taiyuan universe. With the vast origin of the universe, it wouldn't be difficult to plunder dozens of cubic meters of universe sources in a single era. In the blink of an eye, bang. Blue-Wing Elder struck out with his palm, completely destroying the destructive light. The destructive light rampaged all the way, and it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. First, it broke through the Adola water boundary, and then it broke through the Seaton God world. At this moment, it was almost as if it was at the end of its flight. As long as it was a peak top-level universe lord, it would be able to easily block this attack. Although it was only a clone of Blue-Wing Elder, and its combat strength was less than 1 in 10,000, its combat strength was still on par with low-rank quasi-universe gods. It was far beyond an ordinary peak top-level universe lord, and it was not difficult for it to destroy the light of destruction. Friend, my Morning Star Alliance's Qing Yi. For my sake, verdant wing, will you spare my useless hand for once? Blue-Wing Elder's voice was boiling. It swept across the entire battlefield. Lord Hayden was related to his control over the universe. He had planned for over 100 eras and invested a lot of resources into this plan. If it wasn't necessary, he would use it to improve the strength of the Hayden clan. Blue-Wing Elder didn't want to give up just like that. There were some things that everyone knew well, but they couldn't bring it up on the table. Many senior elders of Morning Star Alliance had a higher-level universe in their hands, but Universe Lord was usually someone else. They were basically hiding behind the scenes. If a senior elder of the Morning Star Alliance, the god of quasi-universe, walked to the front of the stage and controlled an advanced universe, the way he ate was really ugly. At that time, even if they were the higher-ups of the Alliance, they would still be punished. Top-level Universe Lord was nothing much, but the gods of quasi-universe and Morning Star Alliance had decreed that they were forbidden from attacking the various high-level universes in Morning Star Chaos Domain. With the strength of the gods of quasi-universe, it would be extremely easy for them to take down a high-grade universe. Even the highest-grade universe wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of a god of quasi-universe. At that time, the entire Morning Star Chaos Domain would be thrown into chaos. Upon hearing this, Lord Hayden let out a long sigh of relief. He and his clansmen's lives could be considered to have been saved. If that mysterious expert didn't give face to the Hayden clan, how could it not give face to Blue-Wing Elder? Blue-Wing Elder was a senior elder of the Morning Star Alliance, a quasi-universe god stage expert. He was one of the best among all the gods in the quasi-universe. Even if the mysterious expert was also a deity of the quasi-universe, he would never dare to offend Blue-Wing Elder. The Master of Noah, on the other hand, was the opposite. Endless despair swept across his heart. The skin of a tree, the name of a human, the reputation of Blue-Wing Elder of Morning Star Alliance. He had heard of Blue-Wing Elder's name like thunder, and that was one of the top quasi-universes in the quasi-universe. It turned out that this Blue-Wing Elder was supporting Lord Hayden. With just their Noah clan alone, how could that little bit of strength be a match for Blue-Wing Elder? There was no need for Blue-Wing Elder to do anything himself. As long as he showed a little dissatisfaction towards the Noah clan, it would be a devastating blow to the Noah clan. Woo, it's over, our Noah clan is finished. Given the hatred between the Hayden clan and the Noah clan, even if they surrendered now, Lord Hayden would never accept them. Even if he reluctantly accepted them, what awaited them would most likely be the lowly slave clan. Right at this moment, a cold voice, Blue-Wing Elder, there are some things that you should not force yourself to do, lest you bring disaster upon yourself. Blue-Wing Elder frowned slightly, a trace of anger flashed across his eyes. Ever since he advanced to the god of quasi-universe and became a senior elder of Morning Star Alliance, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. But why does this voice sound so familiar? As if he had heard it somewhere before, Blue Wing Elder suddenly widened his eyes. His eyes bulged out and almost popped out of his eyes. Ah, this is a Starlight Battle Fortress. The person who had just opened his mouth was. Yes, he had only taken a hasty glance earlier, but he had not recognized the Starlight Battle Fortress. If one did not take a closer look at the shrunk Starlight Battle Fortress, it would be very difficult to link it with the Morning Star Alliance's great elemental old man. The current Starlight Battle Fortress was really normal, just like an ordinary small-sized warship. Poochie. The void in front of Blue Wing Elder started twisting. Yang Fann took a step forward and looked at Blue Wing Elder coldly. Ah, it's Yang Fann, great elemental old man. It really is Yang Fann, great elemental old man. Blue Wing Elder's heart trembled. A trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. He felt lucky that he didn't say anything. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Buzz, 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 buzz. The divine body that was over 10,000 light-years tall shrunk rapidly. In an instant, it turned into an ordinary middle-aged man. He bowed to Yang Fann and said, "Green-winged greets great elemental old man." His voice was respectful and had a hint of flattery. This was the most powerful monster in the history of Morning Star Alliance. It was not a universe god, but a universe god. At this moment, Yang Fann's status in the Morning Star Alliance had already surpassed True King Wanlei, the chief of the alliance. Some of low-rank universe god status was even lower than True King Wanlei's. Not to mention his clone, even his real body wouldn't dare show any neglect in front of him. Big, great elemental old man, I actually stopped the Morning Star Alliance's great elemental old man. Lord Hayden felt his vision turning dark. He almost fell to the ground, feeling extremely uneasy. It swept across his heart and soul. It was the Morning Star Alliance's great elemental old man. That was the upper echelons of the Morning Star Alliance. That was his master, Blue Wing Elder. Both of them were much weaker. Lord Hayden still didn't know the exact position of Yang Fann in the Morning Star Alliance. He only thought that Yang Fann was an ordinary great elemental old man. Otherwise, he would have been scared to the point of pissing his pants, and his mind would have completely collapsed. He was merely a puny top-level universe lord, but he had offended a universe god. Was there anything more horrifying than this in this world? Blue Wing Elder, are you sure you want to protect them? A hint of ridicule flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Your subordinate used the barrier to stop me just now. What? Damn it, this bastard, how dare he? Blue Wing Elder's heart skipped a beat. If Yang Fann was only a top-level universe lord, blocking his path was nothing. Even if Yang Fann was an ordinary senior elder, he could just ask Hayden to pay his respects. Blue Wing Elder's token had some use amongst the senior elders of Morning Star Alliance, but Yang Fann was an expert that was comparable to a universe god. Anything that involved a universe god would be a serious matter. The high and mighty universe god valued things the most. Face was definitely one of them. Not to mention a top-level universe lord like Lord Hayden. Even they, the gods of quasi-universe, would have to bear the consequences if they dared to stop a universe god. Bitch it, Hayden, this bastard, had really blinded his dog eyes. Yang Fann, this monster, even dared to stop him. This was not the way to seek death. Looks like I have no choice but to give up on Hayden's chess piece. Blue Wing Elder mused for a moment. A ruthless glint flashed across his eyes as he made a decision in his heart. Great elemental old man, don't worry. Qing Yi will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. C-2278 Reunion Chaos Battlefield. A ruthless look flashed across Blue Wing Elder's eyes. He finally made up his mind to abandon the Hayden clan chess piece. As for the other great elemental old man, it was one thing. With top-rank quasi-universe god's cultivation base, he gritted his teeth. It wasn't as if he couldn't afford to offend him. However, he would never dare to offend a monster like Yang Fann. To put it bluntly, even if he offended True King Wanlei, he wouldn't offend Yang Fann. The god of quasi-universe possessed the power of a universe god. Such a monster had never been seen before. His future achievements were limitless. It was far beyond his imagination. As long as he didn't die halfway, he would surpass the dawn in the future. The two ancestors of Xingwei. That was only a matter of time. Blue Wing Elder had no doubt that Yang Fann would kill him if he offended Yang Fann. The universe gods would at most punish Yang Fann a little. They would never really stand up for him and punish him severely. Forget it, the efforts of these 100 eras could only be considered to have been in vain. Ah no, my lord. Lord Hayden let out a shrill cry. and an ominous sign that he was about to fall apart enveloped his soul. Hayden, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind. You have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. With a thought in his mind, Blue Wing Elder moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Lord Hayden. Ah no! Lord Hayden let out a hysterical scream. His eyes were fixed on the enmity that he had never seen before. He had been willing to sacrifice his life for Blue Wing Elder, but in the end, he was able to get such an ending. How ironic was that? Roar shield of the sea god, block it for me. Buzz. A huge water blue divine shield that was filled with ripples of the ocean shot up into the sky, covering an area of 1,000 feet in the sky above Lord Hayden. The sea god's shield. It was a high-ranked intermediate universe treasure, and it was clan-suppressing treasure of the Hayden clan. However, in the hands of Blue Wing Elder, a senior elder of the Morning Star Alliance, a mere high intermediate universe treasure was nothing. Even if Blue Wing Elder was just a clone, it was still the same. In less than a breath's time, bang, the sea god's shield exploded into countless fragments. No, please spare my life, my lord, please spare my life. Ah, old dog Blue Wing, you won't die a good death, I curse you, I curse you. Bang, the sky collapsed, the earth cracked. Lord Hayden's entire body was like a balloon that was inflated. It rapidly swelled and swelled until it finally shattered into pieces and turned into powder. What a good Blue Wing Elder. What a ruthless method. He is a figure. Yang Fann gave Blue Wing Elder a deep look. How could he execute Lord Hayden so decisively? He would never be able to do it if he was in his shoes. It would be his limit if he didn't continue to protect Lord Hayden. Ruthless man. This was a true ruthless man. Of course, Yang Fann didn't put Blue Wing Elder in his heart. No matter how ruthless his means were, strength was the foundation of a cultivator. With Blue Wing Elder's talent and potential, if he didn't have a great fortuitous encounter, he would be able to break through to the ultimate quasi-cosmic god realm in his lifetime. With just this little bit of strength, the current him could suppress him with just a wave of his hand, let alone a few hundred or even a few thousand eras later. He was afraid that just a breath of air would be enough to destroy his body and soul, and he wouldn't even have the qualifications to become his opponent. So, how could Yang Fann put him in his eyes? Great elemental old man, I wonder if you are satisfied with how Qing Yi is going to be dealt with. Blue Wing Elder looked at Yang Fann cautiously. If he wasn't satisfied, he could only eliminate the Hayden clan. Alright Blue Wing Elder, let's end this matter here. Yang Fann waved his hand gently. Lord Hayden, the master of Hayden clan, had already been killed, leaving the rest of the underlings behind. Yang Fann wasn't too interested in arguing with them. Yes, great elemental old man is merciful. Very quickly, the Starlight Battle Fortress continued forward. Yang Fann didn't have the slightest intention of exchanging a few pleasantries with Blue Wing Elder. It was just a clone that wasn't even a god of quasi-universe. If it was his true self, he was barely qualified to have a chat with Blue Wing Elder. Noah's War Continent, Noah's Divine City. The master of Noah was dumbstruck. This sudden change had caught him off guard. Initially, he thought that the Noah clan would be finished. The best outcome would be to escape from some of his clansmen and head to a remote and low-level universe. He would hide his identity, and before the Hayden clan fell, he would never be able to rise again. He never expected that Lord Hayden would die just like that, and the one who killed him would be his master, Blue Wing Elder. All of this was like a dream. If it wasn't for the fact that the Hayden clan wasn't good at illusion and Lord Hayden wasn't good at the Tao of illusion, the master of Noah really doubted whether he had fallen into a powerful illusion. Right at this moment, Poochie, the void in front of the master of Noah started twisting. Blue Wing Elder took a step out from it. Greetings, senior elder of the Noah. The master of the Noah's heart trembled, and he hastily bowed. His heart was in his throat. He didn't know that Blue Wing Elder had come to find him. What exactly was going on? Or was it to say that he wanted to help the Hayden clan take control of the entire Hanuo universe? Although Lord Hayden's body and soul had been destroyed, the Hayden clan had not been destroyed. Most of the expert had been preserved. As for the master of the Noah, the only top-level universe lord left in the Hanuo universe, it had undoubtedly become the biggest obstacle for the Hayden clan to control the Hanuo universe. Master of the Noah, are you willing to submit to me? Blue Wing Elder looked down at the master of the Noah. He went straight to the point, although the Hayden clan had a strong foundation. If he was willing, it wouldn't take long. However, after some consideration, Blue Wing Elder gave up on the idea of continuing to support the Hayden clan. Although Yang Fann generously let the Hayden clan go, who knew what kind of knot would form in Yang Fann's heart? Even if the possibility was infinitely close to zero, Blue Wing Elder was unwilling to take the risk. There was more than one god race in the Hanno universe, why would he hang himself on a tree? The Noah clan in front of him was a good choice. Blue Wing Elder didn't have much of a relationship with the Hayden clan. The reason why he supported the Hayden clan back then was mainly because he first came into contact with the Hayden clan. What? Blue Wing Elder wants to subdue the Noah clan. The master of the Noah couldn't think of a better solution. Wasn't Blue Wing Elder the backer of the Noah clan's mortal enemy, the Hayden clan? Why would he want to subdue the Noah clan? What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Blue Wing Elder's face turned cold. A terrifying aura that could rival low-rank quasi-universe gods erupted from his body, crushing towards the master of Noah. It was the greatest fortune of the Noah clan that he had taken a fancy to the Noah clan. How could he be unwilling to accept it? This was giving them face, wasn't it? Please calm your anger, Senior Eminent Elder. My Noah is willing to submit to you. We are willing to serve you. The master of Noah's heart trembled, and he quickly begged for mercy. He couldn't twist his arms or legs. He finally understood what was going on. If he chose to refuse today, the Noah would be completely removed from the Morning Star Chaos domain. However, after thinking about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with submitting to Blue Wing Elder. Blue Wing Elder was a senior elder of the Morning Star Alliance, a mighty quasi-universe god stage peerless expert. Submitting to him wasn't an insult to the Noah clan. Furthermore, he had to lean on a big tree to take advantage of the situation. For example, the Hayden clan's strength had increased by more than 10 times in just 100 short eras because of Blue Wing Elder's support. It was far superior to the Noah clan. If they had a senior elder of the Morning Star Alliance behind them, they wouldn't have been bullied by the Hayden clan. Starlight Battle Fortress, Master Control Room. Rumble. Yang Fann sat cross-legged, circulating the great heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique with all his might. The great universe's eternal divine arts, crazily devouring power of the universe sources. Yang Fann did not know what happened in the Noah Divine City, nor did he want to know. They were just a bunch of ants. As long as they didn't come and provoke him, Yang Fann wouldn't bother with them. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, soon, 290,000 years had passed. Morning Star Universe, one of the 185 grade continents, Spiritual Martial Arts Continent, Lingwu Divine City, Spiritual Martial Palace, a large plaza. Kai, the Starlight Battle Fortress slowly descended. The next second, the entire Spiritual Martial Palace boiled up. Ah, it's the Lord is back, the Lord is back. Rising sun, void, setting sun, 4 symbols paying respects to the Lord. C-2279 Horror Morning Star Universe, Spiritual Martial Arts Continent, Lingwu Divine City. Along with the descent of the Starlight Battle Fortress, the entire Divine City boiled up. Su one expert after another quickly tore apart the void, rushing towards the center of the Divine City, the Spiritual Martial Palace. 15 minutes later, Spiritual Martial Palace, Spiritual Martial Palace. Yang Fann sat on a divine throne that represented the highest authority, looking down at the common people. Below him were old ancestor Shu Yu, the setting sun heavenly lord, and nearly 100 quasi-universe lord warriors. Nearly 20 million years had passed, but the strength of ancestor Shu Yu and the other higher-ups hadn't changed much. Not a single one of them had succeeded in advancing to Universe Lord. Although they didn't lack the resources needed to advance to Universe Lord, they still needed a lot of time to truly convert these resources into strength. Even Yang Sifan and the other 3 girls received 1,000 times more resources. 10,000 times more resources than ancestor Shu Yu and the others, and with the help of Yang Fann's Worldwool, the speed at which they could digest all kinds of resources was 100,000, a million times faster than other quasi-universe Lord warriors. However, if they wanted to truly advance to Universe Lord, it would be impossible to do so without a few dozen billion years. A mere 20 million years was too short and not worth mentioning. In these 20 million years, nothing major had happened in Spiritual Martial Arts Continent. Many of the local powers had obediently followed the rule of Spiritual Martial Palace. Every million years, they would offer sacrifices as scheduled, not daring to slack off in the slightest. After Yang Fann had given some authority to Spiritual Martial Arts Continent, the combat strength of old ancestor Shu Yu and the other quasi-universe lord warriors was no less than some top-level universe lord warriors. They were far from being a match for these local powers. Especially after the heaven-defying news of Yang Fann's battle force of Universe God was sent back to the Morning Star universe, there were no other powers that dared to offend spiritual martial palace. This was a power directly under the command of a Universe God. If they dared to use underhanded means on him, they would definitely feel that their lives were too long. Furthermore, before Yang Fann left, he had asked Lord of Void Cloud to take care of the spiritual martial arts continent. The power of a great elemental old man was enough to deter most of the small fries. After understanding the development of the spiritual martial arts continent for the past 20 million years, Yang Fann waved his hand and a group of experts appeared in the center of the Divine Hall. There were a total of 76 people, and each of them had a terrifying aura. They were not any weaker than Ancestor Shu Yu and the others from the spirit martial continent, and they were even stronger than them. Hiss! What a terrifying aura! Top-level Universe Lord, all of them are top-level Universe Lord. Gulp gulp, the Lord is the Lord. He has easily gathered so many experts. In an instant, old ancestor Shu Yu and the other quasi-universe Lord all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with respect and worship as they looked at Yang Fann. This was a top-level Universe Lord warrior, even in the Morning Star Alliance. He was an elder of a region, one of the upper echelons of the Alliance. In the Morning Star universe, he could become the master of a fourth-grade continent. It had only been a few years, but there were already so many top-level Universe Lord. This method was far beyond their imagination. Of course, many quasi-Universe Lord warriors had a trace of uneasiness and loneliness deep in their eyes. With so many top-level Universe Lord warriors under his command, would he still rely on these quasi-Universe Lord warriors? These 76 men were none other than the 76 top-level Universe Lord warriors from the Merrick Star Alliance that Yang Fann had suppressed in Zonstar Battlefield. Among them, there were 4 extreme top-level Universe Lord warriors, top-rank top-level Universe Lord 12, the Master of the Highest Universe 19, middle-rank top-level Universe Lord 24, and finally 17 low-rank top-level Universe Lord. Initially, he wanted to absorb all of these top-level Universe Lord to improve his cultivation base. However, after suppressing Master of Bones' 5 Peak Alliance chief experts, Yang Fann slowly put out this thought. Although there were many top-level Universe Lord, even if all of them were added together, a full body of strength of origin was far from being able to match even 10,000th of a Peak Alliance chief-level expert. With the 9 top Alliance lead as expert, Pearl Jade, in front of him, Yang Fann really didn't think much of these top-level Universe Lord warriors. Thinking about it again, he was still a Universe God-level expert, one of the top few big shots in the Morning Star Alliance. He couldn't always have these few broken pieces under his command. Even if the others didn't say anything, he couldn't do it on the surface either. With these 76 top-level Universe Lord joining him, he would be able to hold on for a short period of time. This number had already far surpassed the other 7 Grand Elders. For example, the Void Cloud clan only had 12 top-level Universe Lord warriors on the surface. Even if they were hiding something, they would at most have 20 top-level Universe Lord warriors. Furthermore, due to the special nature of the Morning Star universe, Yang Fann did not have to worry. The strength of these top-level Universe Lord warriors from the Merrick Star Alliance would be suppressed. Unlike other top universes, the Morning Star universe was the headquarters of the Morning Star Alliance, the central universe of Morning Star Chaos Domain. Countless experts from other universes were gathered within. The entire Morning Star universe had been transformed by Universe God Xianxia and Universe God Xing Wei, 2 quasi-middle-level Universe God. The universe source's will had entered a state of dormancy. As long as there were no major changes in the Morning Star universe, the universe source's will would not awaken, and it would not be able to suppress the other universe experts. If not for that, how could the other universe experts enter the Morning Star universe in peace? As one of the best in the top universes, even if the universe source's will was suppressed instinctively, a top-level Universe Lord would still be suppressed by a large level, or even more, and would not be much stronger than some high-level Universe Lord. As for the other high, middle, and low-grade Universe Lord, they were even more miserable. Being able to barely display the power of a quasi-intermediate battle power of Universe Lord was the limit. If he died tragically under the suppression of the cosmic will, which was a native expert of the Morning Star universe, which was far lower than his own cultivation base. How tragic would that be? This was also one of the major characteristics of many open universes. The will of the universe source had basically fallen into a deep slumber. Otherwise, how could there be so many experts that dared to venture deep into it? The higher one's cultivation base was, the stronger one's strength was. The more precious one's life was after experiencing countless dangers and tribulations, spending thousands and tens of thousands of eras, finally breaking through to Universe Lord with great difficulty, the universe destroyed, but they weren't destroyed, the longevity's limitless. They didn't want to be thrown into such a trap. One day later, Spiritual Martial Palace, Spiritual Martial Palace. Yang Fann and Lord of Void Cloud sat side by side, but upon closer inspection, one could see that Lord of Void Cloud's divine throne was one size shorter than Yang Fann's divine throne. This wasn't something Yang Fann had deliberately arranged. Yang Fann never put on airs when it came to his friends. It was something Lord of Void Cloud had requested. If Yang Fann was still a chief-level expert, Lord of Void Cloud could still stand on equal footing with him with the status of Great Elemental Old Man from the Morning Star Alliance. But now that Yang Fann had revealed a terror-fighting power that was comparable to a universe god, Lord of Void Cloud would never dare to stand on equal footing with Yang Fann. This was the respect he should have for the expert. Looking at Yang Fann, Lord of Void Cloud's heart was filled with emotion. This brother Yang of his really hid too deeply, too deep, really unfathomable initially. He thought that the combat strength of a peak Alliance Master expert was his limit. Never would he have thought that this was only the tip of the iceberg, and even the combat strength of low-rank universe god. Lord of Void Cloud wasn't sure if this was really Yang Fann's final combat strength. After breaking through their imagination time and time again, Lord of Void Cloud didn't dare to make any rash conclusions about Yang Fann's true strength. Of course, Lord of Void Cloud was still pleasantly surprised in his heart. Yang Fann was their natural ally. The stronger Yang Fann became, the higher their status in Morning Star Alliance would be. After some pleasantries, Yang Fann went straight to the point and asked Lord of Void Cloud to help him deal with the resources in his hands. Regarding this, Lord of Void Cloud naturally agreed in a hurry. He wasn't afraid that Yang Fann would ask him for help, but he was afraid that something would happen to Yang Fann. He wouldn't let him do it, and there was only friendship. If it was the Void Cloud clan, there was nothing they could do to help Yang Fann. The friendship they had accumulated. As time passed, it slowly faded away. Not to mention, Yang Fann had given him such a big surprise. The Origin God Bead was a supreme treasure that he had dreamt of obtaining. With this Origin God Bead and his accumulated experience in the past, he was at least half confident that he could advance further and step into the ranks of the Alliance Master Expert. And as long as he could advance to the Alliance Master level expert, he would at least have a level of certainty in the future. He would be able to become a universe god and enter the top ranks of the Morning Star Alliance's expert, unlike now, where he could not see any hope at all. Just like last time. While speaking, Yang Fann casually tossed a dimensional ring towards Lord of Void Cloud. Brother Yang, don't worry. Leave the rest to me. Lord of Void Cloud reached out his hand to catch the dimensional ring, but very quickly, his expression changed. A trace of horror flashed across his face, and he swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. Brother Yang, are you sure? This is the resource you want to sell? C2280 Wild Hope Spiritual Martial Palace, Spiritual Martial Palace. Lord of Void Cloud widened his eyes and looked at Yang Fann in disbelief. His Adam's apple slowly moved, and he swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. Although he had already thought that Yang Fann would definitely gain a lot this time, he had heard that Yang Fann had taken down the Merrick Star Alliance's 74th line of defense in a row. Even the deities of Quasi-Universe had been suppressed by him. He must have accumulated a huge amount of resources along the way. However, in his point of view, there was 100 million square cubic universe sources. That was the limit. However, the resources in the dimensional ring, it was more than a few times more than what he had expected. It was probably a billion cubic meter universe source. It was more than that. Terrifying, even some low-rank universe god might not have that much wealth. Brother Shu Yun, could it be that there is some difficulty? Yang Fann raised his brows. If Lord of Void Cloud had no other choice, his subordinates alone would have to deal with such a large amount of resources. He was afraid that it would take 10 times more time. he would push the matter 100 times further and join the Morning Star Alliance. However, after 20 million years, his connections had become weaker. Not to mention his subordinates, even the spiritual martial arts continent had not taken a step forward, so how could they have any connections? Brother Yang, I want to use all of these resources. I'm afraid it will take some time. If Yang Fann needed any other treasures, that would be fine. But he only needs universe sources and universe sources. Those were Universe Lord and the deities of quasi-universe. There were almost no people who needed them. They would attack the universe source in their hands on a large scale. They might not even be enough for their own cultivation. It was not easy to take out a few billion cubic meters worth of universe sources in one go. Even many intermediate and high-rank universe god warriors would find it hard to take out a billion cubic meters worth of universe sources in one go. In the entire Morning Star universe, there might not even be so many universe sources circulating on the market. However, at this moment, even if he had to bite the bullet, he had to grit his teeth and agree. Whether it was to deepen his relationship with Yang Fann or for the origin god Pearl, he would not allow him to go back on his word. It doesn't matter if it takes longer. As long as he can make a move within 5 billion years. That's great, Yang Fann pondered for a moment and said. With his current devouring speed, he wanted to devour all the universe sources in his hand. At that time, his great universe's eternal divine arts would be destroyed. Even if he couldn't fully master it, it wouldn't be much different. With another half of the resources, a few 100 million cubic meters of universe sources. Breaking through was a matter of course. If that's the case, Brother Yang, leave everything to me. Upon hearing this, Lord of Void Cloud heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Yang Fann would make his move in a hurry. With 5 billion years of time, he only needed to make half of his move. The difficulty of this mission immediately dropped by a notch. If he did it well, perhaps the Void Cloud clan could use this opportunity to rise to a whole new level. Although it was just a preliminary look, Lord of Void Cloud had already seen many top treasures that could even move the heart of a chief-level expert. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Lord of Void Cloud bid his farewells and left. Looking at Lord of Void Cloud's back, Yang Fann wasn't worried that Lord of Void Cloud would bring along a huge amount of resources and not return. A billion cubic meters of universe source, although it was enough to move the heart of a universe god, Yang Fann believed that as long as Lord of Void Cloud's head wasn't squeezed by the door, he absolutely wouldn't have the courage to take advantage of his resources. The foundation of their Void Cloud clan was in this Morning Star universe. If he really dared to use any crooked ideas in Morning Star Alliance, Yang Fann could guarantee that he, Lord of Void Cloud, would no longer exist in Morning Star Chaos Domain, and their Void Cloud clan would no longer have a foothold. Although ultimate quasi-cosmic god was powerful, it was still a little lacking if he wanted to bring his race to the other Chaos Domain and establish a foundation. Most importantly, although these resources were abundant, they could at most allow Lord of Void Cloud to become a peak alliance chief expert like Lord of Divine Bone. In order to achieve the Tao and become a universe god, other than the true chaos grade treasures, these ordinary resources would be useless no matter how many there were. Otherwise, Lord of Divine Bone and the others wouldn't have a hard time breaking through in millions or even millions of eras. It was just a chaos grade treasure. How could it be so easy to obtain? This was a supreme treasure that even universe gods would go crazy for. Throughout the entire Morning Star Alliance, they might not even be able to obtain one. However, if he wanted to advance to the Alliance Lord level, with the Origin God's bead and his own accumulation, he would have more than half a chance. There was no need for him to take such a risk. Buzz. With a flash of light, a large amount of universe sources appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Rumble, rumble, heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique. The eternal divine arts of the universe circulated to its limit. Yang Fann's body transformed into a devouring black hole, crazily devouring the universe source in his hand. If he didn't digest most of the resources in his hand, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to return to the Zonstar battlefield. In any case, Master of Bones had already completely suppressed the 5 Peak Alliance Master level experts. There was nothing to be afraid of with just those rotten melons of the Merrick Star Alliance. Plus, there were also the 5 Alliance Master level Lord of Divine Bones of Lord of Divine Bone. The entire defensive zone could be said to be impregnable. With him around, there was actually not much of a difference. As for whether he would be punished by the Morning Star Alliance for leaving his post without permission. If it were any other great Elemental old man, he would naturally have such concerns and wouldn't dare to leave the defense area without permission. However, he, Yang Fann, was obviously not one of them. True King Wan lay as long as their heads were not squeezed by the door, they would not find trouble with him over such a small matter. It was not like there was no expert in Zonstar battlefield. Nothing could possibly happen. There was no need to create any estrangement with Yang Fann because of this. Currently, the Morning Star Alliance was trying their best to rope Yang Fann in, but it was too late. How could they create any trouble for Yang Fann? Yang Fann was different from the other senior elders. At least he had joined the Morning Star Alliance. Tens of thousands of era had a strong sense of belonging to the Morning Star Alliance. It had been less than 20 million years. True King Wan Lei and the others didn't dare to expect Yang Fann to have some feelings for the Morning Star Alliance. If Yang Fann was really forced to leave because of this, then they would be fucking stupid. It's Lord of Divine Bone, Dogfish, on the other hand. Yang Fann frowned. Daring to plot against Yang Fann was akin to courting death. However, in the end, he forcefully suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He continued to devour and refine the universe source in his hand, allowing that old dog to live for a period of time. Once he had fully digested what he had obtained this time, he would go and deal with that old dog. This Lord of Divine Bone was not an ordinary elder after all, he was a peak Alliance Lord level expert. He only needed an opportunity to break through to the Universe God realm. His status in the Morning Star Alliance was not something an ordinary elder could compare with. The Morning Star Alliance wouldn't allow him to attack Lord of Divine Bone. Of course, more importantly, Yang Fann still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Lord of Divine Bone was the most important general under the Nightmare Lord. If he attacked Lord of Divine Bone, the Nightmare Lord would definitely attack him. This would be his chance, a chance to suppress this middle-rank universe god. If he could devour and refine a middle-rank universe god, it would be enough for him to advance to Universe Lord. However, with his current cultivation base, it would be impossible for him to completely suppress the Nightmare Lord. Let alone the sect, there wasn't even a crack in the window. As both of them were middle-rank universe god warriors, the most they could do was defeat them. It was absolutely impossible to suppress and kill them. The only way was to wait for his eternal immortal divine body to reach the quasi-universe lord, and his combat strength to be comparable to a middle-rank universe god. Yang Fann was confident that he could take down the Nightmare Lord. Forget it, a little bit of patience would throw the bigger picture into chaos. In any case, that old dog was right there, so he didn't have to worry about running away. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years. Soon, 100 million years passed. Spiritual Martial Palace, Spiritual Martial Palace. After 100 million years of hard work, Yang Fann had refined nearly 20 million cubic meters of universe source. His strength had doubled. His overall strength was terrifying. Although it couldn't be compared to a high-rank universe god, it should be considered the top amongst middle-rank universe god warriors. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and the terrifying aura that enveloped the entire Divine Hall, causing all the Alliance Masters expert to feel despair, was restrained. Brother Shu Yun, come in as. He spoke, the door of the Divine Hall slowly opened. Lord of Void Cloud slowly walked in from outside. Brother Shu Yun, are you looking for me for something today? C-2281 Great Opportunity Spiritual Martial Palace, Spiritual Martial Palace. A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't understand why Lord of Void Cloud would come at this time. For the past 100 million years, Lord of Void Cloud would come here every 30 million years. He would only come to the Lingwu Great Hall once to deliver the universe sources that he had sold. After 3 times, he had brought Yang Fann close to 60 million cubic meters of universe sources. Each time, there would be close to 20 million square cubic meters of universe sources. To be honest, this speed is a little slow. After all, this was the first time he had taken out the wine as a wine with a long history's belongings. In just a few tens of millions of years, Lord of Void Cloud had used up all his belongings. He had brought nearly 24 million cubic meter universe sources to Yang Fann. However, it was understandable. That time, in order to sell the wine as a wine with a long history's belongings for Yang Fann, many families and forces that were on good terms with the Void Cloud family had been emptied. Without these old relationships, it was normal for the efficiency to be a little slower. In just 20 million years, those families and forces could not accumulate much universe sources. It was almost negligible. Furthermore, last time, because he was in a hurry to make a move, Yang Fann had collected at least a few million cubic meters of universe sources. This time, there was plenty of time. Lord of Void Cloud naturally didn't need to be in a hurry to bid. He sold many treasures at a low price. Not to mention the highest price of each treasure, it was at least within the normal transaction price. Although none of these treasures belonged to him, and even if he sold them at a low price, it would still be Yang Fann who would suffer a loss. However, it would undoubtedly affect his position in Yang Fann's heart and affect their relationship. It wasn't like Lord of Void Cloud's brain had been crushed by the door. How could he do such a stupid thing? It was very likely that Yang Fann would be the one to decide whether the Void Cloud family could truly enter the ranks of the top families in the Morning Star Alliance. Back to the main topic. Logically speaking, it had only been 10 million years, and Lord of Void Cloud shouldn't have come looking for him. Brother Yang, I am here today on someone's request. A helpless smile emerged on Lord of Void Cloud's face. Sometimes, he, great elemental old man, had no choice but to do so. Oh, I wonder who entrusted me with this task. Yang Fann squinted his eyes and asked. He was deep in thought. Given Lord of Void Cloud's status in Morning Star Alliance, he wouldn't be able to push him away. There weren't many of them, only a few. It's Universe God Pu Shi. It really is him. A look of realization appeared on Yang Fann's face. Universe God Pu Shi was an ancient existence in the Morning Star Alliance. He had successfully taken that crucial step to break through to the Universe God realm and become one of the top figures in the Morning Star Alliance 2,800,000 eras ago. Whether it was in terms of strength or power, he was not inferior to the Nightmare Lord behind Mengli Elder. In fact, he was even more powerful than him. He was also Lord of Void Cloud's backer in the Morning Star Alliance. If there was anyone who could make Lord of Void Cloud come forward, this Universe God Pu Shi would definitely be the first one to do so. In the next second, Yang Fann smiled. What's wrong? Could it be that this Emperor Pu Shi still wants to take me under his tutelage? Before this, Lord of Void Cloud had already told Yang Fann that Universe God Pu Shi wanted him to join their faction, but he had firmly rejected it. Yang Fann joined Morning Star Alliance mainly because of the massive amount of resources that Morning Star Alliance had accumulated over 10 million eras. He wasn't here to be someone's underling. Furthermore, Universe God Pu Zai's strength was on par with his, perhaps even weaker than his. He also wanted to be his disciple. What kind of joke was this? While speaking, a trace of cold shine flashed in the depths of Yang Fann's eyes. If this Universe God Pu Shi still didn't know what was good for him, he wouldn't be polite to him. Perhaps, when his cultivation base reached the great success stage and he suppressed the Nightmare Lord, there would be another Universe God Pu Shi. Brother Yang, you must be joking. Universe God Pu Shi wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. Lord of Void Cloud said hastily. If Yang Fann was only a first-level Alliance Master Expert, with Universe God Pu Zai's middle-rank Universe God Cultivation base, but now Yang Fann had revealed a heaven-defying combat power that was comparable to a Universe God. It was in the Morning Star Alliance. It was a big mountain, a big faction. At this moment, if Universe God Pu Shi still had the same thoughts as before, if he wanted to subdue Yang Fann, it would be a direct slap to Yang Fann's face. The combat strength of the quasi-universe's god, low-rank Universe God, this kind of monster, his future achievements would not be something Universe God Pu Shi could compare with. Not to mention middle-rank Universe God, even a peak Universe God wouldn't have the qualifications to take Yang Fann as his disciple. In the huge Morning Star Alliance, there were only 2 progenitors, barely qualified to take Yang Fann as his disciple. Universe God Pu Shi asked me to look for you this time mainly because he has something to discuss with you, Brother Yang. Do you have something to discuss with me? Yang Fann murmured in his heart and asked, Brother Suyun, do you know what it is? Brother Yang, I don't know either. However, before I left, Universe God Pu Shi told me that this matter involves a great opportunity. A great opportunity? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and a bright light flashed across his eyes. Someone who could be called a great opportunity by Universe God Pu Shi. This was definitely not a small opportunity. It might even be beneficial to him now. Looks like I really have to meet this Universe God Pu Shi this time. Brother Suyun, may I know where Universe God Pu Shi is now? Brother Yang, Please follow me. The Puxi continent was one of the 108 level 5 continents in the Morning Star universe. Moreover, within the 108 level 5 continents, it was enough to enter the top 20, be it spirit of heaven and earths or resources. The spiritual martial arts continent was several times worse than the void cloud continent. This was the continent that universe god Puxi controlled. Any senior elder of the Morning Star Alliance, as long as they could take the final step and become a universe god, they would immediately have a 5th grade continent and become his direct territory. It was a top continent ranked in the top 20, far surpassing the continent controlled by the 8th grade elemental old man. Furthermore, it was different from great elemental old man. The exchange of 100,000 eras had the risk of taking over the continent. The various universe gods, as long as they didn't die, the 5th grade continent would always belong to them, and they wouldn't even need to pay a single resource to the alliance. As for the 8th grade elemental old man, true King Wan Lei, and the other true deputy chief, there were 3 levels of resources that had to be handed over to the alliance. With the combat strength that Yang Fann had shown, he could actually obtain a 5th level continent that was comparable to the top 20 of the Puxi continent as his direct territory. However, Yang Fann did not do so. He just changed the spiritual martial arts continent, which was controlled by great elemental old man, to a continent directly under his control. For a 5th grade continent like the Puxi continent, the amount of resources it contained was almost equal to half of a low-order top universes. It was enough for low-rank universe god to cultivate normally. However, for Yang Fann, the Puxi continent was no different from the spiritual martial arts continent. The amount of resources produced by the continent was enough for him to nurture his subordinates. Yang Fann himself did not care about this amount of resources. Even if it was the number 1 Morning Star continent, how many universe sources could it produce in an era? It was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. If he really wanted to rely on the continent's production, Yang Fann wouldn't even dream of advancing to Universe Lord even if he painstakingly cultivated for tens of millions of eras. Puxi. The void twisted and Yang Fann and Lord of Void Cloud stepped out from it. A skilled expert, Yang Fann had no qualms about being bold. Even if this Puxi continent was Universe God Puxi's lair, he wouldn't take it to heart. Putting Universe God Puxi aside, as long as his head wasn't kicked by a donkey, he wouldn't attack him, even if his head was really in a stroke. Yang Fann was confident that with his current strength, Universe God Puxi would never be able to stop him even if he wanted to leave. Even if he had the geographical advantage, it would still be the same. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a floating divine city that was the size of a low-grade universe and was surrounded by immortal chi appeared in front of Yang Fann and Yang Fann. Powerful chi of high-grade and even top-level universe lord rose from the floating divine city from time to time. Puxi Divine City, the core of Puxi continent, where universe god Puxi's divine palace was located. Boom boom, suddenly, a profound bell sound that seemed to come from a mysterious sound of great Tao rang out from within the Puxi Divine City. It swept out in a vast and mighty manner, sweeping in all directions and cleansing the soul. The bell tolled 81 times before it ended. 81 tolls of the heavenly bell, hiss. This is the arrival of a universe god in my Puxi Divine City. May I know which majesty it will be? C-2282 Divine Tomb Puxi Continent, Puxi Divine City. Universe Lord and the Universe Sovereign all raised their heads to look at the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock. The 81 chimes of the heavenly clock was the highest standard of courtesy in their Puxi Divine City. Only when the universe gods came to their Puxi Divine City would the 81 chimes of the heavenly clock be heard. Although Yang Fann wasn't a universe god, in universe god Puxi's eyes, Yang Fann was no different from a true universe god. Of course, this was more or less the truth. In terms of combat strength, Yang Fann wasn't inferior to low-rank universe god. Compared to the longevity, the quasi-universe god was no different from the universe gods like them. It was the same chaos that couldn't be destroyed. As long as they weren't destroyed, the longevity couldn't be measured. If one were to talk about the difference in strength, it might just be a bit of foundation. Compared to these old monsters who had proven themselves to be universe gods for millions of eras, Yang Fann, who was a new universe god, had a weaker foundation. Puxi Divine City, Puxi Divine Hall. Yang Fann and universe god Puxi sat opposite each other. Lord of Void Cloud, who had brought Yang Fann here, had already taken his leave. There were some things that ultimate quasi-cosmic god, Lord of Void Cloud, couldn't know. Forcibly coming into contact with them wasn't a good thing. Instead, it was very likely that they would become the source of the disaster. Lord of Void Cloud had lived for nearly 1,000,000 eras, and he was mature and wise. How could he not know his own limitations? Yang Fann looked straight ahead and carefully sized up Universe God Pu Shi. This was a middle-aged man in white. He looked like he was in his 40s. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and his aura gave people an unfathomable feeling. The immortal music around his body was ethereal, hazy, and faintly filled with concepts. His entire body possessed a feeling of returning to its original state. There was not a trace of expert aura, as if he did not understand any cultivation path. However, between his brows. But there is a peerless majesty that cannot be concealed. Just a glance was enough to make one feel stifled. They could not help but feel the urge to kneel down and worship him. What a good universe God Pu Shi! Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a serious look flashed across his eyes. With his current cultivation base and strength, if he really fought Universe God Pu Shi, the outcome of the battle would be hard to predict. In fact, it might even be a win-win situation. He was afraid that Universe God Pu Shi wasn't far away from breaking through to the high-rank Universe God. While Yang Fann was sizing up Universe God Pu Shi, Universe God Pu Shi was also looking at Yang Fann. Deep in his eyes, there was an indescribable shock. And a little bit of envy. The first impression Yang Fann gave him was that he was young. He was really too young. Although he couldn't tell Yang Fann's exact age, there was one thing he was certain of. Yang Fann was definitely much younger than him. His true age wouldn't exceed 500,000 eras, or even less than 300,000 eras. Thinking about it, he had cultivated for close to 5,000,000 eras before he was lucky enough to take that crucial step and break through to the Universe God realm. Nearly 5,000,000 eras, less than 500,000 eras. Compared to Yang Fann, he was nothing more than a monster prodigy. He was nothing more than an ordinary person. Furthermore, Yang Fann's potential. If he didn't have any great opportunities or great fortuitous encounters in his life, not to mention middle-level Universe God, even low-level Universe God would have a slim chance of breaking through to the next realm, which was infinitely close to zero. On the other hand, as long as Yang Fann didn't die prematurely, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the middle-level Universe God. It was a high-level Universe God. It wasn't impossible. Legends had it that in the quasi-Universe God stage, these monstrous geniuses had broken through the shackles and challenged a Universe God. All of them were the beloved children of chaos. They even had the potential to break through to the top-level Universe God. The top-level Universe God was the pinnacle expert in the entire primal chaos. With one person's strength, he could enslave dozens of chaos domain. With just a stamp of his feet, the entire primal chaos would shake 3 times. He couldn't compete with them, he really couldn't. This was an existence that he was destined to look up to. Universe God Pu Shi, I wonder what you asked Lord of Void Cloud to find me for. Yang Fann glanced at Universe God Pu Shi and said. He didn't hesitate at all. He was very busy, and he wanted to devour enough universe sources as soon as possible so that the great universe's eternal divine arts could help him break through to the mastery. If it wasn't because he was curious about the so-called great fortune, Yang Fann might not have agreed to meet Universe God Pu Shi. It was just a middle-rank Universe God. After he had grown up for 10 billion years and completely digested all the resources in his hands, he would become a middle-rank Universe God. He would be just a slightly stronger ant. With a flip of his hand, he would be able to suppress it completely. This Yang Fann is really impatient. Universe God Pu Shi smiled bitterly in his heart. He swallowed all the words that were about to come out of his mouth. When big shots like them saw each other for the first time, they would all flatter each other. It was the first time that Yang Fann had such a straightforward relationship with them. For a moment, he was not used to it. The next second, Universe God Pu Shi smiled mysteriously and said, "Little friend Yang Fann, allow me to keep you in suspense. I wonder if little friend has heard of Universe God Pu Yao before." Universe God Pu Yao, a trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Universe God Pu Shi. This is the first time I have heard of this Universe God Pu Yao. I wonder who he is. Previously, although Yang Fann had looked up a lot of information about the Morning Star Alliance and the nearby Merrick Star Alliance, his understanding of the Universe God was very little. As the pinnacle expert of the Morning Star Alliance, the Universe God was the pillar that supported the Morning Star Alliance. Many of the information was kept confidential. Even though Yang Fann had the authority of great elemental old man, he was not qualified to know much about the universe god. Of course, the current Yang Fann was qualified to read the relevant information about the universe god. However, for the past 100 million years, Yang Fann had been busy cultivating in seclusion and absorbing the universe source. He did not have the time to read it. Little friend Yang Fann, I've never heard of universe god Pu Yao. It was no wonder that this was an extremely ancient universe god. And he isn't the universe god of the chaos domain of dawn. He is in the entire Morning Star Alliance. Other than me, I'm afraid no one else knows about universe god Pu Yao. Universe god Pu Shi chuckled. Everything was within his expectations. If Yang Fann had heard of universe god Pu Yao, that would be strange, if it wasn't for a coincidence. He had entered an ancient ruin and would never know about universe god Pu Yao's existence. Upon hearing this, Yang Fann couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had already said that besides him, no one else in the Morning Star Alliance knew about this universe god Pu Yao, but he still asked about it. This was insane. It was better to joke around with him. This universe god Pu Yao is a great figure. He was born in the Xianxia Chaos Domain, and unlike our Morning Star Chaos Domain, he was born in the Xianxia Chaos Domain. It's just a small-sized chaos region that is lacking in resources. The Xianxia Chaos Domain is a middle-sized chaos domain. Resources 100 times, 1,000 times more than the Morning Star Chaos Domain. The expert was like a cloud, and the experts were like rain. Not to mention middle-level universe god, even high-level universe gods. It wasn't as if there weren't any in the Xianxia Chaos Domain. With the strength of the Morning Star Alliance, in the Xianxia Chaos Domain. It's just an ordinary first-rate power. Universe god Pu Shi didn't seem to notice Yang Fann's supercilious look. He continued to speak frankly and frankly. Universe god Pu Yao, on the other hand, is a top-tier expert in the Xianxia Chaos Domain. Although he isn't a high-grade universe god, he is still a quasi-high-level universe god who has stepped into the high-grade universe god realm. He has roamed the Xianxia Chaos Domain for tens of millions of eras, and rarely has he met a worthy opponent. Middle-sized Chaos Domain, Xianxia Chaos Domain, quasi-high-level universe god Pu Yao. Yang Fann couldn't be bothered to criticize universe god Pu Shi anymore. His attention was completely attracted by universe god Pu Zai's words. Quasi-high-level universe god. That was the peerless expert that he needed to look up to. With his current strength, if he really faced a quasi-high-level universe god, it would be the same as running away. That was an extravagant hope, and it was to use all of his abilities. It would be very difficult for him to even withstand a single strike from a quasi-high-level universe god. If that universe god Pu Yao was willing, he would be able to sweep across the Morning Star Chaos Domain with ease. He wouldn't even need to pay a great price. This was a peerless expert that could suppress the entire Chaos Domain by itself. Right at this moment, universe god Pu Shi sighed and changed the topic. He said, "It's a pity that universe god Pu Yao's luck is bad." He had offended a supreme expert, although he was lucky enough to escape from the supreme expert. However, he also suffered an indelible Dao injury, and in the end, he was exiled to the chaos domain of the divine feather. He had endured for tens of thousands of eras, but it was still difficult for him to escape death. Before he died, he built a divine tomb. Divine tomb, universe god Pu Shi, could it be that you have discovered universe god Pu Yao's divine tomb? C2283 Divine Art Mastery Pu Shi Divine City, Pu Shi Divine Hall. Yang Fann's voice suddenly became louder. Both of his eyes were fixed on universe god Pu Shi, staring at him for no reason. Why would this universe god Pu Shi mention the divine tomb of universe god Pu Yao? Most likely, there were clues about the divine tomb of universe god Pu Yao. He didn't even know the exact location of the divine tomb. As he spoke, Yang Fann's heart was burning. That universe god Pu Yao was a quasi-high-level universe god who had broken through to the universe god stage with a single step, and his value was in the millions. His net worth was more than 10 million times that of Light God Lord and the other peak chiefs. As long as he could obtain some benefits in the divine tomb, he might be able to break through to the universe lord realm. That's right, I do have news about universe god Pu Yao's divine tomb. Universe god Pu Shi nodded slightly and frankly admitted that the reason why he asked Lord of Void Cloud to invite Yang Fann over was because he wanted to invite Yang Fann to explore universe god Pu Yao's divine tomb. As a quasi-high-level universe god, the divine tomb that Universe God Pu Yao prepared for himself was not simple. Universe God Pu Yao had been to the divine tomb a long time ago. Unfortunately, he could not even enter the front door of the divine tomb by himself. The reason why he invited Yang Fann was because Universe God Pu Shi had thought it through carefully. Firstly, Yang Fann's strength was sufficient. He was qualified to help him, and with his quasi-high-rank Universe God Cultivation base. Even if Yang Fann had any evil intentions, he could still control the whole situation. If it was Universe God Chen Shi and the others, Universe God Pu Shi wouldn't dare to invite them so easily. Each and every one of them was 100 times stronger than him, 1,000 times stronger. If there really was anything good, it wouldn't be his turn. At that time, he could only follow behind them and drink some soup and water. This was not what Universe God Pu Shi wanted to see. Of course, Universe God Pu Shi also wanted to take this opportunity to use flowers to offer Buddha and form a good relationship with Yang Fann. Yang Fann's potential, even Puyang Universe God could not compare to him. At this moment, before he truly rose up, he wanted to form a good relationship with him. Maybe one day, he could save Yang Fann's life. Advancing to the Universe God did not mean that he would be able to rest in peace. The Universe God would also be injured and die. That Universe God Pu Yao was a good example. Otherwise, it wasn't like there were no other low-rank Universe God in the Morning Star Alliance. Why would he need to find a stranger like Yang Fann, whom he didn't know? Could it be that Universe God Pu Yao is in the Divine Feather's Chaos Domain? Upon hearing this, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He thought of what Universe God Pu Shi had said, Universe God Pu Yao's final resting place. It was in the Chaos Domain of the Divine Feather. This was the Chaos Domain that was adjacent to the Morning Star Chaos Domain. It was also a small-sized Chaos region, but it was the same with the Morning Star Chaos Domain. The difference between the Merrick Star Alliance and the Divine Feather was that the Divine Feather controlled a major power in the Chaos Domain. It wasn't an alliance of all the major powers in the universe, it was just a superpower. That was the Divine Feather, the other major powers. They were all subordinate races of the Divine Feather, and they depended on the Divine Feather to survive. The name of the Chaos Domain of the Divine Feather was also because of the Divine Feather. That's true. However, the location of the Divine Tomb isn't far from the Divine Feather's Chaos Domain. Little friend Yang Fann, I wonder if you would like to explore Universe God Pu Yao's Divine Tomb with me. Yang Fann wasn't too surprised when he heard this. This was within his expectations. It would be strange if Universe God Pu Shi didn't want to explore Universe God Pu Yao's Divine Tomb. He had never met Universe God Pu Shi before. If it wasn't for the fact that he had invited him to explore Universe God Pu Yao's Divine Tomb, there was no need to tell him all this. This was the tomb of a quasi-high-level Universe God. Even a middle-level Universe God would go crazy over it. Once the news was leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. With Universe God Pu Zai's cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to protect Universe God Pu Yao's Divine Tomb. Universe God Pu Shi, when will we leave? Yang Fann's voice carried a trace of excitement. A quasi-high-level Universe God Divine Tomb was definitely the biggest fortune in the nearby Chaos Domain. In the Morning Star, Tianshuan, Divine Feather and the other major Chaos Domain, quasi-middle-level Universe God was the strongest. Even middle-level Universe God was a legend, let alone quasi-high-level Universe God. Little friend Yang Fann, Universe God Pu Yao's Divine Tomb is no small matter. To tell you the truth, I have been there once, but I didn't even see the door of the tomb. With just the strength of the two of us, it will be difficult for us to enter the Divine Tomb. I still need to invite my two friends and make some preparations. We will set off in 10 billion years' time. Will we set off in 10 billion years? That's good too. Yang Fann nodded slightly and agreed. Universe God Pu Zai's suggestion just so happened to be in line with Yang Fann's idea. If they set off just like that, honestly speaking, Yang Fann might not dare to agree. With his current strength, he was at most on par with Universe God Pu Shi. If there really was any good treasure, Yang Fann might not be able to compete with Universe God Pu Shi. Most importantly, how could there be no danger in Universe God Pu Yao's Divine Tomb? With Universe God Pu Zai's strength, he didn't even enter the Divine Tomb. If he really entered the Divine Tomb, he might encounter some danger. If he wasn't careful, he might die in the Divine Tomb. The means of a quasi-high-level Universe God was beyond his imagination. However, with these 10 billion years as a buffer, it was completely different. 10 billion years, to universe god Puxi and the others. Not to mention 10 billion years. Even if it was a million eras, it would still be very difficult for them to make a huge breakthrough in their cultivation. However, it was different when it came to Yang Fann. 10 billion years. It was enough for his great universe's eternal immortal divine body to break through to the mastery. Even his cultivation base might be able to break through to the quasi-universe lord in one go. At that time, his overall combat strength would be even greater than many low-rank middle-level universe gods. Even if universe god Puyao was resurrected, he was confident that he wouldn't be able to defeat him. If he managed to escape from his grip, a mere divine tomb wouldn't be able to stop him. Fortunately, universe god Puxi didn't know what Yang Fann was thinking. Otherwise, he would regret telling Yang Fann about the news of universe god Puyao's divine tomb. He wanted to form a good relationship with Yang Fann, but it didn't mean that he was willing to give all the opportunities to Yang Fann. In his point of view, with Yang Fann's strength, he could only follow him and drink some soup. Otherwise, how could universe god Puxi be so generous? Alright then, little friend Yang Fann, please swear in your heart that you will never leak the news of universe god Puyao's divine tomb to anyone. Universe god Puxi said in a serious tone. He must not make any mistakes in the news of universe god Puyao's divine tomb. Alright, I swear on the will of chaos that I will never tell anyone about universe god Puyao's divine tomb. If I violate this oath, I will make no progress in my cultivation. Without any hesitation, Yang Fann made a solemn vow. If he did not take this oath, universe god Puxi might tell him the exact location of the divine tomb. He might even have to turn hostile to Yang Fann. One day later, with Lord of Void Cloud's company, Yang Fann left Puxi Divine City. Lord of Void Cloud didn't dare to ask what Yang Fann and universe god Puxi had discussed in Divine Hall. The matters between the universe gods wasn't something ultimate quasi-cosmic god could ask about. Even if he knew that universe god Puxi would be regarded as a great opportunity, it wouldn't be a small one. It might even help him break through to the universe god realm. Sometimes, curiosity killed the cat. Spiritual Martial Palace, Spiritual Martial Palace. Rumble, Heaven Devouring Earth Devouring Great Technique. The eternal divine arts of the universe was circulated to its limit by Yang Fann. His body turned into countless black holes, crazily devouring the power of the universe source. 1 cubic meter, 10 square meters, 100 square meters, 1,000 cubic meters, 10,000 cubic meters, 100,000 cubic meters, 1 million cubic meters, 10 million cubic meters. Soon, 1 billion years had passed. Yang Fann had absorbed and refined nearly 200 million cubic meters of universe sources, and the strength of divine body had increased by several times. His overall combat strength had completely surpassed universe god Puxi's, and he had broken through to the high-rank universe god. During this period of time, he would go to the spiritual martial palace once every 30 million years. He had brought a large number of Yang Fanns to Yang Fann. At least 10 million cubic meters, and at most, 20 million cubic meters. In a billion years, a third of the resources Yang Fann had given him had been sold, and he had brought nearly 500 million cubic meters of universe source to Yang Fann. Perhaps in less than 5 billion years, that amount of resources would be sold out by Lord of Void Cloud. 3 billion years later, Yang Fann once again refined nearly 400 million cubic meters of universe source. Lord of Void Cloud, on the other hand, took out half of the remaining 2/3 of the resources, causing Yang Fann to gain another 500 million cubic meters of universe source. However, this was normal. In the Morning Star universe, there were only so many experts, and there were limited universe sources. Another 3 billion years passed. Yang Fann had swallowed nearly 600 million cubic meters of universe source. Adding the more than 600 million cubic meters of universe source he had previously swallowed, Yang Fann had already swallowed more than 1.2 billion cubic meters of universe source. At this moment, Yang Fann had finally touched the barrier of the eternal divine art's divine body. He was only a step away from breaking through. And 80 million years ago, Lord of Void Cloud had finally sold all the resources in his hands. He had brought a total of 1.4 billion and 30 million Yang Fanns to Yang Fann. 6 billion years of bitter cultivation. Not only did the Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands not decrease in the slightest, he even had over 200 million cubic meters more. 1 cubic meter, 10 cubic meters, 100 square meters, 1,000 cubic meters, 10,000 cubic meters, 100,000 cubic meters, 1 million cubic meters. Soon, another 80 million cubic meters universe source was devoured and refined by Yang Fann. Rumble. All of a sudden, Yang Fann's body became taller and taller. The energy around his body erupted like a volcano, soaring crazily.